The story opens with a tense battle between demons and humans. On one side, hordes of fiends roared wildly, their momentum savage beyond measure. Opposite them, the soldiers showed no sign of weakness either, each one fully armored, weapons in hand, ready to stand firm and resist. The cause began 360,000 years ago, when the Lord of 10,000 demons unified the demon realm and launched a war against the immortal realm, his offensive surging like a storm. Smoke and dust blurred everything, while the clang of weapons rang out, throwing the entire battlefield into even greater chaos. At that very moment, everyone suddenly froze, looking up at the sky in astonishment. Amid the pitch-black, gloomy heavens, a dazzling golden light abruptly opened. From within that radiance, a beautiful woman appeared, and even at a glance, her aura of the righteous path shone brilliantly. She raised her hand lightly and instantly summoned the Nine-Spirit Sword. The Nine-Spirit Sword plunged straight down from above, making the demons and monsters in terror the moment they saw it. The soldiers below immediately shouted in unison, "The female emperor is invincible across the three realms. Such majestic might quickly destroy the demons." Gigantic sword was descending with overwhelming force when it suddenly stopped. From the blade, streams of black energy surged up and spread around it. Seeing this, the female emperor immediately froze in shock. Unease began to rise in her heart, and she could not understand what was happening. That strange energy swiftly spread, thickening through the air before swallowing the Nine-Spirit's sword whole. Against the blackened sky, Yu now seemed only a fragile speck of light. From the heart of the dense demonic energy, a figure calmly emerged, reclining on a bizarre skull-shaped cloud as he slowly drifted closer. Yu instantly recognized the one before her, her pupils shrinking as her icy voice rang out. "You are the demon venerable, the one who fused with the sacred demon blood, founded the sacred demon palace, unified the demon realm, the supreme lord of 10,000 demons." That man was the demon lord Tianhong, revered as the supreme ruler of the demon realm. He remained leisurely reclined on his one-of-a-kind armchair, sipping wine before lazily replying, "Correct, it is this venerable one." Hearing his answer, Yu's fury instantly erupted, sweeping over an entire stretch of sky. She ground out a question, asking why he had slaughtered living beings and plunged the world into misery. Tianhong merely glanced at her with contempt, the corner of his mouth curling in mockery. "Well, I was too bored, so I stirred up some trouble." While the demon venerable still sat there at ease, Yu quickly formed a sword array. Countless azure swords hovered around her, and she shouted in anger, "Arrogant heretic demon, today this emperor will eliminate you for the sake of all beings." In the blink of an eye, she controlled a host of lightning swords and sent them charging straight toward Tianhong, as fierce as a great storm. At the same time, Yu reached out, grasped a sword, and shot forward at high speed. Her shout to slay demons and defend the Tao echoed across the battlefield. Immediately after, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion tore through the air, followed by a massive mushroom cloud that erupted and blocked every line of sight. As the aftershocks gradually faded, the sky brightened once more, and radiant brilliance spread in every direction. Within the thick dust and smoke slowly dispersing, a figure gradually became clear. Soon after, another figure also appeared beside her. Tianhong's arm coldly pierced through Yu's chest. His handsome face was hidden behind a mask, revealing only a bewitching yet ruthlessly chilling half-smile. Tianhong spoke with satisfaction, his triumphant smile growing clearer. "What a pity, you are no match for this venerable one. From today onward in these three realms, this venerable one is the invincible one." A fatal blow had pierced through her chest, and fresh blood kept seeping out. Yu gritted her teeth, her expression dark with hatred and unwillingness. She clutched the arm buried deep inside her body, each word bursting out with resentment. "This hatred, heaven will not tolerate, earth will not forgive. Remember it well." Her final words faded as her body transformed into countless tiny specks of light. "Whether after 1,000 years or 10,000 years, I will return for revenge." 8,000 years later, the sky was covered in a deep, bewitching purple. Tianhong now sat upon the supreme throne, sighing at ease. This venerable one has stood at the peak of invincibility for nearly 10,000 years, possessing endless life and overwhelming power, yet I still have not passed the barrier of proving the Tao and transcending. His eyes held countless thoughts, and his expression grew heavy. He recalled inwardly, 8,000 years ago, this venerable one drifted from Earth to this troublesome place, beginning with nothing, without family, and without knowing the reason. Tianhong raised a hand to his chest, feeling the dull ache as he sighed inwardly. "The loneliness of the invincible is the greatest grievance of my life." Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, demonic energy surging from his body. In his anger, he realized that this very invincibility was preventing him from transcending and attaining enlightenment. Immediately after, Tianhong roared, tearing open the sky as if ripping a thin sheet of paper. "Open the gate. I will open this door to the mortal world and live as an ordinary man." As he stepped through the spatial gate, he murmured in his mind without entering the mortal dust. How could one understand the meaning of transcendence? He remained sunk in endless melancholy. This venerable one has decided to seal away all demonic energy and demon blood, transforming into a mortal and descending to the lower realm to relive the simple life long lost. As he gradually vanished from the demon realm, Tian Hong told himself that he would surely find the simplest happiness in this mortal world. The place where Tian Hong set foot was the Xuantian domain of Fengjing City, a peaceful, poetic land separated from chaos. In a small house, the figure of a woman diligently sweeping leaves in the courtyard gradually appeared. Suddenly, the great gate outside was shoved open roughly by someone. A man spread his arms wide and called out loudly, "Wife, your husband is back. We made a fortune this month. The rent has been paid." Ziyu was sweeping leaves, and the moment she heard her husband's voice, she turned back gently with a welcoming smile. "Husband." The poor courtyard broom was immediately abandoned without the slightest mercy, falling straight to the ground and sending the pile of leaves she had just gathered scattering like butterflies from a broken nest. Ziyu quickly rushed into Tian Hong's arms, gently rose onto her toes, and wrapped her arms around his neck. She closed her eyes lightly and took the initiative to offer her soft lips, making Tian Hong freeze for a moment before awkwardly responding. After that sweet kiss, both of them blushed, their eyes filled with happiness as they quietly gazed deep into each other. A trace of warmth still lingering on her lips, Ziyu shyly touched his chest with her index finger, her voice soft as honey. "Husband, you finally came home." She cheerfully looped her arm through his and pulled him inside. "Hurry into the house. The meal is already prepared, and it will get cold if left too long." After Ziyu's series of sweet gestures, Tian Hong was still stunned. Seeing her happy expression, his gaze softened as well, the corner of his mouth curving into a faint smile as he thought that this was the life he had always longed for. Inside the house, the two sat opposite each other at the dining table. Tian Hong lifted his bowl and kept shoveling rice and food into his mouth, moving no differently from an excavator. While eating with great relish, he smiled ingratiatingly at Ziyu. "Wife, your cooking is truly as wonderful as ever." Pleased by the praise, Ziyu looked visibly delighted, propping her chin in her hand as she watched him eat attentively. She also reminded him gently, "Eat slowly, or you might choke. If it is not enough, I will go to the kitchen and make more." A while later, when Tian Hong was full to the point of Bella's tot, Ziyu excitedly asked about today's business. At the mention of this, he immediately smiled brightly like a child, reached into his robe, and "Saif, do not be startled." He quickly took out a large silver ingot and handed it to Ziyu, grinning from ear to ear as he nervously waited to see her reaction. "Wife, look at this." Just as expected, Ziyu's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth falling open. 12 taels of silver. "Did you win the grand prize today? Why is it so much?" Her entire body suddenly trembled violently. Seeing this, Tian Hong immediately panicked, his face going blank as he asked, "Wife, what is wrong?" Ziyu's expression suddenly darkened, and she leaned back, her delicate brows tightly furrowed as she questioned him anxiously. "Tian Hong, tell me the truth. Did you rob someone's house?" Seeing her heartbroken look, as if she was about to cry, Tian Hong hurriedly waved his hands again and again. "That is not it, wife. Listen to me explain first." Ziyu propped her chin in her hand and looked at him, her eyes shimmering with tears, quickly pointing at the silver ingot to signal him to explain clearly. Tian Hong forced himself to calm down and began telling the story. There was a little boy about to attend a baptism ceremony, but his grandfather had to buy him a gift before the young master would agree to go. The grandfather and grandson stood in front of my toy stall, choosing carefully. At this point in the story, Tian Hong could not hide his pride and hurriedly boasted Ziyu that the child was so fascinated by the statue of the great sage equal to heaven that he had carved, he could not take his eyes off it. The old man, devoted to his grandchild, immediately held up the statue and asked the shopkeeper the price. Tian Hong quickly raised 3 fingers, 3 taels of silver. Unexpectedly, the old man did not hesitate, placing a large silver ingot in his hand, and saying no need to return the change. At that moment, Tian Hong's eyes, nose, and mouth widened, completely at a loss for words. Back in reality, he still felt elated, pointing at the silver ingot as he recounted. The boy handed over 12 taels outright, and even said no need for change, quite unusual. Listening to Tian Hong recount with excitement, Ziyu was drawn in as well, hands clasped before her chest, amazed. "Oh my, could there really be such good fortune falling from the sky?" After confirming the silver was pure, Ziyu joyfully snatched it, hugging it like a treasure before quickly leaving. "I'll put this away." He could only sit there, dazed, watching her retreating figure. Once Ziyu's figure was completely out of sight, Tian Hong rested his chin on his hand, pouting, cheeks puffed puffed like buns, feeling a twinge of resentment, mundane mortals, eyes and ears all flesh. His pride flared. Each strike of his blade contained the essence of supreme wisdom and strength, yet in the end, it only fetched a mere 12 taels of silver. Heavens, gods, and demons, this amount isn't even enough to buy the wood he carved. Let down in spirit, Tianhong could only sigh deeply. Remembering the boy's gleeful expression, while holding the statue, he smiled. Well, the kid is clever, an imperial aura hidden within. Fortunately still young, perhaps he will one day comprehend the profound essence of the work. Oh well, let fate arrange everything. After a warm meal, Tianhong and Shi Yu went out to the courtyard to catch the breeze. The wind blew through, causing the wind chimes hanging under the eaves to ring a pleasant sound. Shi Yu sat gently by the desk, fingers gliding over the strings of the guzheng, producing a melody clear as a mountain stream, gentle and pure like morning dew. Tianhong lay beside her, one hand behind his head, the other turning pages of a book. The soft music soothed him unusually. After 3 simple meals, they would enjoy wine and painting beneath blooming cherry trees. Life seemed like a fairy tale, perhaps only so. Silently Tianhong gazed, captivated by Si Yu's delicate features. Seemingly sensing his burning gaze, she paused, her hand leaving the strings, turning to him with a smile as charming as 100 flowers blooming at once. Their eyes met, one fiery, one deep as the ocean, mingling in the space. Tianhong silently marveled. These days are unbelievably beautiful. Time passed quietly. The evening light bathed the sky in a romantic orange-red. Si Yu leaned against the railing, her gaze dreamy, enjoying the magnificent sunset. Suddenly, a strong pair of arms wrapped around her waist from behind. Tianhong silently approached, lifting her into his arms. Si Yu startled, cheeks flushed pink, both embarrassed and scolding. "What are you doing, you demon?" Tianhong whispered seriously into her ear. "It's late, I have dawn duties, so let's go practice the ritual in the chamber." His face almost buried in her neck, Si Yu shyly lowered her gaze, voice teasing, "Trying to bully me again?" Tianhong replied concisely, "Yes." The straightforward answer made Si Yu tuck her hair behind her ear, face red as a ripe guk, softly said, "Then let's go." Hearing this, Tianhong seemed to drop all restraint, hugging her tightly, laughing with delight. Before them, they returned to the room, the heavy wooden door closed, completely separating them from the outside world. Si Yu had changed into a thin silk gown, half lying, half sitting on the bed, eyes sparkling like autumn waters, a seductive smile. "What are you still standing there for?" Lips parted as if inviting, "Come here, fool." Tianhong could not resist the charm. In his eyes, only pink hearts remained, his body heating like fire. In a moment his clothes were gone, only his underwear left. Lunging onto the bed, "My lady, I'm coming." They entwined, exchanging passionate, fiery kisses, moments of overflowing happiness. Whimpers and sighs echoed in the quiet space. The moon above seemed shy, hiding behind clouds. A night of intense spring quietly passed. The sun rose over the horizon again, morning warmth filtering through the window, birds chirping, spreading the scene. In the room, Shi Yu peacefully rested her head against Tianhong's strong chest, his arms embracing her, thin sheets covering their bodies. Suddenly mischievous sunlight shone directly on Shi Yu's beautiful face. She felt as if in a strange dream, long as a millennium. In the dream appeared lavish scenes, rainbow dragons twisting through clouds. "Where am I? This place feels so familiar." A celestial soldier clad in golden armor knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, "Thank you, Ji Yu, for blessing all beings of the 3 realms." Ji Yu was stunned, sitting on the powerful throne, full of doubt. "Who is Ji Yu?" Her pupils contracted, lightning flashing. Shi Yu shocked. "I remember now, I am Shi Yu." Shi Yu's body seemed to float in space, ancient memories flooding back. In this life immortal, but in past lives endured countless calamities. Through steadfast will eventually becoming celestial emperor, ruling over all immortals. Ziyu's immense power caused chaos to tremble. Gods and demons had to bow. In an ancient battle of immortals and demons, she alone slaughtered countless demon clans, bringing tens of thousands of years of peace to the 3 realms. It all lasted until he appeared. Shi Yu's eyes widened, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Tianhong's hand, which had gently held her every night, now cold and cruel, pierced her heart. Ziyu froze, body powerless, collapsing. Ultimate desolation. I remember fighting him 3 days and nights, ultimately defeated by a single soul-shattering strike. Ziyu jolted awake from the nightmare, eyes wide, filled with panic. Tension stretched like a string, head throbbing fiercely. She held her face. I am the reincarnated Central Celestial Emperor. Immortal consciousness awakening. Past life memories returning, fragmented memories surging, torturing the mind. While Shiyu was lost in daze and pain, a small hand reached from behind. The hand moved like lightning, touching her firm chest. making her startle and cry, "Someone let go." Tianhong's hand did not stop, sliding deep beneath the thin gown. Ziyu could not endure further, flinging the hated hand away, face flushed, screaming, "Ah!" After a commotion, Ziyu gradually calmed, furrowing her brow. Considering the situation before her, she blushed, glancing at Tianhong, still asleep with mouth open, muttering, "My lady still wants." She thought to herself, "I am Ziyu, revered by all. How could I let this mortal man occupy my comfort for 3 years?" Ziyu looked at the silk gown rustling over him, feelings indescribable, pure and majestic, a wondrous woman of the 3 realms, yet sharing a bed with a mortal for 3 years. If it became known, the 3 realms would laugh. Killing intent flared in her eyes. Kill him. Only by killing him could she erase this shame, preserve her purity. A great vengeance not yet avenged, not to mention ordinary romantic feelings. Ziyu's gaze cold as ice, looking at Tianhong. Only one path remained. She slowly extended her jade hand toward the sleeping man, watching tensely, killing him as if it never happened. Yet Tianhong still mumbled, "My lady, tomorrow I want soft braised tofu." The sharp hand suddenly paused in midair. Her face stiffened, but her hand hovered only an inch from his neck, unable to lower. After intense inner struggle, Ziyu helplessly released her hand, sighing heavily. She opened her eyes, looking at his sleeping face. "I am so close to him, how could I strike?" Ziyu's hand lightly touched Tianhong's cheek. "Yes, even if I am Ziyu, ruler of the 3 realms, once bound in marriage I will forever be his lady." Her gaze firm. "Demon Lord, you have been saved. When I restore my cultivation, I will return to the immortal realm to repay this debt, then use my life to protect my husband." Breaking her thoughts, Tianhong, asleep, puckered his lips, murmuring in his dream, "My lady, kiss me, kiss me." Seeing this, Ziyu's mood softened. She gently leaned toward him. "Rest assured, I will never leave him." She leaned slightly closer, brought her face near Tianhong, and whispered that she would protect him for the rest of her life, never letting anyone hurt him. Ziyu shyly placed a kiss on Tianhong's lips, gentle as the morning sun. Right after that, she happily rested her head on his outstretched arm, nestling into Tianhong's embrace to find the most comfortable position. The sunlight gradually climbed higher, as if announcing that a new day had truly begun. Tianhong sat up lazily, stretched with satisfaction, then let out a long yawn. After a deep sleep, he turned to Ziyu, lightly waved her over and called, "Wife, come here and help your husband change." She immediately sprang up from the bed without the slightest hesitation, reaching out to wrap her arms around his neck. Her clear voice rang out, "Yes, let me go get clothes for you." In the blink of an eye, Ziyu had become the image of a capable wife, carefully helping Tianhong put on each layer of clothing properly. Meanwhile, his idle hands settled on her slender waist, then gently pulled her closer to him. Tianhong looked deep into Ziyu's clear eyes, his voice full of affection. "In this life, having married a wife as talented and beautiful as you, I have nothing more to wish for." Ziyu widened her eyes, leaned against him, and said coquettishly, "Husband, my colored powder is all used up. Come buy more with me today." Tianhong nodded indulgently and replied softly, "All right, let me dress you first. Which outfit do you want to wear into town?" Ziyu shyly stepped back, gently tucked her hair behind her ear, and acted spoiled. "Husband, choose for me." Tianhong did not hesitate at all, quickly selected an outfit, then personally helped her put it on, his fingertips lightly brushing her hand. After that, he moved behind her and carefully draped a feathered cloak over Ziyu. He gently embraced her from behind, the hug tender yet carrying a clear trace of possessiveness. A moment later, Ziyu had finished changing into a jade green outfit, looking exceedingly beautiful. Tianhong adjusted a few stray locks by her temples while looking into the bronze mirror and praising her, "My wife is truly beautiful." Ziyu blushed slightly, turned her head to look at him, and asked, "What did you just say?" Tianhong wrapped his arms around her shoulders and repeated the compliment without hesitation in a firm voice. "I said no one in this world is more beautiful than you." Those straightforward words made her unable to hold back a soft giggle. Ziyu turned around, looked at him, and teased, "Then does that mean I am not beautiful when I am not wearing clothes?" Tianhong froze for an instant, as if entranced by her beauty. His face reddened slightly, then he stammered, What do you mean by that?" After hesitating for a while, Tianhong could only use his ultimate move. He suddenly embraced her from behind, smiled ingratiatingly, and whispered by her ear, "My wife, I must say that when you shed your garments, that beauty becomes even more refined and otherworldly, like a lotus just blooming in the morning mist. No matter what form you take, you are still a priceless masterpiece in this humble one's eyes." Ji was clearly very satisfied with Duke Delan's sweet words, so she rewarded him with a kiss on the cheek. She giggled, "That mouth of yours is as sweet as honey, let's go." And so the heaven-made couple left the village entrance hand in hand. Marketplace at this moment was lively like a chaotic symphony. Buyers and sellers crowding together, the sound of haggling ringing everywhere. Everyone busy in the whirlpool of their own livelihood. Amid the dense flow of people coming and going, Tianhong and Shi Yu walked side by side past a group dressed entirely in black, long swords on their backs, their whole bodies exuding an unfathomable air of mystery. On the surface, both remained calm as if nothing had happened, but Tianhong had silently noted that group, his brows faintly furrowing. Just then, Shi Yu had been completely drawn in by the bustling splendor before her. She excitedly pointed in one direction. "Husband, stand here and wait for me a moment. I will go look at that stall." Tianhong instantly returned to the demeanor of a model husband and smiled gently. "All right, wife, go ahead." The moment she turned and left, a clear cry like silver bells through the marketplace, immediately drawing Tianhong's gaze over. Fine goods here, top-grade bunny girls. A rarity seen once in 1,000 years. Honored guests, please come take a look. While his beloved wife was still absorbed in admiring glittering trinkets, Tianhong could not help feeling curious, his gaze turning toward the source of that bewitching invitation. There, a stall owner was loudly introducing his unique wares. Women in seductive bunny outfits locked together inside a large iron cage. They were indeed all beautiful, but each of them hung her head in sorrow, as if she had already surrendered her life to fate. That stall owner kept talking endlessly, exquisite figures, skilled in 18 kinds of techniques, guaranteed to satisfy every master. The tight-fitting outfits had even been deliberately torn in several places as a bold form of advertising, revealing eye-catching fair skin. Do not miss this rare chance as you pass by. Tianhong only glanced over before silently shaking his head, a weary feeling rising in his heart. In the end, this world still placed strength above all else. The strong could trample others at will, while for the weak, sometimes merely existing had already become a mistake. Seeing his gaze pause there, the stall owner hurriedly waved his hands nonstop and called enthusiastically, come here, handsome brother." The old man pointed both hands toward him, as excited as if meeting an old friend. "Brother, do you want to buy a bunny girl? I guarantee she will help you relax day and night, refresh your spirit, and drive away all fatigue." In contrast to that eagerness, Tianhong only replied coldly with one word, "No." That stall owner clearly would not give up easily. The old man immediately threw an arm around his shoulders, speaking in a familiar tone like a brother of many years. "There is a special offer right now, brother, a full 20% off. Miss this chance and you will regret it all year." Such excessive enthusiasm left Tianhong utterly helpless. He looked again at the girls imprisoned in the cage and sighed inwardly, truly pitiful, but also truly unfortunate. Heaven and earth were originally heartless. From the moment they were born, it was as though they had been destined to become tools for others to make money, without even the slightest strength to resist. Just as Tianhong was still immersed in thought, a crisp voice tinged with soreness rang out behind him, startling him. "Dear, where has your soul been hooked away to? Or should I be generous and buy you a bunny girl to serve you every night for convenience?" Tianhong immediately jumped in fright, hurriedly waving his hands again and again as he stammered an explanation. "I was wrong. I truly was wrong, wife. I absolutely did not mean that. You have to believe me." But clearly, that explanation did not help much. Shi Yu planted her hands on her hips, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she stared at him without blinking, her voice sinking. "I only left for a moment, and you already could not restrain yourself. Or should I buy this entire cage for you to use slowly?" Instantly, Tianhong reached out and grabbed her soft hand, no different from clutching a life-saving float. He forced himself to appear calm and pulled her away. Let's go. Let's stroll around a little more and then go home." Yet how could Shi Yu let it pass so easily? She shot him a glance sharp as a blade and decisively flung away the hand holding her wrist. Shi Yu turned around, her bearing still graceful, yet every step was heavy with anger, and before leaving she coldly dropped a sentence. "Let me see how many you can buy with your purse." Knowing he had completely lost the upper hand, Tianhong could only hurriedly trail after her, his mouth constantly defending himself. "Wife, just being able to see you every day is already the blessing of 3 lifetimes. How could anyone else possibly enter my eyes?" While he was still suffering as he coaxed her, waves had long since surged in Yu's heart. She silently ground her teeth. That hateful Shi Yu treasure house actually dares openly sell bunny girls in front of me, and even wants to corrupt my husband. Thinking of that, her gaze became dark and cold as it swept toward the stall owner. In her mind, she had already decided that from now on, she would definitely make this name, Shi Yu Treasure House, vanish from the world. An invisible yet heavy killing intent suffocating in its weight suddenly radiated from Shi Yu, causing both Tianhong and the nearby stall owner to shudder uncontrollably, their faces turning pale. Terrifying, truly too terrifying. This small incident was merely a prelude to the two of them's outing. Not long after, Shi Yu once again revealed a bright smile as if nothing had ever happened, pulling his hand as they stepped into a clothing shop. After that, the two walked shoulder to shoulder, choosing pieces of jewelry displayed along both sides of the street. When the shopping for clothes and women's jewelry ended, Tianhong followed behind, utterly exhausted, both arms full of his wife's spoils, while Shi Yu skipped along in front, holding a skewer of bright red candied hawthorns. Seeing that she still seemed very interested in shopping, Tianhong could only speak up to advise her wife. "It seems we have bought a little too much. How about we go home?" Unexpectedly, this time she did not object and even answered with a bright smile. "All right." On the way back, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Great banners embroidered with fierce beasts were raised with imposing might, snapping loudly in the wind. A mighty procession of horses, numbering in the dozens and then the hundreds, was advancing in orderly formation. 2 rows of soldiers in gleaming armor, long spears in hand, marched properly on both sides, their mouths shouting like thunder. The general returns to the city. Civilians, clear the way. Inside the heavily guarded carriage, Tianyu sat upright, her hand resting firmly on the hilt of her sword. Her face was so cold that no one dared casually approach her to strike up a conversation. Tianhong was still carrying his wife's things in his arms as he observed, then leaned close to Ji Yu's ear and asked quietly, "Who is this woman to put on such a grand display?" Nearby citizens heard his innocent question and hurriedly pointed it out, enthusiastically explaining that she was Great General Tianwu, the one who had just quelled the rebellion of the demon wolf clan and returned far sooner than expected. She was also the youngest war goddess of the dynasty, said to be deeply trusted and favored by the Phoenix Empress. Hearing the people praise her without end, then looking at Tian Yu's distant figure, Shi Yu unconsciously smiled in satisfaction. Not bad, she had returned earlier than expected. Suddenly Tian Yu seemed to sense something unusual, and immediately turned her head to look behind her. Amid the dense crowd, Tianhong also caught an abnormal aura and quickly swept his gaze around. His eyes quickly stopped on a suspicious spot, his brows furrowed slightly, and Tianhong's gaze turned cold and sharp as it locked to a corner of the crowd. This killing intent, it was the group of black-clad men he and Shi Yu had brushed past earlier. They stood utterly still, their eyes fixed on the approaching carriage procession. In that instant, he immediately raised his guard, his entire body taut like a drawn bowstring. Someone was about to make a move. Sure enough, the moment the carriage procession passed by, an assassin circulated his energy and shot into the air, hurling down a pitch-black object while shouting with murderous intent, "Die." In an instant, Tianhong's pupils constricted. A hidden weapon. Faced with the bomb-like object hurtling straight down, T remained strangely calm, sitting still with her arms folded and her eyes closed. By contrast, the nearby guards cried out in panic, "Protect her, there are assassins." At that exact moment, Tian Yu suddenly opened her eyes wide, and her icy gaze instantly shot toward the incoming hidden weapon. Ti Yu stood beside him, stunned with shock, her eyes wide and lips parted, her worried gaze fixed on Tian Yu. Tianhong reacted faster than thought, immediately pulling her into his arms to shield her. "Wife, be careful." Without the slightest hesitation, a sword light flashed like lightning. Tian Yu lightly slashed the hidden weapon away, leaving behind a resounding clash. As the slash ended, the bomb was knocked high into the air and exploded in the sky. The pressure from the explosion created a violent shockwave, throwing the surrounding citizens into panic as they clutched their heads, screamed, and scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the scene had fallen into chaos, with shrill cries ringing everywhere. "Run, help." Amid that disorder, Tianhong still stood firm as a mountain, holding Shi Yu tightly in his arms. Tian Yu's gaze was now cold and sharp to the extreme as she began to vigilantly scan her surroundings. The escort troops immediately surged over like a tide, weapons ready in hand, shouting in unison, "Escort." The leading assassin was not shaken by that momentum at all. He merely waved his hand coldly, his dark voice sounding as if it had risen from hell. "Proceed according to the plan." The old man decisively gave the order to kill. Immediately, the assassins hidden behind them appeared all at once, charging ferociously at their prey like a pack of wolves. Tian Yu was already far too used to battle and remained calmly seated on her chair. She lowered her head and coldly ordered, "All soldiers heed my command." The soldiers instantly turned back, their eyes blazing as they answered in unison, "Please give your orders, General." Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, the killing intent in her eyes freezing like ice, her voice cold and indifferent without the slightest emotion. "Kill them all." In the blink of an eye, both soldiers and assassins stomped hard at the same time, launching themselves into the air and leaving trails of hazy white smoke behind. The citizens below watched dozens of figures streak through the air one after another, frightened to the extreme, only able to raise their heads and shout, "Heavens, they are all cultivators, and there are even great cultivators of the spirit condensation realm." realm. The first assassin to charge forward formed hand seals and unleashed a supreme technique, Heaven Overturning Seal. The second was not slow either, pouring in all his strength to cast it, Billion Breath Ruler. An assassin behind them gritted his teeth, raised his sword high and roared, Yama's Decree. From another direction, the rest also formed seals and shouted in unison, Fire Phoenix Dance. All the assassins carried a terrifyingly cold-killing intent, aiming straight at Tianyu together. Meanwhile, Tianyu still sat calmly on her chair. The soldiers quickly carried massive iron shields forward to block the front and shouted in unison, Form the array, protect the general to the death. In the next blink, a hemispherical defensive formation rose up, forming a sturdy energy shield that enveloped Tianyu. At the same time, countless attacks and hidden weapons from the assassins also came crashing in. When the attacks collided, another heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion erupted. Billowing white dust and smoke covered a corner of the sky. The curious citizens who had lingered to watch the commotion no longer dared to hesitate and hurriedly fled. Run quickly. Tianhong had been standing outside with his arms folded, watching from the beginning, but by now he had lost all patience. He snorted coldly, the last fragile thread of his forbearance snapping. What a cheap little farce, ruining my mood. Were it not for the need to remove the demonic energy seals and avoid implicating my beloved wife, I would have sent these noisy small fry away long ago. Fine, safety comes first. I will take my wife back to the manor first. Once the thought came, he acted, turning to take Ji Yu's jade-like hand, a fawning smile on his lips. Wife, do not be afraid. I will take you back to the manor at once. Yet an unexpected change struck, and his beloved Shi Yu had vanished without a trace. In her place, an unfamiliar figure rushed over and grabbed his shoulder, crying messily while wailing, Young master, please save this old servant's life. Tianhong had just come back to himself, and when he saw the appearance of this forced savior clearly, he instantly retreated as if struck by lightning. Trembling, he pointed at the woman's indescribable face and shouted in horror, What kind of cursed thing is this? What sort of monster are you? The fragile soul of the great demon Venerable almost flew straight to the heavens. Tianhong frantically raised his hand, hurriedly grabbed the portion of his soul floating in the air, and stuffed it back into his chest. Trembling inwardly, he thought, that was close, I nearly had my soul scattered for real. Just then, as if a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind, he abruptly came to his senses. His panicked eyes widened, and his feigned calm quickly returned. Now was not the time to care about such trivial matters. Without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed the woman's collar, shook her back and forth like a maraca, and roared in threat. Hey, brat, did you see where my wife went? The woman was so frightened that she burst into sobs, yet she still raised her hand, her voice shifting from grief to a strangely coy tone. Young master, could it be that you no longer want me? Shamelessly, she even brazenly leaned her whole body into Tianhong's arms, blinking her swollen eyes with a resentful voice amid flashing blades and swords. You already have me, so why are you still thinking of someone else? Tianhong lowered his head and looked at the chubby hand like a pig trotter resting on his chest, and his fury instantly erupted. I swear, this rotten world deserves to be razed into ashes. He gripped her shoulders tightly, his force so great that the woman panicked and stammered. Young master. Tianhong ground his teeth audibly, dense killing intent spreading from him, his deep, cold voice sounding as if it had risen from hell. Shut your mouth. Where did you get the dog guts to dare say such disgusting words to me? His brows knitted tightly, his blood-red eyes staring fixedly at her as if he wanted to swallow her alive. You must really want to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianhong said nothing more and sent her flying into the air like a comet with a terrifying kick. Scram. The woman was kicked far away, drawing a perfect purple across the sky, yet she still refused to be quiet and forced her voice to carry back. Young master, you are far too rude. By a bitter coincidence, she landed exactly where an assassin was stealthily swinging his sword, intending to ambush Tian from behind. Hearing the unusual movement, Tianyu instantly turned back in vigilance, her gaze full of shock. What the hell just flew past? Immediately afterward, Tianyu's face flushed red when she saw a man and a woman lying on top of each other in the middle of the crowded street. Do these two have something wrong with their heads? Meanwhile, the culprit behind everything was still seething with rage. He held his head and forced himself to breathe deeply and evenly, trying to suppress the anger about to surge out of his chest. Calm down, I have to calm down. Forget it. Stop thinking. I have the sight of true knowing, the prophetic ability to foresee all things and see through the future. Where is Shi Yu? I only need to establish heart-link resonance, and I will know at once. Tianhong tightly closed his eyes, focusing all his mind as he entered his own inner space. He activated heart-link resonance, then abruptly opened his eyes wide. The panic on his face had eased somewhat. Right, my wife is no longer here now. Clearly, amid the chaos, that damned crowd had shoved her away. He let his arms hang down and quietly sensed. Although no pain came through heart-link distinct resonance, Tianhong could still clearly feel wave after wave of chaotic emotion, fear, and utter resentment in the Empress's heart. He clenched his teeth tightly, his once handsome face now dark as the bottom of a pot. Just then, a piercing voice rang out right beside him. A bunch of bastards. Tianhong straightened up, just in time to see an assassin charging fiercely toward the battlefield, cursing nonstop. Very good, just when I need a punching bag to vent this repression, and the madness surging in my heart. Tianhong reached out at an unbelievable speed, grabbing the unlucky man's head in the blink of an eye. The charging assassin instantly froze, his face deathly pale with terror as he stammered, "Woo, what the hell is this?" Rage had swallowed all of Tianhong's reason. He tightened the hand gripping the other man's head, his voice cold to the bone. "Today, all of you must die." That man still did not know fear and even craned his neck to shout back, "Who the hell are you? Are you looking to die?" Although his fury had blazed up as if it would burn the heavens and earth to ash, Tianhong still forced himself to remain calm. "I cannot remove too many seals, otherwise the mortals around me will all be shocked to death by my aura." After a moment of consideration, he decisively made his choice. "Then I will temporarily remove 100 million points of sealing first." In the next blink, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering aura erupted from his body. That invisible power made the assassin suffer unbearable pain, clutching his head as he screamed miserably, "Boss, spare me, spare my life." A massive stream of energy instantly poured straight into his body, transforming into a dazzling golden pillar of light. The surrounding space seemed to distort, while in Tianhong's mind, ancient memories surged back one after another. "Before stepping into the demon realm, I was once a seeker of immortality, walking the arduous path of cultivation. That road was incomparably thorny, and every step forward was as difficult as ascending to heaven." He had also once begun from the lowest level, foundation establishment, sitting in meditation and cultivating with his fellow disciples beneath the early morning sunlight. After that, he broke through to the Golden Core realm, training every punch and kick day and night with astonishing power. After countless rounds of bitter training, he advanced another stage, reaching nascent soul, sitting in quiet cultivation, beneath the roaring tower under his master's witness. Tianhong's realm continued to rise. He stepped into spirit condensation, already able to sit motionless on the still surface of the water and focus on cultivation. Next came spirit transformation, where he continued his arduous tempering amid drifting layers of cloud. Yet the path of cultivation had never been smooth. With only a moment of carelessness, he fell into void refinement, screaming in agony amid failure. Tianhong had tasted every bitterness and sweetness the world had to offer. Step by step, he advanced to longevity, then void immortal, and finally touched the pinnacle of Dao cultivation beyond the mortal dust, true immortal. That path was filled with hardship, but thanks to his extraordinary talent and unwavering will, this venerable self ultimately reached true immortal and prepared to ascend to the immortal realm. Ahead lay a radiant road like paradise, opening wide to welcome him. Yet at the very moment he seemed about to reach the end, the steps beneath his feet began to collapse. A terrifying upheaval erupted from within his own body. Through carelessness, he had mistakenly fused with sacred demonic blood. Tianhong stared down at his hand in pale horror, where drops of black blood seeped out, dragging demonic chi with them as it spread. Everything was over. The path of ascension to the immortal realm shattered, and he plunged straight into demonic path. Though his heart was filled with regret, he still reached out in despair, hoping to grasp a thread of salvation, yet he could not stop himself from falling into the bottomless abyss. Returning to the present after that long stream of memories, Tianhong raised his hand, gave an incredulous empty command, then burst into mad laughter. "Yes, ha ha ha, this truly shocks this venerable self. I thought that after entering the demonic path, the immortal road had been completely severed, but to think immortal ki still exists." He lowered his gaze to the pure stream of immortal ki coiling around his hand, and his smile suddenly grew radiant. So this venerable self's true immortal cultivation was only suppressed by the demonic realm. Just then, another assassin had circled behind him and roared in fury, "How dare you strike my brother?" Soon as the words fell, the assassin sprang high into the air and decisively hurled a poisoned dart toward Tianhong. "Go die." Yet he'd not turn his head at all, still standing motionless like a statue. But before the hidden weapon could touch him, it was stopped by an invisible layer of light, suspended in midair. The assassin was terrified to the extreme, his face flushing red with panic and disbelief. "No, this is impossible." Immediately afterward, a colossal force from the shield behind him rebounded, rushing straight toward that man. An earth-shaking explosion rang out, directly incinerating the assassin's body, leaving only his final miserable scream. Meanwhile, Tianhong was still immersed in sensing the power that had just awakened. Since ancient times across the three realms, no one had ever been able to contain both immortal Kai and demonic Ki within the same body. This made him both curious and excited. Dual cultivation of immortal and demon, truly far too interesting. Immediately afterward, Tianhong quickly restrained his aura, his expression becoming calm. My enemies are spread across the 3 realms. Once my demonic key is exposed, they will surely come seeking revenge. At that time, my wife will also be implicated, and the situation will be extremely dangerous. Fortunately, my immortal power remains intact, so future actions will be much smoother. After thinking it through clearly, Tianhong's gaze suddenly turned cold, sweeping across the remaining assassins. His voice was low and carried killing intent. Next, send all these fools who do not know life from death into reincarnation. At the same time, Tianyu and the Imperial soldiers were nearly exhausted, their breathing ragged as they struggled to withstand the assassins' relentless attacks. She shouted angrily, "Damn it, there are more than 10 spirit condensation cultivators." Tianyu braced her sword hard against the ground to steady herself, panting as sweat poured from her without end. The officer blocking the front, shield in hand, shouted in alarm, "General, retreat quickly. The other side has more than 10 spirit condensation assassins. We cannot hold them back." Tianyu completely ignored that advice and even snapped furiously. "Shut up, all of you, hold on for me." She forced herself to stand straight once more. Come then, this general will absolutely not abandon a single soldier. Hearing this, the soldiers were all moved and immediately leaned back to back, forming a solid defensive ring. Seeing that Tianyu and the troops had fallen into a disadvantage, the assassins began to show contempt. Their leader raised a hand and pointed straight at them, laughing arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, you are already spent arrows at the end of their flight. The famed war goddess is nothing more than this." Tianyu was enraged to the extreme, gritting her teeth as she tightened her grip on the sword hilt and cursed inwardly. "Damn it. Though I have already reached the perfected spirit condensation realm and am considered a top expert, the other side has more than 10 people at the same realm." Unwilling to drag this out any longer, all the assassins charged forward at once. The leader stared straight at Tianyu, his icy voice brimming with killing intent. "Very well, it is time to send you to paradise, Deputy Grand General." Now Tianyu had completely exhausted her strength. She slowly closed her eyes, as accepting the outcome, desperately praying in her heart. "Brother, hurry over here." Yet that life and death moment, which seemed endlessly long, passed, and Tianyu remained safe and sound. Those deadly streaks of light merely swept past like a faint breeze, leaving behind a chaotic scene swallowed in thick, hazy mist. Tianyu blinked repeatedly, staring blankly ahead, her mind almost coming to a halt because she could not understand what had just happened. The soldier beside her was no better, awkwardly scratching his head and stammering without forming a sentence. Only after confirming that the danger had vanished did Tianyu turn around, her voice sinking as she asked the subordinates behind her, "Where are the assassins? Where did they all disappear to?" The soldiers were utterly bewildered, some scratching their heads, others frowning as they stammered in reply. Reporting to the general, "We do not know either. They just vanished like that." Those 2 answers were even vaguer than the situation before her, leaving Tianyu stunned. She unconsciously raised a hand to her chin, pondering in silence. Could it be that we have run into something ghostly in broad daylight? Or is this some large-scale illusion trick? What exactly are those assassins waiting for? Although the situation had temporarily settled and no one rushed out to attack, Tianyu did not relax her vigilance at all. She pointed at the pitch-black house ahead and issued a firm order. "Everyone, stay alert. Those little rats may still be hiding in the shadows, waiting for a chance to strike." Upon receiving the order, the soldiers immediately obeyed with discipline, quickly scattering in all directions, their sharp eyes constantly sweeping every corner. Contrary to the suffocatingly tense atmosphere and the crowd's bewilderment below, the culprit behind everything, Tianhong, was leisurely seated on a curved rooftop like a dragon's back, looking as relaxed as if he were strolling through a garden. He glanced downward and clicked his tongue in mockery. Weak, so weak they are not even worth mentioning. This venerable self had only sneezed once. No, merely flicked out a tiny wisp of divine sense. Yet the whole lot had already turned to ash. Could the standard of the mortal realm truly be this poor? Naturally, no one around was qualified to answer that universe-level question of his. Tianhong folded his arms, the smugness on his face plain to see. Thinking about it carefully, that was only natural. The gap between the mortal realm and the immortal realm was no different from comparing ants to an elephant, a difference as vast as heaven and earth. One side was like paradise, the other no different from a slum. It would be strange if they could cross that gap. Before long, he strolled leisurely across the steeply curved rooftops, thinking to himself that he would let this little matter go. In any case, it counts as venting some anger for my beloved wife. As Tianhong walked, he swept his gaze around, a roguish glint flashing in his eyes. "My wife definitely will not be in trouble. but the immortal Kai on her body is far too conspicuous in the mortal realm. I have sealed my own cultivation, so now I must focus on finding my wife. After wandering across the rooftops for ages without seeing any trace of her, Tianhong decided to leap down to the ground and blend into the ordinary crowd, properly adopting the bearing of a mortal. He rested both hands behind his head and strode leisurely along, only one thought remaining in his mind: find my beloved wife. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Phoenix Palace, the atmosphere was unusually lively, as noisy as a marketplace in chaos. The heralding soldier's voice rang through the great hall. His Majesty has decreed, summon Grand Commander Xu Feng for an audience. Receiving the order, Xu Feng immediately rushed inside and dropped to his knees on the cold tiles. His bearing so respectful, he nearly pressed his entire body to the ground. This subject, Grand Commander Xu Feng, pays respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Shi Yu sat majestically upon the splendid throne and coldly ordered him to raise his head. How could Xu Feng dare delay? He immediately lifted his face, revealing panda-like dark circles beneath his eyes, and a face as pale as paper. As Her Majesty commands. The moment Xu Feng's gaze met hers, Shi Yu's face instantly turned as cold as ice. Her voice seemed like frigid air descending from the nine nethers. Xu Feng, you command the elite guards of Tianfeng City. I want a clear explanation. What exactly is the current situation? Facing Shi Yu's furious expression, Xu Feng did not dare hesitate even for an instant. He hurriedly explained in flustered panic, reporting to Your Majesty, the group of assassins who besieged General Tian Yu have all evaporated. This old subject cannot find the cause at all. They all vanished strangely, without traces, without clues, cleanly as if they had never existed. After hearing this, the anger in Shi Yu's heart flared even more violently. Her willow brows tightly furrowed. She poured all her rage into her arm, raised it, then struck the golden armrest with an earth-shaking palm. The force was so great that white smoke still curled around her hand afterward. Shi Yu slowly withdrew her hand and continued issuing orders. No matter the price, you must find the one behind those assassins. Even if you have to dig up this entire city, drag him before me. Xu Feng was so frightened that his whole body pressed flat to the ground, trembling nonstop like a reed in the wind. His eyes darted back and forth, and his already pale face now lost the last trace of color. He was inwardly horrified. Heavens and spirits above, the Empress is truly furious. This killing intent is so dense it feels like it could be cut with a knife. Only a few days have passed since I last saw her, yet Her Majesty's realm seems even more unfathomable. Without giving Xu Feng even a moment for wandering thoughts, Ji Yu immediately continued ordering him, her voice low and filled with pressure. Once you find them, kill them all, do not leave a single one alive. Do you understand? How could the old man dare utter a word of objection? He hurriedly knocked his head to the ground and replied respectfully, "As you command. This old subject will investigate to the end, kill them all, and absolutely not spare anyone." After giving all the necessary instructions, Shi Yu waved her hand, signaling for Xu Feng to withdraw. Go. The old man did not dare linger for even a second, hurriedly rose, and quickly left the main palace. The moment he stepped out the door, Xu Feng felt as if he had escaped the gates of hell, letting out a long breath of relief, as though his lungs had finally been freed. Phew, I nearly lost my soul there. That scared this old man enough to shed several precious strands of beard. He gently stroked his long beard, calculations already beginning in his mind. I did not expect Her Majesty to value General Tian Yu so highly. It seems I will have to find a way to curry favor in the future. No, to build a good relationship with General Tian Yu. Just as Xu Feng was still immersed in thought, Feng Er suddenly jumped out from who knew where, clever as a little fox. The girl smiled mischievously at him. "Honored Xu Feng, why are you standing here in a daze? Did my sister give you a very difficult task? Do you need my help?" Her sudden appearance made Xu Feng jump, his heart seeming to drop straight to his heels. He hurriedly retreated a step and waved his hands again and again. "Ah, Your Highness, I would not dare trouble Your Highness. This old man can handle it himself." Seeing his flustered appearance, Feng Er could not help laughing, raising a hand to point at him teasingly. "He, I tricked you. How could this princess be so free as to worry about other people's business?" After saying this, the girl turned and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. "I am going to find my sister." Watching that mischievous figure from behind, Xu Feng quietly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What a close call. Fortunately, Her Highness did not interfere. Otherwise, there would be even more trouble. At this moment, inside the imperial study of Tianfeng Palace, Shi Yu was dipping her brush in ink, preparing to write. Her face was dark, her lips pressed tightly together, clearly extremely displeased. Those damned flies. If I were not afraid of exposing my earth-shaking cultivation in front of my husband, even if you grew 8 more lives, it still would not be enough for me to deal with you. Fortunately, her husband was unharmed, but had it been a moment longer, he would have suffered injury. You lot dying 100 times still wouldn't appease my rage. The strokes on Shi Yu's paper became chaotic with her fury. Setting down her brush, Shi Yu finally managed to regain a bit of composure. From under the table, Feng Er mischievously clung to the edge of the wood and popped her head up. Truly, the queen of Phoenix Nation, getting angry over trivial matters. She slipped out to the side of the table, wearing a sly smile. Clearly, the elder sister really liked that man. Shi Yu startled at the sudden appearance, pausing her question, her nose twitching curiously. Feng Er winked, pulled out a brocade box and pushed it toward her. The item you asked me to fetch, I've brought it back. Shi Yu quickly accepted it, holding it as if it were a treasure, gently stroking the surface of the box. Seeing this, Feng Er turned away immediately, her lips puckered, pouting. That man isn't anything special, just ordinary. Did he use a love charm? Yet you willingly married him and even take care of his meals and rest. Shi Yu smiled, lightly rubbing Feng Er's head, her nose still small, not yet understanding romantic feelings. Her face flushed, hands cupping her cheeks, eyes filled with happiness. Though elder sister's cultivation only lingered around the 5th stage of bamboo core, her physique was extraordinarily strong. Shi Yu felt embarrassed, wanting to hide in a hole, quickly turned her face away. Only when beside him did her heart feel peaceful, content, and there were countless other joys to experience. Feng Er stood nearby, arms crossed, lips long, her gaze judgmental like observing an addict, truly overflowing with happiness. Wonder what he did to make elder sister so infatuated. Hearing this, Shi Yu immediately widened her eyes, cheeks puffed with anger, turning to look at the little girl. Feng Er was frightened, pale, stepping back one pace. Ah, elder sister, but it was already too late. In a blink, Shi Yu grabbed Feng Er's round cheeks, pinched hard, then stretched them like taffy. How dare you ask so much? The girl cried out in pain, tears welling, only able to endure. Oh, it hurts. I'm sorry, elder sister, I'm sorry. A while later, as her anger subsided, Shi Yu released Feng Er's reddened cheeks, turning to look out the window. It was late. Usually I take advantage of the time when my husband visits the shop to handle matters. Seeing the sun near the mountains, Shi Yu panicked, mouth agape. Oh no, something unexpected today, must return quickly. Fear my husband worrying if he doesn't see me. Feng Er rubbed her cheek, regained composure, sat up with one hand on her cheek, the other reaching toward her, softly calling elder sister, but in a blink, only a fading silhouette remained before the little girl. Shi Yu became a blur, darting like a shooting star, leaving a faint trail of white smoke. Feng Er stood watching, eyes full of bewilderment. The adult world was truly complicated. Little girl stood with arms crossed, alone, not knowing what to do. Afterwards, Feng Er looked down at her small frame, angry. Still calling me a little brat. I'm not small. At that moment, the sun had set, the sky dyed a deep purple of dust. Tianhong paced before the gate like a nervous hen, clumsy limbs, murmuring, oh no, so worried. Where on earth has my wife gone? He was anxious, thinking, damn it, if I unleash my full realm, no matter where my wife is, I can teleport to her. But with enemies across the 3 realms, doing so would endanger her. While Tianhong fretted, the door outside was gently opened by a Shi Yu. Stepping into the courtyard, she was slightly surprised to see him already waiting. Their eyes met, both shy and endearing. Shi Yu chuckled, shyly covering her mouth. Tianhong awkwardly scratched his face, then smiled foolishly, eyes full of affection. Wife, you're back, that's great. Immediately after, Shi Yu became a small gust of wind, rushing into Tianhong's embrace, arms tightening around his sturdy back. Could it really be him? He had returned. In a moment of astonishment, then calm, he stroked her soft hair. On the way back, I didn't see you, he said hoarsely with worry. I feared going mad. Shi Yu nestled into his chest, dazed, lips responding. I want to scour the capital to find you. He smiled, holding her tightly, eyes closed, savoring the precious reunion. The damned insects, gnashing silently, daring to make my tiny wife endure terror. Just wait, when I have time I'll find who's behind it. Let him taste the pain of touching Tianhong's wife. The memory of his hand clamping the assassin's head surged back, bringing an undercurrent of unresolved rage. Anger flared, dark energy surging, enveloping his hand. Tianhong didn't hesitate, executing the celestial secret art to shatter the villain, each fragment of his memories torn apart, the image of the manipulator appearing clearly. So it was him. Tianhong frowned, quickly devising a ruthless plan for revenge. However, that murderous thought was abruptly interrupted in the gentlest way possible. Shi Yu suddenly released him, grabbed his large hand, pulling him along excitedly. Tianhong awakened. Many more important and endearing things awaited. Shi Yu had the table set neatly, voice like silver bells. The food is ready, eat while it's hot. Tianhong cooperated immediately. After searching for her, even I'm ravenous. In moments both sat neatly at the warm dining table. Tianhong whimsically opened his mouth for her to feed him, eyes sparkling. Wife, feed me quickly. Shi Yu laughed, gaze full of indulgence. All right, husband. She picked up a golden, fragrant piece of chicken, bringing it to him. You must finish it, or I'll be upset. Tianhong grinned brightly, taking the piece in the bowl, but then put the bowl down. He bit the chicken directly from her chopsticks, winking teasingly. Don't worry, wife, I'll eat it all. Burning energy spent at night, Shi Yu's cheeks flushed, embarrassed, shoving the chicken into his mouth. Eat it. She picked up another piece, eyes sparkling at him full of affection. How could Tianhong resist this beauty trap, body burning, face flushed like a ripe fruit? Without warning, he sprang up, lifting her into his embrace, causing Shi Yu to startle and cry out. Tianhong remained serious, yet his words were inappropriate. My wife's meal is truly a delicacy. After eating, I feel fully energized. Shi Yu hurriedly covered her mouth, eyes avoiding his. A trickster. Clearly he only wanted mischief. Night fell in the warm room. Whispers arose. He, wife now full, we should do some healthy activities. Him, I hate him. She said hate. Why this way? He, truly annoying. After an intense romantic session, they returned to the table under flickering candlelight. The food was reheated, aroma filling the space. Shi Yu gently picked up the white steamer, bringing it to his mouth. Husband, open wide. Tianhong obediently followed, not resisting, opening his mouth to receive it. He chewed delightfully, holding his cheeks in a showy manner, eyes squinting from laughter. Today's meal is excellent. He covered his mouth, continuing the familiar play. If one day I can't eat what my wife cooks, I'll starve. Her culinary skill is top chef level. Hearing such sweet words, Shi Yu blushed, turning away shyly. Not really. In a blink, her expression changed completely, smile vanished, face darkened. Outside, a brothel flower house. Shi Yu's gaze cold as a blade, inside surrounded by beauties. How could her husband starve? They thought if a few soft female attendants poured wine nearby, my simple meal would smell even more fragrant. Tianhong was startled, cold sweat breaking out. Oh no, she still remembers the 3-day female attendant, his brain working at full capacity. Without hesitation, Tianhong grabbed a sausage on the table, using the tactic of blocking her mouth to change the topic. Ada, the sausage today is delicious too. As he spoke, he quickly stuffed the sausage into her mouth, grinning. Wife, you eat too. Eat well and sleep. Taken by surprise, Shi Yu managed to raise her hand to stop the sausage. She turned away, mumbling weakly, don't think this small sausage can bribe me. Having dealt with the evidence, Shi Yu acted coquettishly again. Too thirsty, wanting porridge, Tianhong seized the opportunity. Here you go. He swiftly ladled out a bowl of still steaming porridge, gently bringing each spoonful to her. Bringing the spoon close to her lips, he coaxed her in a soft voice. Be good, my wife, open your mouth. Shi Yu obediently did as told. After eating, a thin trace of porridge still clung to her full lips, making her look even more alluring. Shi Yu playfully stuck out her little tongue and licked the porridge clean, secretly thinking that marrying her husband was truly the greatest happiness of her life. Opposite her, Tianhong also gazed at her with an enchanted smile. I only hope to protect my wife for the rest of my life, so she may be safe and happy. I care nothing for that title of supreme ruler of the 3 realms. As long as I can stay by her side for 3 lifetimes and 3 worlds, that is enough. The 3 candles on the table had nearly burned down. Their late-night meal finally came to an end. Tianhong and Shi Yu leaned contentedly against the headboard to rest. He raised his head to look at the sky, rubbing his belly as he sighed, I am far too full. Just then, Shi Yu's slender, fair foot gently rested on his knee. Her voice called as soft as silk, husband. She leaned back, revealing a charming posture, her misty eyes teasing him. I went out today and happened to run into that crowd of wicked people pushing and shoving. Even now, my feet are still sore. How could Tianhong withstand the allure before his eyes? His breathing gradually grew ragged, and his gaze heated up as well. He lowered his head, held her soft foot tenderly, then began to massage it. My wife suffered today. While gently coaxing her, he murmured, once we return to the room later, your husband will massage your whole body. Shi Yu shyly lowered her head and answered softly, yes. Suddenly Tianhong became unusually serious and called softly, my wife. Shi Yu froze slightly, then lifted her eyes to look at him. A moment later, Tianhong looked straight into her eyes and slowly said, Phoenix capital has not been peaceful lately. Why do we not move somewhere else to live? Shi Yu's entire body immediately stiffened. Move house. He began to sketch out a peaceful future. We will find a place of beautiful mountains and waters. I will farm and fish, while you embroider and weave. The 2 of us will live simple days together until our hair turns white. Day after day, we will hold each other, watch the sunrise together, and laugh happily by each other's side. Those words made Shi Yu's heart tremble violently. I want that too. I truly want to live such a life with you. But her gaze suddenly darkened, and her heart kept struggling. The heavy burden of responsibility on her shoulders did not allow Shi Yu to choose so selfishly. If I leave now, the other princes will surely seize the chance to stir up trouble, throwing the situation into utter chaos. Her thin lips trembled slightly, and Shi Yu helplessly brushed aside his thought. I do not want to. At this point, she suddenly burst into tears, as though trying to soften the tense atmosphere rising between them. I do not want to move. Yu nearly sobbed as she began to complain like a child whose candy had been snatched away. Husband, I am already used to living here, and there is also the well at the entrance of the alley, and Madame Zhang's Rudge shop too. Fragrant Banana Spring Breeze Pavilion as well. I cannot bear to leave any of those places. Seeing her cry so heartbreakingly, he immediately grew flustered and waved his hands to comfort her. We will not go, we will not go. We will stay here. From now on, we only need to be more careful and always stay by each other's side. Looking at his beloved wife crying so sorrowfully, Tianhong silently blamed himself. I was not thorough enough in my thinking. Why should we flee? As long as I remove every source of unease and turn this city into an absolutely safe place, that will be enough. The most important thing is still to keep my wife joyful and happy. At the same time, Yu also had her own calculations. I never expected this assassination attempt to make my husband worry about me so much. Tomorrow, while my husband goes to the shop, I must find the person behind those assassins. On the other side, he also silently made up his mind, his hand clenching until it turned pale. Those bastards dared to frighten my wife. Tomorrow I will pretend to go to the shop, then secretly track down the mastermind and settle the score. Tianhong's gaze became firmer than ever. I will definitely protect my wife well and never let her encounter any more danger. Yu also quietly lowered her head and told herself inwardly, I will definitely protect my husband well and never let him fall into danger because of me. The quiet atmosphere was finally awakened by the elegant scent of incense that had just been lit, spreading gently through the room. After washing herself clean, Yu wore only a thin layer of clothing, shyly leaning by the curtain, her face flushed red with embarrassment. Tianhong was already sitting on the bed at some point, smiling as he looked at her and gently waved. My wife must be very tired today. His face was also faintly red, and his hands rubbed together in eager anticipation. Come here quickly. Your husband will give you a massage. Yu nimbly stepped onto the bed. Husband, I am here. She gracefully turned around and reminded him in a small voice. Remember to use a gentler touch. Tianhong immediately moved behind her, raised himself slightly, then reached his hands toward her. Do not worry, my wife, let us begin. Yu relaxed and obediently replied, Thank you for your trouble, husband. His hands gently settled on her shoulders and began kneading. Let us do the basic steps first. A relaxed expression gradually appeared on her face as she enjoyed his care. So gentle, the whole day's fatigue seems to have melted away. Hearing this, he felt a little pleased inwardly, secretly circulated a stream of true chi, then pressed firmly on an acupoint on her back. Relieve my wife's fatigue in one go, enhanced version. Tianhong revealed a calculating smile, appearing extremely satisfied. But Yu in front of him cried out in pain, Ah, it hurts, husband. A crafty gleam flashed through his eyes as he stared intently at her bare back. Here comes the final version. He gathered his strength and pressed hard once more. Yu tilted her head back, crying out sharply from the pain. Ah, no more. Husband, it hurts too much. I can hardly endure it anymore. When the pain had just eased, Yu panted, her head still tilted back. Tianhong gently moved closer, held her in his arms, then softly comforted her. Without pain, the channels will be hard to open, my wife. Endure a little longer. I have already helped you clear your meridians. Yet another doubt rose in his heart as a vague memory and the natural fragrance from her suddenly brushed past him, familiar as though it had once appeared in some very important place. Suddenly, Tianhong's eyes opened wide, his expression filled with extreme shock. Wait, this scent is so familiar. I seem to have smelled it somewhere before. Could it be that there has been something wrong with my sense of smell lately, causing me to mistake it? But he quickly calmed down and continued holding his wife's soft arm. His voice softened. How is it? Darling, does it feel a little better now? Try to relax. Yu tilted her head and answered softly, but my legs are still aching and limp. Hearing this, Tianhong immediately sprang up and pushed her down onto the bed with a single motion. Yu turned over warily, her pleading voice like a kitten's. Husband, husband, spare me a little, my shoulders still hurt so much. Yet that hateful husband seemed not to hear her at all, and continued his clumsy medical practice by taking her foot and massaging it with force. This time it is the turn of these jade legs. Yu hurt so much that her delicate brows knitted tightly, her small lips parting as she spoke with both anger and reproach. Hateful, my feet are precious and delicate, fragile and easily injured. He still answered calmly, his hand pressing hard on an acupoint and making her tremble. Precisely because they are delicate, they must be cared for even more carefully. Right after that, Tianhong received a kick straight to the face. That hurt. I had not even prepared myself mentally yet. He held his cheek, grinning broadly as though he had just stumbled into great fortune. Oh my. Tianhong rubbed his cheek while teasing. Sister's jadefoot smells so fragrant. The spiritual energy rushed straight into my brain. Fine then, your husband will serve my wife thoroughly. He looked straight into her eyes and revealed a smile full of wicked intent. My love, prepare yourself to enjoy it. Your husband traveled very far to learn this secret technique, called the Great Foot Massage Art. After saying that, he gently lifted the sole of her foot and began to act. Here I go. She jolted like a fish stranded on shore, her whole body twisting before she leaned backward and cried out sharply. Ah, it tickles so much. Night gradually descended. The stillness outside was broken by clear peals of laughter drifting out from the room. Ha ha ha, be gentler. A while later, Yu was utterly exhausted, lying sprawled on the bed, her breathing still hurried. Tianhong gently moved closer, lay down beside her, then embraced her from behind. My wife, let us play a little longer before sleeping. High above, the mischievous full moon quietly watched down again, as though witnessing the liveliness inside the room. Vague sounds, sometimes low and sometimes high, slipped into the silent night. Use a gentler touch. Alright, your husband will definitely listen to you. Early the next morning, the sun had taken over its shift, pushing the moon away from the sky and scattering warm rays of light down upon the mortal world. Before the front steps, Tianhong gently pulled Yu into his arms and held her tight. The two shared a passionate kiss, filled with lingering affection. Only after a long while did he reluctantly let her go, his voice warm as he said, "Your husband must go to the shop now." Yu blushed like a ripe fruit, lowered her head slightly, and replied, "Husband, remember to come back early." Her face brimmed with happiness, and her hand kept waving without pause, "Remember to come back for dinner." Tianhong also smiled brightly, narrowing his eyes as he waved back. "Alright, I am going now." At the moment Yu's gentle figure disappeared from sight, the smile on Tianhong's lips instantly froze. As if taking off a mask, he returned to his gloomy, cold self. "Alright, time to handle proper business." His eyes blazed with intense killing intent, as though he wished to crush anyone who dared block his path. My wife is not only sweet and beautiful, but also gentle beyond words. With this venerable self-guarding Fengjing city, it absolutely cannot remain in chaos. Thinking of this, Tianhong continued his journey through the world. He quickly left the noisy place of gossip and trouble, turning into a deserted road behind the row of houses. The moment he stepped into the desolate alley, his gaze swept across every corner at once, carefully probing each patch of darkness. Only after confirming there was no one around did Tianhong slowly close his eyes, his hands forming a complex and wondrous seal. All his spiritual force gathered, and the seal activated at once. A bright white formation appeared directly beneath his feet. Immediately after, a plume of white smoke shot straight into the sky. Such a conspicuous disturbance instantly drew the attention of nearby residents. Yet in the blink of an eye, Tianhong had followed the smoke soaring into the air, vanishing from sight. Tianfeng City was divided into the inner city and the outer city, vast beyond imagination. At this moment, Tianhong had suppressed his cultivation to the 6th level of foundation establishment. For ordinary people, simply walking across the outer city would take an entire day. Most of those here were cultivators of ordinary talent, spending their whole lives lingering around the foundation establishment realm. The inner city was reserved for those beyond foundation establishment, where the spirit condensation realm was called Great Cultivators, the profound cave realm was called Superior Masters, and the body flame realm was called True Masters. Tianhong's gaze was as sharp and cold as a blade as it swept downward. The man pulling the strings behind the scenes, his estate was right here. After confirming the target, he immediately glided through the air, rushing straight toward his destination. Before the great gates of Ningguang Manor, soldiers stood in strict rows on guard. Tianhong hovered among the clouds, silently watching every movement inside the manor. Inside the study of the magnificent mansion, Ningguang was flying into a rage, roaring at the subordinates trembling like leaves, "A bunch of useless trash. I sent out so many men, yet now you cannot even find a trace of them." He slammed the table hard, leaning forward as he questioned them through gritted teeth. "Who exactly made the move? Why is there not even the slightest clue?" A toothless subordinate with blonde hair cupped his hands respectfully and replied, "Your Highness, to silently deal with everyone without causing any disturbance. It was most likely the work of a powerful expert." Ningguang still refused to accept it after hearing that, his brows tightly furrowed as he strained his neck and retorted, "Impossible. How could anyone make an entire group of great cultivators in the spirit condensation realm vanish without a trace in an instant? Do not speak of the divine Phoenix dynasty. Even if we turn this entire continent upside down, we might not find someone like that." The toothless blonde man beside him raised his head and echoed, "Could it be an immortal descending to the mortal world?" Ningguang immediately waved his hand, propped up his chin, and denied it in deep thought. "Even more impossible. How could there be so many immortals in this world? If there truly were immortals who wanted to stir up chaos, the Divine Phoenix dynasty would probably have been destroyed long ago. Suddenly, the anger in his heart flared up again. He slammed the table once more, gritting his teeth as he cursed, "Damn it." In Ning Wang's mind appeared the scene of Tianyu collapsing in the middle of the street, dying before the terrified eyes of the common people. He gritted his teeth in bitter regret. If only that assassination had succeeded, Fengjing City would certainly have fallen into great chaos. His entire body was filled with resentment, both fists clenched so tightly they creaked. At that time, this king would have had an excuse to mobilize the Black Dragon army into the city, and justifiably seize back the imperial throne that should have belonged to me from that ugly wretch Shi Yu. Seeing his master growing more and more agitated, the toothless blonde man hurriedly lowered his voice to soothe him. "Your Highness, we spent many years carefully laying our plans and originally had victory firmly in our grasp. It truly is a pity." After saying this, that man lowered his head and sighed, putting on an air of deep sympathy. "From now on, that woman will surely be more vigilant, and trying to assassinate her again will probably be harder than ascending to the heavens." Just then, a gloomy icy voice rang down from above, frightening everyone in the room until they held their breath. "Instead of sitting here lamenting your fate, why not obediently be a prince who knows his place? At least you could still keep your worthless life." Ning Wang instantly snapped his head toward the source of the sound and shouted, "Who is there?" The toothless blonde man was the first to see Tian Hong. He pointed at the ceiling in panic and stammered, Your Highness? Above, up there." Tian Hong was shrouded in a dense cloud of pitch-black demonic energy, calmly looking down at Ning Wang and his subordinates. Seeing the other party so completely composed, and even daring to open his mouth to threaten him, Ning Wang's face turned purple with fury as he roared, "What cowardly rat dares break into this king's manor?" But his heart was trembling. How did he get in here? This manor is heavily guarded. Even the weakest guard is a high-level great cultivator, and there are also 3 superior masters of the profound cave realm stationed here, yet not one person discovered him. The aura around Tian Hong surged into the sky, his gaze locking onto Ning Wang as he warned in an ice-cold voice, "There is no need to know who I am. Just remember, in this capital, behave yourself and stop causing trouble." Ning Wang refused to yield and still loudly retorted, "You sneaking rats who hide your heads and show your tails, what are you that this king must listen to you?" In his heart, he secretly calculated, "This king has prepared for so many years. Everything is ready. How could I give up because a single threat? Ning Wang suddenly regained his composure, raised his hand and pointed toward the mysterious figure standing in the corner of the room, loudly cursing Tian Hong. "Reckless thing. This king's manor is a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers dwell. Yet you alone dare come here to threaten me. Why not ask whether the eminent expert in this king's manor agrees?" Shashang Ren, who still had his head fully covered by a hood, slowly revealed a sinister smile. Ning Wang absolutely trusted that man's strength, his eyes narrowing with malice as he looked at Tian Hong, secretly pleased in his heart that he had already won this battle. Shashang Ren was a 5th-level profound cave expert who had once slaughtered an entire city by himself, terrifying all of Southern Province at the mere mention of his name. "I had to offer up even my favored consort to draw this great devil under my command, and now he is this king's #1 expert." Shashang Ren suddenly burst into loud laughter, his white teeth faintly visible, tearing through the tense atmosphere in the room. In an instant, that man ripped off his black cloak and shot toward Tian Hong, shouting loudly to display his might, "Cowardly rat, since you have come, do not dream of leaving." His entire body was covered in tiny skulls. Shashang Ren roared like thunder, swinging his hand to strike out with a stream of dense black demonergy aimed straight at Tian Hong. "Brat, die." From the murky gray smoke, a gigantic skull quickly condensed, its mouth opening wide as if to swallow heaven and earth, roaring ferociously as it charged forward. Facing that overwhelming attack, Tian Hong merely curled his lips into a cold smile. His voice was full of contempt. "An ignorant junior who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth, yet you dare show off your meager skill before this seat." Immediately after, he only flicked his finger lightly. An array of light carrying terrifying power shot out at once. The ray of light pierced straight through the throat of the demonic skull, scattering all the gray smoke, before continuing towards Shashang Ren. That man had never expected the situation to reverse so quickly and had no time to react. With his eyes filled with horror, he could only raise both hands in panic to defend himself. In the blink of an eye, the only thing left was a cloud of dust scattering everywhere. Ning Wang and the subordinates beside him remained frozen in place, still unable to understand what had just happened. A moment later, as the smoke gradually dispersed, Shashang Ren had vanished completely, leaving only his name behind. That man had been dealt with by Tian Hong right before everyone's eyes. Ning Wang and his subordinates immediately screamed in terror. Shashang Ren. He retreated again and again in panic, his steps thrown into chaos before he collapsed heavily to the ground. His whole body trembled without stopping, sweat pouring from him as if he had been drenched, his mouth unconsciously stammering, "No, impossible. This absolutely cannot be real. This king must be dreaming." Tianhong calmly raised one finger and lightly drew a line through the air. "Oh, it seems you need a dose to wake up. This seat will help you." As soon as the words fell, a tiny beam of light, no larger than a bean yet so fast it was hard to see, instantly shot straight at Ning Wang's weak point. A miserable scream echoed through the room, accompanied by a foul smell that rose thickly. Ning Wang curled up like a shrimp, both hands clutching his lower body tightly, his face deathly pale, his whole body trembling in the corner. A wet stain gradually spread across his expensive brocade trousers. Seeing that his warning had been enough to intimidate them, Tianhong said coldly, "If you still do not know your place, and continue disturbing the peace of Fengjing, his fate today will be a lesson for you in the future." After saying that, he vanished on the spot as if he had never appeared, leaving only one sentence echoing behind. "This is enough. Sort it out yourselves." Ning Wang was still sunk in terror, his spirit nearly collapsed, unable to recover for a long time. The buck-toothed subordinate, the one who specialized in flattery, cautiously crawled closer, his voice sugary yet visibly trembling. "Prince, your highness, are you all right?" Seeing his master only clutching his lower body and groaning, he grew even more panicked and stammered, "Prince, your highness, what should we do now?" The lackeys behind him were also trembling, their faces pale, all echoing in unison, "Exactly what should we do now?" Even Shashang Ren was taken down in an instant. The dream of seizing back the throne had likely vanished into smoke. The moment the two words Imperial Throne entered his ears, Ning Wang seemed to be jolted awake by a bolt of lightning. The fear in his eyes was instantly swallowed by ambition and madness. He ground his teeth loudly, his brows twisting tight. In a single instant, his rage erupted violently. He slammed the table again and again, blue veins bulged across his forehead and neck as he roared in despair, "The Imperial Throne, that Imperial Throne belongs to this king." He shouted until his voice went hoarse, as though wanting to use his roar to drive away the lingering fear while clinging to his last bit of dignity. "This king is a dragon among men, the true son of heaven. How could I be frightened by such a small matter?" The buck-toothed man could only follow his master's madness, lowering his head as he asked again, "Then, what should we do now?" Ning Wang suddenly laughed sinisterly, crazed as if he had just thought of a grand plan. "It is merely one expert, what is there to fear?" He immediately ordered, "Take this king's secret command to the 6 great sects. That black shadow could defeat Haisha in one move, so his cultivation must at least be at the 4th level of the divine flame realm or above. Among the 6 great sects, there must be a few old monsters who have reached that realm. No matter the cost, invite one of them here." As he spoke, he laughed loudly, his arrogance once again clear on his face. "Ha ha ha, for the Imperial Throne this king will spare nothing. Tell them that they should invite all the old monsters with peak combat strength in their sects to come forward. Whatever they want, this king will grant it. Go at once." Seeing him rise aggressively, the buck-toothed man could not help forcing a laugh and cautiously pointed down at Ning Wang's clothing. "Your highness, perhaps you should change clothes first." Only then did Ning Wang suddenly remember the shameful wet stain beneath him and the marks on his clothing. His face turned red then blue, both ashamed and furious. He hurriedly covered his sensitive area, raised his head, and shouted at his subordinates, "All of you get out. Bring new clothes here at once." Leaving the disordered Ning Wang behind, Tianhong leisurely walked through the streets of Fengjing at their liveliest hour. He strolled while looking over the crowded evening market, the corners of his lips curving faintly in satisfaction. It is still early. Taking a leisurely walk home is not too late. Suddenly his footsteps stopped. Amid the bustling flow of people, several dark figures moved silently, their whole bodies covered in cloaks, revealing only a chilling, killing aura that made the people around them instinctively keep away. Tianhong could not help stopping, narrowing his eyes for a closer look. Oh, this familiar scent of demonic energy. His gaze immediately turned solemn. He raised his brow slightly and thought to himself, "This tiny Fengjing truly is a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. No, it should be called a place that hides filth and shelters corruption. These people carries heavy demonic energy, yet they dare walk openly through the streets as if no one is around. Could they be planning to?" In the end, he turned and secretly followed that group. "No, I should still see what they intend to do. If something unfortunate happens and affects my wife's mood, that would be a great problem." After walking quite a distance, the mysterious group finally stopped before a magnificent estate, Prince Wu's manor. Tianhong stood in a hidden corner, quietly watching them enter without restraint. He frowned in suspicion. Prince Wu's manor, one of the 4 great princely manors of the divine Phoenix dynasty. Could it be that none of these princes are willing to live peacefully? Anger simmered in his heart. Tianhong clenched his hand, unconsciously digging into the wall beside him until cracks spread across it in chunks. These mortals of the lower realm have barely any strength, yet their ambitions soar to the heavens. Every day they only want to cause trouble and disturb the peaceful life of me and my wife. It seems the whole lot of them need to be taught a lesson. Once that group had fully entered, he no longer hesitated, his figure melting into the void. In any case, there is still time. Going in to watch a play would not be bad. In the gloomy secret chamber of Prince Wu's manor, the atmosphere was thick and as cold as an ice cellar. Prince Wu, one of the 4 pillars of the divine Phoenix dynasty, a man who could summon wind and rain outside, was now bowing obsequiously before a masked figure. That person exuded a chilling aura that made others feel terrified. This made Prince Wu only dare lower his head deeply and speak respectfully. "Hey Mi Zun, may I ask what instructions you have?" Tianhong, hidden from sight, leisurely crossed his legs on a nearby chair as if watching a play. Interesting, in the divine Phoenix dynasty, Prince Wu was always someone who could cover the sky with one hand, yet he is this respectful toward this person. His gaze gradually sank as he began to secretly examine him more closely. This leader's cultivation technique felt inexplicably familiar to him. Tianhong fell into deep thought. The divine Phoenix dynasty had 4 great princely manors, consisting of Prince Wu, Wu Wang, Prince Yu, and Prince Mu. Their ancestors had once followed the divine Phoenix Emperor in campaigns across the 4 directions, establishing countless illustrious military achievements. Because of that, they were granted hereditary princely titles, allowing their descendants to enjoy lasting fortune. By now, the imperial family had weakened, and the power of the 4 great princely manors was almost equal to the royal clan. Just then, Haimi Zun's cold voice cut through his thoughts. The cult master is preparing to open a branch of the evil god cult in southern continent, and this matter will be fully entrusted to you. Prince Wu immediately dropped to his knees and kept kowtowing. This subordinate will definitely not disappoint the expectations of the honored cult master. He even placed a hand over his chest, his voice filled with worship. The great evil god will surely bestow grace upon the entire Xuanqian domain. We, the loyal believers, are willing to dedicate everything to the evil king, from wealth and power to this very life. Watching this scene, Tianhong frowned slightly, discomfort rising in his heart. Truly a disorderly mob. Establishing a cult like this clearly means they want to throw this whole city into chaos. No different from refusing to let my wife have even one peaceful day. After receiving the salute, Haimi Zun reached into his bag as if searching for something. This time, the cult master has ordered a reward for you, an evil god statue. He took out a pitch-black statue, dense demonic energy spreading around it, then handed it to Prince Wu. Inside it is a strand of demonic power from the supreme evil god. As long as you sincerely worship it every day, it can save your life in a moment of crisis. The statue was carved into the form of an evil god sitting and cultivating on a tree stump. After receiving it, Prince Wu repeatedly bowed his head in thanks. Many thanks to the great evil god for your protection. Tianhong narrowed his eyes to observe, and when he clearly saw the statue's appearance, he immediately froze. Ah, wait, this shape, this silly skull head. Is this not exactly the little ghost head style of that brat, Little Blood? Tianhong was a peerless demon venerable, with 10 great demon generals under his command, each of them a peak demon emperor realm powerhouse. That so-called evil god sounded imposing, but in truth he was only the eldest disciple of the blood demon emperor, one of the 10 little brothers under his hand. To put it more clearly, he was only the little brother of Tianhong's little brother. Thinking of this, Tianhong only wanted to deal with it quickly. The little brother of a little brother dares go out and stir up trouble. Maybe I should find that blood demon brat and knock his head until he remembers. In a single thought, Tianhong crossed space and appeared directly behind the blood demon emperor. He grabbed his ear and yanked hard. Little Blood, I hear your disciple has been causing quite a few interesting incidents recently. The blood demon emperor, a peak demon emperor realm powerhouse feared by 10,000 demons, turned ashen the moment he saw Tianhong, tears and snot streaming down his face as he dropped to his knees. Demon venerable, spare my life. That damned disciple only knows how to wreck villages and cause trouble. Useless trash. How could he possibly do anything good? Seeing that Tianhong still did not believe him, he even raised his fist and swore, if he truly did anything that affected you, just say the word, and I will immediately deal with him severely. Tianhong's gaze gradually softened. He thought to himself, forget it. They follow the demonic path, so causing disasters everywhere is not exactly strange. Tianhong returned to the armchair in the secret chamber, his expression pensive. Fine, I will first see what tricks they are still planning to play. In the blink of an eye, he had left the secret chamber of Prince Wu's manor without leaving the slightest trace. If Fengjing City truly cannot remain peaceful, it will not be too late to clean it up when the time comes. Standing outside, Tianhong quietly looked down over the entire capital. Perhaps I should go remind the Divine Phoenix Empress a little. Let her prepare early, and conveniently guide her cultivation to raise her by a few realms, enough to protect this city. That way, my wife and I can live an easy and ordinary life. He raised a hand and scratched his head, reproaching himself. If I had known it would be this troublesome, I would have brought 2 demon generals along from the beginning. With them here, why would I need to act personally? After finishing his calculations, Tianhong leisurely walked along the main road again. It is not early anymore either. Today I should go home first. He clenched his fist, determination flashing in his eyes along with a sly smile. I must find time to make a trip into the imperial palace and properly instruct that empress. A strange vision suddenly surfaced in his mind. After that, he waved his hand and gave a light warning smack, his mouth constantly scolding. Too weak, too weak. How are you this week? Become stronger for me. You still have to protect Fengjing City. The Divine Phoenix Empress in his imagination gently raised her head, looking pitiful as she tearfully begged, my lord, I was wrong, please spare my life. Tianhong spread his hand open, looked at her for a while, then like a generous wealthy man, conjured a series of radiant treasures. He sat casually on the large chair, conveniently tossing everything down before her. Supreme cultivation methods, rare pills, peak power, all of it is yours. The queen in his imagination played her part just as well, puffing out her chest and shouting so loudly that birds on the branches scattered in fright. I will definitely manage Phoenix Capital well. At the same time, at the Lin residence, a lovely figure kept pacing back and forth before the main gate, until the stone steps seemed as though they were about to be worn down by her. Ji folded her arms across her chest, anxiously looking out at the road outside, her delicate brows tightly furrowed. What kind of shop watching is my husband doing that he still has not returned by now? Could something have happened in the city again? The more Ji thought about it, the more uneasy she became, and she had already paced back and forth before the gate countless times. After waiting for so long without seeing that familiar figure, an indescribable anger gradually rose in her heart. A cold killing intent flickered in her eyes, and the voice in her mind turned solemn and imposing. Those stinking gutter rats. Sooner or later, I will wipe you all clean. She suddenly stopped, looked into the distance, and wondered whether she should go out to look for her husband. But if he came back and did not see her, would not make him even more worried? A sudden thought flashed through Ji Yu's mind. She clenched her hand, her eyes shining with decisive brilliance. Why not mobilize every hand in the 6 gates and turn the capital upside down, as long as I can make sure my husband is safe without letting him discover it? While she was still lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence outside the gate. My wife. Immediately after, Tianhong appeared before the gate, tilting his head and waving, a bright smile on his lips. The moment she saw that face, Ji Yu's cheeks immediately puffed up like buns about to burst. She marched over aggressively, her pretty finger pointing straight at his chest. You little devil, tell me quickly, did you loiter somewhere again doing something shady, which is why you only dragged yourself back now? Tianhong sighed inwardly. Sure enough, the Hidong lioness had flared up. He knew very well that only when she was truly bristling would she call him by that nickname. Behind his back, his hand still tightly held a small box, and he could not help feeling smug. Good thing I prepared this in advance. At once, he pretended as if performing magic, brought the box before her, and said with a smile, your husband came back late because he was busy preparing this for his beloved wife. Ji Yu curiously opened the box, and her almond eyes immediately widened, shining with unconcealable surprise. Inside was a phoenix-shaped hairpin, every detail crafted with exquisite delicacy. She carefully took out the hairpin and held it tenderly in her hands, still looking dazed as she asked softly, why did you buy this? He gently took her hand and closed it, keeping the hairpin nestled between their 2 warm palms. Then he bent down, drawing the distance between them closer. His deep, warm voice sounded beside her ear. My wife, do you still remember this day 10 years ago? He slowly called back the memories of that year, the fated day that had brought the 2 of them together. That was the first time we met by that blue riverbank. Lai Xin. Ji Yu blushed unconsciously, nodded lightly, then answered in a small voice, I remember. In an instant, she seemed to return to the shy young maiden she had been back then. At that time, she had just turned 16, innocent and lively like a little butterfly. She was holding a 7-colored pinwheel spinning rapidly in her hand when, without warning, a group of fierce-looking assassins, blades flashing coldly, rushed out from nowhere to hunt her down. Ziyu was so frightened then that her face turned pale, and she hurriedly turned and fled in panic. Then in her frantic rush, she slammed headfirst into a wall of flesh. No, to be precise, it was Tianhong's chest, solid as stone. The sudden collision left her stunned, and she staggered, falling backward. Even now, she still clearly remembered his handsome face when he reached out to help her stand. From that moment on, she met the accursed husband of her life. He pulled her into the cold river to evade pursuit, and beneath the clear water, the two clumsily exchanged breaths and an unforgettable first kiss. Ziyu withdrew from her memories and returned to the present. With the gentle bearing of a wife, she wrapped her arms around Tianhong's neck and rested her head on his shoulder. That day was the fated beginning of us. Tianhong continued, his voice full of pride. That is why your husband specially searched for a very long time. I passed who knows how many stalls and visited who knows how many shops, and only in the end did I choose this phoenix hairpin to give you as a keepsake for our important day. He gently took the hairpin from Shiyu's hand. Though it is only an ordinary accessory, not some rare treasure, I hope my wife will not disdain it. After saying that, he became strangely tender and carefully pinned the hairpin into her soft hair. At this moment, Jiyu could no longer restrain her emotions, covering her face with both hands as she burst into tears like a child. Hot tears rolled down her flushed cheeks, and she choked out softly, "Husband." Tianhong looked at her with eyes full of doting affection and softly answered, "My wife." Yet the tearful, deeply affectionate scene one might expect did not happen at all. Right after that sweet call, Shiyu suddenly stopped crying. She snapped her head up, her eyes still red but her gaze already sharp. "Wait, where did you get the money to buy this hairpin?" Tianhong immediately stiffened, cold sweat beading on the back of his neck. He hurriedly shifted his eyes, raised a hand to scratch his head again and again, then stammered, This matter is..." Seeing his flustered look, Shiyu immediately rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward. Two familiar fingers pinched Duck Lanjun's ear and twisted it hard in a circle. "Did you secretly hide money again to set up a private stash?" Tianhong obediently tilted his head along with it at once, yelping, it hurts so much, my wife." After that, he immediately revealed a fawning smile full of sincerity. "My wife, spare my life. Even if I set up a private stash, it was only to save money for gifts to surprise you." Hearing this, Shiyu was so happy that she had to raise a hand to cover her mouth as she giggled. "It is not easy to earn money these days. Why buy these things and waste so much?" She continued softly, "Would it not be much better if you used that money to buy a few more bolts of cloth, so I could make you some new clothes?" Hearing those words, Tianhong was so moved that his heart softened. He pulled her forcefully into his arms, their gazes tangling together without parting. Then the two exchanged a deep kiss, both sweet and passionate. Just then, applause suddenly rang out from all around, along with teasing from the neighbors watching the excitement. "Oh heavens, the Lin family's public affection is truly high quality today. I am completely stuffed from eating it. This dish is too sour. I am dying of envy." A pair of lovebirds, lost in their passion, immediately jolted in surprise and hurriedly let go of each other. Both their expressions quickly darkened after being interrupted at such a moment. Tianhong was the first to recover, immediately gripping Siyu's hand and pulling her straight into the house, then slamming the door shut and blocking out all the curious gazes outside. His face flushed bright red. Tianhong panned as he said, "This is bad. I lost control for a moment and forgot about the surroundings. Let us continue in the room." Xiyu's face was also bright red, but she still nodded repeatedly, her voice as small as a mosquito's buzz. "All right, let us continue in the room." Night fell, and from the bedroom of the Lin residence, sounds began to drift out that made listeners blush. "Husband, use a gentler touch." Xiyu's voice was soft and broken, mingled with faint moans. "Husband, gently. If this goes on, I will soon be unable to endure it." Yet the scene inside the room had absolutely nothing that could be called amorous. Tianhong was sitting properly at the foot of the bed, his expression serious, no different from a physician. His two thumbs continuously kneaded and pressed the acupoints on the sole of Jiyu's fair foot, while he raised his brows and asked, "You are crying out even from this?" As he spoke, he pointed at the sole of her foot and slowly explained, "How can it be effective without using strength? This is the divine foot youth-preserving method that your husband only mastered after crossing mountains and rivers to seek teachers and learn the Tao." While pressing her acupoints, he declared with certainty, "I guarantee you, if we do this every day, your vitality will be abundant, your skin will be smooth and firm, not a single pimple will appear, and you will be healthy from the inside out." Because he kept pulling her back and forth, Jiyu's clothes gradually became disheveled. She sat up, her breathing uneven, her face flushed red, and asked softly, "You have pressed for so long, it should be enough now, right?" Tianhong pretended not to hear and still lowered his head to continue messaging, "How could your husband be biased? The other side must also be treated fairly." The moment his hand touched her other foot, Yu immediately startled and stopped him. Husband, wait a moment. But as soon as he began, he pressed straight onto the acupoint in the center with force, his finger slowly dragging downward in one decisive line. Those sounds that seemed somewhat suggestive, yet were not actually excessive, continued to ring out, making even the moon high above shyly hide behind the clouds. Ah, be gentle. Do not worry, I will be gentle. In the end, everything finally came to an end. Yu sat on the bed, her delicate figure glancing faintly at Tianhong, who was sleeping soundly as if he knew nothing. She held the phoenix hairpin to her chest, her face brimming with happiness. As she caressed the gift, she thought to herself, though it was simple, it was more precious than countless rare treasures presented by princes and ministers at the annual birthday banquets. The way she looked at Tianhong became even more filled with love. I am willing to wear it in my hair and keep it with me for the rest of my life. One of Yu's hands rested on his firm chest, quietly feeling each powerful heartbeat. With her other hand, she gently stroked the loose strands of hair at his temples and whispered softly, "Husband, I truly have fallen in love with you." She leaned up slightly and placed a kiss on Tianhong's lips, light as a dragonfly skimming water, yet filled with affection. After that, she lay down, resting her head on his chest, both arms tightly hugging his broad back as she said gently, "Sleep well." One night passed, and a new day began again. The next morning, amid the bustling street filled with passers-by, cheerful melodies drifted out from Tianhong's carving shop. Inside, he was so focused that he had unconsciously stuck out his tongue. He hummed a rustic little tune while carefully carving every detail on the wooden statue. Suddenly, a loud bang rang out. Zhang, the leader, did not even bother knocking and kicked the door flying open. The shock startled Tianhong so badly that he dropped the unfinished work in his hands. Lackeys following behind also opened their mouths and shouted noisily, instantly annoying him inside. "Where is the shopkeeper?" His expression darkened, his gaze sweeping outside, his brows tightly furrowed in displeasure. "Men from the 6 gates." He quickly used his extraordinary memory to assess the situation. The leader barely reached the first level of the key condensation realm, while those behind him were only scattered around the 8th or 9th level of foundation establishment. Truly a bunch of mediocrities. This 6 gates is declining more and more, recruiting only second-rate trash, not a single talent in sight. After forcing down the emotions rising inside him, Tianhong slapped the table, sprang to his feet, and answered loudly, "Coming, coming." He lifted the curtain and stepped outside, wearing a warm smile like a spring breeze. "Honored officials, I am the owner of this little shop." Then Tianhong came before Zhang, smiled, cupped his hands, and asked, "May I ask what business the honored officials have with me?" Seeing that he seemed easy to bully, that man immediately planted his hands on his hips and put on an arrogant air. He shouted loudly, "We are acting under orders from the Heavenly Phoenix Empress and investigating the assassin attack on the Deputy General." Hearing this, Tianhong's expression darkened for an instant, a cold glint flashing through his eyes, though his voice remained mild. "Honored official, could you have found the wrong person?" Zhang did not care at all and still strode forward brazenly, raising a hand to point straight at his face as he declared coldly, "This officer has conducted a preliminary investigation and has sufficient reason to suspect you are connected to those assassins." "What?" Tianhong nearly blurted out. In his mind, countless doubts exploded. The killing intent accumulated for so long was like a volcano on the verge of eruption, forcing him to press his lips tightly together and suppress his rage. After several deep breaths and long exhales, he reluctantly squeezed out a friendly smile so false it looked forced. "Honored official, this commoner has been wronged. I am only an ordinary person. My cultivation is merely at the 6th level of foundation establishment. How could I possibly be involved with those heaven-shaking, earth-shattering assassins?" That man did not listen to his explanation at all and had no intention of investigating further, merely patting Tianhong's chest with repeated smacks. "Whether you are involved or not is not for you to decide." Overbearing attitude instantly lit the fuse of anger inside him. Tianhong's gaze turned icy, and killing intent silently swept toward them. Enveloped by that invisible killing intent, the thugs immediately turned pale and looked at one another in panic. They unconsciously edged closer together and whispered under their breath, "Huh? Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? My goosebumps are all rising." The flames of fury in Tianhong's heart were enough to burn them to ashes in an instant, but then gradually settled. He let out a breath and told himself, "No. If I act now, this venerable one can certainly take them down, but I fear it will bring trouble from the 6 gates, and then my wife will be the one who suffers." That group still stood frozen in place, sweat pouring from them as if they had been drenched. Tianhong closed his eyes lightly, and Chi Yu's gentle image surfaced, helping him restrain his anger. My wife likes the peaceful life here. For her sake, this venerable one must endure. And yet, a dark thought quietly slipped into his mind. Or perhaps I should simply deal with them all in secret and be done with it. He turned around and waved to Zhang, who was standing there with a tense expression. As soon as that man saw himself being called, he immediately tightened his grip on his sword hilt, his eyes full of wariness. Facing such vigilance, Tianhong merely cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Honored official, my little shop only does petty business to get by. Today, before I even had time to open, misfortune came knocking, and I have no money on me. I hope the honored official will show mercy and allow me to return home to prepare it, then personally present it to you. Not only did Zhang show no consideration, his expression changed at once as he shouted, "If you have no money, go home and get it. Do you think this officer has the leisure to sit here and wait? There are still piles of shops outside that have not been dealt with." To add to his authority, that man grabbed a nearby chair, circulated his strength, and smashed it hard against the floor. With a crack, the chair shattered. "Wait for you to come back. I fear by then you would have already run far away." Facing such unreasonable anger, Tianhong still forced himself to swallow his fury for Chi Yu's sake. He forced a crooked smile and replied, "Please rest assured, honored official, I..." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang kicked the door wide open, drew his sword, and signaled to the lackeys outside like a flock of starving vultures. "Men, drag this bastard back to the Six Gates prison for me." Stunned for several seconds by the sudden turn of events, Tianhong widened his eyes, his expression blank. He decided not to resist, letting two fair-faced constables step forward and bind his hands behind his back with rope. He glanced at them with a sharp, cold gaze, constantly reminding himself in his mind, "For my wife, I must endure, must endure." A group of constables quickly surrounded him and escorted Tianhong away. As he was dragged along, he lowered his head, his mind working at full speed to plan a countermeasure. "Fine, endure, keep enduring until nightfall. You bastards are unjust above and breed chaos below. At first I only planned to send each of you one by one to the Yellow Springs. But now, good, your entire clans can prepare to reunite down there." As he passed by Zhang and saw that man's contemptuous grin stretching almost to his ears, Tianhong secretly gritted his teeth. "Go on and laugh, soon I will send your whole family down to meet King Yama." Zhang now crossed his arms before his chest, arrogant as if he had just achieved great merit, and ordered coldly, "Inform his family to bring money to the Six Gates to ransom him." As for Tianhong, though both his legs had already been shackled, his mind had flown far away and begun drafting a special journey prepared just for them. An all-inclusive tour of the 18 levels of hell, complete with every kind of punishment, and out of mercy, each one would receive a fast-track reincarnation ticket, but only as dogs or pigs. Zhang still had no intention of stopping, lifting his chin toward his subordinates. If his family does not pay enough, just pin the assassin charge on him and finish it cleanly. Report it upward and claim the reward, killing two birds with one stone. Meanwhile, at the neighboring home, the atmosphere was strangely peaceful, as though completely separated from the turmoil outside. Chi Yu was currently struggling with the clothes-drying pole. Because she was somewhat petite, every time she wanted to hang clothes higher up, she had to stand on tiptoe until she grew sore. After fumbling around for a while, she finally finished hanging the last garment. When she relaxed and let out a relieved breath, sweat had already soaked the back of her clothes from the heat and the exertion. She stretched once, a gentle smile blooming on her lips. After that, Chi Yu picked up one of Tianhong's garments, hugged it to her chest, and smiled faintly. She buried her face in the garment and took a deep breath of her husband's familiar scent. The space around her seemed to soften as well, covered in a layer of gentle warmth. Strengthened by that fragrance, she had the energy to enter the palace for work again. Just then, from the direction of the main gate came a knock, breaking the silence. When no one answered, the knocking quickly turned into rough, heavy pounding on the door. Chi Yu reluctantly hung up the last garment. As she ran out, she called, coming, I am opening the door now." Arriving before the gate, she tilted her head and asked through the small gap in the door, "May I ask who the honored officials are looking for?" Seeing that the one who came to open the door was a frail woman, the constables immediately became even more arrogant. The leader looked down coldly and asked, "Is this Tianhong's home?" Though she still did not understand what was happening, Chi Yu answered gently, "Yes. May I ask what this is about?" The bailiff did not beat around the bush, immediately pulling out a command token and shoving it close before her face, his voice hard. "We suspect your husband is connected to the assassin's attempt to murder the deputy general." He spoke louder and louder, as if he were carrying out an utterly righteous mission. "If you want him to keep his life, bring silver to the Six Doors prison and ransom him." Hearing this, Shi Yu froze, her elegant brows knitting slightly, her expression clearly showing displeasure. Yet that bailiff did not care at all. He arrogantly tossed the notice into the courtyard as if giving alms, then turned and left, coldly dropping another sentence. Past the deadline, he will be beheaded. Do not wait. After showing off his authority, the leader looked extremely pleased with himself, and waved for his subordinates to move quickly. There are still many houses to visit. Si Yu silently watched their backs until they disappeared completely. Her brows furrowed slightly, waves of anger surging in her heart. 6 doors. Is this how Great Fang's 6 doors investigates cases? So crude and tyrannical, arresting innocent people and locking them up as wronged prisoners. Yet they still dare openly demand ransom. Worse yet, they even dared arrest my husband and throw him into prison. She bent down and picked up the notice, a chilling murderous aura silently spreading from her body. The paper in her hand suddenly flared with a soft sound, turning to ash in an invisible flame. You lot truly have guts as vast as the heavens. Ziyu turned and walked into the house, the anger in her heart still blazing like fire. The imperial court actually indulges vermin like this, and they even dare touch my man. They truly must be tired of living. Yet she was not rash at all. The angrier she became, the more clear-headed she had to be. She calmly tidied the room briefly, her plan already clear in her mind. Save her husband first, then deal with those vermin. She walked to the corner of the bed, lifted the quilt, and revealed a carefully locked wooden box. After unlocking it, she looked at the silver inside and murmured softly, "It should be enough." Once everything was arranged, she gently closed the lid of the box and set it aside. Shiyu sat upright on the bed, forming seals with both hands, and began using the 1,000-mile sound transmission technique. A golden aura gathered at her fingertip, quickly turning into the shape of a canary. She opened her palm and gently released it. A bird of light immediately flapped its wings and shot through the window like a golden arrow. It vanished into the air at astonishing speed. Inside the 6 doors prison, Zhang Jia was leading a group of guards on patrol. That man raised his chin in signal, and his subordinate immediately opened the cell door. Then he lifted his foot and kicked hard, sending Tianhong tumbling inside. The heavy iron door instantly slammed shut, then was locked tight with 2 chains as thick as wrists. Tianhong was also very cooperative, immediately rushing to the iron bars, stretching both hands outside, and crying out miserably, "Officer, I am wronged." Before his performance could even take effect, even louder voice rang out from the neighboring cell, directly drowning him out. "I am wronged. Soldier, this lowly one cannot even read. How could I collude with enemies through letters?" From the right, another voice refused to be outdone. "Sir, I am wronged. This lowly one was born blind. How could I peep at the neighbor's beauty bathing?" Immediately after, a sorrowful cry sounded from behind him. "Sir, this lowly one lost both legs last year. How could I still be a flying thief who climbs walls to steal?" Zhang Jia stood outside, arms crossed, sneering with disdain. "See that? These are all people who have no money to pay the fine." That man turned, pressing his gloomy face close to Tianhong, his voice full of threat. "If your family does not bring a full 100 taels of silver, do not even dream of leaving this prison alive." Tianhong sat inside, forcing down the anger rising in him, raising his hand with an awkward smile. "Officer, rest assured, my wife will definitely bring the money to ransom me out." Zhang and the soldier beside him looked at each other, both revealing sinister smiles. That man secretly felt pleased. The brat really knew how to behave. This time, he would have money to go to Kuihong Tower and book the girls again. They had been putting on airs these past few days, refusing to let him touch them. That man had no idea that Tianhong's expression inside had already turned terrifyingly cold. He lowered his head to hide the murderous intent surging in his eyes, telling himself to endure it. He had to endure it. "For making my wife worry like this. Once I get out, I will choose an auspicious day to send you to meet your ancestors." Just then, a bailiff hurried in from outside, shattering the heavy atmosphere. Panting, he reported that this brat's wife had arrived. The moment he heard the news, that man immediately raised his head and looked outside, urging again and again, "Let her in. Quickly let her in." Hearing this, Tianhong also hurriedly raised his head. Outside, Shi Yu ran in anxiously while holding a large box, calling nonstop, "Husband, husband." The moment he saw her, Tianhong's expression changed. His eyes lit up, and he quickly waved while calling loudly that his wife should not worry. Her husband was fine. Zhang swept his gaze over Shi Yu from head to toe, his eyes full of scrutiny. Then, he curled his lips into an evil smile and said this brat truly had no small fortune. That man glanced at Tianhong again, and said in a suggestive tone that marrying such a peerless beauty must make every night quite exhausting. The vulgar words had barely left his mouth when Tianhong nearly lost all restraint. He lowered his head, his hands clenched so tightly they turned pale. He was almost unable to endure any longer. Was there any way to deal with this bunch of old bastards cleanly without letting his wife discover that he was the one who acted? Yu stepped up in front of Zhang and stopped, her voice cold as ice. She said the silver had been brought. She held the box out before that man, her brows furrowed in disgust, and coldly shouted for him to release her husband at once. Xiyu had already finished calculating swiftly in her mind. The six gates actually allowed scum like this to exist. It truly made one lose face. Not only lose face, it also disgraced the entire Great Feng dynasty. It had to be swept clean in one stroke. This entire nest of vermin and their clans had to be eradicated. Because she was too furious, her hands gripped the box so tightly that cracking sounds rang out, causing it to split. While taking the box, Zhang stretched out his disgusting hand and slowly slid it along Shiyu's arm. That man did not bother hiding his vulgarity, and an obscene smile even spread across his face. Ziyu was startled and immediately flung his hand away hard, causing the box to fall to the ground. She angrily shouted, "What are you doing?" The gold and silver in the box scattered all over the floor. Seeing this, Zhang immediately changed his tone, raising a hand to stroke his chin as he pretended to consider, then said this official had suddenly discovered a few more clues, proving that her man was involved in colluding with the enemy. That man looked at her with calculating eyes and clicked his tongue, saying it seemed that 100 taels of silver was still not enough. Another scheme quickly sprang up in his mind. Such a peerless beauty had actually married that useless weakling. What a waste. Xiyu raised her hand and fiercely wiped the spot he had just touched, staring at him coldly as she asked what he wanted then. Zhang had been waiting precisely for those words, and he immediately lifted his face arrogantly, saying she should follow this official and become his concubine. He would consider sparing that man's life. The eunuchs behind him also revealed twisted expressions, their disgusting gazes completely undisguised. Inside the cramped iron cage, Tianhong was so furious that his eyes seemed to blaze with fire. His hands gripped the bars tightly, making the metal creak before it began to bend and warp. Outside, Shi Yu was no less furious. She raised a slender finger and pointed it straight at Zhang's face, hissing that he dared openly disregard law and discipline and abuse his authority like this. Was he not afraid the minister would skin him alive? Hearing that threat, not only were they unafraid, they burst into shrill laughter. Their neither male nor female laughter rang out piercingly, followed by mocking words that they were afraid, so afraid they could die. Seeing this, Shiyu thought they had become wary, so she lifted her chin and sternly ordered them to open the cage and release him at once if they knew fear. After hearing this, Zhang threw his head back and laughed loudly, as if he had heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. That man said it was such a pity beauty. The minister happened to be his own blood uncle. The underlings behind him also joined in, throwing out teasing and mocking words at both Tianhong and Ji Yu. At that very instant, two gazes as cold and sharp as blades swept toward the motley crowd at the same time. Invisible killing intent spread from the two of them, making the surrounding air grow heavy, as if the temperature had clearly dropped. They could endure no more. Daring to humiliate my husband like this, even if I must expose my identity today, I will crush this pack of beasts first and think about the rest later. Xiyu secretly circulated her power, and behind her, a strange emerald green flame silently flared up. At this moment, only one thought remained in her heart. She absolutely could not let him die so easily. She had to use this very flame to punish him, letting him savor every instant of agony to the very limit. Tianhong in the iron cage was no less cold. His gloomy gaze locked onto the laughing eunuchs, and a cruel plan for revenge had already formed in his mind. He could not let him die immediately. That would be far too light. He had to use bone-melting ki to slowly crush every section of his bones, making him live a life worse than death. The demonic aura of the heavenly venerable was absolutely no joke. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to transform into a true evil ghost, ready to punish the mortals who dared offend his woman. Just then, a piercing shout rang out from the main gate like thunder exploding in a clear sky, stunning everyone with its sheer insolence. Within the 6 gates, you know the law yet still dare break it. Shi Yu was startled and immediately turned her head to look back. That majestic voice continued to ring out, each word heavy as a hammer blow. Do you still have law and order in your eyes? Do you still have Her Majesty the Empress in your eyes? Tianhong also temporarily put aside his intention to act and narrowed his eyes toward the source of the voice. The 3 eunuchs stood frozen like statues, their minds blank, unable to understand what kind of figure had just appeared and dared scold them to their faces like this. In the next instant, Tian Wu strode into the 6 gates, his entire body exuding dense killing intent. Zhang did not recognize the identity of the person who had arrived, and still kept his arrogant bearing, pointing at Tian Wu as he shouted to his subordinates to seize every person who dared act wildly on 6 gates territory. But clearly that man had provoked someone he should never have touched. Zhang Tianhao was standing right beside Tian Wu, And the moment he heard this, his eyes reddened with rage as he quickly walked toward his nephew standing in the prison. The moment Zhang saw his uncle, his face instantly turned deathly pale, and he retreated step by step in terror. Zhang Tianhao did not say another word, raising his hand and striking down with a slap like thunder, the sound sharp and ringing. He shouted, "Beast, where did you get such dog courage?" That man still did not understand what was happening, clutching his burning cheek as he asked aggrievedly why his uncle had hit him. But Tianhao was already mad with rage and slapped his other cheek again, shouting that the heavenly Marcus had arrived. Were his dog eyes blind? Kneel down at once. The moment Zhang heard the two words heavenly Marcus, he was instantly frightened out of his wits, dropping to his knees with a thud and kowtowing repeatedly toward Tianwu. This lowly one's dog eyes were blind. May my lord forgive my offense. Please forgive my offense. Afraid of being implicated, Zhang Tianhao did not hesitate at all and kicked his nephew hard in the back, gnashing his teeth as he shouted for him to slap his own mouth at once. Seeing that his uncle was truly furious, Zhang cried while aggrievedly slapping his own face again and again. His cheeks, already swollen, now puffed up even more, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The flame of killing intent blazing beside Tianhong was quickly forced down by him. Xiyu also silently withdrew the special ability gathering in her palm. The two glanced at the group putting on their own little performance, both secretly letting out a breath of relief. They had arrived just in time. It seemed there was no need to reveal their trump cards this time. Tianwu stood there watching the farce of uncle and nephew, but the anger in his heart had not diminished in the slightest. He clenched his fists and shouted at Zhang, who was kneeling flat on the ground, saying, "Warden Zhang, your dog courage truly is immense. The imperial court is pursuing a major criminal, yet you dared use your authority for personal gain, insult the dignity of the court, and damage Her Majesty the Empress's reputation." Hearing those accusations, Zhang Tianhao also immediately knelt flat on the ground, his face deathly pale. Tianwu showed no mercy, coldly pointing straight at them as he ordered his men to arrest them all. After they were tightly bound, both Zhang Tianhao and Zhang cried out in despair, begging the Marquis to spare their lives, saying this servant knew his mistake, and asking the Marquis to spare them. After handling that mess, Tianwu immediately turned his gaze toward Tianhong and Xiyu. The moment he met Xiyu's dark, icy gaze looking at him like a warning, Tianwu instantly understood everything. His whole body trembled unconsciously, and a chill ran down his spine. Tianwu hurried forward and respectfully lowered his head before the two of them. He said that it was because this Marquis had failed to manage his subordinates strictly that the two of them had suffered such injustice. It had almost caused a great disaster. Haingayat immediately assumed her role, returning to the appearance of an ordinary citizen, pretending not to know anyone, her voice soft yet each word weighted like a mountain, asking whether the Lord truly wished to govern for the people. Since blatant oppression occurred right before the Queen's eyes, did we not live in fear every day? Thien Vu maintained a bowed posture, hands clasped, his voice firm, assuring the two to rest easy. He would certainly deal with the matter strictly, restoring justice to them and all the citizens within the city. However, this statement did not satisfy Haingayat, her cold gaze immediately sweeping over just the two of them. Hearing this, Tianwu panicked, cold sweat pouring down his neck, hastily shouting, "Such vermin must be eradicated, absolutely eradicated." This reaction surprised Tianhong standing beside, his gaze slowing as it passed over the mocking eunuchs, silently devising a brutal revenge plan, unable to let him die too easily. He looked at Haingayat, eyes carrying a hint of doubt. At this moment, Tianhong leaned close to her ear, whispering, "My lady, this rogue Marquis is said to be a superior of the Huangkane Den, also a confidant of the Queen, arguably one under 1,000, unexpectedly perceptive." Haingayat looked at his expression, unable to suppress a giggle. "Indeed, I did not expect it, thought there would be yet another incompetent minister causing chaos from above." The two continued whispering. Tianhong quickly devised a plan. "My lady, he has understood. Can the silver just stolen be recovered? It was all our family's life-saving money." Hearing this, Haingayat stepped forward, bowing respectfully, but a slight movement caused Tianwu to tremble. "Lord, could you return the 100 taels of silver recently extorted? My husband and I are deeply grateful." Tianwu immediately raised his voice, full of indignation. Such inhumane behavior must be punished doubly. Then he turned sharply, shouting, "People, bring 200 taels here." The overseer failed in his duty. "Deduct this amount from my salary." Tianhong saw his excess, only forcing a smile. Haingayat understood the situation and merely smiled, her eyes full of satisfaction. Both bowed simultaneously, speaking in unison, grateful for the Lord's great favor. Haingayat smiled radiantly, embracing Tianhong's arm. "The couple leisurely left the prison in barely concealed joy. This trip not only lost nothing but also gained silver, uplifting both. Time to return home. After a turbulent time, they finally returned to familiar surroundings. Upon entering, they embraced, ignoring the surrounding peace and warmth. Tianhong slightly furrowed his brows, worried eyes looking down at Haingayat. My lady had been frightened, almost harmed by that scoundrel. She resolutely lifted her head to look at him, cheeks flushed, softly replying, "With my husband beside me, I fear nothing." The moment their gazes parted, their bodies immediately tensed. Thoughts flashed simultaneously in both minds. This Truong Thien Hao is surely done for this time. Tianhong blushed slightly, looking at Haingayat again, his voice carrying slight embarrassment. "My lady, having just faced danger, now relax a bit." She leaned softly into his chest, playfully responding, "All right, how should I relax?" Tianhong did not hesitate, his voice hoarse. "Let's do something interesting together." Haingayat's face flushed like a ripe tomato. Her eyes sparkled as she looked straight at him. No words were needed. They embraced tightly, sharing a passionate kiss. Time seemed to stop. From 3 radiant days, the moon gradually rose to replace the sun. The room shook violently, the tremor lasting until the moon fatigued, but the sunlight appeared, the sounds still unceasing. After a while, Tianhong, full of vitality, stood at the door waving at Haingayat. "I'm heading to the shop." She also cheerfully stood at the door watching his back, gently waving farewell. Just stepping out of the prison, Tianhong's aura immediately shifted, the warm smile for his lady not yet faded. The killing intent surged. Very well, first task today, eliminate the old master. Before long, he stood before the manor gate. Looking at the luxurious, splendid mansion, Tianhong slightly frowned, feeling uneasy. How could such a shallow man live in such extravagance? His eyebrows tightened, not knowing how much sweat and tears of the common folk had been exploited. Yet he quickly noticed something unusual, the main gate wide open but not a soul in sight. Clear daylight yet no guards. Tianhong lowered his head, stroking his chin with one hand, thinking slowly. In a blink, he utilized his agility to slip inside the manor without obstacle. His figure disappeared so quickly that passersby did not notice. He proceeded straight into the main hall, yet the space inside was eerily quiet. Tianhong glanced around, puzzled. Where is everyone? At that moment, unease rose, his entire body tensed, strange indeed. He decisively swung his hand forward, channeling energy, recreating time and space. A stream of sparkling energy, like a miniature galaxy, poured from his palm, filling the manor, reconstructing fragments of memories here. The normally calm morning atmosphere was torn by the sound of Jingtian shaking the earth. Outside, Thien Vu delivered a powerful kick, breaking the main gate of the manor like a toy. His face cold, gesturing to the troops behind, "Seize everything, tomorrow an execution for all." As the order was issued, soldiers and eunuchs roared together, obeying like a flood rushing into the Truong family. Soon all members of the Truong family, from children to elders, were dragged out for transport. Observing, Tianhong could not help but be astonished, his face showing a question. What embezzlement and extortion? The punishment raised to annihilation of the clan. He waved to recall the forces, still calculating in his mind. Or perhaps that rogue Marcus felt like leading the army for a stroll. After a moment, Tianhong sighed slightly, his voice carrying some regret. He turned to leave, not lingering. "Well, someone else acted, no need to soil my hands, dying lightly can be considered lucky." Meanwhile, at the Nguyen Imperial Palace, Haingayat sat on the cold throne, her demeanor casual as if enjoying a trivial play. Below the main hall, rows of officials knelt, heads nearly touching the ground. Thien Du also knelt in that posture, but his mind churned. Just returning from the battlefield, the queen's cultivation reached an inscrutable level. The royal aura emanated, without anger, yet others dared not lift their heads, sweat pouring endlessly. Huyet Fuang broke the heavy atmosphere, reporting, "Your Majesty has investigated. An assassin attempted to kill the Deputy General under Nin Vu's orders." The more he spoke, the more his voice filled with indignation, his goal being to use the pretext to deploy the Hak Long army into the capital, thus plotting to seize the throne. A ghostly central official at the front heard this and sprang up in panic, whipping around as he cried out in shock. "What? Ning Wang wants to rebel?" Instantly, all the officials around him also turned back at once, every face frozen with disbelief that Ning Wang could be so muddle-headed. By contrast, Shi Yu, seated upon the throne, merely tilted her head slightly, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her lips. So it was our good imperial uncle. A terrifying imperial dragon pressure spread from her body, making the air in the great hall so heavy it was almost suffocating. She said coldly, "Since he made the first move, then do not blame us for disregarding blood ties." Shi Yu's gaze turned even sharper as she looked down and issued a solemn order. "Tian Yu, we leave this matter to you." Tian Yu immediately knelt upright and answered in a ringing voice, "Your servant obeys the decree." Blood Phoenix continued reporting, "Your Majesty, there is another urgent report from the Divine Wind Guard. True Master He Wei of the Black White Dao Palace, True Master Qilong of Tianlong Hall, True Master Tianji of the Wuji Sect, True Master Wu Kui of Wanhuarong Warning, True Master Xing Xuan of the Kingxuan Gate and Strange Sword, the True Master of the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect. The 6 True Masters at the Divine Fire Realm have all set foot in Phoenix Capital. Hearing that list, Tian Yu instantly went pale and raised his head in worry. They were all supreme elders of the 6 strongest great sects, people who might not appear even after being invited 10 times. Now all 6 had come together. What exactly was their purpose? After hearing this, Shi Yu's expression also darkened. She said coldly, "If our guess is not wrong, that imperial uncle has offered benefits great enough that the 6 great sects cannot refuse." Her expression grew colder and colder, her eyes filled with killing intent. She murmured softly, "The matter has already been exposed, yet he still stubbornly resists." Tian Yu was so shocked that his mind went blank for an instant. What kind of benefit could make all 6 Divine Fire Realm True Masters act at the same time? Looking across the southern province, they were already the very peak of combat power. Another tall, thin central official had a face twisted with worry. 6 Divine Fire True Masters, plus Ning Wang and the Black Dragon Army. How could this situation still be resisted? Another official immediately spoke up and proposed, "We can also invite experts to assist us." But that suggestion was quickly rejected. Invite them from where? What sect is left with Divine Realm experts that we have not already contacted? Hearing the ministers arguing nonstop, Shi Yu also felt vexed, her delicate brows knitting slightly. This emperor has only just awakened the divine consciousness of the heavenly emperor Sia, though her cultivation had advanced very quickly. If she faced 6 old Divine Fire Realm monsters at once, she feared she could only barely maintain a balance. After a moment, she regained her imperial bearing, rose abruptly, and swept her hand with majestic authority. Since those old men dare to interfere in the struggle for the divine phoenix throne, then a vast surge of power suddenly erupted from Ji Yu's body, enveloping the entire spacious hall. In an instant, that aura swept her into the sky like a royal arrow, leaving only her dignified voice echoing behind, "We shall personally go and greet them." Witnessing that astonishing sight, all the ministers in the great hall gaped, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. The same thought surfaced in everyone's heart. Her Majesty has broken through to a new realm. She truly is terrifying beyond belief. Immediately afterward, they all knelt flat on the ground, knocked their foreheads to the floor, and shouted in unison, "Your servants are willing to live and die with your Majesty, to resist the enemy together and defend the nation." High in the sky, Xi Yu's gaze was cold as ice, and the killing intent around her body grew denser and denser. She absolutely could not let the flames of war spread into the capital, and even less could she allow her beloved husband to be harmed. Outside the imperial palace, the situation was already as chaotic as a shattered market. The common people were in an uproar, passing all kinds of rumors among themselves. A great upheaval is coming. Ning Wang is leading 300,000 Black Dragon troops here, and 6 Divine Fire True Masters are helping him in battle. This time, escape may be difficult. When night fell, the lights in the Lin residence were still blazing brightly. In the dining room, Si Yu sat quietly across from Duan Tianhong, watching him eat with relish like a starving bear. Seeing that his bowl of rice was almost empty, she gently picked up another piece of steaming meat and placed it in. Si Yu smiled faintly, her voice carrying a hint of deeper meaning. "Husband, Phoenix Capital has not been peaceful lately, so do not go out casually if there is nothing important." Hearing this, Tianhong was delighted inside, though his mouth never stopped eating. "Wife, rest assured your husband will obediently stay at home." Outwardly, he looked gentle and harmless, but waves had already risen in his heart. "Those little rats are truly bold, ignoring this venerable one's warning, and even making my wife worry." An invisible demonic aura quietly wrapped around Tianhong. Beneath the table, he clenched his fist, his gaze sweeping over the table full of delicacies. "Just a petty little prince of the lower realm, yet he dares make my wife uneasy. Very well, this venerable one will be magnanimous and send them off to reunite with their ancestors nice and smoothly." Tianhong slowly closed his eyes and silently activated the demonic minefield. An invisible energy spread from his body and enveloped the entire dining table. After that, it quickly expanded throughout the entire nation. Because of this, everything appeared before his eyes as clear as a detailed map. On it, points of light carrying dangerous auras were moving, and the great army was only 100 li away from this place. After locking onto the targets, Tianhong pondered his calculations. Those 6 outside reinforcements, no matter how he looked at them, were only ants a little larger than the last bunch. With a whoosh, his figure vanished from the dining room, leaving only the still steaming table of food behind. Tianhong used the teleportation art and appeared right before Ning Wang's great tent. Outside the large tent, a soldier was holding a sword as he patrolled and kept watch. As he observed, he suddenly saw another soldier rush in anxiously and report loudly. He lifted the curtain, revealing the scene inside the military tent. The soldier knelt before Ning Wang and said respectfully, "Your Highness, the 6 great true masters are about to arrive at Phoenix capital. They have sent word that you may immediately dispatch the troops, and they will come to support you." Amy Zun, the cloaked figure standing behind Ning Wang, slowly spoke in a hoarse voice. "As long as that little rat shows himself, the 6 true masters will immediately capture him alive and hand him over for your highness to deal with." Hearing this, Ning Wang showed clear smugness, a treacherous smile appearing on his face. Tianhong stood beside them and heard every word clearly, his thoughts turning at once. Little rat. Are they planning to set a trap for someone else too? Suddenly, Ning Wang slammed the table and shouted with excitement, "Excellent." At this moment, his eyes were full of schemes and delight. "This king wants to tear him apart with my own hands." After that, he raised his hand high and gave a decisive order, passed the command to the 3 armies, set out immediately and seized the imperial palace. In his mind, he had already imagined a great victory, personally capturing that girl Shi Yu alive. The corner of his mouth curled smugly. This king will certainly give generous rewards. Tianhong stood to the side and secretly listened, feeling that this play was rather interesting. These small fries at the Divine Fire Realm are indeed somewhat troublesome for the Tianfeng army to handle. His gaze darkened, and he had already made his decision. Fine, then let this venerable one take action and clean them all up at once. He stared fixedly at Ning Wang, a plan rapidly forming in his mind. As for this Ning Wang, just leave him to that little empress to deal with. While I am at it, I can also see whether that empress who never shows herself all year has enough ability to protect Phoenix capital. The aura around him became dangerous, his gaze sharp as if at countless blades. He thought silently like a god passing judgment. If she cannot even handle this small matter, if she cannot preserve peace for Tianfeng City, then how can my wife fully live the life she wants? In that case, this venerable one can only choose another emperor for Tianfeng Kingdom. With a whoosh, his figure vanished, because there was no longer anything here worth observing. Before the main camp, Ning Wang coughed softly to assert his authority, then raised his voice and declared to the entire army that this king had an announcement to make. Halfway through speaking, he suddenly froze because he had completely forgotten the next words, and could only glance quickly down at the prepared paper in his hand. Then he put on a dignified, righteous bearing again and read out clearly that the female emperor was young and incapable of ruling the nation, causing internal unrest to rage without end. The ancestors of Tianfeng had once taught them to protect the common people, and this king had not dared forget it for even a moment. After hearing this, the soldiers below only stared blankly at one another, utterly unable to understand what was going on. He closed his eyes, raised his head to the sky, and tried to shout as loudly as possible to stir morale. "Generals and soldiers of the 3 armies, follow me to rebuild a peaceful Tianfeng and establish a great legacy for all ages." Yet the moment his words fell, the surroundings were terrifyingly silent. Ning Wang's face instantly darkened, his eyes bulging as he stared down at the soldiers who still stood frozen like statues. In his heart, he roared in bewilderment. With such an impassioned speech, why was no one clapping and cheering? Could their hands all have been glued shut? Beside him, Haimi Zun understood his master's intention and immediately realized that the situation was not right. The old man hurriedly let out several loud dry coughs as though he were choking, trying to draw the attention of the dazed soldiers. "Brothers, do you truly have nothing you wish to say to His Highness Ning Wang?" Only then did the soldiers seem to snap awake and let out a cry. Immediately afterward, chaotic yet fervent cheers erupted everywhere. "Abolish the old and establish the new. His Highness Ning Wang is number 1. His Highness possesses the bearing of a king and deserves to sit upon the supreme throne. Long live Ning Wang, long live him for 10,000 years. His Highness's will is heaven's will. You are wise ruler reborn, and destiny is hard to defy. We lowly ones are willing to toil like oxen and horses, following your highness to the ends of the earth." Hearing those pleasant words of flattery, Ning Wang finally relaxed and revealed a satisfied smile, his cheeks faintly flushed as though he had been praised exactly where it pleased him most. Good, very good, keep it up." Just then, a soldier charged forward aggressively, dropped to his knees before him with a thud, and reported in a loud voice, "Your Highness Ning Wang, the grain, fodder, and military supplies have all been assembled and await only your Highness's command." Ning Wang merely gave him a lazy glance and waved his hand as though shooing away a fly. "Withdraw." The soldier did not dare say more, only answered quietly in assent and retreated back into the ranks. Ning Wang raised the treasured sword high again, its tip pointing straight at the sky, straining his neck as he shouted to rouse morale. "Everyone, heed my command. Whoever captures that useless woman alive shall be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold and be granted the title of Marquis of 10,000 households." The moment the words silver taels were heard, the entire army seemed to be filled with fresh zeal. Everyone's eyes blazed, their momentum surged like fire, and excited cheers rang out without end. After the long, drawn-out encouragement, Ningguang curled his lips into a wicked smile and decisively ordered the assault on the city. In his heart, triumphant thoughts churned endlessly. "He, everything is ready, all is prepared, only the east wind is missing." This king's lifelong wish is finally about to come true. On the Phoenix capital city tower, Shi Yu stood tall and imposing, her aura majestic as her gaze swept across the tens of thousands of loyal soldiers below. At that very moment, an urgent voice rang out from behind her. "Emergency report, urgent news from the front line." She maintained her upright stance, one hand on her waist and the other gripping the hilt of her sword, then ordered coldly, "Speak." The messenger did not dare delay and immediately reported that a vast army as numerous as ants had appeared before the city. After scouting, it had been confirmed to be Ningguang's army. The man's cunning face instantly surfaced in Ji Yu's mind. Her expression darkened, rage flaring violently. "Ningguang, you truly are stubborn to a pitiful degree. Since you insist on ruining the peaceful life of this emperor and my husband, do not blame this emperor for showing no mercy." Standing atop the watchtower, Shi Yu turned and called for the desolate heaven empress. Tianwu immediately lowered her head and answered respectfully, "This subject is here." Her voice sank, carrying a trace of reluctance. "If this battle is lost, immediately send someone to Hong Shi Yu woodcarving shop and take my husband away. The farther he goes, the better, and he must never look back." Hearing that life and death order, Tianwu did not hesitate at all, immediately kneeling on one knee and replying decisively, as commanded. Si Yu turned again and called General Tianxi. Tianyu immediately knelt, her voice ringing out, "This humble general is here." Si Yu tightened her grip on the sword hilt, her eyes cold as ice as she looked straight at her and ordered, "Follow me, meet the enemy in battle." "By your command." She stood straight and stamped hard on the stone floor with a crisp sound to steady herself. After that, Ji Yu looked back at her two trusted generals and gave the final order, "Move out," as commanded. The moment the order was given, the solid wall in Shi Yu's heart also began to crack. She lowered her head and softly whispered words only the wind could hear. "Husband, I truly do not want to leave you. So what if I am the Empress? So what if I am the central heavenly emperor? All those hollow titles put together are not worth a single strand of your hair. The days spent by your side were the happiest time of my life." With those words spoken, the three of them stepped forward together, their bearing powerful and upright. Yu's bearing at this moment was filled with confidence and resolve. She told herself silently, "I must win this battle." In the dense forest outside the city, a group of people were rushing forward at astonishing speed, silent as ghosts. Their figures swept past so quickly that the air seemed to tear apart, producing sharp whooshing sounds one after another. True Master Qilong rushed forward while still not forgetting to chat. "Everyone, who do you think the mysterious figure in Ningguang's manor really is?" True Master Mei Kui, a charming beauty, smiled faintly and glanced at him. To be honest, experts above the 4th level of the Divine Flame realm are already extremely rare in this Divine Phoenix dynasty. True Master Jing Xuan also cut in. Definitely no nameless nobody. True Master Tianji, the steadiest among the group, immediately interrupted. "Enough, that is enough." His gaze grew alert and his voice also sank. "Ningguang's army has already begun moving." Suddenly, True Master Tianji shouted loudly. In that instant, the figures rushing forward suddenly turned into streaks of pale, white blur and vanished without a trace. All of them had leapt onto the towering treetops to conceal themselves. The leaves shook violently, releasing wave after wave of rustling sounds. True Master Jing Xuan folded his arms before his chest, his expression full of smugness as he spoke to the people around him. Hey, this brat Ningguang is truly willing to spend big, daring to use the treasure map of the Heavenly Fire Evil Master as a bargaining chip. Then we should also return the favor and help him seize this mortal throne." True Master Jing Xuan of the King Xuan sect laughed so hard that the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes stood out clearly. "This deal is truly an enormous profit." True Master Bo Wei, standing on a nearby branch, also chimed in, not hiding his interest at all. The Heavenly Fire Evil Master was a peerless expert who once stepped in the wind, fire, thunder, and heart realm. His treasure is what holds the greatest value to us. True Master Jing Xuan glanced over and nodded in praise. "Not bad, not bad." True Master Bo Wei of the Black and White Dao Palace continued speaking endlessly, his tone no different from someone delivering a sermon. "We have all reached the Divine Flame realm. If we can overcome the 4 great heavenly tribulations of wind, fire, thunder, and heart, then we will be completely reborn, and our lifespans will extend to 1,000 years. True Master Qi Long, standing beside him, could not help bursting into hearty laughter, his voice clearly teasing. Old Yin Yang, stop showing off that half-black, half-white face of yours and flaunting your shallow knowledge. Hearing this, True Master Bo Wai immediately turned his face away in a huff. Himph, none of your business. True Master Qi Long of Tianlong Hall still wore a smile as he continued speaking. In any case, we should thank that mysterious figure for giving us a once-in-a-millennium chance to break the shackles of our realm. True Master King Jian of the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect, the calmest in the group, spoke softly. I truly did not expect a mortal like Ning Wang to be able to find the Heavenly Fire Evil Master's treasure map. The only woman in the group, sitting sideways on a branch, suddenly giggled, her gaze turning toward him. Ha ha ha! True Master Mei Kui of 10,000 Flowers Valley revealed clear excitement toward this treasure hunt. Then this time we must help that brat. Ning Wang seized the Emperor's throne. True Master Tianji stood beside them with his arms crossed, giving a cold snort full of disdain. Dealing with a child barely over 20, and the old man is actually needed. True Master Tianji of the Wuji sect frowned, his gaze fixed straight ahead. The old man is only interested in that mysterious one. Just then, a stream of pitch-black hidden energy gathered from nowhere and coiled into one place. At the same time, a lazy yet bewitching voice rang out in midair. You are all far too slow. Everyone's hair instantly stood on end, their spines stiff as wood, their hands instinctively moving to the weapons at their waists as they shouted in unison with full vigilance. Who is there? The black energy gradually condensed, transforming into a blurry figure. That low voice rang out again. I have been waiting for you for a long time. True Master Tianji was so frightened that his face turned deathly pale, his pupils shrinking like beans, his entire body rigid and unable to move. Damn it, we actually did not detect this person's existence at all. The group's gazes met, and each of them could read the terror in the other's hearts. This person's realm was clearly higher than theirs. True Master Qi Long was the first to regain his composure. He stepped forward and tried to begin a dialogue. Then fellow Daoist must be the divine flame True Master who threatened Ning Wang. He quickly summoned a massive golden dragon and made it growl threateningly. I advise fellow Daoist to leave and not foolishly interfere in this matter. Without waiting for the other party to react, True Master Qi Long emphasized again, his voice overflowing with killing intent. Otherwise, I fear your life will be hard to keep. Tianhong's figure gradually became clear. He still carried an overwhelming aura, his icy voice tinged with provocation. Do not forget, on our side here, there are 6 experts. True Master Jing Xuan stood behind him without saying a word, yet a feeling of smugness rose in his heart. That is right, that is right. On this side there are 6 Divine Flame Realm experts holding the line. True Master Bo Wei showed disdain toward the other party. That sneaky fellow must already be trembling in fear by now. True Master Tianji gradually regained his composure, and that familiar sharp look returned to his eyes. Although the other party was somewhat formidable, he absolutely could not be stronger than the 6 of them joining forces. True Master Mei Kui kept staring intently at Tianhong, unable to help hesitating in her heart. Aya, do we really have to fight? True Master King Jan silently transmitted his intent to the others. No matter who the other party is, with the 6 of us here, even if we encounter an 8th level expert, we have enough strength to put up a proper fight. True Master Qi Long saw that the other party still did not react after so long, so he revealed a provocative smile. What now, or are you going to obediently crawl home and drink your mother's milk, little brat? Hearing this, Tianhong raised a hand to cover his mouth, trying to suppress his laughter, yet a soft chuckle still slipped out. Aha, what a pack of stupid clowns, he thought to himself. In the upper realm, even top-tier immortal lords and demon generals had to kneel and pay respects before this sovereign. Yet these worthless small fries actually dared to act so arrogant. At last, Tianhong ran out of patience. He raised his hand arrogantly and beckoned at the 6 with blatant provocation. Then let us begin. You mongrels, bring out those little tricks of yours and amuse this seat. Those words were no different from a bomb exploding in the crowd. All 6 of them were shaken, their faces pale, their mouths hanging open. What? Does he truly not take the 6 of us seriously at all? True Man King Jian was the first to fly into a rage. He roared, drew the great treasured sword from his back, then shouted, everyone, move aside. In the blink of an eye, he poured out all his strength and charged straight at Tianhong. As he attacked, he shouted, you little rat who only knows how to hide in the shadows. Let this old man see what ability you have. Take this move. The 40-meter great treasured sword instantly slashed down. Faced with that dazzling attack, Tianhong merely gave a cold snort. In his eyes, it was nothing more than a tiny streak of light unworthy of mention. True Man King Jian immediately went mad from being looked down upon. His eyes narrowed, all his power gathered into a single slash, and his arrogant voice rang out, "Then die beneath this streak of light." The peerless sword swept out in a perfect arc and struck its target. A dry sound rang out as it pierced straight through Tianhong's body. The pitch-black demonic energy was torn in two, slowly scattering like a stage curtain being pulled open. Immediately after, a sharp stream of sword energy ripped through the night, screeching eerily as it shot forward at astonishing speed. That terrifying power formed an intense pressure, forcing True Man Qilong, True Man Tianji, True Man Jingxuan, and True Man Bowie, who were standing in the distance, to hurry and raise their hands to shield their faces. True Man Qilong spoke first, his voice carrying a trace of admiration and envy. "Good heavens, this King Lao sword move really is going all out, unleashing a killing move right at the start and giving the opponent no time to react." True Man Tianji beside him nodded repeatedly, stroking his chin as he looked toward the center of the battlefield and commented with delight, "Absolutely flawless. Under such a strike, that brat would be reduced to ash even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms." The others were more silent, but none of them refuted that judgment. Clearly in their hearts, they all believed the outcome had already been decided. Beneath the silent night sky, the full moon hung high, and the whistle of sword energy still pierced through layer after layer of clouds, stirring the quiet space. True Man Tianji added one more seemingly reasonable remark. If he can be finished off with a single move, it can be considered a clean death for him. Few precious seconds passed, and the dust mist created by the explosion gradually dispersed. In midair, a motionless, hovering figure slowly emerged. True Man Qilong was practically a fanatic, hurriedly raising a hand to shade his brow and narrowing his eyes to see clearly. He suddenly cried out in excitement, "Whoa, it is True Man Qingjian. This old man's bearing truly cannot be underestimated." The people from the other sects also fixed their eyes on that imposing figure, unable to conceal their admiration. But immediately after, True Man Tianji suddenly widened his eyes, his pupils shrinking violently as if he had seen something horrifying. His voice trembled, "Wait, something is wrong. The one who lost is Qingjian." Those words were like a thunderclap beside the ear. Everyone instantly gaped and turned their heads in unison to look toward the opposite side. There Tianhong still stood towering, silent like a statue of an evil god, surrounded by endlessly surging demonic energy. As for True Man Qingjian, who only a few seconds ago had still been the pride in their eyes, he was now completely motionless. His body fell straight from the sky like a torn sack, plunging through the air amid the screaming wind. A Jingtian sound rang out when that body struck the ground heavily. Everyone present froze in deathly silence, their minds seeming to stop working. The 5 in True Man Tianji's group troop turned as pale as if they had seen a ghost, plunging from excitement straight into the abyss of panic. A chilling thought appeared in all their minds at once: instant kill. This was an instant kill. True Man Tianji, who had been the most aggressive just now, was now trembling like a branch in the wind. His voice stammered, You are at the peak of the divine fire realm." Tianhong curled his lips into a smile that was both arrogant and mocking, as if he were watching some cheap farce. He did not bother answering the question of a man about to die. Instead, his gaze slowly swept over the remaining 5 true men, his voice light yet as cold as a death sentence. "Now it is your turn." True Man Tianji jolted violently, sweat pouring from him as if he had been drenched. He hurriedly raised his hand as if to stop him, his voice filled with panic. "Wait." Although he was already so terrified inside that his courage had nearly shattered, he still forced himself to preserve the last bit of dignity and warned through gritted teeth, "Have you ever considered the consequences of killing us?" Hearing his tone that was still trying to sound tough, Tianhong could not help laughing. He raised a hand to rub his chin, pretending to think, while his face looked unbelievably innocent. Consequences. That does sound interesting. Tell me about it." He folded his arms, calm and composed like an audience member waiting for a play. True Man Tianji seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, and immediately poured out the reasoning he had prepared. "Your cultivation is profound, and we know we are no match for you. You came here only to warn Ning Wang and stop him from rebelling. We understand that. But if you insist on killing us, that means offending the 6 great sects at the same time. At that point, the entire Divine Phoenix dynasty will also be dragged into a calamity of destruction. Is this truly what you wish to see? I hope you will reconsider. Each of our 6 great sects has a great cultivator at the peak of the divine fire realm presiding over it. Why not stop here, where both sides benefit and avoid damaging our harmony?" Tianhong patiently listened to the end, his expression as if he were watching a child jump around. Only after True Man Tianji finished speaking did he coldly drop one sentence. "Oh, after speaking at such length, your goal was only to stall for a little more time, was it not?" Immediately after, killing intent erupted from Tianhong, spreading in all directions like an invisible tsunami. The people opposite him panicked and hurriedly raised their hands to resist. Amid that terrifying pressure, Tianhong's voice rang out clearly, cold enough to seep into the marrow. "Then this seat does not mind wiping out your so-called 6 great sects as well." True man Tianji was completely stunned. In that instant he understood that all pleas and threats were meaningless. He whipped around toward True man Qilong and the others, who were still frozen like wooden statues, and shouted in panic, "We are done for. This madman has absolutely no fear of the sex behind us. Fellow Daoists, look after your own lives, run first." After that absurd battle cry in reverse, the 5 true men who were renowned across a region instantly transformed into 5 streams of light, shooting in 5 different directions as they desperately fled from death. The demonic energy around Tianhong grew thicker and thicker, covering an entire stretch of space. His cold voice rang out like a judgment, "Since you have met this sovereign, even an immortal emperor descending to the mortal world should not dream of escaping." As soon as he finished speaking, Tianhong merely waved his hand lightly. The demonic energy instantly dispersed, transforming into brilliant golden halos that carried an unimaginable, terrifying power. Sound of air being torn apart rang out, followed by desperate screams. "No, impossible. How can he do this?" The halos quickly split into 5 ropes of light, binding the 5 fleeing figures tightly and suspending them in midair like fish caught in a net. Only now did they truly understand that Tianhong's strength had far surpassed every guess. This is not the peak of the divine fire realm. Immortal, he is an immortal. He must be a mighty immortal. Mighty one, please spare our lives. Tianhong did not even bother glancing over, merely flicking his finger indifferently. Snap. 5 explosions rang out in succession. The bodies of the 5 true men instantly shattered like fireworks, turning into a dark red curtain of blood that covered the sky. Tianhong sighed softly and muttered, "Hemphi," no different from a string of tiny firecrackers. A new plan quickly formed in his mind. The next target would be the 6 great sects. They had to be cleaned out thoroughly to avoid future trouble. At the walls of Fengjing, the battle had already erupted fiercely. Inside and outside the city, the roar of great cannons thundered without end. Boom, 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 mixing with the battle cries of soldiers from both sides. Charge! Atop the highest section of the city wall, a dignified woman silently observed the entire battlefield. She was none other than Empress Ji Yu. Opposite her was the rebel army led by Ning Wang. He stood atop an ornate carriage, his bearing arrogant to the extreme. He waved his hand and gave an order, his voice full of urgency. "Hurry, activate the thunderclap cannon to maximum power for me." A soldier immediately cupped his fists and accepted the order. Immediately after, above Ning Wang's head, a colossal sphere of thunder and lightning slowly took shape. Following the blare of horns from the 2 Taoists beside him, he puffed out his chest, gathered all his strength, and shouted toward the city wall, "Ji Yu, what right do you have to sit on the throne of the divine Phoenix dynasty? Abdicate at once. This king may still consider sparing your life." Gu Tianyu, the empress's loyal guard, was furious when she heard those treasonous words, her expression changing sharply. She pointed her spear straight at Ning Wang and shouted, "Ning Wang, as a subject, you dare offend your superior and commit monstrous treason. Your crime deserves the extermination of 9 clans." Ji Yu, whose name had been called, still stood unmoving, arms folded, her expression calm to a chilling degree. When Ning Wang heard the scolding, his face darkened, and he clenched his fists so tightly that veins bulged. He roared, "A little girl whose own reputation has not even stabilized dares to act insolently before this king." He pointed straight at Gu Tianyu, his voice full of threat. "Just wait. After this king ascends the throne, the first ones I deal with will be you 2 siblings." At this moment, Ji Yu on the wall finally spoke, her cold voice spreading across the battlefield. "Imperial uncle Ning Wang." Gaze was sharp as a blade, her voice thick with killing intent. "I will give you one final chance. If you withdraw your troops now, we can regard this as if nothing ever happened." Ning Wang burst into loud, contemptuous laughter. He stroked his chin with the bearing of a superior. "Ha ha ha, that is fine too, as long as my good niece obediently hands the imperial throne over to this king. Then let there be war." Ji Yu coldly cut him off, then decisively turned and left. Ning Wang froze, his face wrinkling like a jujube, a growl squeezing out of his throat. Truly an ignorant thing. Feeling deeply humiliated, he pointed straight toward the walls of Fengjing and howled like a wounded beast, "Bring it down for me. This king will reward you handsomely." Immediately, rows of cannons roared at the same time, firing blazing shells that tore through the air. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the soldiers heard the words "handsome reward," they seemed to receive fresh stimulation, their morale surging as they charged forward and shouted, "Whoa, kill charge." Ning Wang grew more and more pleased with himself. He continued issuing orders. "Good, now it is your turn to take the stage." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following that command, dozens of figures in Taoist robes suddenly shot up from within the army formation, rushing straight toward the city wall. "As you command." The soldiers below stared wide-eyed after them, unable to hide their shock and admiration. They are cultivators, so many cultivators. Tian Yu instinctively stepped forward, raising a hand to shield Shi Yu. Her voice tense. Your Majesty, it seems Ningguang has brought out all his trump cards. After decades of secretly building his power, he has finally truly rebelled. She turned and ordered the Imperial Guards, protect Her Majesty. Shi Yu gripped her sword hilt tightly, her gaze unwavering and still fixed on the cultivators rushing toward them. Her mind quickly calculated, with the few siblings commanding the Imperial Guards, along with the city's defensive formation, the situation before them had not yet reached a truly critical point. The real opponents for us should be those 6 divine fire true men. Why can't he sense their energy? Could it be they are ambushing elsewhere? Suddenly, from another direction in the city, a violent explosion echoed, startling everyone. Zhu Feng, an old eunuch, face pale, ran while panicking, shouting, Your Majesty, it's over, it's over. He knelt to the ground, voice trembling, reporting that the Chu family Tianwu clan and some high officials had led a rebellion, attacking from within. At that moment, another voice echoed from afar, blending into the chaos, announcing that the Empress had been richly rewarded with 10,000 gold. At the eastern city gate, the battle grew extremely fierce. Citizens panicked as the wall began to collapse. Oh no, the city gate has been breached. But the king outside the city laughed triumphantly upon hearing the news. Ha ha, well done, those old men of the noble families. The subordinate hurriedly flattered Ningguang, Your Highness, the secret relatives along with 6 fire immortals have yet to appear. It seems something is restraining them. Hum hum, very good, very good. Ningguang clapped with joy, envisioning himself wearing the dragon robe. As long as that person doesn't appear to interfere, the throne will surely be his. Marcus Huang Tian hurriedly ran in to report that the old masters of the mystical formations of the great clans had joined forces to break the defensive formation at the eastern gate. The soldiers panicked immediately. It's over. This time it's really over. Who should I ask now? What should I do? Seeing the crisis, Marquis Huang Tian gritted his teeth and pleaded, General, please, Your Majesty, temporarily relocate to a safer place. Zhu Feng also panicked, tears in his eyes, Your Majesty, please. Xi Yu coldly cut him off, slightly closing his eyes, understanding already, Ningguang colluded with the rebel forces, all within his expectations. Soon, dusk fell. Ningguang's forces still surrounded the city gate, reporting that they had seized the eastern gate. Ningguang clapped his thighs in delight. Good, very good. He immediately ordered Dulong Shangren, Guang Shangren, and Wu Shangren to follow Shi Yu into the city and capture the noble. Obeying, the soldiers responded in unison, then surged into the city like a tide. Tianhong suddenly appeared beside Shi Yu. The two along with the royal guards stood ready, but seeing the enemy swarm in like ants, the royal guards' faces paled. It's over. Zhu Feng clutched his head in trembling. What to do now? They've reached here. Shut your mouth, Shi Yu shouted in frustration. Old Xu Feng, startled, hastily covered his mouth, stammering, Yes, Your Majesty. Ningguang raised his sword threateningly, voice imposing, I have always cared for the people. Anyone who surrenders will be spared death. Hearing this, some soldiers began to drop their weapons. The clang of armor falling sounded chillingly. Marquis Huang Tian desperately shouted, Fools, don't go there, you will regret it. Yet his words were like the wind passing through ears. Groups of soldiers ran toward Ningguang, pleading, I surrender, not following you would be wrong. We don't want to die in vain. Marquis Huang Tian gritted his teeth, furious as if to breathe fire, but his throat stiffened, unable to speak further. Suddenly a sharp voice rang out, cutting the atmosphere, startling him. Why haven't you surrendered yet? Marquis Huang Tian and Tian Yu's eyes met as if sparks flew. A moment of silence passed like a silent confrontation. Then both spoke in unison, voices resounding like an oath. We pledge to follow Your Majesty through life and death. Xu Feng, the aged minister, trembling like a reed in the wind, remained steadfast in loyalty to Your Majesty. Moreover, he believed that Your Majesty alone could turn the tide and quell the storm. Xi Yu slightly closed his eyes, showing a knowing, satisfied smile. Good. Feeling neglected, old Xu Feng muttered in grievance, Your Majesty doesn't pay attention to me. So painful, ignoring his inner thoughts. Shi Yu strode forward. If the 6 fire immortals still intend to evade, Shi Yu would no longer wait. Ningguang, seeing this, immediately pointed his sword at her, laughing triumphantly. Ha ha ha, little girl, finally realize you can't resist. Ji Yu pursed her lips, smile tinged with mockery and disdain. Ha ha ha, Your Highness laughs a little too soon. Ningguang's smile immediately stiffened. Before he could react, Shi Yu lightly flew into the air, landing on the back of a giant golden dragon that appeared from the void. Remember who empowered the Phoenix King's strength these past years? The dragon moved slightly, whipping its tail with a thunderous sound. Ningguang froze, the legendary beast gliding in the sky, each tail swing roaring like thunder. The soldiers below could only clutch their heads and scream, bodies tossed as if drunk on waves. Spare me, my head hurts. Ranks retreated. Liu Cao felt his legs go weak, an invisible pressure pressing on his shoulders nearly knocking him down. Ningguang looked up in horror. This is Ziyu's voice rang down from above, majestic as judgment. You are surrounded. Anyone who surrenders will be spared death. Beneath the dragon, shark claws gradually appeared, sending chills down spines. The soldiers below panicked, the golden dragon manifesting, its body forming 6 layers of aura. Ning Wang tried to maintain composure, or at least pretend, nothing to fear, we still have the trump card. He raised both hands, appearing majestic like a lord, loudly calling, "Summon the 6 fire immortals, punish the demoness." He shouted, but nothing happened. The space fell silent to the point one could hear a flying turtle. The soldiers stared at each other, completely confused. One soldier gathered courage and whispered close enough for 2 to hear, but it struck Ning Wang like a slap. "Your Highness, perhaps the immortals are asleep and didn't hear." Ning Wang nodded, thick-skinned, agreed. "Retreat then." "Yes, Your Highness." The soldier respectfully withdrew, barely containing laughter. Regaining some courage, Ning Wang exerted all remaining dignity, gathering power in his chest, raised both hands, shouted again, louder and more heroic, "Summon the 6 fire immortals, punish the demoness." But in response he only heard the faintest wind. Yu's eyes full of pity. She still calmly stood on the dragon's back, patiently observing this farce, speaking gently, her voice cold as a blade cutting the silence. Ning Wang should have long realized her cunning. Ning Wang continued shouting in despair, "Where are my 6 immortals?" Subordinates below could only helplessly watch each other, not daring to speak. He immediately turned to shout, "Quickly find them, they must have lost their way somewhere." One soldier receiving the order turned to run when suddenly a force from above struck his back. The soldier fell immediately, fresh blood splattering the ground. Yu radiated a brilliant aura like the sun, declaring clearly that the traitor Ning Wang's plot had been discovered. Had he not walked into it himself, Yu would have found little reason to execute him. She pointed directly at him, gaze cold as a knife. Yet Ning Wang still refused to submit, clenching his fists and growling, "Relying on a milk-fed girl like you." Yu laughed loudly, mocking. The rebels had been deliberately released earlier by Yu so you could gather with Ning Wang, all part of a trap to capture them in one net. In her mind appeared the image of herself sitting majestically on the throne. Today, anyone daring to betray Yu, betray the nation, betray the people. Thinking this, Yu's wrath flared violently. Not one would escape. "You are surrounded by Yu." Immediately, one soldier fell to his knees, bowing repeatedly, "Your Majesty, spare us. We were forced by Ning Wang. Still loyal to Your Majesty, willing to act as internal support." As soon as he withdrew his words, he drew his sword and slashed chaotically at those who had fought alongside him, blood spraying. The scene before the city gate fell into chaos in the blink of an eye. Elsewhere, Tianwu watched with his arms folded, then gently shook his head. He thought to himself that Her Majesty the Queen had long since reached an astonishing realm, but had merely endured in silence and waited for the right moment. These foolish people who refused to listen to advice were truly courting their own destruction. As for Yu, she was quietly calculating, this emperor has awakened immortal consciousness, and also has a true immortal heart technique to assist me. I originally planned to delay a while longer, and when that time came, even if the 6 great sects joined forces, they would be no more than ants in my eyes. At this moment, the 6 divine flame-true men had still not shown themselves. This was truly a rare opportunity. She had to deal with this quickly, and absolutely could not let it drag on. She immediately issued an order, "Soldiers, receive my decree." Blood Phoenix and Tianwu both knelt on one knee, cupped their hands, and answered loudly, "Understood." Yu raised her hand, and around her arm, a hazy current of energy instantly surged, filled with killing intent. Her voice was as cold as frost, "Rebels kill without mercy." Behind her, all the loyal soldiers also knelt at once, respectfully accepting the order. The heavy city gate slowly opened, as if heralding a brutal purge that was about to unfold. Soldiers poured in from outside in a torrent, some on foot, and some on horseback, creating a rumble that shook the ground itself. In the blink of an eye, the vanguard army had charged into the city. Ning Wang sank to the ground, muttering in despair, how could this be? That girl Yu? Why is she so powerful? He turned toward his remaining subordinates and roared in panic. "Everyone at the profound cave realm and above, charge forward for me at once. All of you rush in together. Use your numbers to crush her to death." Immediately afterward, a group of experts shot into the air, all aiming straight at Li Yu. They chanted spells in unison, unleashing all kinds of dazzling magic. Even though she was besieged from all sides, she showed not the slightest trace of fear. On the contrary, her gaze grew even colder, and her lips moved slightly as she recited a divine incantation. A colossal magical dragon, far more majestic than before, was instantly summoned. It roared, shaking heaven earth, then charged straight in and swept through that motley army. Even Tianwu, who had always been absolutely loyal, was so shocked that his mouth fell open. Heavenly Dragon Mastery Art. This is a great divine ability of the upper realm. Why has it appeared in this lower realm? He and Blood Phoenix both felt boundless reverence rise within them, and shouted in unison, "Long live the Queen! Long live the Queen!" The enemy soldiers trembled like leaves. One stammered, "Heavens, is she really only 26 years old?" The person beside him shook uncontrollably, his voice broken. "Why is my whole body trembling like this? I can barely stand anymore." Elsewhere, inside the wood-carving shop, sunlight slipped through the crack of the door and gently shone into the room. Tianhong placed his hand on the table, his gaze fixed on the distant imperial city. "Divine Phoenix Queen, your talent is indeed extraordinary. Your imperial aura can charge straight up to the ninth heaven." That man propped his chin in his hand, pondering in silence. "If she continues to grow in the normal way, her future will certainly be immeasurable. I am afraid that in the future she will become a new flame heavenly emperor." Back on the battlefield, Ning Wang was still trying to calm the remnants of his army. "Everyone, do not panic. Hold the formation. The divine flame true men of the 6 great sects will arrive any moment." Even though the situation was already painfully clear, he still forced himself to cling to that final shred of faith. Du furrowed her brows slightly. Why have the divine flame true men of the 6 great sects still not appeared? Could it be that they sense my divine might and no longer dare to come die with me? Just then a dark figure rushed over from afar at an astonishing speed. It was Hai Yi. Ning Wang seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and immediately called out, "Hai Yi, where are the true men of the 6 sects?" But when he clearly saw Hai Yi's appearance, his heart sank at once. That man's whole body was trembling, his face deathly pale as if his soul had fled, clearly having just witnessed something utterly terrifying. Hai Yi trembled as he recalled it and reported in a shaking voice, "Your Highness, in the forest outside the city, this subordinate found the 6 true men, but only ruins remained." After hearing this, Ning Wang felt as if he had been struck by lightning and completely lost control. What? How could this be? They were true men of the divine flame realm, and there were 6 of them. Xiyu could not help being shocked as well. What is going on? Could it be that the clan elders made a move? Impossible. For the struggle over the imperial throne, those old men would absolutely not interfere, not to mention they are closer to Ning Wang than to me. She shook her head and cast aside her chaotic thoughts. "Forget it, I cannot worry about too much. I must end this battle swiftly, prevent the people in the city from falling into panic, and also finish early so I can return to my husband." Thinking this, Xiyu gave the final command, her voice resounding across the battlefield. "Clean up the battle quickly. The criminal Ning Wang must be captured alive. After this battle, all the soldiers defending the city will be heavily rewarded." Immediately, Blood Phoenix and the Huangshan Marcus roared together. "The whole army will heed the order. Follow me and crush the enemy. Capture Ning Wang alive." As soon as the words fell, tens of thousands of horse hooves struck the ground at once, sending dust billowing up like a rolling sandstorm surging forward. At the heart of the storm, Ning Wang suddenly burst into a crazed laugh. "Ha ha, Xiyu, even if this prince dies here, you are not qualified to judge me." His hand tightened around the hilt of his treasured sword, and the blade flashed with a cold light. With a single decisive swing, he made it clear that he was ready to step into the final battle to the death. Faced with such stubborn resistance, Xiyu responded only with an icy gaze, her imperial aura radiating so powerfully that others did not dare look straight at her. Forced into a situation where she had to personally end her imperial uncle's life, she only sighed softly, and within that sigh was a sense of helplessness. Immediately afterward, her cold voice rang across the battlefield. "Ning Wang has committed treason, a crime deserving 10,000 deaths. Today, by special grace, he is allowed to take his own life and preserve his corpse intact, but he shall not be admitted into the sacred temple. His body shall be returned to his family, and they may choose good land for his burial." Although the sentence was cold and decisive, deep in Ji Yu's eyes, a hard-to-hide trace of worry still flickered. When all the turmoil had been quelled, Ji Yu immediately hurried back to her own warm home. The moment she saw Tianhong, she could not hold back and called out loudly, her voice filled with joy, "Husband." Hearing that familiar call, sweet as a cool spring, Tianhong immediately turned around. After being apart for many days, Ji Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked at him, like a little cat that had finally found a delicacy after days of longing. Without the slightest hesitation, she rushed over and buried her head in his broad, sturdy chest. Tianhong also spread his arms and gathered her fully into his embrace, saying in a gentle voice, "Wife, I have made you wait too long." Hearing those words, her eyes instantly reddened. "I did not expect the war to erupt so suddenly. The entire city was placed under martial law, and this husband had no way to return to your side immediately." He hurriedly took all the blame upon himself, his voice full of guilt. "It is this husband's fault. All of it is this husband's fault. I left my wife alone at home, worrying day and night like that. Hearing this, Shiyu's face suddenly drooped, looking both pitiful and so moving that one could hardly bear to look away. I am not afraid of heaven, nor am I afraid of earth. I am only afraid that I will no longer be able to see you in the future. After saying this, tears immediately rolled down her cheeks, and she began sobbing right in front of Tianhong. I was so worried, afraid that if we lost the battle today, we would never have another chance to see each other again. Fortunately, the heavens still showed mercy. Tianhong gently patted her trembling back and comforted her softly. Rest assured, news of victory has already spread everywhere. Ning Wang's rebel army has been completely wiped out. We are truly safe now. Those soothing words were like a gentle medicine, gradually calming Shiyu's emotion. Yet in Tianhong's heart, anger was quietly blazing. They dared make my wife worry to this extent. They absolutely cannot be forgiven. When pulling weeds, one must tear them out by the roots. Those 6 great sects must not be allowed to remain. As if suddenly remembering something, Tianhong blinked softly, his voice gentling. Ah, speaking of which, our empress is truly formidable. I heard she is not much older than my wife, yet she has already reached the 6th level of the Divine Flame realm and suppressed the entire rebel army alone. Truly outstanding. Hearing this, Shiyu could not help feeling shy and smiled softly. Hee, that is indeed so. All the people can see that Her Majesty the Empress is extremely capable. With someone like her here, we can feel much more at ease in the future. As she said this, she hurriedly raised her hand to hide her already flushed face. Tianhong laughed and reached out to lightly pinch her pretty nose. It seems my wife has become a loyal admirer of Her Majesty the Empress. Having her thoughts exposed, Shiyu immediately put on a coquettish look, both shy and annoyed. Faced with that adorable appearance, Tianhong casually wrapped an arm around her slender waist, and the two supported each other as they stepped into the warm little home. Dinner passed in a sweet atmosphere. Tianhong cared for her very attentively, constantly placing food into Jiyu's bowl. Outwardly, he remained calm, but in his mind, he was quietly arranging a flawless plan. He needed a reasonable excuse to leave the city, and conveniently deal with the remaining 6 sects. While picking up a piece of braised pork and putting it into his mouth, Tianhong spoke. Ah, right, my wife. A few days ago, your husband accepted a large order, but because of the matter with Ning Wang, it was delayed. Tomorrow, I may need to make a trip to Black Rock City to buy some of the black sandalwood specialty there. Ji Yu blinked her playful eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed as she replied. Alright, go ahead. Remember to stay safe and come back to me soon. After saying this, she secretly felt delighted. Wonderful, husband can focus on his work without worry. While staying at home, I will conveniently clean up the capital and deal with the remaining rats left behind by Ning Wang. Doing it discreetly like this will keep husband from being troubled. Tianhong gently set his chopsticks down on the bowl, making a very soft clink. His voice softened as he called my wife. The tips of his fingers lightly touched together, his voice somewhat heated yet full of implication. I made you worry all day today. Why do we not rest early? Your husband will properly make it up to you. Shi Yu immediately looked annoyed. Hateful, the bowls have not even been washed yet. Yet in the end, she still softened, her coquettish voice sweet as honey. Fine, I will listen to husband. Your husband can wash the bowls tomorrow. That is enough. Wonderful. Tianhong was so happy that he laughed aloud, his hands rubbing together nonstop. Ji Yu cleared her throat, then took the initiative to open her arms toward him. Then why are you still standing there in a daze? Hurry and go to sleep. Without the slightest hesitation, Tianhong gently scooped her up, making her cry out softly in embarrassment. He took a deep breath of her scent, the corner of his lips curving slightly. So fragrant. Xi Yu shyly buried her head against his chest and muttered softly, Hateful, you smell me every day and still have not had enough. Tianhong's eyes instantly lit up, his smile full of meaning. Of course I have not had enough. I want to smell you for the rest of my life. He carried her leisurely forward just like that, while Chi Yu grew more and more embarrassed. A moment later, he suddenly sped up, charging straight into the room as if someone were chasing him from behind. Inside the room, quarrels mixed with affection rang out. Ah, oh no, I forgot to bathe first. Tianhong immediately seized the opportunity. Then bathe first, we will bathe together. I will wash your feet, and you rub my back. Agreed. Xi Yu also went along with him. Then hurry up. Tianhong was so impatient that he stripped off all his clothes in the blink of an eye. What had to come finally came. Next morning, when saying goodbye to Xi Yu, Tianhong raised his hand high and waved in the warm morning sunlight. Standing at the gate of the house, Shi Yu also gently waved back. Tianhong leisurely left the city. Before going completely far away, he stopped and looked back once more. Suddenly, a sound entered his ears. He turned his head, slightly frowning. His expression briefly showed some reluctance. This queen is far too cautious. Even leaving the city requires someone to follow. Indeed, a few figures were stealthily trailing behind. One guard whispered, Is he the person we need to watch? Whoa. The person beside immediately punched him in the head. Fool, not watching, protecting. The one hit clutched his head, muttering softly. That hurt too much. The one who struck, still irritated, gritted teeth, muttered, silently protecting. While the two argued, another guard suddenly shouted in panic. Ah, where did he go? The group immediately looked around, but only quiet emptiness remained. Tianhong had vanished without a trace. The guards froze, faces pale. One clutching his head yelled, "It's gone. Where did he run? How could a weak scholar escape our sight? Could it really be a ghost?" Before finishing speaking, they began arguing, blaming each other. The red-haired guard roared, "Stop shouting here. Quickly split up to search. I repeat, if he has harmed even a single hair, we won't be able to keep our heads." This search is like finding a needle in a haystack. In an instant, the distance widened beyond imagination. While the guards frantically searched, their mouths constantly called for him. Meanwhile, Tianhong had long left the city, holding the 10,000-mile map, flying forward leisurely. Soon he stopped at Vanho Valley. From afar, a magnificent city appeared, hidden amidst lush mountains. Tianhong stood proudly in midair, his calm eyes surveying the stunning scenery around. Then he slowly reached inside his robe, taking out a small object. It was a golden pearl radiating dazzling light. He stood upright, spread his arms, and slowly closed his eyes. Tianhong began channeling innate force, preparing to ascend to the higher realm. With the intervention of the force rules, Bianhong hoped the Nguyen pearl in his hand could conceal all barriers between realms. A gigantic energy eye suddenly appeared, its beam shining directly on Tianhong, allowing him to wield the power of the innate realm while in the lower realm. The light from the eye grew ever brighter, the aura around him continuously dispersing. In the blink of an eye, Tianhong's figure had vanished from that location. His first stop was Vanho Valley. He landed near the magnificent city ahead. The sky was clear, white clouds drifted lazily, everywhere filled with the fragrance of countless blooming flowers. Tianhong inhaled deeply, savoring the rare fresh air. By the clear lake ahead, 3 girls were playing together. He looked at them, thinking Vanho Valley is indeed full of nuns. Bathing in fresh flowers daily, their bodies constantly exude fragrance that stirs the heart. Blonde girl spoke in a clear voice. "Wow, senior sister's skin is really smooth." The purple-haired girl laughed, refusing to be outdone, her long legs truly evoking envy in others. The 3 chattered and laughed, completely unaware of a silent gaze observing them from afar. Yet soon all 3 felt an unfamiliar aura radiating from Tianhong. They immediately sprang up, eyes wary, and shouted coldly, "Where does this man from the south come from, daring to barge into the Wanhua Valley sanctum?" Before the words had finished, 2 drew their swords in caution, and all 3 lunged forward to attack, shouting in unison, "Kill, spare none." Tianhong merely glanced over, paying no attention to the incoming strikes. In his heart he thought coldly, these so-called righteous sects are always arrogant. If displeased, they draw swords for blood, unchanged after all these years. This was also why this venerable one once stepped into the demonic path. Thinking this, he merely raised his hand slightly and flicked it. A surge of golden force shot out, sending all 3 flying far away. In an instant their figures vanished, leaving only shrill screams echoing. Just then, the whistling of wind rang out. A sword plunged into the ground directly behind Tianhong. Before his eyes now stood the solemn elder hall. It was marked by a giant Bagua emblem over the main gate. Inside sat many nuns meditating. Around them, countless glowing talismans floated, creating a mystical scene. Each one possessed a beautiful face and nearly perfect figure. Sensing the anomaly, the female sect leader of Wanhua Valley immediately perceived the unusual aura, her eyes widening as she looked toward the distance. Remaining nuns also turned their heads in unison toward that direction. Suddenly, countless golden arrows appeared in the sky, all racing in one direction, glaring amid the quiet space. Tianhong still stood with his hands behind his back, calmly watching the incoming onslaught surge toward him. Soon, the Wanhua Valley sect leader and senior nuns appeared before him, each wearing a grave expression. She spoke coldly, "Who are you, and why dare to intrude into Wanhua Valley?" A low voice called out from behind, "Sect leader, this person is unusual, unlike anyone in our memory." The disciples behind could not hide their curiosity, whispering among themselves, "Never seen this person, could he be a wandering cultivator who strayed here?" Tianhong, on the contrary, smiled brightly, his demeanor respectful like an obedient believer. "I humbly come, merely to seek guidance on a minor matter." The Wanhua Valley sect leader stifled her irritation, her voice still icy. "Then speak." He propped his chin, squinting like a fox, his voice sweet yet edged with thorns. "I have a small riddle. If true Master Huahong, the treasure of Wanhua Valley, suddenly disappears in Phoenix capital, will you choose harmony to gain profit, acting as if nothing ever happened?" Tianhong's gaze sharpened like a blade, his voice filled with authority. "Or will you muster troops to demand justice for her, and incidentally declare war on Tianfeng Kingdom to vent your anger?" Hearing this, the Manhwa Valley sect leader's eyes widened, her face twisted as if she had swallowed something foul. You, what did you say? The nun behind could not restrain herself, roaring in anger, Sister Hua Hong, she is already dead. She surged forward, sword pointed at Tian Hong, her voice brimming with killing intent. Who dares touch anyone from Manhwa Valley? Speak now, or we will tear you to pieces. Though shaken inside, the Manhwa Valley sect leader maintained her arrogant demeanor, gritting her teeth. The old men of the Divine Phoenix dynasty are truly bold, daring to look down on Manhwa Valley this way. A blue-robed nun also spoke venomously. Indeed, I have long despised those old men. Now is the chance to wipe them out and establish a new dynasty. Hold, beauties, do not rush. Tian Hong raised his hand, his calmness infuriatingly composed. Your response pleases this venerable one immensely. He spoke his intent plainly, as gently as discussing the weather. Today, I decide to eliminate the six sects, seemingly a wise choice. A sinister smile appeared on his face, his index finger raised to symbolize the number 1. Fortunately, you are the first group. Hearing this, the Manhwa Valley nun flew into rage. Your arrogance is nauseating. You wish to destroy our six sects. Then let us see if you have the ability. Manhwa Valley sect leader finally lost her patience, shouting as she surged forward, sword pointed at Tian Hong's neck. Want to die? Kill him. Grind him into fertilizer for flowers. The other nuns charged simultaneously, dozens of sharp swords thrusting from all sides. Yet Tian Hong stood still like a stone statue, unmoved. After a moment, he slowly raised his hand, releasing a gentle strike. This venerable one dislikes oppressing the weak. After this blow, those who survive shall live. Manhwa Valley sect leader scoffed in contempt. From what circus did you run here to perform? As he landed, a deep explosion reverberated. The Jingtian force smashed into the ground, shaking it violently until it cracked open. Everyone instinctively looked up, then froze. A massive golden hand covered the sky, like a descending god, crushing only a swarm of insects. Before that hand, the people of Manhwa Valley were like tiny ants. Run, run with all your might, screams of panic echoing everywhere. A desperate nun cried, No, I cannot move, what kind of prison traps even us? The blue-robed nun trembled, stammering, Why does such a terrifying expert exist in the Divine Phoenix dynasty? The Manhwa Valley sect leader's legs went weak as if drained of all strength, her voice trembling, Hi, master. A Ku kneeling, tears streaming endlessly, begging for mercy, spare us a path to live. We are willing to serve as your slaves. Tian Hong smiled with utmost contempt. This venerable one has given you a chance. Run, just run, whoever escapes may leave. Tears streaked the sect leader's once beautiful, but now distorted face. You never intended to spare us. A demonic column of energy tore through the black clouds, crashing to the ground like a divine hammer. Boom! The terrible explosion swallowed everything, the deafening sound reverberating across heaven and earth. The echo settled, only a deep hand-shaped crater remained, smoke and dust shrouding the scene in chaotic obscurity. Tian Hong stood silently amidst the phantom smoke, his form faint and elusive, nearly impossible to perceive without close inspection. His expression was cold as ice. Not yet a full incense stick has passed, still time remains. Where should he strike next? Whoosh! Without further thought, he transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the wind toward the next target. From Tianhong to Qinga District was a vast distance that seemed endless. Northern Qinga District was submerged in harsh winter, mountains covered in thick snow, rivers and lakes frozen solid. Few the warhorse exhaled opaque white steam, as if lamenting being forced to pull a carriage in such biting cold. Yet it had to advance step by step, for there was no other choice. Clop, clop, the silence was such that each hoofbeat on the snow echoed clearly. Nearing their destination, Khan spoke, Young master, ahead lies the black white Dao Palace. Before them stood a majestic palace, towering amid the vast white snow. The newly inducted inner disciple of the black white Dao Palace was about to lift the carriage curtain to look out, then lazily spoke, Hold on, Gon, I heard cultivation is boring. Why not find a beautiful girl for the young master? Let him taste some worldly flavor to ease the monotony. Tisk, the moment that man finished speaking, he swung his hand and yanked hard on the reins, making the horse suddenly come to a halt. The young master immediately staggered and lost his balance, crying out in panic, Uncle Kun. The carriage stopped completely and did not move another inch. Uncle Kun ignored the complaints and turned to shout at the one blocking the road, You blind fool, you dare block our young master's path, hurry up and get lost. Though he was scolded right to his face, Tian Hong remained calm as if he had heard nothing, as though those words had nothing to do with him. It was just that his expression at this moment was clearly anything but pleasant. That inner sect disciple also chimed in, shouting loudly, You standing up ahead, move aside at once. Do you know whose path you are blocking? Faced with that threat, Tian Hong not only did not move aside, he calmly asked in return, Oh, who are you to speak with such arrogance? The young master immediately puffed out his chest, his voice full of pride. This young master is a newly recruited inner sect disciple of the great black and white Dao Palace. he continued boasting that he was about to break free from the mortal world, and that his future prospects were boundless. After hearing that, the disdain in Tianhong's eyes grew even stronger. He said coldly, "I'm afraid you will never touch that dream in this lifetime." Uncle Kun widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. The young master still shouted arrogantly, "Who do you think you are to dare speak to this young master like that? Let me tell you, my great-uncle is Daoist Dongsuan of the Black and White Dao Palace. If you dare offend this young master, do you believe I can make you die in the preliminary trial? That is the power of a clan, something that mortals like you can never use to change your fate." Tianhong looked at him with pity in his eyes and replied indifferently, "Oh, is that so?" Killing intent suddenly surged fiercely across his face. "What a pity the Black and White Dao Palace is about to cease to exist. I'm afraid your great-uncle will be no exception. Aside from that connection, do you have anything else worth showing off?" As soon as Tianhong finished speaking, he vanished from where he stood, leaving only the two of them frozen like statues, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Inside the Black and White Dao Palace, many people were lined up in a long queue on the bridge bearing the yin-yang emblem. Snow continued falling without pause, the cold biting into the skin, yet everyone still waited patiently. An old man stood on a high platform, his smug voice ringing down. "My Black and White Dao Palace truly has a resounding reputation, attracting countless talents, among them quite a few promising seeds." The old man looked down at the crowd below with self-satisfaction, secretly thinking that this time, the foundation of the Dao Palace would certainly become even more stable. All of a sudden, dark clouds surged in from every direction, and thunder and lightning roared repeatedly across the sky. Bolts of lightning struck down one after another, forcing the old man to take notice. The girl below quickly sensed something unusual, pointed at the sky in panic, and cried out loudly, "Heavens, there is someone up there." Around Tianhong, a layer of dazzling radiance spread outward, illuminating an entire stretch of space. The young man standing below could not help feeling suspicious. Who is this man, with such a ferocious aura? Could he have come to cause trouble? The person beside him immediately replied, "This is the territory of the Black and White Dao Palace. Experts here are as numerous as clouds. No matter how strong he is, it will be hard for him to escape." At that very moment, a majestic voice rang out like thunder. "Your Excellency dares come to the Black and White Dao Palace to cause trouble. You have violated a great taboo." The sound shook the crowd below, making them hurriedly cover their ears, and someone cried out in shock, "It is the Palace Master." The Palace Master's voice. A young man burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you ignorant fools. Our Palace Master is a peerless powerhouse of Divine Phoenix Dynasty. He has reached the peak of the Divine Flame realm, half a step into Divine Tribulation, a truly terrifying existence of the highest order." Immediately afterward, a spatial gate opened in midair, and a group of people stepped out one after another. The Palace Master of the Black and White Dao Palace looked at Tianhong with an icy gaze. The moment they saw him appear, everyone below immediately knelt flat on the ground and greeted him in unison, paying respects to the Palace Master. The youths began buzzing with discussion again. "The Palace Master has personally come forward. Even the Supreme Elders, the Divine Flame True Men, have appeared. It has been so many years since anyone saw such a grand formation." The person beside him laughed gleefully. "This time that man is dead for sure. There is absolutely no way out." The Palace Master spoke in a voice full of authority. "Does Your Excellency know that barging into the Black and White Dao Palace without permission is an insult to the dignity of our Dao Palace?" His gaze instantly turned sharp and cold, and the killing intent around him surged wildly. Tianhong merely curled his lips in mockery. The Black and White Dao Palace is about to be wiped out, so what dignity is there left to mention? The Palace Master's face turned ashen with rage, and he shouted, "Insolence, who gave you such nerve? Die." The moment he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed a spell, creating a gigantic fireball the size of a house, which shot straight toward Tianhong. Tianhong did not hesitate at all and immediately struck back. After only a brief circulation of power, a gigantic lightning hand appeared above his head. Sweat broke out all over the Palace Master, and he was utterly unable to comprehend the move appearing before his eyes. Tianhong said coldly, "It is only a minor move, merely preserving a little dignity for you. You may call it a slap." Palace Master's face turned deathly pale as he stammered, "Impossible. This power absolutely does not belong to this world." Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the blink of an eye, terrifying power erupted, destroying a vast area. Black smoke billowed and spread in every direction. In the sky, the brilliant lightning hand from before now turned a gloomy brown, carrying a terrifying aura of death. Not far away, Uncle Kun had just turned back and said, "Young master, we have arrived at the Black and White Dao Palace." That inner sect disciple clicked his tongue softly. That man from earlier was truly far too arrogant. "The next time I see him, I will definitely make him come to his senses." Suddenly, an abnormal phenomenon appeared in the sky, making both of them them freeze. He pointed at the sky and cried out in astonishment, "Wow, Uncle Kun, look, what is that thing?" Uncle Kun narrowed his eyes to observe it, then said, "It looks like a gigantic hand. Could the palace master be casting a spell? It is truly too terrifying." A gigantic black shadow and a hazy cloud of smoke swept across the sky at astonishing speed. On the ground, where the majestic black and white Dao Palace had once stood, there was now only a massive hand-shaped pit. After the destructive explosion, Tianhong still hovered calmly in midair, arms folded as he watched, silently admiring the masterpiece he had created himself. The corner of his lips curved upward, his smug smile almost arrogant. With both hands on his hips, his bearing looked no different from someone proclaiming himself number one under heaven. He raised a hand to stroke his chin, pretended to ponder, then sighed with deep emotion. "Ever since I brought her home, this exalted one seems to have caught a bit of compassion." He lazily muttered to himself, "These flies and mosquitoes dared disturb the peaceful life of me and my wife, yet I actually let them end things so gently. That truly was a mistaken decision." Brushing aside those idle thoughts, he quickly decided, there are still 4 thorns left to pull out. I might as well clean them all up while I am at it. As soon as he finished speaking, an entry-level 14 self-destruct clone magic array immediately appeared. In Tianhong's hand, a dark purple sphere filled with demonic energy hovered, crammed inside with countless tiny figures, both ridiculous and chilling enough to make one's spine go cold. He lifted his chin and ordered them as though bestowing a favor. "Each of you choose one sect and self-destruct for me. Remember, the explosion must be grand, dazzling, and spectacular." The clones immediately bowed their heads and replied in unison, "As you command." They acted decisively, scattering in all directions, like a swarm of bees whose hive had been destroyed. In an instant, boom, 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 a thunderous explosion shook the center of the town, sweeping away the massive building in a flash. Bang! In a remote mountain area, the ground shook violently as if an earthquake had struck. Boom! Inside a fortified city, another clone of Luan Tianhong completed its mission, leaving behind a massive crater. Boom! The chaos did not stop. The clone seemed to act on a whim, casually destroying several surrounding structures, making the scene even more chaotic. Tianhong leisurely opened the map, checking each coordinate that had just been flattened. The mission was complete, the weeds eradicated to the roots. Smiled with satisfaction. After handling the 6 troublesome sects, now it was time to go to Haiyan City to buy some items, then return home to report. He wondered what his wife would reward a diligent husband who toils so hard to earn money. His thoughts drifted into a colorful vision. In his imagination, she held a golden honey-glazed roast chicken leg, cooing for her husband to fetch it. Then the scene shifted to her in a thin gown, softly speaking the massage techniques she had learned, wanting to show him. She murmured, but in his mind, less than proper thoughts had already begun to appear. Overcome with excitement, he could hardly contain himself, flying back and forth over the mountain ranges, frolicking among the clouds. His mood was exceptionally joyful. Quick, finish the shopping and return home. Meanwhile, inside the Imperial Palace, in the Grand Hall, Ji Yu sat behind the desk, facing a pile of official documents. She lazily stretched her long legs and sighed softly. Her husband had left not long ago, yet her heart was already in turmoil. The trip to Haiyan City would take several days. Without holding her husband's warm embrace, where would she find the spirit to handle official matters? Reporting, the voice of the Huangshan Marcus suddenly rang out, startling her. To maintain her dignified composure, Ji Yu immediately drew in her legs and sat up straight in an instant. The Huangshan Marcus entered, his voice urgent. "Your Majesty, there is a critical secret report." Ji Yu frowned, asking, "What is so alarming?" Huangshan Marcus approached, sweat pouring down his forehead. "Your Majesty, something major has happened." Ziyu was slightly surprised. "You accompany me to quell the rebellion of the Ming king, facing life and death, yet never once lost composure. Why are you so flustered today?" Huangshan Marcus trembled, pulling a scroll from his chest and stammering 6. Seeing him stammer, Ji Yu lost patience and shouted, "6, what 6, or is there a 7th? Speak clearly." Her shout made the Huangshan Marcus jump, the scroll in his hands flying into the air. Fortunately, he reacted instantly, catching it in the nick of time. He hurriedly unrolled the scroll and read aloud. The 6 great sects were completely annihilated in a single day. Furthermore, in every place, astonishing heavenly anomalies appeared, truly grotesque. Ji Yu was so astonished that she drew back the curtain and stepped outside. "What did you say? 6 great sects? How can this be? Who did it?" Huangshan Marcus could only shake his head helplessly. The imperial detectives planted there were all gone, completely unable to trace any clues. After hearing this, Ji Yu immediately sank into thought. There was no doubt in this realm, the only being capable of producing the Jingtian earth-shaking power must be a true immortal. The words had barely left her lips when the Huangshan Marcus gaped in astonishment. True immortal. But Shi Yu turned and stepped behind the curtain, waving her hand to order. You may withdraw. The Huangshan Marcus immediately bowed. The divine messenger withdraws. Once alone in the room, Shi Yu finally sat down. I have just awakened my divine consciousness, and yet my progress is already astonishing. She rested her chin in her hand, quietly pondering. But compared to the true immortal realm, the gap is still too vast. The Empress' face flushed with worry. Who exactly destroyed the Sixth Sex? And for what purpose? Could it be a show of force to intimidate my heavenly Phoenix dynasty? She gripped the armrest tightly, her voice trembling slightly. What should I do now? What must be done? A true immortal in the mortal realm is nearly invincible. A mere gesture could destroy a nation. If that being targets the heavenly Phoenix dynasty, my husband and I may have no escape. If reincarnation is required, how many lifetimes will it take to meet him again? Si Yu's entire body trembled. I do not want to be separated from my husband. What should I do now? Tianhong could never have imagined that his casual action would wipe out Six Sex. Originally, it was only meant to settle troubles around Phoenix capital, yet it made his wife worry so intensely. Seal combine. Tianhong raised 2 fingers to his lips and murmured an incantation. His brows furrowed slightly, and his expression turned suddenly serious, rarely seen. Leapt down, landing lightly as if on air. After buying the Blackwood flute, I'll head home early, he thought. Even a single second apart from my wife is unbearable. Thinking of this, Tianhong involuntarily sank into longing for his wife. Boom, 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 yet the peace did not last long before an unexpected incident occurred behind him. He immediately turned to the source of the sound. Oh, a group of profound cave youngsters, with 6 more inside. Such a chaotic pursuit. If he intervened, it would only take a few seconds. Whoosh! Just then a figure suddenly flashed past, the whistling wind drawing Tianhong's attention. Thud, thud, thud. Perhaps due to the speed, the figure lost balance and fell heavily to the ground. It was a girl, her pretty face now covered with bruises, the corner of her mouth still bleeding. Not only that, one of Luan Ling Yun's arms was badly injured, blood still flowing without stopping. Her slender legs were also covered in scratches. Though her legs trembled, she gritted her teeth and struggled to stand. Ling Yun took out a jade blue flute she had hidden on her person. Tianhong's gaze was immediately drawn to it. He squinted to observe carefully. He focused intently on the flute in the girl's hand. His brows furrowed slightly, as if he had just realized something. This jade blue flute. Whoosh! Suddenly a spell shot from afar, aiming straight at Ling Yun's position. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion erupted, blowing up a whole area of land. Dust billowed high, filling the space. Yet one could clearly see a group of people trudging forward. No need to guess, they were the culprits behind the recent ambush. From the smoke, a masked figure stepped out, voice full of threat. You cannot escape. Obediently surrender and come back with us. Otherwise, do not blame us for breaking your arms and legs, stuffing you into a sack, and carrying you away. He glanced at the girl, his voice full of mockery. Such a beautiful face. And now it has become like this, truly unsightly. Though her injuries were far from light, Ling Yun still forced herself to lean against the tree behind her, her gaze unyielding and refusing to submit. How bold! I share an irreconcilable feud with you all. She tightened her grip on the jasper jade flute in her hand, refusing to let go no matter what. Watching from afar, Tianhong murmured softly, "This jade flute is the token I once left to my 7th brother before leaving the southern continent 10,000 years ago." Doubt suddenly rose in his heart. The jasper jade flute. Could this girl be a descent of my Lin family from 10,000 years ago? The wind howled, scattering sheets of yellow joss paper everywhere, making the space seem covered in another layer of gloomy mist. The sound of the wind threading through the gaps between the leaves made the already cold atmosphere even more chilling. Suddenly, the person lying in the coffin sat bolt upright, frightening everyone around into a state of utter panic. Tianhong sank into his memories. I returned from the void and seized the body of the Lin family's 3rd young master, who had just passed away. Seeing the deceased suddenly come back to life, the servants screamed in terror and hurriedly fled in chaos. A ghost, the corpse has risen. The 3rd young master's mother immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly, sobbing, "My son." Suddenly having a strange family in this world made Tianhong feel deeply uncomfortable. In the end, he left the Lin family to avoid that sense of alienation, then stepped onto the path of seeking immortality and pursuing the Tao. From then on, Tianhong's journey officially began. He traveled in every direction, constantly searching for opportunities. Although night had fallen and bright moonlight spread across the ground, his footsteps never stopped. Then he encountered a monster, and hidden within its body was a pearl radiating brilliant light. Sensing the opportunity before him, Tianhong immediately made his move and seized that wondrous object. Thanks to the primordial origin pearl, my cultivation soared, advancing so quickly that others could hardly believe it. Pearl released immense magical power and dazzling light, yet he still suppressed it with ease. Tianhong closed his eyes and focused all his spirit. He spread his arms, allowing the light from the pearl to fill the entire space. Then he raised his hand and controlled the pearl as it hovered in midair, radiating resplendent brilliance. He glanced around, his heart full of pride. In only 5 years, I entered the longevity realm and became the overlord of the southern continent. A spatial gate appeared, and he stepped inside calmly. After another 100 years, I broke through to the innate realm and ascended to the upper realm. After a long period of cultivation, he finally decided to return to where everything had begun. Before ascending, I must return to the Lin family for a visit. Tianhong also went before his parents' graves and personally lit a stick of incense in remembrance. Under the astonished gazes of the entire clan, he took out the immortal artifact, the Supreme Emperor Bell. I leave this peerless immortal artifact of the human world to the Lin family, enough to protect their fortune for 10,000 years. That treasure radiated a pressure that made people tremble in fear. Tianhong recalled, as for this 5th grade magical treasure, the Jasper Jade Flute, I specially gave it to my 7th brother, the person closest to me in the Lin family. After saying that, he embraced him one last time before turning and leaving. Back in the present, Ling Yun faced the entire gang of vicious bandits alone. Tianhong stood at a distance with his arms crossed, his expression still rather indifferent. Since she is a descendant of the Lin family, and I happen to encounter her here, and saving her life for now is acceptable, he sighed softly, his voice carrying a hint of helplessness. Seeing that she was alone, the bandits revealed arrogant looks and intended to use their numbers to bully the weak, thinking victory was already firmly in their grasp. One man among them, likely the leader who specialized in threats, burst into delighted laughter. Ha ha ha, little brat. Today is the day we send you to meet your ancestors. From now on, the martial world will no longer have that troublesome name, the Lin family. Ling Yun, dressed in clothes already stained with dirt, still held the Jasper Jade Flute tightly as though clutching her final ray of hope. Her phoenix eyes shone with extreme vigilance. Suddenly, the one-eyed man's eyes lit up, looking no different from a supporting clown in a clumsy play, as though he had just thought of an idea that pleased him greatly. Brothers, after chasing this little girl for so long, our bodies and minds are exhausted. How about before taking her life and claiming the reward, we find ourselves a little amusement to recover our strength? What do you think? Hearing this, the accomplice with beady eyes immediately brightened, his gaze sweeping all over Ling Yun. Ling Yun trembled slightly by instinct and hurriedly raised her hands to shield herself. That reaction only made the lust in the one-eyed man's heart flare even more violently. His face flushed red like a drunkard's as he observed her for a while, then nodded. This idea is not bad, approved. Falling into such a situation, Lian felt as though her mind had been struck by a heavy blow. It is over. Will my chastity and life truly end in this desolate place? Thinking that the Lin family's foundation might collapse, her tears could not help falling. I cannot accept this. I absolutely cannot accept this. The one-eyed man continued speaking, this time even intending to divide the share. Brothers, who volunteers to go first? The whole group immediately answered in unison as though they had planned it beforehand. Of course, Big Brother should enjoy first. Just as the atmosphere grew terrifying, a lazy voice rang out, cutting through everything. A few sewer rats dare show off before someone of the Lin family. It seems you truly are tired of living. That voice was like a basin of cold water poured straight over the bandits, making them startle and whirl around. Who is it? Ling Yun also widened her eyes in shock. From beneath the shade of the trees, Tianhong slowly walked out, his manner leisurely as though he were taking a stroll, completely unconcerned with the vicious gazes of those people. Wind rose again, dry leaves rustling as they flew past, making the scene even more tense. Not only was the one-eyed man unafraid, he even sneered. I thought the reinforcements would be impressive, but it turns out to be just some nameless brat. Another man joined in. Brat, if you want to play the hero saving a beauty, you should take a good look at yourself first. This is no fairy tale. Offending 6 profound cave realm experts is more than your little life can bear. Unlike the 2 talkative men, one impatient man had already yanked the saber from his back and said coldly, "Why waste words? Just cut him down and be done with it." Seeing the situation turn dangerous, Ling Yun hurriedly called out to stop them. Stop. If you want to kill someone, then kill me. Do not harm an innocent person. She stepped forward to shield Tianhong, but that action only made the saber-wielding man even more excited. He gave a sinister laugh. I happen to enjoy attacking innocent people. He roared and charged straight forward. Die, brat. If you want to be a hero, then you can only blame yourself for being too useless. Just as the blade was about to chop down, an unexpected clack rang out. Ling Yun had managed to use the Jasper Jade Flute to block that attack. The bandit curled his lips in contempt. You still dare stop me, truly unaware of the height of heaven and the depth of earth. Ling Yun gritted her teeth, her gaze still firm. As long as I am alive, do not even think about touching an innocent person. Clang, with a final burst of strength beyond her limits, Ling Yun finally blocked the descending blade. "Get lost," she shouted, then poured all her remaining strength into a fierce push forward. Unexpectedly, that burly bandit was forced back several steps. He roared in fury, utterly enraged. Although she had temporarily regained the initiative, Ling Yun's body was already nearly exhausted. Her face as pale as a sheet of white paper, yet she still forced herself to hold on. Turning to look at Tianhong, her voice urgent. "Young master, Ling Yun will remember your kindness. Hurry and leave this place. Do not stay here and die for nothing." She remained determined not to let him get involved in this matter. The bandit had just steadied himself after being pushed back when he immediately sneered in mockery. Well, what a touching farewell between life and death. You can barely protect your own life, yet you still want to save your little lover." The more he spoke, the more delighted he became. "Since that is the case, let me be a good man and send you both down below as a pair of mandarin ducks." The bandits behind him immediately burst into loud laughter, their crude voices echoing through the forest. That man continued mocking, being together in the underworld as a pair of wandering ghosts. Would that not be quite interesting? Those vicious words finally made Tianhong frown slightly. His patience seemed to have reached its limit. His face turned cold, and killing intent quietly spilled out. His icy gaze swept over the 6 bandits, as if there were nothing before him but 6 corpses. "Since you are all so eager to descend into hell, this seat has no need to give you any more time for last words." As soon as the words fell, a colossal illusion with a bizarre demonic form suddenly appeared behind the 2 of them, its cold smile leaving the bandits frozen on the spot. Tianhong merely said one sentence coldly. "Be on your way." Snap, he only flicked his finger lightly. That tiny sound was like the final judgment. There were no screams, nor were any wounds seen. The 6 bandits suddenly went limp all over and collapsed to the ground together, dying on the spot in an instant. Ling Yun was completely stunned, standing frozen before that unbelievable scene. This is... She stammered for a long time, unable to speak. Suddenly Ling Yun dropped to her knees before him. She kowtowed repeatedly, and said through choked sobs, "Many thanks to Senior for taking action to save me. This great kindness and grace, Ling Yun will never dare forget for the rest of her life." Tianhong took the opportunity to speak, his voice still indifferent. "This seat has a few things to ask you." Ling Yun immediately replied, "Senior, please ask." Ling Yun will tell everything she knows and absolutely hide nothing. Without any beating around the bush, Tianhong asked directly, "What is Linju to you?" The sudden question made Ling Yun freeze. Linju? Why would this senior ask about the ancestor? She raised the jade flute in her hand and answered respectfully. "Senior, Linju is Ling Yun's distant ancestor. This 5th grade magic treasure, the jade flute, was also passed down by the ancestor 10,000 years ago." Doubt immediately rose in her heart. Could this person know ancestor Linju? But that was truly hard to believe. The ancestor was someone from 10,000 years ago. How could he be connected to the person before her? Tianhong looked at the jade flute in her hand, frowned slightly, then fell into deep thought. As expected, this girl's body still contains the bloodline of Old 7th, but it has grown so thin that it is almost gone. Without saying anything more, he merely waved his hand lightly. Gentle force enveloped Ling Yun and lifted her to her feet. She was still dazed and had not yet understood what had just happened. Tianhong continued asking, his voice sinking lower. "Just now, those people said that once they killed you, the Lin family would be extinct. What exactly happened?" This seat remembers once leaving behind the immortal artifact, the Grand Imperial Bell, enough to suppress boundless fortune, difficult even for immortals to break. In this southern region, how could any immortal exist? Hearing this, Ling Yun could no longer hold back and tears immediately spilled out. "The entire Lin family, now only I remain." Those words were no different from thunder crashing beside his ears. Ling Yun sobbed as she choked out the story. Father, mother, grandfather, uncle's whole family, and younger uncle's whole family too. All of them were killed by the people of Ling's unholy land. She blurted out, hatred surging to its limit. Tianhong's expression changed at once, his calmness completely vanishing, replaced by a gloom that made one's skin crawl. An invisible pressure, heavy enough to suffocate, suddenly spread out from him. "They are all dead." His voice sank low, each word squeezed out. His cold face made Ling Yun instinctively feel afraid. Her legs went limp as if she had no strength left, and she could barely stand steady. Ouch, she staggered and fell backward. Tianhong reacted extremely quickly, immediately reaching out to wrap an arm around her waist and pulling her back before her body hit the ground. In that instant, the scene became strangely romantic, no different from a familiar scene in a romance novel. He looked at her, his gaze softening slightly, and reminded her in a gentle voice, "Be careful." That unexpected action made Ling Yun's cheeks flush red, and she stammered, "Thank you, Senior." Tianhong let go, his gaze becoming serious again as he asked directly, "What exactly happened? Why was the Lin family exterminated?" Ling Yun took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, then slowly recounted. This matter must begin 500 years ago. At that time, Lin Heng, the eldest son of the family head of that generation, married the saintess Lin Ruxiyu of Ling Xuan Holy Land, one of the 8 great holy lands of southern province. At that time, our Lin family was still the #1 noble family, making every force, great and small, bow their heads and curry favor. Yet during a mission outside, Lin Heng died in battle. Lin Ruxiyu held her child and cried miserably beside her husband's corpse. Perhaps the pain of losing her husband turned into resentment, and that woman pushed all the blame onto the Lin family. Ling Yun recounted Lin Ruxiyu's accusations. It was all because of your Lin family's 10,000-year-old rotten rules. They were what killed my husband. You were already #1 in southern province, yet you were still greedy enough to want to expand your territory. You are the true murderers. The old family head at the time was enraged by those unreasonable accusations. Without saying another word, he immediately brought down a slap like a thunderclap. Insolence, he shouted, for a disciple of my Lin family to sacrifice himself for the clan is an honor. Since when was it the turn of a woman like you to stand here and criticize the ancestral teachings of the Lin family? That woman's daughter saw her mother being struck and immediately burst into shrill tears, pointing at everyone and cursing. You are bad people. Why did you cause my father's death? Why are you still bullying my mother? I hate you all. The situation grew more and more chaotic, and the old family had ordered coldly, insolence. Drag both mother and daughter out and confine them for me. Although Lin Ruxiyu remained silent, her child kept wailing nonstop. You are all wicked people, I hate you all. After that, by some unknown stroke of fortune, Lin Ruxiyu discovered a Jingtian secret, that the Lin family possessed a legendary immortal artifact. It turned out that at that time, that woman had secretly hidden behind the bushes, silently watching the old family head's movements. From this, it could be understood that the entire calamity that caused the Lin family to collapse originated from this immortal artifact. As the daughter of the Ling Xuan Holy Lord, she bore a deep and bitter hatred toward the Lin family. Therefore, she and her father secretly schemed and plotted for many years. In the end, they used Lin Heng's own son Lin Yi to seize the Supreme Emperor Bel, just like the way Yu had lured Lin Yi close to that immortal artifact. And he cut his own hand, letting drops of crimson blood fall onto the Supreme Emperor Bel. It seemed this treasure only recognized the Lin family's bloodline, because the moment it touched the blood, it immediately burst into dazzling light, like a fierce beast awakening from slumber. The 8 people from Ling Xuan's sacred land had long since prepared everything thoroughly. To prevent the immortal artifact from returning to its former master, they acted with vicious cruelty, determined to erase the Lin family's bloodline completely. Everywhere sank into grief and ruin, tragedy piled upon tragedy. The entire estate turned into hell on earth. In the end, they set fire to everything and burned it to ashes, wiping away all traces as if the Lin family had never existed. At this point, Ling Yun suddenly fell silent for a very long time. Then she continued in a choked voice, her tone filled with hatred. Ling Xuan's sacred land, that name was like the midday sun, making all of the southern region afraid to stand up for our Lin family. She clenched her teeth tightly, her face twisting with resentment, her words stuck in her throat, and only after a long while could she continue. In the end, only my family was left to live like sewer rats, hiding east today and fleeing west tomorrow, holding our breath as we survived through 5 long centuries. Her entire body trembled without stop, and a faint layer of resentment wound around her small frame. She had originally thought that she and her loved ones had finally found a temporary refuge, but that painful memory rose again like a nightmare, weighing her face down with grief. Boom, boom, boom. 3 years ago, the sky had also roared violently, just like her heart at this moment. Torrential rain poured down, thunder and lightning came without end, as if they wanted to tear the earth apart. The people of Ling Xuan's sacred land came searching with cold demeanors like gods of death. At the moment between life and death, Ling Yun's father did not hesitate at all and immediately stood in front of his daughter. Amid the thunder shaking the sky, his voice rang out like steel. Ling Yun, go now. But how could Ling Yun abandon her family in a sea of flames? I will not go. I want to stay with father, mother, and everyone. Crack. Another bolt of lightning struck down, as if urging fate onward. Her father sternly instructed her, every word seeming to carve itself into her soul. You are the last drop of blood of the Lin family. You must live no matter what. Live to avenge us, and avenge the entire Lin family. His eyes at that moment burned with his final faith, entrusting all his hope to his small daughter. Ling Yun struggled to stand, her face stained with tears and despair. She bit her lip until it bled, yet her tears still poured down without stop. In the end, she still chose to obey her father, suppressing her pain as she turned and left. Though she had already made her decision, every step still felt as heavy, as if she were carrying the entire world. Tears that betrayed her will still silently fell. Returning to the present, every time that unjust memory surged back, Ling Yun could not hold back her emotions. Looking at the little girl still sobbing without end, Tianhong spoke, his voice somewhat dry enough. She hurriedly tried to steady herself, but her voice still trembled. Senior. Tianhong frowned slightly, a trace of understanding mixed with frustration passing through his eyes. The world had always been like this. The big fish devoured the small, and the strong became kings. If there was hatred, revenge must be taken. That was only natural. He raised his brow, cold killing intent flashing briefly in the depths of his eyes, and his expression also became more resolute. Since Ling Xuan's sacred land destroyed the Lin family, then this venerable one will casually erase that sacred land from sight. He clenched his fist, and the aura he released made others tremble in fear. Hearing this, Ling Yun froze, and a glimmer of hope flashed through her heart. Senior, are you also a member of the Lin family? That innocent question made Tianhong pause for a moment. He only answered vaguely, it can be considered so. Suddenly, Ling Yun gripped his sleeve tightly, her large round eyes sparkling like stars as she looked at him with obvious worship. Her face flushed red like a ripe gag fruit, the corners of her mouth curving up as she giggled to herself. He. Seeing her strange appearance, Tianhong could not help frowning as he asked, what is wrong with you? But at this moment, Ling Yun was still immersed in her own world of imagination. Heavens, earth, ghosts, and gods. Could it be that Senior was moved by my beauty, that could topple birds from the sky and make fish sink, so he staged this hero saving the beauty? I was still wondering whether I should repay him with gold and silver, or offer myself to make it dramatic enough. She secretly stole a glance at him. Just then, Tianhong circulated his immortal spiritual power. With a whoosh, he vanished in an instant and immediately appeared right in front of her. One finger rested on her wrist, and it turned out he was only checking the condition of her body. How strange, Tianhong murmured after taking her pulse. Why did her blood energy suddenly become so chaotic? That careless sentence instantly poured a bucket of cold water over Ling Yun's fantasy. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into the ground, hurriedly pulling her hand back and retreating several steps as she stammered, no, it is nothing. Then she quickly bowed and changed to another topic. May I ask, Senior, what is your generation ranking within the Lin family? Faced with that curious question, he only replied coldly, his voice without the slightest fluctuation. Seniority does not matter. Follow me to Ling Xuan's sacred land and reclaim the blood debt for the Lin family. Hearing that sudden request, Ling Yun immediately objected in panic. Senior, absolutely not. She hurriedly explained that Ling Xuan's sacred land was currently the strongest force in the southern province, with experts as numerous as clouds. If we charge in like this, it will be no different from moths throwing themselves into a flame. In her mind, the image of a butterfly being swallowed by fire flashed by. Thinking of that immortal artifact, her expression became even heavier. Moreover, they still hold the immortal artifact, the Supreme Emperor Bell. Suddenly, Tianhong reached out and took her wrist. That unexpected action startled Ling Yun. He raised his index finger, his gaze carrying a hint of mystery mixed with playfulness. Then let me show you what it truly means to turn into drifting smoke and clouds. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled her up into the sky, standing on a giant sword as they shot away like a meteor tearing through the heavens. Their speed was so fast that even a bird in flight flipped over in fright. The two swept past layers of mountains and pierced straight through thick banks of clouds. Their speed was so fast that Ling Yun felt as if her soul were about to be dragged out of her body. She could only cling tightly to his wrist, crying out in panic, Senior, this is too fast. Tianhong frowned slightly, thinking to himself that people of the lower realm were indeed frail, unable to withstand even this little bit of speed, so he had no choice but to slow down. A layer of radiant light immediately enveloped them both. I need to be a little faster, otherwise my wife at home will grow anxious from waiting. Even while handling an important matter, his heart still turned only toward his wife. 3 days later, after crossing millions of miles, the two finally stopped. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Lan panted heavily, her legs weak as if they had lost all strength. She thought this time she was truly doomed. Before she could finish speaking, Tianhong calmly said, here we are. Those two words made her startle, and she quickly lifted her head to look up. Before her lay majestic mountains, immortal energy drifting around the peaks, and atop sat a magnificent palace. This was the Ling Xuan Sacred Palace. Above the gate hung a golden plaque, carved with 3 large characters, Ling Xuan Immortal Mountain. Seeing the inscription, she could not help but exclaim in astonishment, so fast already here. Boom, boom, boom. Before they could even touch down, explosive Jingtian blasts echoed from within. The sound reverberated in Ling Yun's ears, leaving her bewildered. This is already successful. A solemn voice suddenly rang out, causing even Tianhong to look up. Loud laughter echoed across the mountains. Ha ha ha, finally successful. In the vast courtyard, a crowd knelt, faces full of reverence. One shouted loudly, "The Sacred Lord has achieved great success, fully refining the Tai Huang Bell." One who had surpassed the tribulation of the mind had officially entered the immortality realm. Another immediately added, "In nearly 1,000 years, no immortality cultivator has appeared in southern province." The closest was Tianlong Daoist. Someone else laughed loudly. "From now on, our Lingzuan sacred ground can rival the Tianlong dynasty. As long as Tianlong Daoist passes away, we will become the sole hegemon of southern province." The crowd laughed wildly in ecstasy. Each word cut into Ling Yun's ears like a blade, driving her to extreme anger. Immortality realm. But in an instant, the fire of anger on her face quickly died out, replaced by despair. An existence standing atop southern province had appeared, and the Ling Xuan sacred ground had truly become a forbidden place no one dared enter. At the foot of the mountain, a spatial gate suddenly tore through the void. Whoosh! From within, a massive, strange spiritual force poured out, the dazzling light spreading in all directions. In the center of the radiant glow, a man gradually became visible. He was the Ling Xuan Sacred Lord. He smiled subtly, looking down at his hand and murmuring, "Incompetent elders over generations forced the refining of the Tai Huang Bell. They practiced blood exchange secret arts and all eventually died violently. Now, in my hands, it has finally succeeded." He clenched his hand slightly, ambition gleaming in his eyes. With just a bit more of the Lan family's bloodline fused in, the Tai Huang Bell would fully acknowledge its master. Whoosh! The Ling Xuan Sacred Lord descended from the sky. In an instant, he appeared among the kneeling crowd. The violent aura around him quickly retracted. The energy concentrated beneath him, forming a luminous lotus supporting his body. 8 people below cheered in unison. "Congratulations to the Sacred Lord for reaching the peak of immortality." His face remained solemn as he slowly raised his hand in signal. The atmosphere immediately fell silent, so quiet one could almost hear a pin drop. The Ling Xuan Sacred Lord slowly proclaimed, "Today I have broken through to the immortality realm and refined the Tai Huang Bell, becoming the unrivaled in the southern region. It is time to summon the assembly of immortals, so that the world may know the renown of the sacred ground." Crowd below shouted again in unison, "Sacred Lord's prestige, unrivaled under heaven." But at that very instant, an icy voice suddenly rang down from above, cutting through everything. "Your dream of ruling southern continent will likely end here, Ling Xuan brat." Holy Lord Ling Xuan immediately raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, and shouted, "Insolent, who dares barge into this holy land?" That voice rang out again. "Today, your entire Ling Xuan holy land must pay for the Lin family's blood debt with your lives." As soon as the words fell, a streak of light shot over from afar at astonishing speed. Boom! Tianhong and Ling Yun landed together, standing proudly before that group. Tianhong coldly swept his gaze over Holy Lord Ling Xuan, undisguised contempt clear on his face. The other party's expression instantly darkened, his aura surging violently. "Who exactly are you people, daring to cause trouble on the very day I emerge from seclusion? Are you tired of living?" A terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted around him. At that moment, an elder standing nearby, one who had taken part in the massacre all those years ago, suddenly recognized Ling Yun. That man pointed straight at her and shouted, "Holy Lord, that woman in green is the final remnant of the Lin family, Ling Yun." Hearing this, Holy Lord Ling Xuan gave a cold laugh, his eyes filled with greed and malice. "Oh, so it is the Lin family remnant." Walking into the net by herself, Ling Yun stared fixedly at him, her eyes red with hatred, her voice trembling with rage. "You old thieving dog, it was you who harmed my parents. This grudge cannot be tolerated by heaven or earth." That elder burst into a cruel laugh. "Ha ha, that is right, this old man personally sent your whole family to the underworld, so what of it?" That man looked at her with disdain. "With your meager 4th level profound cave cultivation, even if you cultivated for several more lifetimes, you could forget about taking revenge." Hearing those humiliating words, Ling Yun clenched both fists tightly. Her nails dug deep into her palms and her whole body trembled with rage she could no longer suppress. Seeing this, Tianhong slowly spoke, his voice as calm as if asking about something ordinary. "Do you truly want to kill him with your own hands?" "I do. I want it even in my dreams." Ling Yin answered at once without the slightest hesitation, but her voice quickly weakened, her eyes filled with despair. "But he is already at the 5th level of the Divine Fire realm. Given me 20 years of bitter cultivation, I will surely—" Before she could finish, Tianhong cut her off, his expression as if he had just heard something ridiculous. 20 years, by then even vegetables would have turned into pickles. "Why wait so long? You can do it right now." Holy Lord Ling Xuan, who had been silently observing until now, finally could no longer stay out of it. He cut in, his voice deep and steady yet full of pressure. "Young man, I can see that you owe ordinary person. but to interfere in the affairs of our Ling Xuan holy land, just for a tiny descendant of the Lin family, I fear you have been far too thoughtless. He curled his lips slightly, his tone like he was bestowing grace. Today I have just emerged from seclusion, and my mood is not bad. Leave at once, and I will pretend I never saw you and spare your life. Tian Hong completely ignored his words. He did not even bother to answer, merely placing a hand lightly on Ling Yun's shoulder, as if that holy lord had never existed at all. An invisible force began flowing from his palm into her body. He gave a soft, cold snort, his contemptuous voice clear enough for everyone to hear. Merely a tiny Ling Xuan holy land, yet you dare tell this sovereign to get lost. At that instant, Ling Yun felt her entire body become light as air. But after only a blink, a rolling current of heat like molten lava began surging through every meridian. A terrifyingly pure fire spirit essence erupted fiercely from within her dantian. Her eyes widened, the light within them flaring brilliantly. Whoosh! A dreadful power exploded from inside her body, and her aura instantly soared to a frenzied degree. She was startled, completely unable to understand what was happening, and stammered, "Senior, this power is..." Tianhong did not answer, only curling his lips into a smile. "Do not lose focus, just feel it. It is only a small welcoming gift. No need to be polite." Before everyone's stunned gazes, he continued transmitting power. Boom! Ling Yun's aura erupted like a raging storm, the spreading energy forming a hazy mist that covered the space. "Oh, where did this smoke come from? What exactly is happening here? Look over there." Even Holy Lord Ling Xuan in midair had his pupils constrict, cold sweat sliding down his spine. This speed of advancement is truly too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, even I could not react in time. What level of existence is this brat exactly? Below, the crowd was thrown into complete chaos. Divine Fire Realm, heavens. This is the aura of the Divine Fire Realm, impossible, jumping straight from the 4th level of Profound Cave to Divine Fire Realm. Ling Yun stared blankly at her hands, feeling the surging power flowing through her entire body. Does this power truly belong to me? Too strong. Someone sharp-eyed cried out in panic. Wait, it is not only the early Divine Fire Realm. Heavens, this is the peak of the 5th level of Divine Fire. What kind of demonic method is this? Even Holy Lord Ling Xuan could not hide his shock. Such heaven-defying methods, even I could not execute them so effortlessly. This person's background is definitely not simple. After fully absorbing that stream of power, Ling Yun immediately turned around, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "Ling Yun, thanks Senior for transmitting cultivation." Tianhong merely waved his hand casually. "It is a small matter, not worth mentioning. Go, do what you want to do." Ling Yun was so moved that tears fell, and she lowered her head, saying, "Thank you, Senior." She sprang to her feet, her gaze cold and sharp as a blade, looking straight at Jing Zhanglao, her voice ringing with steel. "Today I will borrow your head to sacrifice to my parents' departed souls. Come here and accept death." Those words left everyone below stunned. She even dares address Jing Zhanglao like that. This little girl has truly gone mad. Her courage is beyond the heavens. Jing Zhanglao stepped forward, trying to maintain a calm appearance though waves already surged in his heart. His appearance still made those around him wary. Truly a milk-scented brat, gaining a little power and already thinking herself invincible. You think you can kill this old man with nothing but borrowed 5th level divine firepower? Swish. Without another word, Ling Yun immediately leaped forward and charged straight at him. Her figure was as swift as a swallow gliding with the wind, closing in on Jing Zhanglao in an instant. Without the slightest hesitation, she drew the jade flute, both weapon and magical treasure, determined to stake everything on this strike. Though his mouth still spilled mockery, that man's expression could no longer hide his terror. You have quite some nerve, daring to attack me." Boom! She swung her hand, and a dazzling explosion erupted, blasting the nearby people away in all directions like fallen leaves. Clang, clang, clang! Jing Zhanglao angrily swung his sword in counterattack, but every strike was blocked by Ling Yun's shield of light. A disciple below screamed in panic, "Ah, save me!" That elder's eyes bulged, unable to believe his attack had been neutralized so easily. This damned protective shield. Clang, clang, he frantically slashed at the shield again and again, yet still could not break it. Flower-scattering sword, another move was unleashed, but the result remained unchanged. In the end, that man was forced to retreat, landing on the ground to prepare his killing move. The moment Jing Zhanglao touched down, cold sweat had already beaded across his forehead. That man gritted his teeth. It seemed he had no choice but to use his final ultimate technique. A violent demonic aura gradually enveloped the sword. "Lin family remnant, I must admit, you have forced this old man to get serious." While defending, Ling Yun kept watching every movement of the other party intently. That man's stance had changed. Killing intent erupted violently. Letting you escape all those years ago was the greatest shame of this old man's life. But today, I will personally end everything. That man's face turned vicious. Take this move, Azure Light Sword Art. Boom. The spell erupted violently, and the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart. Before the full force attack, Ling Yun immediately fell into a weak position, sensing the danger clearly. The stone was flung into the air, all his strength focused on a strike directly at her shield, the sound resounding violently. This time she could not endure any longer, her exhausted body causing a mouthful of blood to spurt out. Seeing this, Jing Zhanglao laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, today is the day you must pay. The surrounding structures were also destroyed by the shockwaves, dust rolling up, the sound of collapse echoing everywhere. Crack, crack, splinter, the shield shattered, but Ling Yun was still alive. He laughed, oh, a strong life, but it ends here. Ling Yun collapsed to the ground. Jing Zhanglao stepped closer, everything seeming to reach its conclusion. The paralyzing pain made her almost uncontrollable. Ah, it hurts so much, my body won't obey anymore. Tears welled up, she bit her lip, filled with self-reproach. Even with the power of the senior, it is still so vast. I am truly useless, failing the long already recruited. As her will neared collapse, a familiar voice echoed in her mind, Ling Yun. Do not fear. She was startled to realize it was his voice, senior. Ling Yun closed her eyes, trying to sense the remaining power. To encourage her, Tianhong spoke softly, well done. Immediately after, he flicked his fingers, snap. Ling Yun's whole body shook violently. A purer energy, stronger than before, erupted within her conscious sea. This is. New cultivation method appeared in her mind, transmitting energy through the conscious sea. Ling Yunjinghai watched the lines of golden characters appear. The voice rang out, impatient, one cannot stand still. Immediately magic flowed into Ling Yun's body. Countless ancient characters and mystical images continuously poured into the conscious sea, engraved as if forged by fire. Seeing her still not resist, Jing Zhanglao grew more furious, his tone taunting, what's the matter, giving up already? He frowned, laughing disdainfully, ha ha ha, a wise choice. He raised his sword, respecting her timely awareness. I will give a clean strike. Just as he was about to act, a destructive energy burst from Ling Yun's body. She slowly lifted her head, lips curling coldly. You are rejoicing a bit too soon. Jing Zhanglao was stunned. The energy explosion erupted on the spot, rocks flying everywhere. Jing Zhanglao hurriedly stepped back, his expression changing. What happened to this leftover mischief? Fear deep within his soul chilled him. Why am I so afraid? Despite his body being full of wounds, Ling Yun's posture had completely changed. I swear you are surely dead. She raised the jade flute to her lips, preparing the musical formation. As the first notes sounded, magic began to converge, a giant magical array ignited behind her. The scene made Jing Zhanglao pale. This is... Surrounding people panicked. Impossible. How could this happen? Tianhong remained calm, eyes proud, muttering, casually casting down to the lower realm is enough to scare these kids. From the center of the array, a phoenix's cry echoed through the 9 heavens. A fiery phoenix materialized, its giant wings covering the sky. The crowd froze completely. Phoenix, truly a phoenix. She can summon a celestial beast. Ling Xuan, Holy Lord, immediately looked at Tianhong, eyes horrified. It's him, it must be him. Tianhong remained still, observing quietly, lips curling slightly. Ling Yun's eyes blazed with faith. She let out a resounding battle cry. The phoenix immediately obeyed, darting like a fiery meteor, heading straight for Jing Zhanglao. Despite being like a lamp before the wind, Jing Zhanglao still refused to yield. To kill me in your dreams. He leapt into the void, dodging the ambush. All remaining magic transformed into a radiant greatsword, blinding the eyes. He laughed loudly. I am not something so easily destroyed. The sword lunged at the phoenix, but all was an illusion. Before more could be said, the sword, in fact, was his entire body burned away in the void, disappearing as if it had never existed. Witnessing the enemy's annihilation, Ling Yun stood still, her mind blank for a few seconds. As everything settled, all the pent-up emotions suddenly burst into unrestrained tears. She wept like a child, sobs continuous, sniff, sniff. Father, mother, this blood debt, Ling Yun has avenged everyone. When the defensive mission was complete, the loyal firebird also vanished into the void as if the task had ended. Tears still streamed, but on that face bloomed a smile, both pained and relieved. The joy had not lasted when a sudden crisis struck. Danger was near. The Supreme Elder, notorious for opportunism, seeing Ling Yun exhausted, quietly gathered his energy, unleashing a deadly strike. With her state, how could she block? She thought desperately. Tianhong was clearly not a bystander. Don't panic, I am here. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the elder, light as a passing breeze, startling the opponent. Ah, you. Fear was evident on the old man's face, eyes wide as he stared at Tianhong. His lips curled slightly, half-smile full of sarcasm. Pest disappear from sight. He simply waved his hand lightly, as if brushing away a fly. There was only a creak, followed by a muffled thud. The Grand Elder was instantly sent flying far away, tracing a perfect arc through the air before vanishing without a trace. Without even the chance to touch a single strand of Tianhong's hair. Holy Lord Ling Xuan stood frozen in place, his eyes wide, unable to believe what had just happened. How is this possible? Even Ling Yun was no less shocked, stammering until she could not speak. He just disappeared like that. Below, the crowd immediately erupted into chaos. Heaven the Grand Elder was sent flying in the blink of an eye. Just how terrifying an existence is this person? After dealing with the Asura, Tianhong leisurely descended to the ground. Ling Yun trembled with reverence and asked in a tiny voice, Senior, what realm have you reached exactly? Seeing that curious gaze, he merely smiled faintly. Little girl, being too curious may not be a good thing. If you truly knew, I fear your little heart would hardly be able to bear it. Just then, Holy Lord Ling Xuan stepped forward and angrily cut in. Your Excellency comes and goes through my Ling Xuan holy land as if no one is here. Do you truly think there is no one here who can deal with you? Tianhong replied calmly, his voice cold as water. It is merely a barren patch of land. If I wish to come, I come. If I wish to leave, I leave. No different from returning home. That mockery made Holy Lord Ling Xuan tremble with rage. Let us say you do have some ability. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, its pressure swiftly spreading all around. He began circulating his power, gritting his teeth as he growled. Then open your eyes wide and witness the trump card of my Ling Xuan holy land. Ling Yun immediately sensed that something was wrong, her face turning pale. A trump card, could it be? Seeing him frantically gather power, she hurriedly warned, This is bad, Senior, if we do not stop him. Tianhong remained completely calm, softly reassuring her, Stay calm, I also want to see what trick he can pull. His composure gradually helped her regain her calm. Ah, yes, Senior. Holy Lord Ling Xuan was still clear-headed enough to laugh coldly. Haha, it seems you do no fear. Unfortunately, it is already too late. When the aura within him rose to its limit, the surrounding air became so heavy it was suffocating. I secretly laid so many traps for nothing, yet you never bothered to step into them. Tianhong suddenly turned to Ling Yun and asked, Oh, right. From how panicked you looked just now, it seems you know something about this. She immediately nodded again. Yes, this matter. I have heard a few rumors. According to rumors in the martial world, Ling Xuan Holy Land holds part of an immortal's legacy. At first, everyone thought it was fabricated, but recently there has been news that this legacy is in the hands of Holy Lord Ling Xuan. After speaking, Ling Yun hurriedly cupped her hands, her voice sincere. I respectfully ask Senior to be extremely careful. Tianhong raised a hand to his chin, making a thoughtful expression. An immortal's legacy. That sounds somewhat interesting. Seeing him still so leisurely as if nothing had happened, Ling Yun could not help feeling secretly astonished. Even an immortal treasure cannot move him. What level of existence is Senior exactly? Tianhong did not answer, merely revealing a meaningful smile. Alright, enough chatting. It is about time for the performance to begin. The time the two spent talking was just enough for Holy Lord Ling Xuan to complete his power gathering. It is done. Killing intent covered his face thickly. Anyone who dares offend the prestige of Ling Xuan Holy Land must pay with their life. He was certain he would succeed this time, the corners of his lips unconsciously curling with smug delight. Ha. A strange light flashed in Holy Lord Ling Xuan's eyes. He began chanting an incantation, preparing to unleash his fatal strike awaken. Immortal artifact. Crack, crack. The enormous chains of magical power binding the Supreme Emperor Bell suddenly shattered. With a sharp hiss, a dazzling radiance erupted, illuminating the entire sky. The light pierced straight through the clouds, accompanied by ancient bell chimes that echoed everywhere. In midair, the Supreme Emperor Bell appeared floating, majestic to an overwhelming degree. Witnessing this scene, the people below immediately fell prostrate and shouted in unison, The Holy Lord's divine might is unmatched beneath heaven. The Holy Lord's divine might is unmatched beneath heaven. Holy Lord Ling Xuan seemed drunk on power, unable to stop himself from laughing loudly. Ha. I have refined the Supreme Emperor Bell. Beneath immortals all are ants, and above immortals, I too dare fight a battle. He glanced at Tianhong with the gaze of someone certain of victory. Well, what do you have to say now? Contrary to expectations, Tianhong showed no fear at all, instead laughing mockingly. You are feeling quite pleased, are you not? Feeling as if you are about to become invincible under heaven and soar straight into the sky. Those words were no different from a slap to the face, making Holy Lord Ling Xuan choke with rage. Tianhong continued mocking him, and after that, one punch takes one life, and all under heaven belongs to Ling Xuan Holy Land, right? Mocked to the point that he could not retort, his face instantly turned ashen. Tianhong laughed and waved a hand. No need to say it, I understand. I have experienced this feeling before too. After provoking the other party until he was about to explode, he leisurely pointed toward him. Alright, now you may begin. But Holy Lord Ling Xuan tightly furrowed his brows. The rage within him rose to its limit. Good, then go die. With a whoosh, he gave a signal, and the Supreme Emperor Bell instantly shot toward Tianhong. Ling Yun cried out in terror. Senior, the immortal artifact Supreme Emperor Bell rushed right up before Tianhong, demonic power churning around it as if it could crush everything. Yet he did not dodge at all, instead calmly raising his hand as if calling a docile beast, "Come here." With a muffled thud, the Supreme Emperor Bell flashed and vanished. No, more accurately, it had not vanished at all. It had shrunk down and lay obediently in Tianhong's palm. Before everyone's stunned gazes, every person gaped. "Huh, what is this?" Holy Lord Ling Xuan's face instantly turned deathly pale. Even the Supreme Emperor Bell likely had not expected itself to be subdued so easily. While he and his subordinates were all rooted in place, only Tianhong remained calm, as if he had merely picked up some small object. Holy Lord Ling Xuan was so terrified that his face kept shifting from purple to green, tears and snot streaming endlessly as his whole body trembled. No, impossible. Ling Yun was not much calmer either, looking at him with a gaze filled with both terror and worship. Senior. Seeing the immortal artifact he had placed all his faith in suddenly turn its back on him, Holy Lord Ling Xuan roared furiously, "Supreme Emperor Bell, you are truly bold. You have acknowledged me as your master, so why do you not obey my holy command? Do you believe I will immediately destroy your spirit consciousness?" Hearing this, Tianhong laughed mockingly. "How interesting. You still intend to use this thing against me." Those words made him even more furious. "Shut up." With a soft plop, the immortal artifact Supreme Emperor Bell gently fell into Tianhong's hand, still completely silent, ignoring its former master. Holy Lord Ling Xuan's expression grew more and more ugly, sweat pouring from him as if he had been drenched. "Hey, Supreme Emperor Bell, I did not tell you to shut up. At least answer me once." But answered him was only a terrifying silence. Left with no other choice, he lowered his voice and switched to coaxing, "Whatever you want, just say it. I will definitely satisfy you." There was still no response at all. The immortal artifact Supreme Emperor Bell continued coldly ignoring him. This made his mood plunge straight from panic into despair. "Hey, stop making trouble." Seeing this scene, Tianhong asked softly in a teasing voice, "Such a good master, are you truly not planning to respond at all?" The immortal artifact still could not be bothered to answer, while Holy Lord Ling Xuan began wailing miserably. "Ah, my Supreme Emperor Bell." He recalled the time they had spent together, then turned to blame his little Bell. Clearly, just yesterday they had stood shoulder to shoulder and confided everything to each other, so how could it turn his back on him so heartlessly today? The Supreme Emperor Bell looked at him with disdain, and even made a shooing gesture. That was no different from the final straw. When begging failed, he switched to threats. "You dare defy me? If you refuse to obey, do you believe I will destroy your spiritual consciousness as well? Do not think I would not dare strike just because you are a treasure. I really will cast the spell." However, neither Tianhong nor the Supreme Emperor Bell wavered in the slightest. He raised his hand, his voice full of menace. "Let me count. When I count to 3, you are finished." 3. The two of them only looked at him with utter confusion. He roared in anger but in response Tianhong and the Supreme Emperor Bell still stood there calmly, even showing a look of boredom as though watching a clumsy play. Ling Xuan Holy Lord now looked no different from a joke. 1.5, 1/4. In the end, Tianhong and the Supreme Emperor Bell could no longer hold back and burst into giggles. The surrounding crowd fell deathly silent, everyone gaping as if their jaws were about to drop to the ground. Even Ling Yun widened her eyes in shock. Only one question left in her mind. What kind of farce is this? Under countless gazes, Ling Xuan Holy Lord, a venerable figure, actually burst into sobs like pouring rain. His tears fell in streams, quickly gathering into a small puddle. His towering body trembled again and again, 2 trails of hot tears running down his dignified face. "Supreme Emperor Bell, how could you bear to treat me like this?" he cried out in a choked voice. "My little Bell, why are you so cruel as to betray me? After so many years together, have you truly forgotten everything?" Before his crying had even stopped, he continued lamenting in a mournful voice. "All these years, you and I have always stayed side by side, overcoming hardship together and sharing glory together. In your eyes, is all of that not worth a single coin?" Old memories suddenly surged back like floodwaters bursting through a dam. He remembered the days when he fought shoulder to shoulder with the little Bell, so close they were no different from a natural-born pair. On many long nights, he had held the little Bell in his arms, whispering to it like a confidant, and at times had even slept while hugging it until dawn. Every memory, every joy, every tiny moment was dragged out by him and recounted with perfect clarity. In the end, all of it was engraved through the spiritual blood contract, forming a bond like a red thread tying the two sides tightly together. Ling Xuan Holy Lord cried out in despair, "O little Bell, with affection as deep as the sea between us, can you really abandon it just because you say so?" That sorrowful lament truly had a moving power. Even the immortal artifact, the Supreme Emperor Bell, trembled, quivered softly, then burst into a loud wail. In the blink of an eye, it flew out of Tianhong's hand, leaving him momentarily stunned. Seeing this, Ling Xuan Holy Lord rejoiced inwardly. Little Bell, as expected, you still cannot bear to leave me. The Supreme Emperor Bell sobbed, the cord on its head turning into a tiny hand that reached toward him. Ling Xuan Holy Lord immediately spread his arms wide, ready to receive that moment of reunion. The little Bell sped toward him, filling his face with joy. Little Bell, the distance between the two sides grew closer and closer. Tianhong merely curled his lips and flicked his finger indifferently. Hurry back here. The moment it received the order, the Supreme Emperor Bell immediately came back to its senses. It glanced behind itself, then spun around and turned its back on Ling Xuan Holy Lord. The cord on its head whipped up, landing a slap squarely on his face. Smack, Little Bell. Tianhong laughed, his smile full of mockery, ignoring Ling Xuan Holy Lord as he fell face first to the ground. No longer looking grief-stricken, Ling Xuan Holy Lord raised his head, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Supreme Emperor Bell. The Supreme Emperor Bell even stuck out its tongue to taunt him. Tianhong laughed loudly in ridicule. Suddenly, a surge of black energy erupted from Ling Xuan Holy Lord's body. He growled, Supreme Emperor Bell, you treacherous thing, ungrateful wretch. Since it has come to this, do not blame this venerable one for being ruthless. He raised two fingers and black sorcery began to condense. The power coiled like a venomous snake around the spiritual energy cord on the Supreme Emperor Bell's head. The Supreme Emperor Bell instantly panicked. Ling Xuan Holy Lord's gaze turned savage. Today I will smash you to pieces. With one hand, he gripped the cord tightly, while the other formed a seal. Spirit Annihilation Curse. Sensing danger, the Supreme Emperor Bell hurriedly flew toward Tianhong, trembling as it sobbed. Do not be afraid, Tianhong said softly, though his expression remained utterly calm. He raised his hand to his mouth and murmured softly, Sever Spirit Pact. Bong, a light flick of his finger landed on the Supreme Emperor Bell's head. In an instant, the spiritual energy cord connecting it to Ling Xuan Holy Lord snapped apart. Ling Xuan Holy Lord's eyes bulged, terror written clearly across his face. He could not believe the contract cord had been severed so easily. The moment the bond broke, his body seemed drained of all vitality, and a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. Ling Xuan Holy Lord's entire body shook violently. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice stammering. How is this possible? Forcibly severing our spiritual blood contract. Blood still kept pouring out, and overwhelming fear covered his face. What realm is this exactly? Just then, the immortal artifact Supreme Emperor Bell suddenly shone with dazzling brilliance hovering in Tianhong's hand. He smiled faintly, his voice arrogant. Did you not all want to see the power of this thing? And use your lives in exchange for one chance to appreciate it. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianhong circulated his power and poured it straight into the Supreme Emperor Bell. In just a moment, the bell expanded at an astonishing speed, no different from a small mountain suspended in midair. From it, a terrifying pressure spread outward. Ling Xuan Holy Lord trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering together. No, impossible. Those present at the scene were also so frightened their souls nearly fled. Ling Yun stood frozen in place, eyes wide and mouth open, boundless reverence rising in her heart. So this is Senior's true strength. Seeing her dazed, Tianhong reminded her softly, Stand still beside me, do not act rashly. He raised two fingers and ordered coldly, Quake, clang, clang. The Supreme Emperor Bell began to tremble, its sound echoing throughout heaven and earth, shaking mountains and rivers. Clang. The clapper inside had only just swayed slightly, yet the mountain below was already crushed into pieces by an invisible sound wave. Boulders came crashing down with thunderous rumbles, and the people below only had time to scream once before being buried. Ling Xuan Holy Lord's face turned deathly pale, his eyes full of panic. How could it be this powerful? The power of the Supreme Emperor Bell was truly astonishing, clearing an entire vast area with just one strike. The shockwave spread like the scythe of the death god, crushing everything in its path. Mountains were leveled, trees turned to ash. After that destructive attack, thick dust and smoke shrouded everything. Only the small area where Ling Yun and Tianhong stood remained completely intact. Sensing her body trembling, Tianhong lowered his voice gently. Do not be afraid, everything is over now. Only then did Ling Yun slowly dare to open her eyes and look out. The scene before her eyes nearly stole her breath away. An entire vast stretch of land had vanished completely, which meant every enemy had been wiped out. He stood frozen, unable to believe it for a moment. Ling Xuan Sacred Land. Before that horrified gaze, Tianhong pointed toward the fragments hovering in midair, silently confirming that everything had turned to ash. Seeing the blood feud of her clan settled in a single instant, Ling Yun could no longer restrain her emotions. She burst in choked sobs. Sob. That sudden crying made Tianhong start slightly. The mighty expert who had just flattened an entire land suddenly became flustered. Hey, what is wrong with you? Knowing she had lost her composure, Ling Yun hurriedly wiped away her tears, her voice soft and full of guilt. This junior has been discourteous. she said shyly. The hatred of my clan's destruction had weighed on me for 500 years, and today it was finally avenged, so this junior lost control for a moment. Hearing her say this, Tianhong asked no more, only let out a soft sigh. He raised his hand, released a stream of spiritual power, then commanded in a deep voice, "Return." The Supreme Emperor bell immediately shrank, its light gradually dimming as it quickly returned to its original form under Tianhong's spell. He casually handed it to Ling Yun, while solemnly reminding her, "You are the only remaining descendant of the Lin family, so the Supreme Emperor bell should naturally be inherited by you. Just drip blood onto the bell, and it will recognize you as its master. Remember this well, before reaching the longevity realm, you must never expose this treasure, otherwise you will bring fatal disaster upon yourself." Ling Yun immediately waved her hands and refused. Senior is also a member of the Lin family. Only in your hands can the Supreme Emperor bell display its true power. Ling Yun's cultivation is low and her status humble. I dare not accept it. Tianhong replied calmly. Although this item is a supreme immortal artifact, to this venerable one it is only like a useless trinket, not worth mentioning. He glanced at her, his voice still calm. Your talent is not bad. Just now I helped cleanse your marrow and remold your bones, and now you have the Supreme Emperor bell as well. In the future, your cultivation speed will surely far surpass cultivators of your generation. Hearing this, Ling Yun could not hide her joy. Is that truly so, Senior? Tianhong nodded. That is right. From now on, the matter of reviving the Lin family is entrusted to you. Hurry and use your blood to make it recognize you as master. Ling Yun did not dare delay and immediately did as told. She bit her fingertip until blood seeped out. Yes, Senior. A drop of crimson blood fell onto the body of the Supreme Emperor Bell. In the next instant, that immortal artifact shot into midair, startling her into stepping back. In the blink of an eye, the Supreme Emperor Bell turned into a streak of golden light and rushed straight into her body. A sensation of merging into one quickly spread throughout her entire body. Ling Yun froze in place, still unable to understand what exactly had happened. Had the Supreme Emperor Bell already fused into her body? Standing beside her, Tianhong thought to himself, 10,000 years ago, to prevent the Lin family's descendants from relying on the treasure and becoming arrogant and reckless, I placed a seal upon it. Aside from defense and suppressing fortune, all other powers were locked away. Now that the Lin family has suffered a great calamity, this venerable one has broken the seal, which can be considered helping this girl gain another means to protect herself. Suddenly, as though recalling something, he spoke softly. Ah, right. Tianhong took a ring from his space and handed it to Ling Yun. This is for you. She hurriedly accepted it, her gaze fixed on the ring glowing with mysterious light in her hand, as if she had already recognized it as a storage ring. Tianhong added a reminder, use the things inside as you please. They will be a great aid to you on your path to reviving the Lin family. In his heart, he was quietly calculating again, this Ling Xuan sacred land truly is a moving treasure vault. It gathered quite a few good things from the lower realm to the upper realm. Thinking of the wife he had not seen for so long, Tianhong could not help happily dividing the spoils. One portion as a reward for Ling Yun, and the rest naturally had to be brought back for the Divine Phoenix Empress. He had to nourish her properly and help raise her cultivation. That way, the plan for the two of them to retire from the world would go smoothly, and they could live peaceful, happy, and perfect days together. 100 years later, when his wife's power reached great completion, the two of them would ascend hand in hand to the upper realm and continue writing their endless love story. Immersed in that vision, he unconsciously smiled, leaving Ling Yun across from him startled. A light breeze swept past. Tianhong planted his hands on his hips, looking no different from a gangling big brother as he declared loudly, "All right, everything is settled." He turned around and waved casually, "I will leave first." Before Ling Yun could even speak a farewell, Tianhong's figure had turned into a streak of light, riding the wind away before disappearing at the edge of the sky. Though everything had come to an end, that departure was so sudden it still left Ling Yun's heart strangely empty. "Senior," she called softly, her voice growing quieter and quieter. Her mood suddenly sank like a rainy afternoon. If only one day they could meet again. Before she could finish speaking, Ling Yun stood there in silence. A while later, she too transformed into a ray of light and shot away, leaving only a haze of dust behind that quickly dissolved into the air. Now, around the ruins of Ling Xuan's sacred land, only a chilling silence remained, along with massive rocks suspended in midair, giving off an indescribably eerie feeling. Suddenly, the space in that wasteland twisted, rippling like water being stirred. Immediately after, two figures appeared without warning. A young man crossed his arms, swept his gaze around, and spoke in an arrogant voice. Well, the once illustrious Ling Xuan sacred land has become flat ground overnight. What a tragedy worth watching. The old man in green beside him, known as King Lao, lightly stroked his silver beard, his eyes half closed as if sensing something unusual. "This is the pure aura of an immortal artifact," the old man said in a deep voice. "It seems the foremost sacred land of southern continent was destroyed by an immortal artifact itself." That judgment instantly shocked the young man. "What?" That man widened his eyes, unable to hide his astonishment. A place like Southern Continent actually produced an immortal artifact. Immediately after, greed flashed in that man's eyes and his hand clenched tight. "King Lao, this immortal artifact, this young master must obtain it." Hearing this, King Lao hurriedly advised against it. "The power of an immortal artifact cannot be underestimated. Even this old servant cannot be certain of retreating safely. Young master, perhaps you should put this idea aside for now." With no other choice, the young man sighed, regret plain on his face. "Fine. Once we return to Central Continent, I will report to father and have him send people to investigate. That will be safer." Suddenly, another calculation flashed through that man's mind, and the corner of his lips lifted. "Or perhaps we should go find Bai Yun first. Humph, once this young master has set his sights on you, do you think you can escape?" Without the slightest hesitation, the two vanished again, rushing in another direction to carry out their new plan. In Lin City, the gentle morning sunlight spilled over the villages nestled beside the majestic mountain range. After her great blood feud had been washed clean, Ling Yun returned to the old residence of her clan. She slowly walked in. Before her eyes remained only a scene of desolation and ruin, mottled walls and shattered roof tiles. Yet the plaque of the Lin ancestral hall still hung intact there, strangely resilient. Stepping inside, her gaze suddenly stopped when she saw a rosewood spirit tablet covered in dust, lying alone on the cold ground. It was precisely the ancestral spirit tablet of the Lin family. She carefully picked it up and gently brushed away the dust that had clung to it through the years. Solemnly placed it back on the altar, but the moment the spirit tablet touched down, a dry cracking sound echoed. She accidentally triggered the hidden mechanism under the draped cloth, the secret drawer slowly creaking open, making her jump back. Her gaze was immediately drawn to an old scroll inside. Curiosity surged. Ling Yun quickly took it out and unrolled it. As the painting appeared, her eyes widened in astonishment, pupils constricting. The person in the painting resembled Tian Hong so closely, was as if he were the original. She immediately recognized him as a senior. Hastily reading the caption beside it, "Young Master Tian Hong Xianzun, honored guest, Lin Li's grandson, painted this portrait to commemorate his third uncle." Ling Yun felt her head spinning. Xianzun, even ancestors called him third uncle. An incredible thought flashed in her mind. Could the senior actually be? No, impossible, this happened 10,000 years ago. Without hesitation, she rolled up the painting and dashed out, determined to find the senior and ask everything. The imperial city, Shi Yu held a brush, with a dignified demeanor, slowly writing each notice. News of the complete destruction of Namzhou's Lingxuan holy land in a single night spread like an invisible earthquake, shaking all of Namzhou, while flocks of birds still leisurely circled in the blue sky under the warm sun. But contrasting this peaceful scene, the hearts of Namzhou's people sank in unprecedented panic and fear. A shroud of unease covered the mountains, causing large and small sects to fall into distrust. Emergency lockdowns issued. A stern elder stepped out and loudly conveyed orders. Temporary dispersal, wait for the wind to pass. Everyone will regroup elsewhere. An old lady frantically shouted at her disciples before hurrying away. In the royal palace, Shi Yu angrily slammed the book in her hands onto the rosewood table. She sprang up, her beautiful face taut with anger, yelling toward the one who destroyed Lingxuan holy land in one night along with the 6 great sects, wanting to know what he ultimately intended. Blood Shashang Ren bowed, waiting for the anger to subside, then clasped his hands to report, "Your Majesty, your subordinate has sent many scouts but found no clues." While listening to the report, Shi Yu's mind drifted elsewhere. She had to immediately seclude herself, fully cultivate, in 5 years break through to the immortal state, in 100 years reach the preheaven state. Only then would she have the strength to protect her husband. When she reached the preheaven state, she would ascend with him. Early morning at Phoenix capital, people poured onto the streets, some visiting eateries, others strolling. But in a corner of a shop, an unusually heavy atmosphere at the table, 3 men sat like statues in front of 3 bowls of cold tea. None dared to speak. Finally, one trembled and asked, "Have you brothers found any trace of young Master Lan yet?" The other 2 turned, eyes both suspicious and desperate. "Not yet, and you?" The man sweatily glanced around, eyes darting, "Also not yet." Upon hearing this, the 2 others seemed completely crushed. One buried his face in his hands crying, "What now? This is the Queen's secret order. If we can't find him, the whole family could lose their heads." The other slumped on the table. "I still have an 80-year-old mother, a baby less than a month old. I don't want to die unjustly." Suddenly the one who spoke earlier cut through the grief, turned and smiled mysteriously. "Don't panic, I have a plan." The other two immediately brightened, urging speak quickly. He puffed up his chest and declared solemnly, "We burn incense to pray. Sincerity will surely guide the deities and Buddhas." As soon as he finished, admiration turned to outrage. Two others lunged at him, grabbing his collars, fists raised. "I knew it. Your head can't think of anything good. Fool, trash, we're doomed." The shop owner saw the chaos and could only rush out to stop them. Just then, the clanging of a carriage bell drew all three's attention. Tianhong sat leisurely in the carriage, humming a cheerful tune while calmly enjoying the view. His face caught the radiant gaze of the three guards. After a few seconds frozen, all three seemed reborn, from despair to joy as if struck gold, rushing to embrace each other, eyes sparkling, shouting in unison, "Young Master Lan." Immediately after, all three gleefully overturned the table, ignoring the shop owner running out crying and shouting. Laughing and crying chased the carriage, shouting nonstop, "Amen. May the immortals bless. Hallelujah, young Master Lan. Wait for us. We miss you to death." A while later, in the outskirts of Phoenix capital, the carriage continued rolling steadily. Inside the carriage, Tianhong clasped his hands and bowed sincerely. "You have worried. Young Master Lan accepts responsibility." The three hurriedly waved hands, laughing heartily, refusing, "It's nothing, it's nothing." Erasing their previous worry, they immediately brightened. "Master is safe. We need not worry about losing our heads." Tianhong lowered his head, smiling at them. He reached into his clothes, after a while casually tossed a small bottle toward the three. "This is some pills bought along the way. Quality decent. Consider it an apology." The three quickly cupped their hands to catch it, handling it as if a treasure. All at once they looked up, smiling to flatter. "Many thanks, master." Afterwards, Tianhong directly grasped the reins to steer the carriage into the inner city. Ahead, the city gate stood wide open as if awaiting them. He smiled faintly, watching the small spirit flame dancing in his palm. The flame emanated from the space ring he held. He immediately swung his hand. The ring traced a beautiful arc in the air, then vanished without a trace. Tianhong's eyes flashed determination, thinking, "Body of the Phoenix Queen. All the inheritance he casually took from Zealing mysterious Holy Land, now given to you, consider it a meeting gift." Simultaneously, a streak of blazing light tore across the sky carrying the space ring straight to the capital. Tianhong watched leisurely from the carriage, eyes full of amusement, murmuring, "Stubborn, hurry up. Don't make me clean up after all the time. Tiring." In the royal palace, gentle golden sunlight covered the quiet main hall, hearing every breath. Amidst this scene, Yu sat cross-legged on the dragon bed, hands forming mudras, body enveloped in faint radiance. She poured all her effort into cultivating her mind, completely immersed in absorbing the essence of the Emperor's internal scripture, the origin of all 10,000 laws, unlocking celestial arts. The aura around her gradually thickened, becoming heavier by degrees. Suddenly, swoosh, a wind-tearing sound shattered the silence. The object causing the shock was Tianhong's fire-encased ring. It hurtled forward at an astonishing speed, not slowing, striking Yu's forehead. Bop! The sudden impact caused her to lose focus, toppling backward with a cry of pain. Yu rolled off the bed, one hand clutching her forehead, eyes already glistening with tears. In an instant, she sprang up like a tightly coiled spring, a clear bump on her forehead. She clenched her fists tightly, roaring in anger. She leapt up, fists clenched so tightly they turned pale, seemingly ready to punish whoever was responsible. Her delicate face now full of fury, roaring to shake the entire palace. First, she swiftly glanced to the left, the vast space filled only with wardrobes, no sign of anything unusual. Immediately after, she turned to the right, still just neat rows of bookshelves, no human presence at all. Yu's anger surged, determined to find the one behind it. She pressed her fingers together, forming a seal at her chest, whispering, "Consciousness, open." Instantly, a pale golden light spread, enveloping her entire body. Yu extended her hand forward, fingers splayed wide, her jet-black eyes turning cloudy white, cold and soulless. She poured all her divine power, letting her consciousness sweep every inch of land within miles, then extending beyond the capital. Her brows furrowed tightly, her expression a mix of doubt and anger while searching for the stranger's trace. But the result was only empty space, with no suspicious clue. Yu withdrew her consciousness, returning to normal, yet her frustration remained. She snorted coldly, "Hateful, my power has increased considerably, yet someone could plot against me leaving no trace." Her face scrunched, one hand on her chin, trying to figure out who dared to act, but no matter how she considered, she found no clue. Having no other choice, Yu raised her hand to rub the lump on her forehead. The sharp pain made her pull back instantly. Then she crouched, hugging her head, whining like a child, "It hurts so much." Just as she sniffled, tears not yet falling, Shiyu's pupils suddenly contracted. She saw a ring lying not far away. Curiosity quickly overtook the pain. She hurried to pick up the ring, observing the inner space carefully. Without hesitation, Shiyu channeled her inner power into the ring, concentrating it at a point, her gaze turning sharp and cold. With a whoosh, light from the tiny ring flared, opening a giant spatial portal. Shiyu stepped in cautiously, eyes scanning continuously. Suddenly she froze, eyes wide, mouth agape. Before her lay countless resources piled like mountains. Gold, silver, jewels, spiritual pills, fine wines, and cultivation materials. She exclaimed in astonishment, "This wealth surpasses even the treasury of the Phoenix divine dynasty." At that moment, the pain on her forehead seemed to vanish, a single lump yielding such a vast treasure, truly incredible. All previous anger dissipated immediately, her eyes now fixed on the ring shimmering with riches. Who had given this to me? No answer came. Shiyu resolutely closed her eyes, thinking, well, if someone gave it, how could I refuse? Having decided, she opened her eyes, gaze gleaming with joy. With such resources, I can not only rapidly increase my cultivation but also… Before the thought finished, she clenched her hand tightly around the ring. At the same time, the giant spatial portal slowly closed in response to her movement. In Chiyu's mind, a bold plan began to form. Could she directly nurture a super-level army? Just then, a loud knocking outside interrupted her thoughts. Chiyu, still clutching the ring, glanced irritably toward the door. She quickly slipped the ring onto her slender finger. Then she casually grabbed the cloak hanging nearby. Hastily donning the cloak to cover her somewhat messy appearance, she strode to the door, a prominent lump on her forehead. What is happening? Huet Fuang, a close bodyguard, stood outside, bowing respectfully, reporting, "Your Majesty, he has returned." Upon hearing this, Xiyu's expression changed completely, face blushing, eyes sparkling, lips involuntarily curling into a radiant smile. Her husband has returned. But such maidenly shyness must not be seen by others, as she was still the queen. Xiyu cleared her throat, regaining composure. Understood. The door closed, leaving her alone in the room. Xiyu immediately returned to a soft, coquettish posture, arms crossed before her chest, muttering and pouting, "My rotten husband, how dare you leave me alone for so long?" Though she said this, she felt no anger, her eyes glimmering with hidden joy. She lowered her head, cheeks flushed. Finally he has returned. Her young lover's mood blossomed, filled with joy. Today I must prepare a sumptuous dinner for him. Half an hour later, sunlight still bathed the palace, bright and warm. A beautiful woman in a red dress, graceful figure, face concealed, stepped in lightly. It was Feng Er, Shiyu's royal sister. She cheerfully ran in, voice sharp, "Sister." Feng Er held a small, delicate bag. Upon seeing Shiyu, she jumped onto the bed, winking teasingly. "Heard that your husband has returned. Finally I get to see you smile, sister." Her face blushed, round eyes shining with genuine joy. She is very happy. Xiyu looked at her sister with affection, speaking gently, "Your husband has returned, so tonight I cannot stay in the palace to play with you." She also smiled with hidden meaning, finger lightly touching the girl's nose, playfully asked, "What is so happy?" Feng Er immediately opened her eyes wide, looking straight at her, sincerely replied, "As long as sister is happy, Feng Er is happy too." Then she lowered her head, voice slightly sad. Feng Er knows sister has worried over the Luk Tong and Ling Xuan Holy Land's destruction these past days. She honestly confessed, yet Feng Er could do nothing to help sister. With some self-blame, her tone turned sullen. Your husband is still more useful." Siyu understood her sister's childishness, helplessly ruffling her head, voice gentle yet stern. "Sister has gone, you must remain in the palace to cultivate diligently." She looked at Feng Er with affection, but her words carried warning. "If you do not break through the spirit-freezing realm this year, sister will surely punish you." Feng Er widened her eyes, beginning to whine, But the spirit-freezing realm is very difficult." Immediately after, Shiyu lightly flicked her forehead. She sternly instructed, "What is difficult? With your talent, if not lazy and distracted, you would have broken through long ago." Feng Er held her forehead, frowning feigned pain, but Shiyu was not fooled. She straightened, seriously commanding the girl to hurry to cultivate. Before leaving, she bent to pick up the bag Feng Er had brought. Li Hin Shiyu turned to leave, clutching the bag, waving as she walked, "I will go home to visit my husband first." In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished outside the window, leaving a faint afterimage. Feng Er stood alone, helplessly watching. The girl pouted slightly, furrowing her brow, complaining, I really envy sister's husband, marrying such a good wife." Then she suddenly turned around, hands on hips, pretending to sulk with a slightly jealous look. "I am starting to envy him." Outside the capital, people still hustled by. A luxurious carriage rolled silently along the narrow road. After a long journey, Tianhong finally returned to the familiar place. The wheels gradually slowed, then stopped completely. Tianhong stepped down from the carriage, his carefree, graceful bearing plain to see. The moment he left the carriage, his face shone with the joy of someone returning home. Standing before the familiar gate, he raised his hand and knocked softly, one tap after another. His eyes brimming with affection, his voice gentle enough to melt a heart, Tian Hong called softly, "Wife, your husband has come home." Before the words had even faded, the great gate before him immediately swung open. A soft figure rushed out in haste and threw herself straight into his arms. "Husband." Yu hugged Tian Hong tightly, her voice clear as silver bells, coquettish like a young wife. "You finally agreed to come back." Tian Hong gently wrapped his arms around her, leaned close to her ear, and murmured in a warm voice, "I am home now." He reached out and lightly stroked her soft hair, his voice full of tenderness. "After so many days apart, was my wife good at home? Have you been well?" Ziyu left his embrace, her cheeks puffing up with grievance. "Without you by my side, nothing was good at all." Just then, Tian Hong suddenly froze. His gaze stopped completely on the vivid purple bruise in the middle of her forehead. In an instant, his gentle eyes turned icy cold. "Wife, what happened to your forehead? Who dared to hurt you?" The aura around him erupted violently, and Tian Hong snarled in a low roar. Who in the end was so bold? Anger surged up, and he gritted his teeth as he said, "If I find out, I definitely will not spare him." Tian Hong had no idea the culprit was another version of himself, who had accidentally thrown it and hit her. Yu avoided his terrifying gaze, turned her face aside, and said aggrievedly, "Who knows which bastard threw a stone and hit me?" She hesitated for a moment, then said irritably, "But it seemed that person was actually my own husband." Hearing this, Tian Hong grew even angrier. What happened after that? As soon as the words fell, her tears came down. She pointed at the swelling on her forehead and choked out. "After that, it became like this." After Tian Hong heard this, his fury seemed to shoot straight to his head. Damn it. Killing intent spread from every part of him. His hand trembled with rage, and his gaze was icy. "If I find out who it was, I definitely will not spare him." Suddenly, Yu hugged him tightly and buried her head against his chest, making the anger in his heart ease. "Come now, husband. Perhaps that person did not mean to do it." She raised her head to look at him, her gaze soft. "The most important thing is that you have come back." The two of them simply held each other before the porch, sharing a passionate kiss, sinking together into the sweet moment of reunion. Only after a long while, when both were nearly out of breath, did they part with flushed faces, their eyes still full of lingering attachment. At this moment, Tian Hong seemed drunk on the honeyed sweetness of happiness, forgetting entirely the matter of who had injured Yu. "Let us go inside." He turned around, held the shy Yu in his arms, and supported her step by step, his voice gentle. "Let your husband apply medicine for you." In his embrace, Yu was as obedient as flowing water. She raised her head and said softly, "Husband must be tired from traveling so far." As though thinking of something, her face suddenly flushed red, and her shy gaze lowered slightly. "How about we bathe and change clothes first, then have dinner together?" "All right." Tian Hong immediately understood her meaning, the corners of his lips curving into a meaningful smile. He turned to look at her and said coquettishly, "Bathing is fine, but your husband is very tired, my back hurts and my shoulders ache." His eyes turned playful, sweeping lightly over her body. "You have to help me wash my back, and you also have to massage it." Yu lifted her eyes to look at him, her gaze brimming with affection, and softly replied, "Yes." In the spacious bathing room, Tian Hong soaked comfortably in the warm water. Steam rose in a hazy veil, filling the space like an immortal paradise. He leaned back, closed his eyes to enjoy it, and lazily called out, "Wife, come quickly and massage your husband." Behind the curtain, Yu slowly removed each layer of clothing. After changing, she lightly covered herself, then walked gently to his side. Amid the misty steam, her soft voice sounded, "I will wash your back for you." From when the sun still hung high until the moon rose, the lights in the bathing room remained bright and never went out. In the end, Yu softly spoke to stop him. "Husband, it is late. We have been bathing for a very long time." Tian Hong still did not want to stop, teasing with a smile. "Then why do I feel it has only been a moment? How about we bathe one more time?" Outside the door, steam still billowed thickly, and Yu cried out in a huff, "If we bathe again, the food will all go cold." Yet in the end, she still leaned against him for a while longer, her head lightly resting on his shoulder, and called softly, "Husband." Tian Hong lowered his head and answered softly. Yu pressed close against his firm chest, her face flushed, her eyes never leaving him. In her heart she thought, "He truly is the nemesis of my life." Thinking back, she had once been the master of the immortal realm, revered by 10,000 immortals. Yet now, she could rest peacefully in her husband's arms, letting an unprecedented happiness quietly swell within her. The two relaxed in the warm water, and all their weariness gradually faded away. A moment later, Tian Hong noticed that she was lost in thought, so he asked gently, "What are you thinking about?" Yu lifted their tightly intertwined hands, droplets of water still clinging to their skin, and answered softly, "Nothing." At last, she stepped out of the bathtub. Droplets of water fell onto the floor with crisp little taps. Yu lowered her head with a flushed face and put her clothes back on, then said softly, "It is just that when I am with husband, I truly feel very happy." After the bath, Ji Yu's fair, smooth, clean, and fragrant skin appeared before his eyes once more. She walked to the side of the bathtub and leaned slightly, her flushed face full of charm. This servant will help you change your clothes. After that, what was meant to happen finally happened. In the quiet courtyard, the lights stayed on for a long stretch. The teasing voices of the two rang out without end. Aya, husband, what are you doing? Carrying you away just one more time. The night gradually passed, and only after a very long while did the two finally bathe clean, change into proper clothes, and sit together at a dining table filled with delicacies from land and sea. Ji Yu propped up her chin, her eyes overflowing with happiness as she fixed her gaze on Tianhong, who was eating nonstop. He ate with relish, even making a cheerful little sound. Niam. Sitting beside him, Ji Yu picked up a large piece of meat and brought it before him. She opened her own mouth as an example, then called gently, "Come, husband." Tianhong also cooperated like an obedient child, opening his mouth and biting down on the meat. Both of them blushed from embarrassment, but the atmosphere was filled with happiness. After swallowing the bite his wife had fed him, Tianhong was so happy he felt as if he might fly, his eyes full of laughter. Coming home is truly good. Ji Yu was no different. She held her own face and said joyfully, "Husband has returned. This is truly wonderful." Yet that joy could not last forever. The sky gradually brightened, and each of them had to return to their own affairs. Tianhong stood before the gate and waved goodbye, bye-bye. Ji Yu stood on the steps and also waved back, bye. After Tianhong turned and left, Ji Yu immediately followed, hiding behind the stone wall and silently watching his back until he disappeared completely. Only then did she gently close the two great gates. She turned around and walked away decisively, her shoes clacking against the stone floor. Ji Yu walked to another gate within the silent courtyard. After opening the gate, she carefully looked around, glancing ahead and behind as if sneaking about, confirming that no one was paying attention to her. After waiting a little longer, once she was certain the surroundings were safe, she immediately formed hand seals at great speed. Beneath her feet, a formation radiating dazzling golden light slowly appeared. The moment she stepped onto it, a beam of light burst from the Lin family estate, transforming into a great bird that carried her straight back to the capital. In stark contrast to the warmth of the Lin family, the capital at this moment was chilling to a terrifying degree, and no one dared make even the slightest unnecessary sound. Ji Yu walked straight into the imperial study. Inside, it was so quiet it felt suffocating. Gone was the coquettish air she had at home. Now she was cold as frost, the absolutely majestic empress, seated behind the desk as she approved memorials with decisive elegance. Ji Yu's hand did not stop, her voice ringing with imperial authority. "Elder Long, do you have something to report?" Elder Long did not dare delay, hurriedly lowering his head to report, "Your Majesty, the third prince of the Tianlong dynasty has come as a special envoy and requests an audience." At this point he paused slightly, his voice stammering. Do you wish to receive him?" Ji Yu froze for a moment, the brush in her hand stopping in midair, letting a drop of ink fall onto the white page. Tianlong. Her expression instantly darkened. She set the brush down, and the situation between the two nations swiftly flashed through her mind. Tianlong dynasty was also one of the top powers in southern continent, but the Divine Phoenix Kingdom had always maintained a stance of not interfering with them. That third prince was said to be the #1 expert of the Tianlong dynasty, yet he had lowered himself to come all the way here as an envoy. Thinking this, Ji Yu asked in an icy voice, "Why has he come here?" Elder Long shrank his neck slightly and answered in a trembling voice, "Reporting to your Majesty, it seems he has come to propose marriage to you." In an instant, Ji Yu seemed to have been struck in a forbidden spot. Her eyes narrowed as she stared fixedly at Elder Long, her voice as cold and sharp as a knife. "Propose marriage." Bang! A slap of her palm on the table made the entire imperial study tremble violently, killing intent spreading from her to cover every corner. Is he even worthy, knowing he had angered the Empress? Elder Long hurriedly kowtowed again and again, but he had no other choice and could only lie prostrate on the ground as he continued trying to advise her. The Tianlong dynasty is the foremost great nation of southern continent, and that third prince has extraordinary talent, the true disciple of Tianlong Taoist. Ji Yu heard every word of his clearly, but in her heart, she did not accept any of it. A simmering fury rose like lava about to erupt, while her peerless face remained cold as ice. Elder Long still lowered his head, unaware that he was standing on the edge of danger, and continued reporting in a trembling voice, "If we openly refuse, I fear the realm and the state will face a great disaster." Once he finished speaking, she lightly flicked her sleeve, the gesture seeming gentle, yet the pressure was heavy. "I am the son of heaven by true mandate, the ruler of a nation. Could I not know what benefits the state?" But Elder Long seemed determined to risk everything, knowing the Empress would find it hard to agree, so he played his final card. He said in a low voice, this time, The third prince has also brought 2 peak Divine Fire Realm experts as escorts. As she listened, Shi Yu leisurely propped up her chin, looking indifferent, as if she were hearing something not worth caring about. But the instant those words fell, her expression immediately sank, her ice-cold voice carrying absolute authority. "Oh, then what exactly are you trying to say?" In that instant, the entire Imperial study seemed to sink into an icy sea of killing intent. Elder Long was so frightened his voice shook. "In this old minister's foolish opinion, with our current strength, our Divine Phoenix dynasty cannot refuse." He still pressed his face to the ground, stammering out the strategy he thought was best. "Even if your majesty is unwilling, you can pretend to agree for the time being, then slowly seek a way to handle it afterward." Unfortunately, those words were no different from passing wine to Shi Yu. She suddenly rose in fury and slammed the table with a loud bang. Her face was stretched cold, her brows tightly knitted, every word bursting out with pressure. "Elder Long's advice is truly excellent. Then according to you, where should I place my husband?" Her hand clenched until it turned deathly pale, and a thin yet sharp current of energy gradually condensed. Though terrified out of his wits, Elder Long still gritted his teeth and continued saying that your majesty was the ruler of a nation, bearing the world like the weight of Mount Tai. Hearing the 2 words husband, Shi Yu nearly lost all restraint. The corners of her lips curved into a cold smile, killing intent sharp as countless blades aiming straight at Elder Long. Failing to sense the danger, he even thought he had struck the heart of the matter and straightened his back as he continued. "Your majesty is burdened with countless affairs, and finding an ordinary man to experience common life is not wrong." A cold gleam flashed in the old man's eyes. After a pause, Elder Long slowly uttered vicious words. "We might as well dispose of him. Doing so would avoid offending the Tianlong dynasty, while preserving the overall situation." Before the words had even finished, a golden figure tore through the air, leaving only an afterimage where Ji Yu had been standing. In the blink of an eye, she had already appeared right beside Elder Long, so fast that she left no trace of movement. Slap! A resounding slap struck down, swift as lightning, heavy as a hammer blow, leaving a clear handprint on his aged face. Elder Long only had time to mumble before he was sent flying far away, collapsing like a puppet with its strings cut. He struggled to prop himself up, blood pouring from his mouth, his cheeks swollen and deformed. Behind Ji Yu, the illusory image of a golden dragon appeared, its fangs and claws ferocious, radiating terrifying pressure. She said coldly, "Considering that you have followed me for many years, and once rendered hard service, today I will only cripple your cultivation." After speaking, she decisively turned around, leaving behind a cold warning. "Elder, you are old now. It would be best to return home and spend your final years in peace." Only then did Elder Long realize he had made a grave mistake, and he hurriedly knelt and kowtowed again and again. "Thank you, your majesty, for not killing me." Only when her figure had completely disappeared did he dare stop, his heart still filled with fear. He never expected that a commoner would hold such a great place in Her Majesty's heart. He did not dare linger any longer. Trembling as he stood, closed the door, and only then stammered, "This old minister takes his leave. May your majesty take care." Xi Yu's anger still had not faded. She turned around, her gaze cold and sharp, a resolute will rising in her heart. "I will absolutely never submit to threats, much less leave my husband." She clenched her hand tightly and gritted her teeth. "So what if it is the Tianlong dynasty? It still is not worth making me bow my head." Humph! After calming her mind, she quickly regained the bearing of an emperor. She spoke coldly, "Someone, lead the way. I want to meet the envoy of the Tianlong dynasty." The sky above the capital remained clear and blue, golden sunlight spreading gently everywhere. Yet inside the guest hall, the atmosphere was scorching as fire. Ao Tian and the 2 protectors were sitting leisurely as they waited. Beneath his eye was a tear mole, and his bearing was elegant and flirtatious. He propped up his chin and closed his eyes to rest, showing no impatience at all. A red-bearded elder beside him impatiently slammed the table and shouted, "This little empress of Divine Phoenix is truly bold, daring to make the Tianlong dynasty's envoy delegation wait." Ao Tian merely curled his lips slightly. "Let that woman enjoy herself for a little longer. Once this prince subdues her, let us see if she can still remain arrogant." "Ha ha!" He opened his eyes, his amber pupils flashing, then stretched out a hand as if bestowing grace. "This prince has talent surpassing others, and at just over 30 years old, I have already reached the 3rd level of the Divine Fire Realm." An unconcealed look of desire instantly flashed in his eyes, and his smile gradually turned sinister. "Talent like that is rarely seen in 10,000 years. How could such a treasure be allowed to go to waste?" Elder Bai, who had remained silent until now, stroked his silver beard and slowly reassured him. "Third Prince, rest assured. This marriage was decided personally by the ancestor, so nothing can possibly go wrong." The red-bearded elder immediately snorted coldly, his voice full of disdain. "A tiny Divine Phoenix dynasty dare show off before experts." He raised his head high, his tone arrogant. 1,000 years ago, Tianlong, Divine Phoenix, and Black Tortoise were once the three great dynasties, serving as the pillars of southern continent. But things are different now. Our Tianlong dominates one region, Black Tortoise ranks second, while Divine Phoenix has long since ceased to be worthy of the Tianlong imperial family's notice. The old man curled his lips, his eyes full of contempt. They could not even suppress the four great heterodox kings within their own borders. If not for Ningguang's rebellion forcing the Divine Phoenix Empress to reveal her talent and alarm Tianlong ancestor, this marriage alliance would never have happened. To put it plainly, she is still not qualified. Just then, a clear yet cold voice rang out. Before the person appeared, the voice had already arrived. "Oh, I wonder what guidance our honored guests from the Tianlong dynasty have come to offer." Zhou Tian immediately froze, then turned his head toward the main entrance. The two Tianlong experts standing beside him also changed expression slightly at the arrogance hidden within those words. Du wore a magnificent phoenix robe, carrying the dignity of an empress, as she slowly walked in step by step. Zhou Tian's gaze instantly fixed on her, and dark thoughts rose in his heart. A tiny divine phoenix dynasty dares act arrogant before this prince. Just wait until the wedding night. I will see how long you can stay so cold. Contrary to his filthy thoughts, he kept a refined appearance on the surface, rising to cup his hands in salute, as expected of the divine phoenix empress. Straightforward in temperament and extraordinary in bearing, he smiled faintly, then continued, "This prince also dislikes beating around the bush. This time I have come on behalf of the Tianlong dynasty to seek the divine phoenix empress hand in marriage. If our two nations become in-laws, Tianlong will protect divine phoenix in eternal peace." While he was still speaking endlessly, Shi Yu had already seated herself calmly on the gold-inlaid phoenix chair. She quietly listened to the end, then lifted her chin slightly and replied in an indifferent voice, "Oh, your noble nation wants a marriage alliance. That is fine. My imperial clan has many princesses, each one outstanding in beauty. Third prince may choose as he pleases. Marry whichever one you like." Hearing this, Zhou Tian grew secretly pleased, and the greed in his eyes deepened. She truly is a peerless beauty of the mortal world. Only a woman like this is worthy of this prince. On the surface, he still replied calmly, "With my status, an ordinary princess of the Divine Phoenix dynasty is likely unworthy. Looking across this entire dynasty, only Her Majesty the Empress is barely suitable for me." Shi Yu propped up her chin, her phoenix brows slightly furrowing, and answered coldly without the slightest courtesy, "I am naturally worthy of third prince. The problem is whether you are worthy of me." Hearing that, Zhou Tian could no longer maintain his dignified appearance. His pupils contracted, and he almost growled. Insolent. He completely lost his composure, raising his hand to point straight at Shi Yu. You dare say this prince is not worthy of you." The two Tianlong dynasty experts beside him also frowned at once, their expressions turning ugly. Zhou Tian left his seat with fierce killing intent, walked to stand opposite Shi Yu, then roared again, "Insolent." He no longer had the slightest princely bearing, his brows tightly knitted, his whole body shrouded in killing intent, his fists clenched, and his voice full of threat. "Do you have the guts to say that again?" However, before Shi Yu even needed to speak, the phantom of a massive golden dragon slowly appeared behind her. It opened its mouth full of sharp fangs, as though only awaiting an order before charging forward to crush the enemy. That terrifying aura made our retreat several steps in panic. This is... Just a low roar from the golden dragon made him tremble, his entire body shrinking back. That terrifying pressure bore straight down upon his soul. It was precisely Ji Yu's incarnation, carrying imperial might as it suppressed Zhou Tian. "You did not hear wrong. A piece of trash like you dares claim to be worthy of me." The pressure was so heavy that his legs went weak, and he directly collapsed to his knees on the ground. Elderby beside him changed expression and hurried forward to support the third prince. Ji Yu laughed coldly, her contemptuous gaze looking down at the man struggling before her. "Humph, a useless man like you dares dream of me." Zhou Tian lay sprawled on the ground, both hands digging into the floor tiles, his face twisted with humiliation and rage. He roared, You dare call this prince trash? Do you want the divine phoenix kingdom destroyed?" The corner of Ji Yu's lips curved slightly, her words icy cold. "I will give you one final chance, go ahead and attack. I truly want to see what is so special about trash like you." After speaking, she looked down at him with contempt from above. Long Haoshin ground his teeth until they creaked, struggling to stand like a beast driven into a dead end. "Go die." He stomped hard on the stone floor, creating a thunderous boom, then charged straight toward Ji Yu like a cannonball. All his strength gathered into both fists. "You brought this upon yourself." Closing the distance so easily made him even more confident, an arrogant smile clear on his face. His fist carried a shrieking gust of wind as it aimed straight at her peerless face. Smack! A crisp sound suddenly exploded, No one knew when Shi Yu's fair hand had swung out, delivering a slap like thunder descending. Long Haoshan was sent flying backward, his body spinning continuously like a top, releasing an ear-piercing whir. Immediately afterward, he slammed heavily into the corner of the stone wall, cracking the wall like a spiderweb. His face swelled like a steamed bun, and some of his teeth were knocked out. His body slowly slid down, leaving a long streak of blood from the wall to the ground. Only then did Shi Yu leisurely rise from the throne, wearing a mocking smile as she looked at his miserable state. "Useless subject, have you seen just how incompetent you are?" The more she spoke, the colder her voice became, every word cutting into the other man's heart like a blade. "You want to marry me? Where is your qualification? Where is your status? Trash." After suffering both the blow and the humiliation, Ao Tian still forced himself to brace a hand on the ground and stand, his body trembling non-stop. His face was now twisted beyond recognition, leaving only a pair of bloodshot crimson eyes staring fixedly at Shi Yu. His voice trembled with threat. You just... Before he could finish, Long Haoshan suddenly shuddered violently. He clutched his chest and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His complexion quickly changed from flushed red to purplish blue. Immediately afterward, a massive pitch-black demonic energy poured out from his mouth. Ah! The demonic energy surged more and more violently, making the two Tianlong dynasty experts instantly alert, and they hurried closer to Shi Yu to guard against it. Observing from afar, Shi Yu frowned slightly, a trace of surprise flashing through her eyes. Elder Bai cried out in panic. "This is bad. His Highness was overly provoked, and has released that power regardless of the consequences." The elder with the red beard and red hair also changed expression and hurriedly shouted, "Stop His Highness at once." The two of them immediately joined forces, forming a layer of energy that enveloped Ao Tian as he fell into a blackened state. Your Highness, please hold firm to your mind." The surrounding space instantly became gloomy and cold to the extreme. Shi Yu merely stood still with her arms crossed, watching calmly as though viewing a play. Oh la la, this is clearly the aura of the demon realm. Could the Tianlong dynasty also have ties to those sewer rats? Under the control of the two experts, Ao Tian's pitch-black eyes and deathly pale face gradually returned to normal. The demonic energy also slowly dispersed, leaving him in a state of confusion and fear. Seeing everything, Shi Yu became even more certain of the guess in her heart. She clenched her fist, her gaze turning cold. Anyone who colludes with the demon realm absolutely cannot be tolerated. The red-haired, red-bearded elder quickly supported the staggering Ao Tian and reminded him in a low voice. "Third Prince, you cannot let yourself be provoked like that. If the seal had truly broken just now," Elder Bai also hurriedly added, "at that time, you would certainly have lost your life." Sweat streamed down Ao Tian's forehead. He frowned at the old man, his voice trembling. "Elder Bai, is this prince..." This prince was momentarily blinded by anger. After the situation temporarily stabilized, the red-haired, red-bearded elder mustered his courage and stepped forward, pointing straight at Shi Yu as he shouted, "Divine Phoenix Empress, you are far too rude. You dared attack our third prince. Do you truly think the Tianlong dynasty has no one?" Shi Yu replied calmly without the slightest hesitation. "I merely helped him see his true strength clearly." "Who told your third prince's cultivation to be so poor?" Those words were no different from a slap straight to Ao Tian's face, humiliating him so deeply that he wanted to crawl into a hole. She continued coldly, "Look at his disheveled hair and bruised, battered face. Is he any different from a stray dog?" Her voice held no emotion, every word sharp as a knife, yet every word was also the truth. "Beaten until he lay flat on the ground, without even the strength to fight back. If I truly married trash like that, not only would the Divine Phoenix dynasty lose face, but your Tianlong dynasty would have no dignity left either." At this moment, Long Haoshan was so furious he nearly spat blood again, utterly lacking the strength to open his mouth and answer back. Elder Bai stood frozen beside him, his eyes filled with worry. Elsewhere, the red-haired, red-bearded elder silently took a golden scroll from his sleeve. The moment it appeared, the scroll immediately shone with radiant light. The old man widened his eyes and shouted as though he had grasped his final life-saving straw. "Tianlong Ancestor's decree is here. Divine Phoenix Empress, hurry and kneel to receive it." After Elder Bai heard this, he sneered, his mocking gaze sweeping over Shi Yu. Hey, in this southern continent, Tianlong Ancestor's decree is the will of heaven." A majestic roar echoed throughout the space. The illusory figure of an old man with white hair and beard, wearing an azure dragon robe and bearing a solemn aura, appeared, summoned from the barrier within the scroll. Ao Tian and the two other experts immediately dropped to their knees and bowed respectfully. Only Shi Yu still stood upright in place, even tilting her head slightly, her gaze full of provocation. "You want us to kneel? Dream on." The red-bearded elder flew into a rage, clenched the scroll in his hand and roared, "This matter is not yours to decide." Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Shi Yu. She remained calm, thinking coldly to herself, just a wisp of divine sense from a long-lived being. and it wants to suppress me. Under heaven and earth, who dares make me kneel? Yu frowned slightly, the corner of her lips lifting in arrogance. Suddenly, an illusory golden dragon appeared behind her, its aura completely overwhelming everything. That pressure even far surpassed Tianlong ancestor. The red-bearded elder panicked, his face turning deathly pale as he shouted, "She can withstand the pressure of the decree." Elder Bai said nothing, but his heart was violently shaken as well. Tian grew even more flustered, stammering, "Impossible. In just 1 year, her realm has already surpassed divine transformation." That man trembled with fear, and Elder Bai hurriedly helped him stand, reminding him in a low voice, "Your Highness, you must not lose any more face." The red-bearded elder hastily rolled up the scroll and withdrew the decree. Then he forced himself to shout, "Today, you dared defy Tianlong ancestor's command." The three hurriedly supported one another and left. Before vanishing, the red-bearded elder still pointed at her in threat. "Just wait for Tianlong ancestor's wrath." Immediately after, all three used teleportation and left the palace. Space flashed, then quickly went dark. Only after they had gone did Yu softly let out a breath. Her face was still tense as she murmured in a low voice, "It seems war truly has to begin." She returned to the imperial study and continued handling state affairs. Just then a voice rang out, "Your Majesty." Tian Wu and Tian Yu walked in and bowed respectfully. "This subject has received the order and come here." The two stood straight, confidence shining in their eyes. Seeing them, Yu felt somewhat relieved. She removed the storage ring from her hand and said, "My loyal ministers, take it." She flicked her finger, and the ring instantly traced an arc, flying straight forward. With a bang, it struck Tian Wu on the forehead and sent his head snapping back. Tian Yu beside him was startled as well. Only then did the two catch the ring and ask in a daze, "Your Majesty, what is this?" Yu narrowed her eyes and smiled brilliantly, propping her chin with one hand before slowly explaining her purpose. "Use all the resources inside to train an army of 100,000 absolutely loyal cultivators for us." As soon as she finished speaking, Tian Wu instantly stiffened like a stone statue. He stared at her blankly and stammered, "Your Majesty, an army of 100,000 cultivators." He raised the storage ring and declared with absolute certainty, "With this amount of resources, even if all of Divine Phoenix Nation were drained dry, I fear it still could not be gathered." Before Yu could speak, Tian Yu snatched the ring away with lightning speed, her eyes glowing like a starving wolf spotting prey. Curious, she opened it, and in that very instant, a surge of golden light burst forth. The dazzling radiance poured down like a golden waterfall, forcing her to narrow her eyes, her mind taking several seconds to react. In Tian Yu's eyes at that moment, it seemed the whole world had only one word left: gold. Her mouth fell open, and she cried out in an earth-shaking voice, "I am mother." After coming back to herself, she immediately turned sharply to look at Yu, her eyes full of suspicion. "Your Majesty, where did you dig up this mountain of money?" Yu crossed her arms, the corner of her lips curving into a mysterious smile. "If I said this was bestowed by heaven, would you believe it?" Hearing this, Tian Wu immediately raised a hand to shield his eyes as if afraid of being blinded by the golden light, while pointing at her with the other and stammering, "I believe it. If your Majesty says the sun rises in the west, this subject would believe that too." Seeing their reactions, Yu burst into laughter, her smile brilliant as 100 flowers blooming. "Very good, then this army shall temporarily be called." She paused softly, then her phoenix eyes flashed as she announced in a clear voice, "Heavenly Strategy." With that, she leaned back leisurely in her chair and waved her hand. Instantly, countless secret manuals and ancient texts appeared, flying straight toward Tian Wu. "These are the essence of ancient military strategy that we obtained from the Imperial City secret vault. Use them to train the Heavenly Strategy Army." As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked her finger. A huge pile of books collapsed like a mountain, burying Tian Wu in a sea of manuals. The poor young man only managed a few muffled sounds before falling backward, his limbs pointing to the sky, making Tian Yu beside him stare wide-eyed. From within the pile of books, a trembling arm reached out, followed by a distorted voice, "This subject obeys the decree." Immediately after, Tian Wu sprang up and brushed off the dust, then eagerly flipped through the pages with his younger sister, the rustling sounding nonstop. Waves surged in his heart. Her Majesty is only 26 years old, yet her cultivation is already earth-shaking. And now she's even versed in military strategy, like an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. I fear the word genius is no longer enough to describe her. She should be called a monster instead. Just as the two were still absorbed, the clicking of heels suddenly rang out. Yu had left the throne, walked over unhurriedly, and handed another scroll to Tian Wu. She instructed softly, "Use those resources according to the guidance in here," and immediately set up a spirit-shocking formation for us in the middle of the capital. After hearing this, Tian Wu seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water. Spirit-shocking formation. He nearly bit his tongue, his face twisting. Is this not the grand formation from ancient legend that exterminates demons and slays devils? Yu was not surprised at his reaction at all. She only smiled, her bearing majestic as she ordered, "It is precisely that, now hurry and get it done." And so, the few siblings had arrived empty-handed, but when they left, Tianwu looked no different from a local god of wealth who had won the lottery. He carried 2 bulging sacks, walking with great excitement. "Your Majesty may rest assured, this subject takes his leave." Tianwu beside him also bowed in salute. As soon as they left the hall, Tianwu could not hold back and jumped up, grinning brightly. "We are rich, we are rich." Watching their excited backs, Yu finally let out a breath of relief. "Fortunately, thanks to the mysterious person's gift that fell from the heavens, I now have enough capital to arrange this formation." A hint of worry flashed in her eyes. "I have staked everything on the 2 of them. As long as the spirit-shocking formation is completed, even if that old longevity Daoist leads troops right to my door, I will have enough confidence to fight him in a life and death gamble." Her hand unconsciously tightened around the edge of her robe, but immediately after, the majestic aura of an empress once again enveloped her. Heh. So what if it is only a small nation in the lower realm, daring to face the divine might of the supreme immortal realm? Just thinking about it is thrilling. The feeling of a heavy burden being lifted made Yu's entire body feel much lighter. She slowly walked out of the imperial study and raised her head to look at the clear, blue sky. Lifting a hand to block the blazing sunlight, a gentle, satisfied smile appeared on her lips. Finally, everything is handled." Yu stretched comfortably, her whole body relaxing. "Hee, the work is done. Time to go home to my husband. Once I dig out the secret of that old longevity Daoist, I will tell him everything about my identity. I truly want to see his reaction then." Thinking of this, she gave a soft laugh and flicked her finger. Her figure instantly shot into the sky, heading straight toward the Lin family, her face filled with anticipation. On a bustling street of Phoenix capital city, amid the dense crowd and noisy stalls, a young woman in flowing green robes was walking along, her eyes constantly looking around while her mind was elsewhere. She was Bai Yun, the holy maiden of Jixia Academy, an ancient sacred land in central continent. Speaking of Jixia Academy, it had once been the great work established by the immortal venerable 10,000 years ago, and had once awed the entire Xuantian domain. In those days, this place was the #1 sacred land, with layered mountains hidden in clouds and mist, and palaces standing towering and majestic. Yet over nearly the last 1,000 years, its fortune had gradually declined, trees withered, and even the plaque of Jixia had rotted so badly it had to be taken down. As she walked and recalled the past, an indescribable irritation rose in Bai Yun's heart again. She ground her teeth, her gaze turning cold as she folded her arms before her chest. "That damned Wuxi, he is truly a walking lump of glue, clinging to me without end." In her mind she roared silently, "It is precisely to shake off that troublesome man that I had to run to this godforsaken place, southern continent." Anger flared up, and she raised her fist, imagining herself punching that detestable man straight in the face. If this were before, just a true disciple of the ultimate Tao immortal palace would dare shamelessly pursue me, the holy maiden. Dream on. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly collided with a wall of flesh moving in the opposite direction, none other than Tianhong. The moment they crashed, Bai Yun's pupils abruptly contracted. Time seemed to freeze. She stood still, all anger evaporating. She slowly lifted her head, trying to recall why this person felt so familiar. In contrast, Tianhong remained strangely calm, hands behind his head, humming a cheerful tune. He strolled on leisurely. "Time to go home to embrace my wife." Bai Yun hesitated for a moment, unconsciously turning back, her gaze fixed on his receding back, sharp as if trying to see through him. Why did this sense of familiarity feel so strong? Suddenly, Bai Yun made a bold decision. She waved her hand and called out loudly, "That young master, please stop." He was slightly surprised, turning to point at himself, his face full of confusion. "Is she calling me?" Bai Yun did not answer, only stepping forward quickly, observing Tianhong with unbelievable scrutiny. She even circled him once, her gaze sweeping from head to toe, leaving Tianhong bewildered. Looking back and forth, up and down without noticing anything, Bai Yun stood opposite him with hands on her hips, continuing her meticulous inspection. Then suddenly, she leaned in closely. The distance was so short their faces nearly touched, eyes locking within inches. The unexpected action froze Tianhong, his cheeks unconsciously flushing. He stepped back a few paces, frowning in discomfort. Hey, what are you doing?" Before she could explain, Tianhong's attitude shifted rapidly. He suddenly seemed confident, as if surrounded by a garden of blooming roses. Well, it seems the unparalleled beauty of this young master has inadvertently attracted a pretty butterfly. Realizing he had overstepped, he covered his mouth with a hand, coughing lightly, pretending seriousness. "Miss, I am married. This flower already has an owner." He spread his hands as if erecting an invisible boundary, tone resolute. "Please keep some dignity. Do not harbor any intentions toward me." The continuous words made Bai Yun blush furiously. He He startled back, trembling as she pointed at him. Are you delusional? Her voice stammered from anger and embarrassment. Bai Yun crossed her arms and turned away. Who would want anything with you? Hearing this, Tianhong grew more puzzled, stroking his chin, studying her intently. In the middle of the street, we barely know each other. He stepped closer slowly, teasing evident in his tone. Yet she gazes at my unparalleled beauty with such fascination. Bai Yun jumped back another step, snapping sharply. You are speaking nonsense. Tianhong stopped advancing, hands raised as if arguing. If not intentions toward me, then what? Cornered by his audacious yet logical words, Bai Yun was completely flustered. Her face burned red, momentarily at a loss for explanation. Ah, yes. She turned away, clenching her fists, heart in turmoil. Could it be that she truly gazed at him with such longing? Thinking of her earlier demeanor, her face blazed hotter. No, she covered her face, screaming silently inside. Sneaking a glance at Tianhong behind, she told herself to find a reasonable excuse. Otherwise, her reputation as the holy maiden of Tak Ha Academy would be ruined. After calming herself, Bai Yun regained her usual composure, facing him and asking seriously, "What is your name?" Unexpectedly, Tianhong refused to be serious, taking the opportunity to tease. He raised both hands, as if seeing through everything. "So you said no intentions, now asking my full name." Then, in the rosy atmosphere she imagined, he pouted playfully. "I will tell you, I love my wife dearly." After performing a complete display of affection, Tianhong immediately switched to a stern expression, pointing at Bai Yun firmly. "So miss, you should give up on your plan." After finishing the act, Tianhong returned to his usual absent-minded demeanor. He glanced at her thoughtfully. "Is this girl unwell? What if my wife sees this and misunderstands?" The thought flashed. Chi Yu's angry face appeared in his mind, making him shudder. Heaven, that 1,000-year-old vinegar temper flips its lid. Even 10 lives wouldn't suffice to make amends. Bai Yun could only force a crooked smile, glancing at the trembling figure before her. She took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, placing a hand on her chest, speaking sincerely. "I really have no interest in you. I just wanted to ask your name." Yet Tianhong was not moved, his gaze showing clear disdain. Bai Yun's anger choked her throat, her face darkening as if ready to explode. But she forced it down, raising 3 fingers to the sky, expression solemn as if taking an oath. "I swear." Confronted by her resolute attitude, Tianhong finally gave in. He exhaled, crossed his arms, forcing a fake smile. "I am Lan, is that enough?" With that, he turned, waving as if having accomplished something great. "I will leave now." Those words hit Bai Yun like a heavy blow. She froze, mind blank, the echo of his surname repeating, "Lan, Lan." Hearing that alone, her whole body stiffened. Memories played backward like a film, returning her to the ancient portrait worshipped by all at Tak Ha Academy. Her gaze gradually became hazy. Tianhong's face before her overlapped perfectly with the founder in the portrait, not a single detail out of place. Tianhong sensed something amiss, turning to see her strange expression. But it was too late. The confirmed truth made Bai Yun lose all composure. She screamed, shaking the heavens and earth. Immediately after, she lunged, pinning Tianhong to the ground. Without hesitation, she climbed onto him, locking him down, shouting, "I recognize you. You are a copy of the founder Xianzun." Hidden by a stranger in the middle of the street, Tianhong was furious and embarrassed, struggling violently. "Let go. Remove your hands." Two struggled mid-street, drawing countless eyes. At a loss, Tianhong took a deep breath and shouted, "Folks, there's a rogue lady harassing a decent man in broad daylight." Bai Yun noticed his flailing hands, a thought striking her mind. Swift as lightning, she grabbed his wrist and squeezed tightly. Instantly, she sprang up, lifting him as lightly as straw, then threw him toward the wall. Thud! Tianhong was dazed, the world spinning before his eyes, his body limp. Before he could recover, Bai Yun pressed her hands against the wall beside his head, forming a pinning stance. Tianhong's eyes widened, cornered, backing up in panic, hands clutching the wall, trembling. "This body belongs only to my wife." His face flushed, eyes glistening as if about to shed tears, looking like a delicate girl being bullied. His voice trembled, soft as silk, sobbing in plea. "Please, miss, strike gently, spare this pure body." Witnessing the absurdly sentimental scene, Bai Yun's face drained of color, nearly choking. She helplessly shouted, trying to explain, "I am not that kind of person." Anger lodged in her throat, words stuck, failing to form sentences. Finally, she could only turn away, resentfully mumbling, "Forget you, never mind." Bai Yun decisively ignored Tianhong, leaving him scratching his head, bewildered. She frowned, pondering for a long time, her certainty growing that he was indeed a perfect copy of the founder. Muttering, she walked on, hand on chin, thinking. Perhaps the elder in the upper realm was bored, and secretly came down to the mortal world, dropping by to visit a junior. Thinking this, her face lit up, clapping her hands in excitement. If so, Tak Ha Academy has truly met great fortune this time. After convincing herself, Bai Yun glanced back, her gaze probing. Just as Tianhong was about to retreat, she swiftly blocked his path. Then she bent deeply and bowed with utmost respect. Holy Maiden of Jixia Academy Bai Yun, pays respects to Patriarch Luo Qianzun. Her whole body folded down at a perfect right angle. Her eyes gently closed, her bearing solemn to the extreme. When Tianhong saw this scene, he jolted in fright, his face twisting as his mind became a tangled mess. Damn it. He roared inwardly, his hands and feet flustered as he waved them again and again. Just going out for a stroll and still running into someone familiar. What rotten luck. He scratched his head, sweat pouring out as though he had bathed in it, his heart full of unwillingness. Damn it, when I came down here, I deliberately chose remote southern continent to avoid those people from central continent. He took a deep breath, swept aside his chaotic thoughts, then looked Bai Yun over again. Is this not the Holy Maiden of Jixia Academy all the way from central continent? Why has she appeared in this godforsaken place? In the end, he sighed and decided to ignore it. Forget it, what does this have to do with me? His gaze flicked toward the mouth of the alley, and though he was still standing there, his mind had already flown home. He could not linger for long, lest his wife at home grow worried. Once he made up his mind, Tianhong immediately carried out his plan of playing dumb to the very end. He cupped his hands and acted with extreme sincerity. Young lady, I am afraid you have mistaken me for someone else. Seeing Bai Yun still standing there half believing and half doubting, he continued with a serious frown. I am merely a 6th-rank foundation establishment cultivator. How could I possibly be some patriarch? After speaking, he returned to his usual frivolous manner, his eyes darting about, his face slightly red, as he chuckled and teased. Or do I truly resemble that person so much? The more he acted, the more absorbed he became, placing his hands on his hips and laughing loudly like a rogue. Aha, to become the patriarch of a beautiful fairy like you, young lady, is truly a blessing 3 lifetimes of cultivation could not exhaust. After Bai Yun heard this, her expression instantly darkened, and she only wanted to clutch her head. I actually thought this shameless thick-skinned fellow was the Grand Patriarch. She was so angry that both cheeks puffed up, glaring at him as though looking at someone abnormal. There must be something wrong with my head. While she was still doubting herself, Tianhong leisurely folded his hands behind his head, whistled and said with a smile, since young lady has thought it through, then I shall take my leave. I am going, hee. Before leaving, he even looked back and threw her a smile that he himself considered elegant and carefree. My wife is still waiting for me to come home for dinner. Ignoring Bai Yun's frowning gaze that looked as if she wanted to devour him alive, Tianhong still walked away leisurely, his mood bright. His only goal was to return home to his wife. Yet Tianhong did not know that the moment Bai Yun watched his retreating back, her thoughts had completely changed. Something is wrong. She raised a hand to rub her chin, her expression pensive, her brows slightly furrowed. With the patriarch's strength, would disguising himself as a mundane fellow not be as easy as turning over his palm? She pouted, crossed her arms before her chest, and puffed up her cheeks in full defiance. I do not believe there could be such an absurd coincidence in this world. In the end, Bai Yun decided to follow in the direction Tianhong had just left. In any case, I was planning to stay here for some time, so I will just trail him and observe. And so she began secretly following Tianhong's tall figure, barely leaving him by even half a step. Each time he stopped, she nimbly found a place to hide, continuing her unwilling role as a detective. Suddenly, Tianhong stopped short, his hand tightening into a fist, his voice full of irritation. Hey, he had clearly discovered the little tail behind him, so he frowned and turned back. I already said you mistook me for someone else. After saying this, he turned fully around, irritation plain on his handsome face, and shouted in the middle of the road, why do you keep following me? Caught red-handed, Bai Yun was slightly flustered. She immediately stood straight, walked to a nearby street stall, pretended she was strolling, then scratched her head and forced a smile. Ah, is it you? Her brain worked at full speed, and in the blink of an eye, she regained her composure. Her expression turned completely serious, and she even pointed at him as she questioned him. Did your family build this road? Tianhong was stunned by the counter-question and blankly shook his head, his face full of question marks. Seeing this, Bai Yun immediately became smug, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she still acted perfectly justified and said with a wink, if not, then you and I walking the same road is merely because it is on the way. After saying this, she even strode boldly before him, raised her head high, looked straight into his eyes, and asked in return, is there a problem? Pushed to this point, Tianhong was momentarily speechless, standing frozen as he stared at her. Ah, this. Immediately after, his quick mind began turning. He suddenly pointed behind Bai Yun and shouted loudly, ah, it is Patriarch Luo. Hearing the name she was searching for, Bai Yun immediately fell for it and hurriedly snapped her head around. But behind her, there was only a small dog gnawing on a bone and a yellow leaf slowly drifting to the ground, with not a single person in sight. In an instant, she realized she had been tricked. Her pupils contracted, and she hurriedly turned her head to look ahead. But it was already too late. Tianhong had seized that moment to run away, leaving only a faint trail of smoke behind. Bai Yun stood rooted in place, unable to believe she had been so thoroughly played. Her entire body trembled with anger, fury blazing fiercely in her heart. She took a deep breath, gathered momentum, then shot off like an arrow, chasing in the direction where Tianhong had disappeared. Her mouth did not forget to roar, "You bastard, stop right there." Night fell, black as ink, covering the Lin's estate in a silence that made one's scalp prickle. Amid that quiet space, Tianhong ran headlong as if chased by ghosts, and only finally braked to a stop before his home's gate. He swept his eyes around, confirmed that no one was following him anymore, then awarded himself the title of Saint of Escaping. With both hands on his hips, he puffed out his chest smugly and laughed loudly on the empty road. Hee trying to follow me, truly overestimating yourself. After being smug for a while, Tianhong finally raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock knock. His face was radiant, his voice sweet as roasted sugarcane. "Beloved wife, your husband has returned." The heavy wooden door slowly opened, letting out a creaking sound. As if stepping out from a living painting, Ji gently appeared, tender as spring water. A happy smile bloomed brightly on her lips. "Husband, you finally came back." Before his beloved wife's devastating beauty, every guard in Tianhong's heart instantly melted. He spread his arms wide and rushed forward full of anticipation. "Wife, I have missed you all day. Quickly, let me hug you." But at that exact moment, his steps suddenly froze halfway. His pupils shrank to pinpoints, his mouth fell open, yet he could not utter a single word. Ziyu, who had just been shyly waiting for a warm embrace, changed color in the blink of an eye. Her gentleness vanished, replaced by anger like a volcano about to erupt. "Husband, who is she?" It turned out that at some unknown point, Bai Yun had appeared right behind him. Tianhong stood petrified in place, both hands still spread in a posture of wanting to hug, looking utterly foolish. He stiffly turned his head following Shi Yu's gaze blazing with anger. When he saw the uninvited guest behind him, he immediately panicked and leapt back a long step. 3 people, 3 gazes, instantly formed a triangle full of shock and confusion. Ziyu and Tianhong's gazes both gathered on the stranger standing below the steps. Tianhong's expression darkened, his mouth opening so wide it could swallow a goose egg, yet he could not make a single sound. Amid the suffocatingly tense atmosphere, Bai Yun was the one who broke the silence. She smiled gently and said innocently, Hi, I accidentally followed you all the way here, you do not mind, do you?" Seeing her happily wave, Tianhong was also as dazed as an ox wearing a hat, reflexively raising his hand to wave back. "Ah, it is fine." That mindless action was no different from pouring oil on the fire. From behind him, a voice cold enough to pierce bone rang out. "Husband." Tianhong jolted, cold sweat pouring out like rain. "I am dead. This stupid reflex has harmed me." Immediately after, a slender, snow-white hand gently landed on his shoulder. Siyu turned him around, forcing him to face her directly. Her face darkened as she leaned close, each word like a blade as she slowly questioned him. "Can you explain clearly, as clear as broad daylight, the relationship between you two?" His heart pounded rapidly as if it wanted to leap out of his chest. Tianhong clutched his head and screamed inwardly, "Heavens above, this is the legendary life or death question. How should I answer to keep my life?" After thinking until his head felt like it might burst with no solution, he sighed and played his final card. "Wife, could it be that you do not trust my integrity?" This move proved effective. Yu immediately blushed and withdrew her hand. "Ah, husband." Seeing the chance, Tianhong instantly adopted the most heartfelt expression, grasping her soft hands firmly, declaring, "I have only ever been true to you. How could this little heart hold the shadow of another woman?" Yu softened for a moment, nearly swept away by his emotion, softly calling, "Husband." But in the blink of an eye, she regained her composure, stepping out of his arms and returning to the main matter. "Yet he had still not answered my question." Tianhong froze, exclaiming, "The plan almost succeeded, then failed." Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, deciding to take a gamble. He pointed at himself, asking back, "Wife, tell me, how do the neighbors usually see me?" Though unsure of his intent, she responded unconsciously, "A friendly person, warm, always willing to help others." Hearing this, Tianhong felt rescued, immediately draping an arm around Yu, expression calm as if nothing had happened. "So she must have seen my bright appearance and upright demeanor, hence the little test." Yu frowned slightly, eyes full of doubt. "Really?" Not letting Tianhong falter further, Bai Yun immediately spoke, voice sincere, "Indeed it is so." She bowed her head, slightly embarrassed, then explained clearly, "It is my first time in Fengjing City. I want to rent a room on Chang Li Street temporarily." cheeks slightly flushed. Bai Yun scratched lightly and continued, seeing the madam's residence spacious yet with only 2 people. May I rent a guest room temporarily? Hearing this, Tianhong froze, eyes wide. Rent a room? Ziyu immediately glanced over, eyes sharp as a knife. Yes. Sensing imminent danger, Tianhong's expression changed, waving his hands repeatedly, voice firm. No, our home is not an inn. Find another place. Bai Yun adopted a pitiful look, eyes sparkling. Please reconsider, money is no issue. But Tianhong remained resolute, no means no. Clink. A gold bar rolled to the ground, making a clear sound. Instantly, a small hand covered Tianhong's mouth. Xiyu shifted attitude like the wind, smiling brightly as she stepped forward to pick up the gold. Oh my, it's already evening. Such a beautiful lady alone outside is unsafe. Stay here tonight. Bai Yun smiled and replied, thank you, madam. The two coordinated perfectly, leaving Tianhong dumbfounded behind. Bai Yun added more gold into Shiyu's hand. This is the room rent, please accept it. Shiyu laughed brightly. The young lady is not only beautiful but generous. Only the two were cheerful. Tianhong stood frozen like a statue. He hurried forward, embracing Yu's shoulder and shouted, Madam, please regain composure. If there are outsiders, how will our life be? Yu smiled and turned, husband, it is fine. The house is spacious, it doesn't matter. Besides, there is money to buy good food for you. Hearing this, Tianhong could only sigh. Very well. Bai Yun bowed her head in thanks. Thank you, madam. Yu looked at her, a smile with hidden meaning. Nothing, just stay. Not stopping there, Bai Yun turned to Tianhong, shyly saying, young master, thank you as well. Tianhong reluctantly replied, it's nothing. Seeing the two treat him as invisible, Yu crossed her arms and huffed. The huff startled Tianhong, waving frantically, anger again. Meanwhile, Bai Yun strolled inside calmly. Yu puffed her cheeks, turning cold. Since enlightenment, her senses were 100 times sharper. This woman is beautiful, her cultivation hidden and unpredictable, absolutely not ordinary. Let her stay and observe, if she dares with ill intent toward my husband. Huff. Seeing his wife standing coldly, Tianhong frantically defended, flailing his hands, wife, I swear I am truly innocent. Bai Yun leisurely entered the courtyard, glancing back with a mischievous smile. Young Master Lan, before I discover if you are the founder, do not expect to escape my hands. 3 days later, the gentle morning sun bathed the courtyard, making the morning fresh and pleasant. Inside the Lan family shop, a delicately carved Guanyin statue was placed neatly on the table. At first sight, Bai Yun stepped closer to observe, eyes revealing astonishment. Wow. Tianhong lazily leaned by the door, helplessly asking, what more does she want? I said, I am not your damned founder. Bai Yun remained brazen, replying casually, I never said you were. She smiled brightly and continued to fabricate a plausible reason. It is my first time here, taking a stroll, and happened upon your shop. Your craftsmanship is not bad. She tilted her head, voice challenging. So not serving customers. Tianhong's eyes twitched, brows furrowed. He asked reluctantly, what does the young lady wish to buy? Seeing Bai Yun silent, he immediately thought of dismissing her. If nothing is bought, ask her to leave. But before he could finish, Bai Yun blocked him. Oh, I see. She stood straight, pointing at the statue. Wrap this Guanyin statue for me. Tianhong was stunned, not expecting her to actually buy it. In an instant, he regained composure, forcing a professional smile. Thank you. Thank you for your patronage. He quickly turned to fetch a box to hide his embarrassment. Aha, let me get a box for the young lady. Meanwhile, he glanced behind, silently lamenting, oh heavens, how long will this lady follow me yet? Bai Yun remained standing, composed, holding the statue, smiling and replying, very well, I will wait. As Tianhong disappeared, her smile vanished, expression darkened. 3 days of observation, he showed no signs of being extraordinary. Could I have been mistaken? Could he be just a husband afraid of his wife? After a while, both stepped out of the shop. Tianhong solemnly handed the carefully wrapped box to her. Here it is, young lady. In a distant corner, Yu hid behind a wall, eyes coldly tracking every movement. At the same time, Tianhong cleverly found an excuse to see her off. Bai Yun, we have been alone for long, not convenient. I fear madam will be displeased. Bai Yun took the box, smiling faintly. Aha, thank you, young master, for reminding. In the shadows, Yu seethed, jealousy rising, fingers clenched so tightly the wall cracked with a sharp sound. That woman. The strange sound immediately drew Bai Yun's attention. She turned to look around, asking, there seemed to be a loud noise just now. She glanced at Tianhong suspiciously, but he only hoped to see her off quickly, no time to care. He hurriedly waved, you must have misheard, it's the wind. Go home, it's getting dark. Just as the sky cleared over the private school, the door was slammed shut by an invisible force, echoing painfully. Ziyu's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, striding angrily. Her heels struck the marble floor sharply, venting her rising fury. She kept muttering, damn it, I am furious. This time I am so angry I might explode. Suddenly she froze, standing like stone, expression gradually somber. Not good, this matter cannot be taken lightly. If that thick-skinned woman appears daily in the shop, then my husband. Before the thought completed, she stepped into the main hall. The soldiers immediately bowed and shouted in unison, greeting Her Majesty the Queen's return. Yet in her heart, anger blazed fiercely. Must return immediately, summon strategists for counterplans. Seat in the Imperial study, reports poured in, Your Majesty, the Tianxi army is nearly complete. The Jingshen formation is also set up smoothly, completion imminent. Hearing from Tianyu and Tianwu, Shi Yu lazily propped her chin, looking weary as if bearing the weight of the world, slowly replying, very well. Continue expediting progress, absolutely no mistakes. Yes, both replied in unison. Xi Yu fell into thought, slender fingers tapping her temple. Soon Tianlong dynasty forces would surely cause trouble. Only with the Tianxi army and Jingshen formation could she handle them. Thinking of this, she sighed heavily. The sigh was quiet but did not escape Tianwu's sharp ears. He immediately sensed something unusual, signaling Tianyu. She quickly understood, nodding slightly in reply. After the brief exchange of glances, both spoke simultaneously. Your Majesty, is something troubling you? Caught by the question, Xi Yu gently set down her brush, eyes showing satisfaction at their attentiveness. Then she slowly said, I do have matters on my mind. Are you willing to share them with me? Tian Yu and Tian Wu immediately pledged loyalty. For Your Majesty, we would not hesitate even if flesh and bone were destroyed. Hearing this, Xi Yu sighed again, the melancholy on her face even more pronounced. She leaned back into the chair, gaze distant on the two. Then she suddenly blushed and spoke somewhat shyly. Tian Wu, try speaking from a man's standpoint. What kind of woman would make men become utterly obsessed? Tian Wu was stunned, his mind seeming to stop working for an instant, his whole body going rigid, completely unsure how to react. Tian Yu, standing beside him, was no better, her face darkening, her jaw nearly dropping. Heavens, what exactly has happened to Her Majesty today? Tian Wu was the first to recover, stammering as he cautiously asked, reporting to Your Majesty, this subject still does not understand your meaning. Tian Yu was startled as she listened, screaming inwardly, Elder brother, your head really is as hard as iron. Thinking this was a test of loyalty, Tian Wu immediately poured all his thoughts into explaining that in this subject's heart, there is only absolute loyalty to Your Majesty and the path of cultivation. Women in this subject's eyes, to put it bluntly, are merely skeletons beneath beauty, with no value at all. After hearing this, Tian Yu nearly fainted on the spot, helplessly glaring at her brother, silently begging him to stop talking. She raised her head, just in time to meet Shi Yu's gaze, cold and sharp as a blade, looking toward Tian Wu. You could only stand helplessly beside him, momentarily unsure how to handle this. Immediately after, Shi Yu gradually softened as well, turning to look at Tian Yu with a somewhat sympathetic gaze. Tian Yu, with your brother like this, will your Fu family end up without descendants? Tian Yu could only force a smile more bitter than Coptis, holding her head as she frowned and replied, Your Majesty, my father and mother truly have no way to deal with him either. Without hesitation, Shi Yu immediately turned to Tian Yu and pointed straight at her. Forget it, asking you another woman, may be more reliable. Tian Yu was startled and sprang to her feet, assuming a proper stance. She gave a strained smile and scratched her head, looking extremely awkward. This subject has practiced martial arts since childhood, and after growing up, fought on battlefields, training rough soldiers every day. Those men do not listen unless beaten, so this subject does not know either. Hearing this, Shi Yu petulantly folded her arms before her chest and ordered in a cold voice, then think now. This subject. Poor Tian Yu raised a hand to scratch her face, looking pitifully troubled. That stammering seemed to add more fuel to Shi Yu's irritation. She propped up her chin, turned her face away, and gave a soft snort. Tian Yu immediately dropped to her knees and answered loudly, Yes, this subject will definitely do her best. A long while passed, yet she stood stiffly like a statue, one hand on her hip, her expression so serious it was almost funny. Suddenly, she clapped her hands with a smack and cried out in excitement, Oh, I have it. Ji Yu had already lost patience and immediately pointed as she ordered, Speak quickly. Tian Yu presented her idea enthusiastically. Your Majesty, since ancient times, emperors have all greatly enjoyed watching dancing girls perform. Perhaps men all like watching women dance and sing. A military general like this subject can only think of that much. After hearing this, Ji Yu immediately fell into deep thought. Dancing, suddenly, as if a flash of light had sparked in her mind, her eyes brightened with hope. She sprang to her feet and slapped the table with a loud smack. Then she flicked her sleeve and gave a resounding order. Immediately summon every dancing girl in the palace here for me. Quickly, Tianyu and Tianwu seemed to have been pardoned, immediately rising to bow as they answered respectfully, "Yes, this servant shall take his leave." Before the words had even faded, both of them had vanished without a trace, as if afraid they would be kept behind for further questioning. Only Yi remained in the great hall. She sank into the joy she had imagined for herself, secretly thinking that her husband's birthday was coming soon, and she absolutely had to prepare a gift he would never forget. Outside the palace, Tianwu and Tianyu looked up, surprised to hear melodious music drifting out from within. Tianwu propped up her chin, frowning as she wondered why Her Majesty had suddenly taken an interest in such things. Tianyu stood beside her as well, staring at her in confusion. Soon after, she straightened up, her face full of admiration. "But Her Majesty truly is incredible. She learns everything so quickly." She continued, watching, her steps soft, her figure light as a passing breeze. Her gentle hands moved with graceful agility, as elegant as an immortal newly descended to the mortal world. Beside her, the palace maids played music in accompaniment, some plucking the zither, some playing the flute. In the middle of the courtyard, Chi Yu performed one soft and exquisite dance movement after another, truly displaying extraordinary natural talent. Her heart was restless and fluttering at this moment, because today was her husband's birthday. She lowered her head, a little shy about what she had prepared. Later, she absolutely had to return early to give him a tremendous surprise. The sky gradually shifted toward evening, the sunlight no longer harsh, leaving only a gentle rosy-orange glow draped over all things. Tianhong walked with one hand on his hip, laughing heartily in triumph. That troublesome dog skin plaster had finally let him go. He was extremely confident in his own work. "Hey, this Emperor's supreme seal, unless one is a supreme heavenly demon, do not even dream of seeing through it. How could a little girl with mortal cultivation like her possibly notice?" Tianhong let his thoughts wander, secretly savoring the result that made him so pleased. Now that girl only knew how to bury her head in cultivation inside her room every day. He waved his hand, his manner leisurely to the extreme. With no spying gaze behind him anymore, the feeling was truly pleasant. Tianhong skipped toward the gate of the Qilin residence, calling loudly as he walked, "Wife, your husband is back." As he placed his hand on the door, he suddenly froze. A thought flashed through his mind: why had his wife not come out to greet him today? His gaze suddenly darkened, and a flood of negative thoughts immediately rushed in. In his mind appeared the scene of Bai Yun overpowering Ziyu, while she weakly resisted, pleading with her mouth, "Do not." Tianhong immediately panicked and hurriedly pulled his hand back. The two of them had never gotten along, they must have quarreled. This is bad, his wife is only an ordinary person, how could she beat that woman? Thinking of this, he hesitated no longer and immediately shoved the door open hard, shouting, "Wife, you." But the scene inside left him stunned for several seconds, his mind seeming to stop completely. Yu wore a resplendent outfit, her face hidden behind a thin veil, her bearing both alluring and gentle. Tianhong stared blankly. "Wife, what are you doing?" She smiled softly behind the thin veil, her voice gentle. "Husband, today is your birthday. Consider this a small gift for now. Do you like it?" He immediately stepped forward and took her soft hands, asking excitedly, "Wife, you even know how to dance, why has your husband never seen it before?" Yu smiled until her eyes curved. "I only just learned, do you like it?" Tianhong was like a child receiving a gift, his eyes shining brightly. "I like it, of course I like it. How could I possibly not like it?" He smiled gently. "Then will you play the flute to accompany me?" He picked up the flute, winked, and smiled. "Of course. Let my wife witness my consummate skill." Yu burst into laughter at his teasing, her eyes brimming with joy. An emotion she could not name rose in her heart. A female emperor like me is actually doing this for a man, yet my heart is this happy. Tianhong had already grown impatient and hurriedly urged her, "Let us begin." Outside, birds chirped merrily, and the atmosphere suddenly became strangely gentle. Yu began to dance, every soft movement blending with the rhythm of the flute. Tianhong played the flute while watching her with a flushed face, inwardly sighing again and again, "So beautiful." Flower petals drifted and danced as she turned lightly, like a fairy who had strayed down into the mortal world. Her gaze turned toward him, gentle and deep. Sweetness welled up in Tianhong's heart. His wife had prepared so much for him. He unconsciously raised a hand to cover his face, smiling brilliantly. With a wife like this, what more could one ask for in this life? At the same time, inside a private room, Bai Yun was meditating when a melody suddenly sounded. An enchanting sound slipped into her ears, and immediately shattered her concentration. She opened her eyes, sprang up, and walked to the window, looking outside curiously. Who exactly is playing music? That captivating melody turned out to be coming from a small pavilion tucked beside the path. The scene before her left her stunned. Yu was dancing to Tianhong's music, every movement alluring and exquisite. Her hem fluttered lightly with each motion, sketching a graceful figure in midair. Suddenly, she performed an extremely difficult backward bend, her body relaxed and supple like a fairy who had wandered down to the mortal world. Cuyu's slender legs rose lightly onto her toes, miraculously supporting her entire body. As for Tianhong, he also poured all his focus into each finger gliding across the strings, the guqin resting firmly on his lap. Before long, the final note softly rang out and fell silent, fitting perfectly with the moment she brought the dance to a close. The two ended at the same time, then looked at each other and smiled brightly like the morning sun. The space around them suddenly became peaceful, strangely gentle, as if it too wanted to blend into that rose-tinted picture. Watching from afar, Bai Yun blushed unconsciously, the corners of her lips curving slightly as she looked at the pair of lovebirds. She quietly watched for a long time, sighing inwardly, so this is what the simple happiness praised by the world looks like. But then the smile on her lips gradually faded. Her gaze lowered, carrying a trace of bitterness. Would she ever have the chance to touch such happiness in this life? The pavilion stood beside an emerald green lake, its surface as still as a clear mirror. Yu remained in the final posture, gently turning her head to look toward Tianhong. At that exact moment, a mischievous gust of wind blew past, sweeping away the veil from her face and revealing features flushed pink with shyness and happiness. Tianhong seemed to have his soul stolen away, his gaze fixed tightly on that peerless face, unable to move away. Seeing his dazed appearance, Yu grew even shyer. She leaned sideways, resting her head against the guqin, and asked softly, "Husband, do you like my dance?" Tianhong could no longer keep calm and immediately stepped forward to pull her into his embrace. His voice was full of emotion. "Wife, your dance is as beautiful as a fairy above the 9 heavens. Not only do I like it, your husband even wants to pluck the entire sky of stars and offer them to you." His gaze was filled with infatuation, not leaving her for even a moment. Thinking back, he had once seen immortals of the upper realm dance and sing, yet perhaps even they might not compare to her. Hearing that compliment, Yu beamed with joy, wrapping her arms around his neck, bouncing lightly, determined to dance for him often if it pleased her husband. That moment reminded her of the past when she was Yu, high and aloof, and only others were permitted to watch. Yet now, she willingly offered her dance to a single person, closing her eyes as she sank into the kiss he bestowed. After a while, when they reluctantly parted, her face flushed crimson. Tianhong could no longer maintain his calm, smiling gently. "Wife, perhaps we should try harder. A home without the laughter of children still feels incomplete." Yu, embarrassed, lightly punched his chest, "You naughty man wanting to tease again." Before she could speak further, Tianhong lifted her up in his arms, laughing loudly. "Then we cannot waste any more time." Saying that, he turned, and she ran straight towards the bedroom. Her speed was so great that they crashed into the wooden door, the impact resonating through the space. Their passion made the entire room tremble with each motion. In the next room, Bai Yun, just regaining composure to continue cultivation, sensed the shockwave. The sudden tremor caused her to lose balance. Falling backward, Bai Yun shrieked in surprise. After a while, she recovered, propping herself up, her face pale, clutching her head in confusion. What on earth happened? From playing tender music to suddenly fighting. Thinking of that, Bai Yun grew annoyed, stomping to her feet, heading straight toward the source of the noise. Without bothering to knock, she pushed the window wide, preparing to unleash a lecture. "Hey, couple, speak calmly if there's trouble. It's early, and you are already arguing." But before finishing, she swallowed her words, Bai Yun blushing at the scene before her eyes. Clothes were scattered everywhere, inside and out, chaotic like a battlefield. On the wildly shaking bed, the scene was clearly not for the underage. Bai Yun panicked. Tianhong, caught up in fervor, suddenly froze, turning to look at her, stiff as a statue. Yu, enveloped in his arms, was startled too, turning to see the involuntary audience, blushing in shame, truly unable to hide her face. Bai Yun felt her head like it was on fire, her face flushed, unable to speak. Reflexively, she raised her hands to cover her eyes, stammering apologies. "I saw nothing, heard nothing." Saying that, she turned and ran swiftly from the scene, her face red as a tomato, wanting to shout, "I just intended to close the window," muttering as she ran, heart tangled like silk. Warm tears welled up as she recalled Tianhong's displeased gaze. Slam, the window just opened was now shut forcefully from inside. Bai Yun ran to her room, standing behind the large door, trying to calm herself with deep breaths, yet her face still flushed like a ripe tomato. Meanwhile, the western horizon gathered rolling black clouds, the air heavy, faintly smelling of iron and blood. The soldiers at the western city wall had yet to sense the imminent danger, standing with spears alert as usual. Suddenly, a sharp-eared officer heard a strange sound from afar, his expression changing instantly. A sea of black-clad soldiers, weapons gleaming, advanced like a violent wave. He panicked, grabbed the mallet, pounding the warning bell with all his strength. Keng, keng, the sound echoing relentlessly through the space. The Western general, hearing the bell, quickly climbed to the top of the wall. Looking down, he froze. Below, the Tianlong dynasty troops surged like a broken tide. At that moment, a voice urgently called the general from behind. The messenger soldier knelt on one knee, reporting tensely. The Tianlong dynasty mobilized 300,000 troops. Currently, only the vanguard is in sight, the main force 30 miles away. The Western general snorted at the overwhelming force. Snort 300,000. So what? He looked ahead, gaze firm. This place is strategically difficult, easily defended, and 500,000 men of the Phoenix dynasty ready to fight to the death. Nothing to fear. Saying that, he drew his sword, pointing at the enemy, voice booming like thunder. Nothing to fear, all troops respond. The battle signal immediately echoed as the command was issued. The Phoenix dynasty's flag fluttered in the wind like a challenge. From afar, the enemy cavalry, war elephants, and heavy artillery closed relentlessly on the border. At the same time in the capital, silence reigned, with no unusual sounds. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in from the city gate, shouting loudly. He passed through each gate like an arrow straight to the main hall. The Tianlong dynasty sent 300,000 war dragons to invade. His body battered, limping, yet continued. In a single day, destroying 500,000 frontier soldiers of the Western general. Finishing, he collapsed to his knees. Immediately a cold voice, sharp with killing intent, rang from the throne. Tianlong people dare to slaughter men of the Phoenix. Huh. Yu sprang up, gritting her teeth, shouting, "At the latest, you shall leave without return." She turned, eyes sharp as a blade. Huang Tianhong obeyed orders. Tianwu demons below quickly responded, present, immediately completing the capital defense formation. No mistakes allowed. Tianwu responded clearly, weekly order. Looking towards Tianyu, General Tiansak responded, present. Tianyu responded, present. Shi Yu gave orders without hesitation, executing the empty garden tactic along the western line towards the capital, quickly evacuating all civilians, ensuring no one faced hunger or chaos. Then she raised two fingers, pointing at two people, voice resolute. Within 2 months, she wanted each soldier of Tiansak army to have the strength to fight 10. Tianyu, without hesitation, responded, duly obeyed. After issuing orders, Shi Yu pondered. The Western Old Master forced the marriage to the rogue third prince, now leading invading troops, treating Phoenix people like weeds. She vowed to protect the nation with her soldiers, to the last drop of blood, sheltering the citizens until the final breath. Meanwhile, in the streets of the capital, civilians went about as usual, unaware of the impending storm. Suddenly, a horse carriage rushed past, the driver shouting, "Move aside, quickly." Tianhong sat in the tea house, looking outside with unease, the war dragon army closing in. Fortunately, the Phoenix Queen prepared evacuation for the people, yet hearts wavered. His eyes flickered with intent. The princess and wife just enjoyed some calm, yet someone reckless threatened disruption. He folded his arms, analyzing quickly. These war dragon troops are only the vanguard, no action for now. 2 years have passed to see if the Phoenix Queen, after benefiting from him, disappoints him or not. After a while, Tianhong sighed, feigning regret. Alas, in this city of chaos, trading today is as good as lost. He waved, closing the shop, hanging the closed sign prominently in front. On the way back, he walked happily. Before reaching the gate, he called out loudly, "My wife, I'm home." But the scene before him was far from what he expected. Ji Yu didn't run to embrace him as usual, but stood beside Bai Yun hand in hand, in an oddly intimate manner. Seeing him return, she smiled gently and said softly, "Husband, you've come back." Bai Yun stood beside her, still holding Shi Yu's hand, glanced at Tianhong and teased, "Oh, the master came back early. Weren't you planning to pack and flee?" Tianhong didn't look embarrassed at all, scratching his cheek and answered calmly, "How did Miss Bai guess correctly? Today the whole city is in chaos. Tianlong army is closing in. My wife and I are just ordinary people. It's normal not to fear." Hearing this, Bai Yun immediately stepped forward, radiating a rock-solid aura. She looked at the two with determined eyes and said clearly, "Master Mistress, don't worry. With me here, protecting your lives is a small matter." Tianhong smiled knowingly and nodded in approval. "Haha, I already knew Miss Bai is no ordinary person. Then thank you in advance. The lives of our old selves are entrusted to you." Saying that, he calmly folded his arms and stepped aside, his gaze passing over the two holding hands, carrying an inscrutable expression. The disciples of the next generation of the Tachia Academy are indeed not bad. In his mind, he quickly calculated, needing to find the right opportunity to reveal his master identity casually. If he nurtured this girl well, later someone else could handle the dirty work for him. Thinking this, the corner of his lips curved slightly. Contrary to the slightly relieved atmosphere in the courtyard, outside the imperial city chaos reigned. People ran like bees from a broken hive, crying, pushing, trampling to escape. Dead, about to die, Tianlong army is about to strike. Among the crowd, a voice full of hatred rang out, "The Queen of Tianfeng deserves to die. It's all your fault. She was only married to the third prince of Tianlong. What's wrong with that? You're truly unreasonable." As soon as Ji Yu stepped onto the steps, leading into the imperial city, a furious shout rang out from inside, calling her by name, "Ji Yu." An old man with a green beard appeared, pointing at her and scolding, "The Tianlong dynasty is the sky of southern state. Being married to the third prince is a 3-generation blessing. Yet you dare refuse, offending Taoist Tianlong. Another elder with silver hair immediately followed, voice sharp. Why didn't you obey Taoist Tianlong's order? A ruler must know when to advance and retreat, don't you understand? Red hair elder would not be outdone, loudly adding, with Taoist Tianlong backing you, plus your talent, isn't Southern State's future in your hands? How can you be so reckless? Facing the 3 waves of voices crashing like waves, Shi Yu silently stood like a statue, not responding. At the same time in the Qianlong army's camp, everything had been arranged in order. Outside the main tent, 2 soldiers in shining armor stood rigidly like stone statues. Inside, Long Xantian knelt on one knee before Ao Tian, voice full of respect, rest assured, third prince. Within 3 days, I will capture Phoenix capital. Qianlong army will cleanse it, leaving no trace of trouble. Ao Tian sat on the chair, exuding superiority. Hearing this, he smiled smugly. Good. That woman dared to humiliate me before the world. Remember to spare her life. This prince will slowly humiliate her before all the people. See if she dares to remain arrogant and cold. Absolutely no escape. Yin Jiao, an old man exuding cold aura, slowly stepped forward from behind Ao Tian. His hoarse voice like a crow, rest assured Ao Tian. With me here, that sparrow won't escape even if it grows 10 more wings. Hearing this, Long Hoshin immediately turned, clasped his hands respectfully. Thank you, third uncle, for your assistance. Night fell, the entire Qianlong army camp was shrouded in a gloomy, cold mist. The powerful Yin Jiao, a second-stage deity, and elder of the Tianlong royal family, suddenly growled in anger. His aura filled the camp. Even if she's a prodigy, she must submit under my hand. Today she will become my daughter. His eyes filled with killing intent, brows knitted white. Each word was chilling. She must become my daughter. Suddenly, an invisible pressure like chains constricted the space, thickening the atmosphere in the tent. Ao Tian felt his chest heavy as if crushed by stone, fear rising. At that moment, a deep, unfamiliar voice echoed from the void. Brother Yin Jiao, long time no see. Hearing the voice without seeing anyone, Yin Jiao immediately shouted, who is it? Long Xantian also leaped up, pointing toward the gathering aura and shouted, who dares barge into the Qianlong army camp? Yet, before the words ended, he fell silent, for the aura of the newcomer was terrifyingly strong. Yin Jiao quickly noticed the 2 juniors' panic, waved to dispel the pressure pressing the space, and said coldly, what are you afraid of? He stroked his white beard, lifted his head, and smiled eerily. Brother Futengok, now we stand on opposite fronts. Yet you still dare to rush in alone. Long Xantian, seeing Yin Jiao seemed familiar with the hidden figure, asked with his eyes. At that moment, a swath of pale yellow long robes appeared in midair. Then came cold, sharp eyes and hair red as fire. With a single spin, Futengok appeared exuding extraordinary aura. Futengok, a first-stage deity, also the only elder deity of the Divine Phoenix dynasty, spoke in a deep voice. Tianlong elder Yin Jiao, you came here to suppress me, didn't you? His gaze was as cold as the voice that had just echoed. Yin Jiao, without hesitation, stroked his beard and smiled lightly. Oh, if Brother Futengok already knows, then speak straight about the matter here. Seeing no evasion, Futengok went straight to the point. Brother Yin Jiao, what price must the Divine Phoenix dynasty pay for your state to withdraw? Finishing, his gaze darkened, containing an unspoken threat. In contrast, Yin Jiao appeared completely at ease. He laughed and praised, straightforward. Immediately after, his expression shifted suddenly, becoming sinister and unpredictable. He raised a finger, voice confident. First, the Divine Phoenix Queen must abdicate and be permanently expelled from the Lai clan. Not stopping there, he continued with an even more outrageous condition. Second, Divine Phoenix Queen must obey Taoist Tianlong's orders and be married to our Ao Tian. As he spoke, Yin Jiao pointed toward Ao Tian sitting arrogantly on the chair. Futengok silently listened, lowering his head in thought for a moment. After a moment, he raised his head and decisively answered, fine, I agree. Yin Jiao immediately showed joy, stroking his beard and laughing, very good. Brother Futengok is indeed decisive, no delays. Then he continued, his tone like granting a favor. Tomorrow, bring the Divine Phoenix Queen here. He smiled eerily, eyes full of schemes, then loudly said, I will immediately withdraw my army. Futengok turned his back, only glancing once, darkly, saying nothing further. In an instant he disappeared, leaving only the last words echoing. A word is final. Ao Tian's hand on his thigh slowly clenched into a fist. Shi Yu, that detestable woman. He smiled maliciously, inwardly pleased. Finally, you have fallen into this prince's hands. Ao Tian put both hands on his face, ecstatic with joy. In his mind he envisioned all sorts of dark scenarios, grinning ear to ear. Then we'll see if you dare remain arrogant before me. Knowing what his grandson was thinking, Yin Jiao quickly stepped forward, lightly patting his shoulder to bring him back. Ao Tian, you can vent your anger, but never go too far. He lowered his voice, eyes revealing caution. Shi Yu's talent is formidable. The future of the Tianlong dynasty still depends on you too. Finishing, he turned, a glint of cunning in his eyes, giving one last instruction. After you marry, immediately seal her with a high-level soul slave mark. Before leaving Aotian's main tent, he did not forget to remind again, remember carefully. Behind him, Aotian immediately shouted, "Third Grand Uncle, rest assured, I know my limits." The next morning in the central hall, the atmosphere was so tense that a single spark could ignite it. The elders took their seats one by one, forming 2 rows facing each other. Along the aisles, lower officials bowed deeply. None dared raise their heads. In the middle of the great hall, an old man raised his head, his expression displeased, and murmured to the person beside him, "The royal clan elders have all gathered. Why have the 4 great hetero-surnamed kings still not appeared?" The other man instantly tensed, hurriedly frowned and signaled, then lowered his voice to warn him. "Keep your voice down. Those hetero-surnamed kings stopped taking the court seriously long ago. They have already built their own forces, and this dynasty is now nothing more than a name to them. As long as they do not interfere, that is already great fortune." Suddenly, an elder seated in the front row slammed his hand hard onto the armrest, the thunderous bang echoing through the entire hall. That was Tianfeng Zhenren, the queen's ancestral elder, a peak divine fire realm powerhouse. The old man knitted his brows tightly and roared in fury. "Ji Yu." His gaze pinned itself to the empty throne, and he continued roaring, "Come out and meet us at once." Seeing that the interior remained silent, he grew even more ferocious, his voice almost crazed. "You are truly audacious. You even dare defy the decree of Tianlong Daren. You are dragging the entire Divine Phoenix dynasty into the calamity of national destruction. You are unworthy of being queen. Abdicate, abdicate at once." Just then, a voice as cold as steel yet filled with majesty suddenly rang out from outside the great hall. "I am the Divine Phoenix Queen, the one chosen by heavenly mandate. Who dares force me to abdicate?" In an instant, the entire great hall sank into absolute silence. Tianfeng Zhenren was the first to spring to his feet and shout, "Shi Yu, so you finally deign to show yourself." The old man pointed straight at her, his voice full of resentment. "It was you who pushed the Divine Phoenix dynasty to the brink of destruction. Hurry up, confess your crime and abdicate." Shi Yu only curled her lips slightly, revealing a sneer. She looked straight at Tianfeng Zhenren, her voice mocking. "If you want to condemn me, you must first see whether you have the ability." Immediately afterward, a massive golden dragon condensed from purple spirit power tore across the sky above the Divine Phoenix Kingdom. Terrifying pressure descended from above, frightening every official in the Great Hall until their faces turned deathly pale, their mouths hanging open without a single word. The golden dragon opened its mouth again, full of sharp fangs, and let out a roar that shook heaven and earth, intimidating everyone present inside. The moment an elder seated on a chair saw that scene, his pupils shrank, and he was so terrified he could not look away. The others also widened their eyes, nervously looking up the sky, and not one of them dared part their lips. Tianfeng Zhenren trembled until both legs went weak, his voice stammering in broken fragments. "It has only been 2 years. How could she have advanced this quickly?" At that moment, a resounding cry came in from outside. "The Divine Phoenix Queen has arrived." Tian Yu and Tian Wu entered the Great Hall one after another. Following behind them were Blood Phoenix and the loyal ministers. The red banner embroidered with a fire phoenix was raised high, snapping loudly in the wind. Ji Yu wore a purple imperial robe, her aura both mystical and majestic, and slowly entered the Great Hall. She led the group, walking forward with calm ease as though taking a leisurely stroll, without being obstructed by anyone. The soldiers on both sides immediately knelt flat to the ground and shouted in unison, "Long live the Divine Phoenix Queen, long live the Queen." Ji Yu's steps suddenly paused. She stood with her back straight, her gaze calm, stopping right before Tianfeng Zhenren. The old man's face was as pale as paper, and his entire body trembled with fear. In his eyes, Ji Yu no longer seemed like an ordinary person, but like a colossal deity who could crush him to ash with a mere wave of her hand. Only that pressure swept past, and she seated herself upon the throne. Did he dare crack his eyes open and secretly raise his head? His heart was still trembling violently as he inwardly cried to ghosts and gods. This aura was about to make even this old man lose all dignity. Ji Yu had her back to everyone, but her blade-cold gaze pierced straight toward him. One icy word rang out, "Leave." The atmosphere instantly froze. Immediately afterward, she turned around like a whirlwind, her delicate face covered in gloom. Each heavy word fell. "Who is the one who wants to condemn me?" Locked down by that gaze, Tianfeng Zhenren jolted, and his back instinctively bent. The old man hurriedly clung to his status, roaring to conceal his fear. See you, this old man is your great ancestor. The old man knitted his brows tightly and widened his eyes, trying to appear dignified. Insolent, retract that aura at once. See you laughed coldly, exposing him outright without the slightest courtesy. Were you not the one who just wanted to kick me down from this position? Her voice was cold as ice, her arms folded before her chest, her gaze seeming to pierce through him. And now you still dare call yourself my ancestor before me? An elder beside him could not hold back, slamming the table and shooting to his feet, pointing straight at her as he shouted, "Impudent! You dare show disrespect to your elders? Do you truly regard us as no different from weeds?" Blonde-haired old man still had not recognized the situation and arrogantly pointed down at the ground as he ordered, "Foolish thing, kneel and apologize at once." Ziyu's gaze instantly shifted, locking firmly onto him. In that instant, the old man seemed to be struck by lightning, his whole body going rigid, his throat choking up, unable to make even the slightest sound. At the same time, the necklace on Ziyu's body suddenly blazed with light, and a dazzling radiance spread through the entire great hall. A radiant golden dragon roared out of the void, then shot forth like lightning, without the slightest hesitation, plunging straight into the old man who stood frozen in place. In the blink of an eye, that elder was like a kite with its string cut, flying backward before crashing heavily to the ground, dying on the spot without time to leave a final word. Tianfeng Zhenren witnessed that scene with his own eyes, his teeth clenched until they creaked. Turbulent waves surged in his heart. That man was a fourth-level divine fire expert. The old man trembled as he stood, glanced at the still warm corpse in the distance, and terror surged to its peak. Yet he could not withstand even one move. Just how powerful has this queen become? Ziyu ignored the reactions of the crowd and coldly turned back toward the throne. Her face was gloomy like dark clouds before a storm, and her voice echoed through the great hall, defying the sovereign and offending one's superior. What crime should be suffered? She swept her gaze across everyone, her eyes icy cold. Is there anyone else who wants me to abdicate? The earlier act of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys had clearly taken effect. The killing intent around her gradually withdrew, and she folded her arms before her chest. Her voice was cold and decisive. If you do not, then get out of this great hall for me. Her gaze was like countless invisible blades pressing straight down on the people below. She added another sentence, both like mercy and like warning. I will spare your lives. The officials immediately glanced at one another, silently exchanging looks. No one dared speak, because they all understood that staying another moment was no different from seeking death. In the blink of an eye, they rose one after another and fled the great hall in panic like a scattered swarm. However, there was still a stubborn group of people who refused to leave. The one leading them was none other than Tianfeng Zhenren. A moment later, after all those who knew the times had left, only the stubborn faces remained in the great hall. Ziyu gently raised her hand and lightly turned the golden ring on her finger, her low voice ringing out, I gave you your chance. She crossed her legs, one hand propped against the armrest, her gaze looking down from above, cold to the marrow. Those who remain. She paused for a beat, and her expression grew even darker. Then she suddenly sprang to her feet and waved her hand with utter decisiveness. Tian Wu, suppress and kill them all. Two generals immediately cupped their hands and answered in unison, as commanded. The moment they heard the word suppress and kill, the remaining people instantly turned ashen, their entire bodies trembling with fear. Just then, Tianfeng Zhenren suddenly lowered his head, then threw it back and laughed loudly. The chilling laughter echoed through the entire great hall. Ha ha ha, see you wicked creature. The old man pointed straight at her, his voice shrill. You dare speak such madness and claim you will kill even me, even if you are an immortal reincarnated. The old man clenched his fist and roared madly that no one should even dream of doing that. Another elder immediately echoed him, his voice full of mockery. If not for the Tianlong dynasty wanting you to become the third prince's woman. He raised his head high, pointing at himself and the three men beside him. 4 divine fire realm experts like us would have sent you to the underworld long ago. After saying that, he ground his teeth, his face filled with resentment. How could we allow you to be so lawless? Hearing this, a cold glint suddenly flashed in Shiyu's eyes. She curled her lips into a faint sneer, as though she had understood everything. Ah, so you sold me off long ago. Good, very good. She clenched her hand, and her aura erupted violently again, sweeping through the grand hall like towering waves. I originally did not intend to act myself, but it seems killing is unavoidable now. Under that astonishing pressure, Tianfeng Zhenren still laughed wildly to the point of madness. Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? He stepped forward and stood beside the others, arrogance written clearly on his face. You dare oppose us all by yourself. He raised 2 fingers as a signal, then roared viciously like a savage beast. Everyone, obey my command. Follow me and capture the rebel alive." As soon as the words fell, the remaining ministers roared in unison and charged straight toward the throne. "Capture the rebel alive." At that moment, Tianwu and the other loyal ministers stepped forward together, surrounding Shi Yu like a solid human wall. "Your Majesty, your loyal subjects are willing to live and die with you." Shi Yu merely waved her hand coldly, signaling for everyone to withdraw. In the Grand Hall at this moment, the situation had already split clearly. On one side stood Tianfeng, Zhenren, and the fierce elders, while on the other stood only Shi Yu alone. Her face turned completely cold, fury blazing in her eyes as she stared at those people and shouted, "You treacherous ministers, I alone am enough to deal with all of you." Hearing those contemptuous words, Tianfeng Zhenren was so enraged that his face turned purple, his brows tightly furrowed as he roared, "Ji Yu." He immediately circulated all his strength, his aura exploding so violently that the stone tiles beneath his feet cracked and burst apart. He wanted to crush her with his pressure. This old man wants to see what ability a treasonous junior like you has to be so arrogant. Seeing this, the elders beside him grew excited and shouted in unison, praising Tianfeng Zhenren's divine might. "Mighty, mighty." Yet from above, Siyu merely folded her arms and coldly watched those people put on their show. She lifted her chin slightly and smiled with contempt. "Tianfeng, is your ability limited to smashing a few tiles? It seems you are more suited to performing tricks for amusement." Those words were no different from a slap landing squarely on Tianfeng Zhenren's face, leaving him choked speechless with rage. He roared, stomped hard, then shot into the air and charged straight at her. Arrogant junior. In an instant, he had closed in right before Shi Yu. One hand formed a seal while the other gripped his treasured sword tightly, and he spoke through gritted teeth. "Since that is so, this old man will cripple your limbs and seal your key C, then see how long you can remain arrogant." After saying that, he leaped into the air, clasping both hands together to control the flying sword as it left his grasp. The icy blade tore through the wind as it rushed forward, but Shi Yu still stood calmly in place, raising her head to observe, the corner of her lips curving into a cold smile. She slowly raised her hand and released her power, her voice filled with disdain. "You dare show off such a petty trick before an expert?" A force far purer and more domineering erupted, enveloping the flying sword and crushing it to pieces in an instant. Tianfeng Zhenren stared at the scene in stunned silence, his mouth hanging open as he stammered, "How is this possible? This is the power of the divine tribulation realm." Shi Yu tilted her head, the aura around her still heavy and oppressive. "Have you never heard that the waves behind drive the waves ahead? It is only natural for later generations to surpass those before them, so it is no surprise that an old wave like you was beaten onto the shore." After speaking, she waved her hand, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Tianfeng Zhenren panicked, his face deathly pale as he hurriedly retreated and waved his hands without stopping. His mouth trembled as he begged, "Wait, this old man can let you take charge." Yet Shi Yu was not moved in the slightest, her fist still raised high as she answered coldly, "I do not need that." In the next instant, a mighty golden dragon appeared, its roar shaking the entire grand hall before it charged straight at Tianfeng Zhenren, opening its mouth and swallowing him whole. The old man only had time to let out a shrill scream, tears and snot streaming down his face. In the blink of an eye, Tianfeng Zhenren was blasted away by the terrifying power, flying out of the grand hall like a dry leaf before a raging gale. Space instantly sank into a terrifying silence, and no one even dared breathe too loudly. Tian Yu and Tianwu stood at the side, still unable to recover, their mouths hanging open. The remaining officials were also frozen in shock, eyes wide, unable to say a word. Ziyu paid it no mind at all. She merely gave a cold laugh and said indifferently, "Humph, he did not know his place. This is the fate of one who seeks death." After that display of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, the elders who had been so aggressive moments ago instantly went limp, all kneeling flat on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly. "Please show mercy, your majesty. Please spare our lives." Those people were all greedy for life and afraid of death, immediately scrambling to push all the blame onto the man who had just been blasted away. "We were all coursed by that old thief Tianfeng. We beg the empress to spare our lives." Xiyu calmly sat down on the throne, saying nothing for the time being. After a suffocating silence, she finally waved her hand lightly, her voice full of mockery. "Why not resist to the end with old Tianfeng? Would it not be better to stay loyal to him until death?" The elders had witnessed her power to move mountains and overturn seas with their own eyes, so how could they still dare talk back? One old man hurriedly forced out a flattering smile. "Her Majesty the Empress is unmatched in divine might. This subject was powerless to do otherwise. A wise man submits to circumstances, does he not?" "Yes, yes." The others immediately echoed him. Siyu propped her chin on her hand, looked at the treacherous old men below, and sneered coldly. What a fine saying, a wise man submits to circumstances. You truly are a pack of grass bending with the wind." But it was clear she had no intention of letting them off easily. She slowly raised her hand, and a radiant sphere of energy gradually formed in her palm, Unfortunately, everything has its price. Since you dared oppose me, you must bear the consequences yourselves. Seeing that the situation was turning bad, those people kowtowed frantically, their pleas rising in chaos. Your Majesty, spare us. This subject knows his crime. This subject was truly wrong. Seeing that the female emperor remained as cold as ice, her killing intent clearly impossible to shake, the elders instantly felt chills run down their spines. In an instant, they all turned and fled, pushing and shoving like ducks in a flood, shouting wildly. Ziyu curled her lips into a contemptuous smile, her gaze filled with disdain, her voice resounding like thunder. I am the female emperor chosen by heavenly mandate. Once my word is given, even 4 horses cannot chase it back. Since I have decreed suppression and execution, then suppression and execution it shall be. After saying that, she waved her hand. Radiant golden dragons immediately roared, shooting forth like divine arrows, carrying terrifying killing intent as they pursued the fleeing crowd. Imperial Dragon Heavenly Art, 5 Dragon Guard. Light erupted, shaking the entire sky. Miserable screams rang out, then quickly faded into silence. In the blink of an eye, the Grand Hall returned to its original solemn and oppressive atmosphere. The 2 brothers Tianyu and Tianwu still stood frozen like statues, their blank gazes fixed toward the courtyard. The place where those figures had just fallen no longer held the slightest trace of life. Tianwu was the first to regain his senses. He immediately led the remaining loyal ministers to kneel flat on the ground and shout in unison, "Your Majesty's divine might, long live your Majesty, long live your Majesty for 10,000 years." After establishing her authority, Ziyu withdrew her killing intent and returned to her usual dignified bearing, ordering in a deep voice, Tianyu, heed my command." The 2 immediately knelt upright and answered in unison, "Your subjects are present." She suddenly rose to her feet, imperial majesty erupting from her as she called out in a loud voice, "Immediately reorganize the troops, activate the heaven-shocking formation, and prepare to face the dragon army." Tianwu lowered his head and accepted the order, his voice decisive, "We obey the decree." In the blink of an eye, Ziyu vanished, leaving only a streak of golden light across the main hall. She dashed outside, her voice echoing from afar, instructing to deal with the intruders first, then tidy up the ancestral shrine. Ziyu's face radiated vitality. She soared straight into the sky, her elegant brows furrowed, her cheeks puffed in anger, silently cursing that without the old fox of the Phoenix prison's secret permission, those cowardly rats wouldn't dare act. Very well, since no retreat is granted, don't blame the sea for being salty. Thinking so, her speed surged, transforming into a lightning bolt tearing through the wind. Before long, she had descended in front of the Li clan ancestral gate. Jiyu's steps were steady, she advanced with dignity. 2 guards raised their weapons at the sight of her, one jerking his head to point at her and shouted to halt. Unauthorized persons are forbidden. Ziyu, tired of delays, flicked her hand lightly. The 2 guards went limp before they could react, collapsing to the ground. She withdrew her hand, slightly furrowing her brows, muttering about the commotion. Immediately after, the heavy ironwood door was kicked open by her. Stepping into the courtyard, a feigned servant's angry voice rang out, "Who dares to storm the Phoenix ancestral shrine?" An elder with silver hair, hands clasped behind his back, stepped out with a cold smile. "Ha, daring to commit a crime in the royal ancestral shrine. Let's see the divine response." The elder's smile froze upon seeing the person in the courtyard. Stunned, he blurted, "Li Yu, why are you here? What brings you?" Another elder frowned, glancing at the 2 corpses outside the gate, cautiously saying, "This royal sister's visit cannot be good, we must be wary." Hearing this, the old man regained composure, pointing at her and shouted to halt, "Killing someone in front of the ancestral shrine. Do you wish to commit a great crime?" Ziyu remained unmoved, leisurely examining her freshly painted nails before casting him a cold glance. Her voice sweet yet deadly, "Here to help the elders move on early, tidy the offerings. The tomb sweeping season comes, might as well prepare." The remark made the elder so furious he trembled, fists clenching with cracking sounds. He roared forward at her, "Insolent brat, let's see what you're capable of." Seeing her stand still without evasion, he grew more confident. "Excellent, you slipped. With support, would I be foolish to face you alone?" Instantly from every dark corner, numerous figures emerged, attacking simultaneously, a combined move of the 5 Emperor Thunderkill to destroy us. Ziyu, as if anticipating, let out a scornful laugh. "Himph, a bunch of old rats only knowing ambushes." As the words were uttered, she vanished, reappearing 100 meters away. The elders lost their target, colliding into chaos. Ziyu stood from afar, her back arrogant, eyes cold, smiling mockingly. "Farewell. Next tomb sweeping season I'll burn the finest incense for you all." In the sky, a gigantic golden dragon appeared, awe-inspiring to a terrifying degree. The elder who had been haughty earlier turned pale, stammering incoherently. The dragon's enormous hand descended as if the sky was falling. The ground shattered. Tremors spread violently. Then the familiar awakened aura emerged. Phoenix Prison's deep voice cut through the destruction, truly ruthless. The entire ancestral tribe wiped out. Xiyu did not hesitate. Instead, she sneered. So, feeling pity for your puppets already? Phoenix Prison crossed arms, leisurely stepped forward, huffed coldly, still sharp as ever. Thanks to them, I can see your current realm clearly. Stepping a few paces, he stopped, his gaze grim yet showing faint admiration and authority. 2 short years, and you broke through the divine calamity realm. I must applaud your talent, but don't naively think a bit of skill has defeated me. Xiyu. You, not weak, boldly responded. Huh, old man, now it's just you alone. No reason to fear a feeble elder. As Phoenix Prison's killing aura converged, the surrounding space became oppressively heavy. He raised both hands forward, his killing intent locking onto her. With no choice, he must personally send off an elite junior like you, for your clan elders must die. Xiyu coldly shouted, no need to call me Xiyu, since severing ties with you, that name is past. With decisive voice, now only the Phoenix Dynasty Empress Xiyu. Phoenix Prison frowned as the momentum surged. Very well, I will send the Empress on her way. Behind him, a colossal fiery phoenix emerged from the dark energy, raising its head and roaring, shaking heaven and earth. Xiyu remained calm, eyes scanning. Dark red aura spread, carrying the breath of death, melting earth, rocks, and plants like wax. Surrounded by destruction, she closed her eyes to focus. This is his ultimate technique. Crimson Phoenix decision can corrode all things. In an instant, she opened her eyes, her aura became confident, and that was enough. Phoenix Prison paused briefly, his gaze revealing confusion. In a flash, Xiyu summoned a colossal golden dragon, twice as large as before, hands forming seals, voice ringing like a decree of heaven. Turn clouds to rain, turn blessings to wind. Great might Tianlong. Obey my command, Phoenix Claw. The golden dragon roared, opening its mouth to release pure overwhelming force, crushing Phoenix Prison's dark energy directly. He rolled his eyes, shouting in disbelief. You just entered the divine calamity realm. How can you break my strongest move? But it did not stop. Tianlong's might pierced straight through him. Phoenix's eye hit the fatal blow, pain to the extreme, blood flowing like a stream. His eyes rolled white, screaming in despair, he curses, unwilling. Before finishing, he fell spirit broken. Xiyu stood stunned, pointing at the body, her voice cold as ice. Then take that unwillingness with you to hell. Suddenly her pupils changed color. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, her face shifting from rosy to pale. Shortly after, she collapsed, vomiting violently. After a while, she regained composure, cold sweat covering her body. What's happening to me? She closed her eyes, still not checking her internal energy, meridians unobstructed, vital energy flowing smoothly. The more she checked, the more puzzled she became, wiping her mouth, wondering why she felt nauseous. Could it be poison? Quickly dismissing the thought, her eyes hardened. She could not be distracted. She rose deeply, inhaling, ignore it. First must win this battle. At the same time, at the Dragon Army camp, the atmosphere was terrifyingly silent, 2 guards standing stiff like stone statues. Inside the largest tent, Long Aothian leaned back in his chair, enjoying the service of a beautiful maid, mouth constantly emitting satisfied laughter. Suddenly, he remembered Xiyu, pretending to ponder. Third uncle, now it's past noon, why hasn't the Phoenix Dynasty brought that Xiyu here? Thinking of that, vile thoughts involuntarily rose in his mind. He reminded himself this prince is already impatient, just wanting to see what the wild horse daring to insult him tastes like. Just imagining it, saliva dripped from his mouth, the corners of his lips curling into a lustful smile. Hey hey. Yin Qiao was sitting nearby reading, and hearing that unpleasant laugh, he immediately spoke up to warn. Third prince, mind the demeanor of a prince. Otian flinched, hurriedly coughed to hide it. Ahem, apologies, third uncle. Yin Qiao's eyes grew deep and cold. He slowly said, so far there has been no sign from Phoenix Prison brother. He fears he will not carry out his promise. Hearing that, Otian gaped, his face full of disbelief. Huh, third uncle, then what should we do next? Yin Qiao did not hesitate, immediately turned to look outside and gave a decisive command. General Long, give the order to attack. A general clasped his hands and bowed his head to acknowledge. Yes, Long Zhantian obeys. Immediately after, he stepped outside, drew his sword, and gave orders to the entire army. The Jianlong troops obeyed, immediately storming and conquering Phoenix capital. Except for Empress Xiyu, no one in the city was spared. Let the world remember the terror named Jianlong army. O Tian turned, pleading. Third uncle, I want to follow the main army into battle. Please allow me. Yin Qiao only glanced at him and slowly replied. Go. The battlefield is dusty. Be careful not to soil your new clothes. Like a child receiving a reward, Long Hao Tan was so happy he bowed in thanks, his voice full of excitement. Many thanks, third uncle. Seeing that, Yin Qiao stroked his silver beard and laughed heartily. He thought silently, this kid is already this old, yet this is the first time I've seen him laugh so innocently. Under Yin Qiao's gaze of mixed affection and worry, Long Hao Tian strode out strongly. But the moment his back disappeared behind the door, the smile on his face immediately faded, replaced by a dark and terrifying expression. Damn it, I can't hold back any longer. He gritted his teeth, murderous intent surging inside, wanting to punish that woman immediately. A horrifying smile gradually formed on his lips, both smug and vicious. Just wait, Xi Yu. We will meet again soon, heh? Mighty army of the Tianlong dynasty was arrayed in neat formation before the grand gate of Phoenix capital. Long Tian, an experienced general, sat firmly on his warhorse and signaled the army to halt. Immediately, Tian, standing arrogantly on the back of a giant demon fox, spoke irritably. What's going on? Why stop? Why not level this city? Go on. General Long hurriedly turned his horse, bowing to reply. Reporting third prince. There are no station troops inside the city. Hearing that, Long Hao Tian also sensed something unusual. His brows, previously relaxed, now furrowed, his sharp gaze sweeping deep inside the city. The vanguard force charged, intending to break through Phoenix capital's heavy gates. But instead of clashes or battle cries, they were met with unnerving silence. The interior was empty, not a single soul. The bizarre scene left them utterly confused. What the hell is going on? After a while, it seemed Long Hao Tian finally understood the situation. He clutched his face, laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, it seems the forces of the Divine Phoenix, hearing the divine might of my Jan Long, fled in terror. The surrounding soldiers immediately joined in with obsequious laughter. Amid the shallow laughter, only Long Tian, seasoned by countless life and death battles, felt a chill run down his spine. He unconsciously bit his nails, frowning. Not good. This place is too strange. Nothing here is normal. The third prince must not be endangered. In contrast, Tian didn't care at all. He arrogantly held his face, uttering disdain as if watching a poor performance. So boring. I thought they would at least have some guts. Resist a few rounds for fun. Immediately after, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a cold expression as he gave orders. Entire army, move in for me. Long Tian was shocked as if struck by lightning, hastily trying to intervene. Third prince, please wait. But for a reckless man like Tian, such advice was like wind passing through ears. He darkened his face, growling, don't ruin my fun. Seeing him angry, Long Tian could only lower his head, responding helplessly. Yes, third prince. Long Hao Tian launched onto his mount, rushing forward like an arrow at the lead, shouting loudly. The troops obeyed, charging in to sweep the city clean for me. Inside Phoenix capital was no different from outside, the air heavy and stiflingly quiet. From the ground to the high-curved rooftops, soldiers searched everywhere but found no one. After a futile search, Tian became even more arrogant. He placed his hands on his hips, planted his flag on the tallest tower, and laughed maniacally. Ahaha, the citizens of the city, terrified by the might of the Jan Long army, have all fled. He seemed to think nothing, his mouth stretched into a wide grin, continuing to give orders. March straight into the palace, capture the Divine Phoenix Empress alive. This prince will reward you greatly. Understood. The three armies of the Tianlong dynasty roared simultaneously, advancing in mass following orders. Tian also leaped from the tower, his heart filled with twisted excitement, shouting loudly, Ji Yu, this time, I will show you the might of Tian. He immediately rushed deep into the capital. Long Tian could only follow behind, constantly advising, Your Highness, third prince. His voice cracked from worry. There was not a single person in the city, fearing it was a trap. But Tian paid no attention. He waved irritably, continuing forward. With the third prince guarding, you alone are enough to face 1,000,000 soldiers. Whatever tricks that woman tries will be useless. As the two entered the main hall, both froze. From the ground, enormous columns of light suddenly shot straight up, forming a dense network. A Jingtian earthquake formation had been activated, covering all of Phoenix capital, leaving no gaps. Long Tian flinched. He stepped forward, eyes fixed on the columns of light, his already pale face growing even darker. It's a formation. Tian stood nearby, still defiant, laughing and shouting. Panic, what panic? A crippled Divine Phoenix dynasty can do nothing. A trivial formation dares to scare this prince. He pointed angrily at the formation operating in the main hall, giving orders. Men, break the formation for me. Understood. Immediately, soldiers poured in from outside, like bees swarming a broken hive. Spears and swords flashing, they leapt into the air, beginning to assault Chi Yu's formation. Tian smiled confidently, cheering. The 6 divine fire masters acting together. Breaking this formation is as easy as turning your hand. Not normal. Yin Qiao, who always stood behind him, suddenly gasped. The ancient yellow characters on the formation of the 8 trigrams suddenly flared, sending terrifying streams of energy directly into the soldiers breaking the formation. Those people could only scream miserably. No, the light pierced their bodies like sharp blades, cutting from back to chest. One by one they fell, dying on the spot. Soldiers outside, witnessing this, were struck dumb with fear. Tian froze, eyes wide, unable to believe it. How could the Divine Phoenix dynasty's formation be this powerful? Even Yin Qiao's voice trembled. This force surpasses even the great protective formations of our Tianlong dynasty. Before their eyes, countless sharp golden streams poured down on their bodies like meteor showers. The ground quickly turned red, creating a scene of mourning. Divine Fire Masters formed the array. General Long shouted, head tilted back. Immediately, the Masters raised their flaming red talismans, quickly forming hand seals. A gigantic yin-yang circle appeared, forming a hemispherical barrier around them. The newly formed barrier immediately endured a violent rain of golden energy. Tian smirked, thinking he was safe, but in an instant, small cracks began appearing on the surface of the barrier. Golden streams pierced through, breaking the protective layer. Finally, a massive stream struck, directly crushing the barrier and causing a terrifying explosion. Tian and General Long simultaneously widened their eyes, shouting, "How can it be this strong?" At that moment, a purple stream flared from behind, directly opposing the storm of golden characters. Yin Qiao's voice rang with full power. Tian General Long, focus all your strength this way. He hovered in midair, voice deep and commanding. Open a blood path for us to escape, otherwise we all die here. Hearing this, General Long immediately clasped his hands. Yes, senior. Even Tian could no longer maintain his usual arrogant bearing, and could only answer reluctantly. Yes, Imperial Uncle. General Long turned to the remaining soldiers and roared, all of this commander's personal guards, attack with everything you have, kill. The soldiers shouted in unison, then charged forward like desperate men. At the same time, Yin Xiao still hovered in midair, pressing close to the golden character barrier. In that man's hand was a purple imperial seal the size of a fist, radiating a terrifying might. That man formed hand seals, muttering incantations as he drove the full power of the treasure. From the seal, waves of purple light gradually spread outward. When the power gathered to its peak, a giant purple dragon slowly took form. Yin Xiao roared the spell to break the formation. The giant purple dragon let out a shriek that shook heaven and earth, then charged straight toward the barrier. Below, General Long's group also poured all their strength into assisting the attack from within. Golden Kai and Purple Ki collided, exploding into dazzling light and forcing Tian to raise a hand to shield his eyes. He shouted loudly, "Third Great Uncle, what is the situation now?" Midair, Yin Xiao merely replied with two cold words, "Eliminate them." Sure enough, a tiny gap appeared in the barrier, with cracks spreading around it like a spiderweb. Seizing the chance, a blue Kai arrow controlled by Yin shot upward. That man pointed and shouted, "Hurry, rush out." Yet that ray of hope was quickly extinguished, for the gap did not expand any further. Tian and General Long both realized it. His face turned deathly pale as he shouted in panic, "Faster, hurry." Streams of purple ki poured madly into the barrier, but none of it had any effect. At that very instant, the gap suddenly blazed with light. 3 purple Kai arrows pierced through the opening, shooting out like lightning. The 3 who escaped were Yin Xiao, Tian, and General Long. The moment they escaped, the gap closed at once. Inside, only miserable cries for help remained. "General, save me." The soldiers were entangled by countless golden characters, screaming in despair, "Save us." Tian ground his teeth, his face twisting with fury. Damn it, we were trapped by that woman again. He clenched his fists tightly and swore through gritted teeth, "If I Long Haoshin do not avenge this grudge, I swear I am not human." But just as he was about to turn back, Yin Xiao raised a hand to stop him. That man's voice had grown hoarse from exhaustion. "We cannot stay here long, we must leave at once." The 3 immediately turned into 3 wisps of purple smoke and shot into the sky. Yet misfortune still refused to let them go. 2 streams of golden kai shaped like dragon heads suddenly appeared, circling the 3 before striking without warning. Golden light quickly condensed into a new barrier. Ancient characters turned into chains, locking all 3 fleeing figures firmly inside. All 3 froze at once. Tian asked in a trembling voice, "What is this?" Yin Xiao hastily formed hand seals, trying to steady them though his hands were still shaking. "Do not panic, focus your strength, break the formation again." 2 streams of purple kai erupted, striking straight at the golden chains. The barrier did not budge at all. Tian cried out in terror, "How can this be?" Just then, a woman's voice rang out, clear as a silver bell yet cold enough to seep into the bone. "You came to my Phoenix City to cause trouble, and now you want to leave at ease." Space trembled. Amid the golden light, Li Xinqiyu manifested step by step. From a hazy silhouette, her graceful figure gradually became clear. Then she fully appeared in magnificent battle armor, divine sword in hand. Standing there, both beautiful and majestic, she looked at them with icy eyes, the corner of her lips curving in mockery. "It has been a long time, Third Prince." Soft laugh rang out, gentle yet chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. The surviving subordinates below trembled as they stammered, divine Phoenix Empress, it is her." Yu gave a cold snort. In an instant, countless golden swords condensed in her palm. The golden blades whirled, forming a razor-sharp storm with astonishing pressure. She narrowed her eyes, her voice cold as ice and snow. "You flies dare charge into my divine Phoenix dynasty. Very well, today I shall personally send you all to the netherworld." As soon as she finished speaking, radiance burst from 10,000 swords, blazing like the sun at noon. The light was so intense that Yin Xiao, General Long, and Long Haotian hurriedly raised their hands to shield their eyes, looking utterly wretched. Otian was so furious he nearly went mad, his face flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead. He roared as if someone had touched his reverse scale. Divine Phoenix Empress, if you dare lay a hand on us, that is declaring war on the Tianlong dynasty. Have you considered the price of this stupidity? Faced with that murderous threat, Shi Yu did not waver at all. Instead, she laughed melodiously, her eyes full of ridicule. Tianlong dynasty, is it? It sounds like the name of a circus troupe. She snorted coldly after casually sending you all off. I would not mind cleaning up that tiny dynasty as well. Yin Xiao roared as dense purple power black as ink surged from that man's body and pressed straight forward. A vicious glint flashed in that man's eyes, his voice hoarse and thick. You are merely an immature little girl. You are not qualified to threaten us. Yu remained completely at ease, even showing a trace of boredom. Oh, the second realm of divine tribulation. If this were a few years ago, perhaps I would still have had to be somewhat wary of you. At this point, her phoenix eyes suddenly blazed with brilliant golden light. Behind her, a radiant golden halo slowly emerged, carrying a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering pressure. Yin Xiao froze in place, so terrified that he stammered, divine tribulation realm. Even Otian, who had always been conceited, could not help but feel doubt rising within him. Impossible, it has only been 2 years. How could you have broken through to divine tribulation realm? In the distance, the crowd witnessing the scene also gaped in terror. Heavens, just how terrifying is Her Majesty the Empress? She is so young, yet she has already reached the divine tribulation realm. In a separate space, someone was muttering while still fiddling with a small object. This can be considered passable. At least it has not disappointed this venerable one. Tianhong hummed while staring at the miniature model of Qi Yu on the small sand table, muttering as if speaking directly to her. Hey, Divine Phoenix Empress, you had better put Jiang Wu in his place. Only if you protect me and my wife so we can live in peace will your imperial throne remain yours for long, understand? While his mouth kept rambling, his hand kept poking that tiny model, and he propped up his chin and pondered. Recalled 10,000 years ago that heaven-shaking, earth-shattering battle with Qi Yu. If not for the origin bead, that supreme treasure of the great Tao, bringing her down probably would not have been easy at all. He shook his head slightly, his gaze sinking. That battle had nearly crushed both the immortal realm and the great Tao. Truly not a pleasant memory at all. Suddenly he frowned, a question rising unconsciously in his heart. Wait, what did that little brat look like in the end? He tried hard to dig through his memories, but everything seemed covered by a hazy layer of golden mist, impossible to grasp. What did she look like after all? In the very next instant, a scorching image suddenly appeared, startling him. No. He shook his head again and again in denial. Before meeting his wife, this sovereign had always suffered from face blindness toward every woman in the world. Though his mouth said so, a stream of drool unconsciously seeped from the corner of his lips. Back on the battlefield, Qi Yu still stood at the center, holding the entire situation in her grasp. The golden chains and barriers she had created had sealed off the entire space, trapping the enemy inside an inescapable cage. Yin Xiao roared in fury, as if the honor of his sect had been dragged out for public humiliation. Divine Phoenix Queen, even if you hast passed the divine tribulation, you are merely someone who has newly stepped into this realm, no different from that prison-breaking ancestor of yours. As soon as the words fell, the old man raised the purple seal in his hand high. In an instant, the seal erupted with a strange purple radiance. The old man's eyes also flashed with an eerie purple light. He gritted his teeth and declared, "This old man still has more than enough strength to suppress all of you." With that, the old man unleashed the demon god Dharma seal. Yin Xiao's body swelled in an instant, his muscles bulging in grotesque knots, thick purple smoke covering his entire body. He let out a roar and launched a surge of destructive energy toward Qi Yu. Enormous body charged forward, no different from a meteor falling into the mortal world, but Qi Yu remained standing where she was, with absolutely no intention of dodging. The corner of her lips even lifted slightly, forming a faint smile. Yin Xiao's purple energy had only just approached when it was blocked by an invisible ring of golden light. Seeing Long Zhantian and Otian still bound tightly like fish on a chopping board, Yin Xiao grew even more horrified. My Dharma power, why has it vanished? Otian also shouted in panic. Third granduncle, my strength is being drawn away. Yin Xiao immediately turned his head, glaring as he questioned Qi Yu, Divine Phoenix Queen. What exactly have you done? She sneered, her voice full of mockery. Did you think this was only an ordinary formation meant to trap people? How naive. She lifted her hands slightly and continued slowly. This is the formation that helps me break through right on the battlefield. Using it only to kill you would be far too wasteful. As soon as the words fell, Ji Yu erupted with another astonishing aura. Her entire body sank into dazzling golden light, and her realm soared in an instant, directly breaking through another layer. Her eyes blazed with radiance like two suns. Opposite her, Yin Xiao's group was still frantically attacking the barrier, but it was completely useless. Seeing this, Yin Xiao gritted his teeth and hissed, setting up a formation to break through right on the battlefield. You truly are an insane woman. At that exact moment, a golden stream of energy as sharp as sword light pierced straight through Yin Xiao's palm. Though the old man's body had swollen into a grotesque form, his momentum at this moment not only failed to weaken, it became even fiercer, as if it wanted to tear space itself apart. A surge of power shot into the sky, making the night blaze as bright as day in an instant. The light gradually gathered, transforming into a colossal golden figure standing behind Qi Yu like a guardian deity. Yin Xiao trembled, almost unable to believe his own eyes. This thing is... O Tian also furrowed his brows tightly, his face full of confusion. The golden figure slowly raised the sword high. Then, in the blink of an eye, the sword slashed down. Earth-shaking slash descended, tearing Yin Xiao's body in two. The old man's figure gradually disintegrated within that radiance. Inside, two tightly bound figures were revealed, none other than Ao Tian and Long Zhantian. Before vanishing completely, Yin Xiao only had time to hiss with hatred. "You, third granduncle." Ao Tian roared in panic. The miserable scream echoed throughout the space. Yin Xiao's body was shredded by that sharp energy, finally turning into dust and ash. Ao Tian stood frozen in place, his face blank before the terrifying scene that had just occurred. In the blink of an eye, that stunned look was swallowed by a surge of frenzied rage. His eyes blazed crimson like blood, killing intent filling the air until it was almost suffocating. He roared like a wild beast. Right behind him, streams of black-purple smoke began to rise, growing denser and denser. Seeing this, Long Zhantian immediately shouted in panic, "No, do not, third prince." But Ao Tian had already completely lost control. Dark aura poured out wildly, purple smoke surging like an abyss that had just opened its mouth. Now he was no different from a vicious beast devoured by the power inside his own body. His reason was gradually being strangled, leaving that terrifying demonic power to control his entire body. Ziyu and Tianwu stood still, watching everything unfold. Tianwu was utterly stunned, his voice trembling. What exactly is this aura? He still had not recovered, stammering as he continued, "Too terrifying, it feels as if even my soul is trembling." Shi Yu stood beside him in silence, her cold phoenix eyes locked firmly on Ao Tian. At this moment, Ao Tian's entire body was already covered in purple smoke. Long Zhantian stood behind him, his heart turning ice cold. "This is bad." The third prince forcibly released his dark power before overcoming his inner demon. He gritted his teeth, but the situation had already reached this point, and they no longer had any way out. The Divine Phoenix Queen would definitely not spare their lives. A trace of fear flashed through his eyes, but he also understood clearly that no matter how dangerous it was, this was still their only chance to survive. On this side, Qi Yu had already recognized the origin of that power. The Dark Lord, her expression immediately became far more solemn. In her understanding, the three realms contained 36 worlds, and the Dark Realm was precisely the most evil and terrifying place. Yet that kind of power had actually appeared here in the lower realm. Suddenly, Ao Tian roared her name directly, his voice filled with venomous hatred. "Damn woman. Today I will definitely crush you to pieces." As soon as the words fell, his body completely transformed. The purple smoke around him gathered into a grotesque shape, his eyes red as blood, murderous aura surging into the sky. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand and condensed a dark arrow, shooting it straight toward Ji Yu. At the same time, he himself charged forward like a ravenous wild beast. The two immediately clashed. Ji Yu calmly raised her hand to block the attack. After that, she turned and unleashed a powerful kick, forcing him to retreat. She spoke in a voice filled with majesty. "I have said it, I am the Divine Phoenix Empress." Her gaze was cold as ice. "A useless wretch like you has already had his mind swallowed by darkness." As soon as the words fell, the two immediately rushed into battle again. Their moves came so densely that only two streaks of golden and purple light could be seen colliding again and again in midair. The battle fell into a stalemate, neither side willing to retreat even half a step. When Shi Yu pressed the golden sword against Ao Tian's neck, she said coldly, "In these three realms, aside from the demon venerable, no one is qualified to be my opponent. That little darkness of yours is not even worth my glance." Ao Tian's eyes flashed with an eerie light. He was not afraid at all. Instead, he broke into a mad smile. His figure suddenly blurred, then vanished. In the next blink, he had appeared directly behind Ji Yu, his hand condensed with dense black kai, his voice deep and hoarse as if rising from hell. "Dark three-headed hound summon." Immediately after, a gigantic three-headed hound appeared, savage in form, its breath brimming with killing intent. It did not hesitate at all, immediately lunging straight toward Shi Yu. Yet before that monster, Shi Yu remained calm, her eyes utterly unmoved. Her cold voice rang out, each word hard as steel. When strength is lacking, no matter how much you show off, it is still only a farce. Foolish. With that, Shi Yu gathered her power. At the tips of 2 fingers, a radiant halo swiftly formed. She gently reached out, meeting that ferocious three-headed monster head-on. In an instant, the monster vanished without a trace, completely crushed by her might. Ao Tian seemed to have all his vitality drained away, his body swaying before slowly falling from midair. On a nearby boulder, Long Xantian was secretly watching, terror surging to the extreme in his heart. No, impossible. The ancient vicious beast inside the third prince was destroyed so easily. Ao Tian trembled as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, nearly all strength drained from his body. He forced out broken words with great difficulty. This is the soul-rending ring. Amid the silent space, Shi Yu's voice rang clear and icy. She did not even bother to glance at him, only lightly turned her wrist. A dazzling halo appeared in her hand, beautiful yet terrifying. Go. The moment that word left her lips, the halo instantly turned into lightning, shooting straight into the center of Ao Tian's forehead. It pierced into his sea of consciousness, making him howl in pain until his face twisted. Ao Tian gathered the last bit of his remaining strength and roared, "Wretched woman, what did you do to me?" Shi Yu stood there with an oppressive aura, slowly answering word by word as if striking directly into his soul. This soul-rending and spirit-shattering secret art will leave you without even the chance to reincarnate as a dog. That is the price for daring to insult me. As soon as the words fell, Ao Tian's body burst into flames, swiftly turning into ash in midair. Ji Yu watched silently as if sending off his life with one final firework. She sighed inwardly. This chess game truly had been paid for with life. Using second realm divine tribulation cultivation to face that bizarre power had been far too risky from the start. Everything had been wagered on one killing move. If it had missed by even half a step, the one reduced to ash would have been me. A thoughtful look briefly appeared in her eyes. This gamble of life and death was truly too great. Just then, Long Xantian leaped out from nowhere, shouting fiercely, "Divine Phoenix Empress, you should know that the third prince is the bloodline Tianlong Daran values most, the hope of the entire Tianlong dynasty. You dared to kill him. Tianlong Daran will certainly flatten this place personally. When that time comes, none of the subjects of your Divine Phoenix dynasty should dream of surviving." He even pointed straight at her and threatened loudly. But contrary to his expectations, Ji Yu did not waver at all. She merely curled her lips into a smile, one so cold it chilled the heart. "Unfortunately, the good show is still yet to come, but you no longer have a ticket to watch it. Suppress and kill." The moment the order fell, several figures immediately emerged from the void and accepted the command in unison. They charged straight toward Long Xantian like fierce beasts pouncing on prey. Shi Yu still stood in place, lightly brushing her sleeve as if dusting it off, then her cold voice resounded through the space. "The play has ended." "Ah no, not yet. The next one is that old man Tianlong Daran." Elsewhere amid a quiet space, the sound of a sharp blade gliding lightly over wood rang out at a steady rhythm. Tianhong had just finished his newest work, a wooden statue of a young woman with soft, alluring lines so captivating it was hard to look away. He stretched comfortably after many days of tireless creation, then murmured softly, "My wife, the Divine Phoenix Empress, truly has never disappointed this seat." Thinking of this, he told himself it was probably time to reveal a little to Bai Yun, so that girl could make use of it more conveniently. She really was a tool. Ah no, an extremely useful assistant. After speaking, Tianhong gave a meaningful chuckle. At the same time, inside the cold residence, Bai Yun, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly shuddered, goosebumps rising all over her body. She hugged her shoulders and wondered in surprise. "How strange, why do I suddenly feel as if something bad is about to happen?" In a deserted alley in southern province, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. "Divine Phoenix Empress, 28 years old, broke through to divine tribulation." That sound came from a mysterious figure in a black cloak, his appearance completely hidden, only a neatly tied hair bun visible beneath the brim of his hat. No one knew this person's identity. The voice continued steadily yet carried terrifying power. With one move, she suppressed and killed the ruthless Yin Ju, a second-realm divine tribulation expert, while also wiping out 30,000 war dragon troops. That person quickly took out scroll after scroll, each one meticulously recording the shocking news from just now. After that, he immediately handed them to the black shadows kneeling and awaiting orders. His voice suddenly became urgent. "Use the fastest speed to spread this news." Beneath the brim of his hat, a rare trace of worry flashed in his eyes. The black shadows answered in unison and accepted the order. Immediately after, they turned into afterimages and disappeared, carrying the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering news everywhere. In just a few short minutes, the Divine Phoenix Empress's fame spread like a storm, sweeping across all of southern province. Dawn gradually broke, and even the sunlight seemed to blush shyly upon hearing the embarrassing sounds coming from a certain building. Miss Baiyun stood outside the door, her face red as ripe fruit. Accidentally hearing those deeply suggestive sounds, she hurriedly covered her face and muttered, "Heavens and spirits, it is so early in the morning, yet these two are already cultivating so vigorously, truly enviable." But the truth was far from Bai Yun's rich imagination. Inside the room, Tianhong was only gently massaging Si Yu's ankle. Both of them wore thin clothes that were somewhat loose. Tianhong asked with concern, "Wife, I have noticed that your spirits have been especially good lately. Could there be some happy news?" Si Yu replied softly, her face flushed. I am not sure either. I just suddenly want to spend more time taking care of my husband." Yet in her heart she silently thought she had offended Tianlong Daran, and that old man would definitely not let it go. She also could not be sure she could defeat him. Aside from striving with all her might to cultivate, she only wanted to enjoy a little rare peace beside her husband. Suddenly a wave of nausea surged up, and Shi Yu immediately sprang to her feet. She had not even had time to straighten her clothes before she hurriedly rushed outside. She vomited until she was nearly exhausted. Tianhong did not understand what had happened and hurriedly chased after her to support her, asking anxiously, "Wife, what is wrong with you?" Shi Yu clutched her chest, her weak voice trembling. "Perhaps I have been thinking too much these past few days, and I have not slept well, so my body is a little weak." Just then, Baiyun briskly stepped forward from behind. "Let me take a look." She waved cheerfully. Seeing Bai Yun appear, Tianhong frowned slightly. "Why are you here?" Bai Yun answered with a mischievous smile. "I was planning to go out for a stroll, but when I passed by and heard strange movement, I thought you two husband and wife were having a huge quarrel. Who would have thought I would see the two of you rushing out like this?" After hearing this, both Tianhong and Shi Yu blushed, embarrassment plain on their faces. Shi Yu slowly stepped closer. She took Bai Yun's hand and asked gently, "Then I will have to trouble Miss Bai Yun to check my pulse." The scene shifted to a quiet room. Bai Yun checked Shi Yu's pulse with one hand while stroking her beardless chin with the other, putting on the air of a seasoned old physician. Seeing her look thoughtful, Shi Yu anxiously pressed her, "How is it?" Just then, Bai Yun's eyes suddenly shone bright as headlights, and she cried out in excitement, "Congratulations, elder sister, you are with child." Hearing this, Shi Yu froze, unable to react for several seconds. Bai Yun smiled brightly, pointed at Shi Yu's belly, and solemnly repeated, "I mean, there is already a little treasure in elder sister's belly. Truly, truly." Shi Yu was overjoyed, instinctively reaching out to rub her belly, but that joy was quickly replaced by hesitation. Sensing something strange, Bai Yun asked worriedly, "Elder sister, what is wrong?" She hurriedly shook her head, then tightened her grip on Bai Yun's hand and instructed her seriously, "Little sister Bai Yun, help me keep this from my husband for now. In a few more days, I will tell him this happy news myself." Bai Yun was briefly surprised, but immediately afterward, she smiled and agreed, "All right, then I will go first." The room immediately sank into silence. Only Lazy Yu was left in the room with her piled-up worries. What should I do now? Tianlong Daran will definitely bring his army here. Why did everything have to happen at this exact moment? Countless thoughts surged through her heart. Little one, for you, for your father, for our family of three, mother must win. Even if my opponent is that old monster, the eternal life Daran, I absolutely cannot lose. On a deserted road in southern province, the sky was clear and blue, and all around was strangely silent. King Lao and Wu Xi were standing face to face in the middle of the forest. After reading the secret letter, Wu Xi spoke with a trace of contempt. "In this barren corner of southern province, there is actually someone who crossed the wind tribulation before 30, truly interesting." He frowned as he assessed it. A woman like this must have an extraordinary background. As he spoke, he stroked his chin, a sinister look appearing on his face. In his heart, he secretly calculated that this woman, together with Bai Yun, were probably the only ones under heaven worthy of this young master's personal action. Thinking of this, he immediately tore the letter to pieces, casually threw it away, and said decisively, "King Lao, we are going to Phoenix capital." King Lao immediately bowed his head and accepted the order, yes. As soon as the words fell, the two figures turned into a gust of wind and vanished without a trace. At Tianlong Mountain, people were still coming and going in an endless stream. The atmosphere in Tianlong Daran's training ground suddenly became unusually tense. In the Tianlong Villa courtyard, an old man rushed in panic, shouting loudly as he ran, "Ancestor, ancestor, something terrible has happened." The old man ran about in a panic as though his house were on fire, never expecting to trip trip over an ill-placed stone. He fell face first to the ground, his edged knees hurting so badly they seemed about to come out of their joints. Though he trembled from the pain, he still forced himself up on his hands, his mouth muttering non-stop. A dignified yet somewhat weary voice came from inside. "What matter has frightened you so badly? At your age, how can you still fail to keep even a little composure?" The old man immediately bowed low to admit his fault. "Ancestor, this old servant was discourteous. Come in." Hearing the command, the old man supported himself against the nearby pillars and dragged his aching legs inside. Finally, he reached the wooden house in the villa courtyard and stood outside, waiting with a nervous heart. After hesitating for a while, he took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the main hall. Inside, a thin man was seated in meditation, his body surrounded by a flow of emerald true ki. This was Tianlong Daoran, the only eternal life Daoran of southern province, and also the old ancestor of the Tianlong dynasty. Hearing the movement, the old ancestor slowly opened his eyes, his strange green pupils sweeping over the old man. Under that terrifying pressure, the old man was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he immediately knelt flat on the ground, reporting respectfully, "Old ancestor, the third prince." As soon as he heard those 3 words, old ancestor Tianlong was slightly startled, and his half-closed eyes instantly opened wide as he stared fixedly at him. Facing that gaze, the old man was so terrified that sweat poured down like rain, his voice trembling violently, almost unable to form words. Seeing him stammer endlessly, old ancestor Tianlong knitted his brows tightly and asked through clenched teeth, "What happened to Ao Tian?" Hearing that furious shout, the old man's face turned pale, and he hurriedly reported, He and left envoy Yinju, the great general." Knowing that the words he was about to say were no different from stepping down into the Yellow Springs himself, the old man kowtowed hard, his entire body trembling as he finished, and also the 30,000 war dragon army. At this point, he paused, then stammered out the final sentence, "All of them have died in Phoenix capital, sir." After hearing this, old ancestor Tianlong instantly widened his eyes, and his face turned liver red in the blink of an eye. The aura from his body surged wildly upward. Though the old man did not dare raise his head, he could still clearly feel the terrifying pressure pressing down on the crown of his head like an invisible mountain. After a terrifying silence that stretched on, old ancestor Tianlong finally could not hold back and roared, "What did you just say?" The sound, carrying the power of an eternal life Daoran, tore through space in an instant. Even the majestic mountain ranges around Tianlong Mountain shook violently. In the villa courtyard behind old ancestor Tianlong, a gigantic phantom of an azure dragon appeared, its mouth opened wide as though it wanted to swallow heaven and earth whole. The old man was silent for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and looked down at the old man below, enunciating each word, "In Phoenix capital, who still has the strength to kill both Ao Tian and Yin Jiu." The old man knelt flat on the ground, his soul nearly scared out of him by the pressure, but he still forced down his terror and reported in a trembling voice what he knew. It was Divine Phoenix Queen. Hearing the name of the one who had caused his descendants to die, the killing intent in old ancestor Tianlong's eyes instantly surged to the sky. He ordered coldly, "Explain clearly." After a brief moment of thought, Chiyu's alluring yet arrogant image appeared in the old man's mind again, making his throat go dry. Only after swallowing several times did he force out each word. "That woman entered the divine tribulation realm at only 28, sir." At this point, he suddenly remembered the strange formation she had used, and his voice grew even more vague and bewildered. "Ah, that woman also relied on a bizarre formation diagram I had never seen before." This lowly one vaguely saw that there were originally 2 paper figures on the yin-yang formation, yet they were suddenly twisted and snapped into by an invisible force. It felt like a ghostly hand was playing with them. As he recounted this, his whole body trembled violently, and his voice gradually lowered when at old ancestor Tianlong's terrifying gaze. Then he stammered that afterward, "She killed both Ao Tian and young master Yin Jiu." After hearing this, old ancestor Tianlong only narrowed his eyes slightly, his finger tapping gently on the armrest as he murmured repeatedly, as though pondering a hard-to-swallow truth, 28 years old, divine tribulation realm. Hearing this, the old man suddenly widened both eyes and gnashed his teeth, roaring with bitter hatred, "She is truly a monstrous prodigy. Such an astonishing cultivation speed has never appeared from ancient times to now." But before he could finish venting his hatred, old ancestor Tianlong waved his hand and shouted, cutting him off, "No." The old ancestor's eyes shifted, and another figure suddenly flashed through his memory. He slowly waved his hand as though brushing away a speck of dust, his voice calm enough to chill the bones. "If we speak of the word monstrous, there is still someone 10,000 times more terrifying than her." Hearing this, the old man's face changed violently, and his whole body jolted as though stabbed by a needle. Unable to believe it, he shouted, "If such a person truly exists, why has this subordinate never heard of him?" The only answer to the shock in his heart was a clear clink as the lid of the porcelain teacup lightly touched the cup's rim. That tiny sound was enough to make every shout fall silent. Old Ancestor Tianlong's face sank like the bottom of a pot as he calmly took a sip of hot tea, then said indifferently, "You climbed to this position too quickly, and your foundation is too strange. He has not roamed southern province for long either. While that matter happened 10,000 years ago, it is normal that you do not know." The old ancestor sighed softly, as though recalling a heaven-shaking story he had once happened to read in his youth. A faint trace of nostalgia entered his voice. "I only came across that matter by chance in an ancient text." Tianlong Ancestor recalled the records about Tianhong in the ancient texts and slowly recounted them. Each sentence struck heavily at the listener's mind. 10,000 years ago, Lin City once had a third young master of the Lin family, and he was the most terrifying prodigy the world had ever produced. At this point, the ancestor swept his knife-sharp gaze down at the man kneeling below. That icy stare made that man jolt in fright. He then spoke with deep implication. "Guess how long it took him to climb from foundation establishment to the peak of the longevity realm?" Asked so suddenly, the old man instinctively raised 5 fingers in panic and stammered in reply, reporting to the ancestor, perhaps 50 years. Hearing this, Tianlong Ancestor immediately gave a contemptuous sneer. Every word he uttered was cold enough to pierce the bone. He only needed exactly 5 years. The old man instantly widened his eyes, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. The news was like thunder exploding beside his ears, leaving him frozen for a long while before he barely understood. He trembled and cried out in a stammer. From foundation establishment to longevity in only 5 years. How could something so absurd happen? Seeing his subordinate lose all composure, Tianlong Ancestor only narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, in a deep voice, he continued recounting that legend from years past. The third young Master Lin was still only a boy at the foundation establishment layer at the age of 20. But from that moment on, no one knew what heaven-defying opportunity he had encountered. Mentioning Tianhong's astonishing cultivation speed recorded in the ancient book, even the ancestor's voice faintly revealed shock mixed with admiration. In only 3 days, he stepped into the cave realm. 1 year later, heavenly fire erupted within his body. Another 2 years after that, even the divine tribulation had to submit. In exactly 5 years, he stood proudly at the peak of the longevity realm. The steady narration suddenly halted. Tianlong Ancestor abruptly raised his face to the sky and let out a furious roar from deep within his chest, shaking the entire space. Tian was this old man's cherished successor, and also the one chosen by that great figure himself. His bloodshot eyes narrowed, killing intent surging upward. His hoarse voice sounded like metal scraping against metal. Yet he was killed by that divine Phoenix Empress. After saying this, Tianlong Ancestor activated a movement art. A strange green flame suddenly flared up, swallowing his entire figure. He furrowed his brows and roared his final words through the space. "This old man will personally make a trip to Phoenix capital city and settle this debt in full." Before his figure completely vanished, the ancestor left behind one more order. "Tianlong Mountain will be under your management for the time being." Tianhong's home, Phoenix capital city, Lin residence. Bai Yun was seated in meditation, cultivating. Pure streams of aura circulated around her body, gentle and soothing like a small brook. All of a sudden, the wooden Buddha statue placed on the table trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, it abruptly erupted with a dazzling radiance, illuminating the entire room. Looking closely at the statue, one would discover an extremely strange sight. Around the statue's neck, a tiny human figure could be faintly seen. Its blackened lips, as if poisoned, kept moving, seemingly murmuring ancient spells filled with sinister energy. That invisible sound was like countless poisonous needles stabbing straight into Bai Yun's mind, making her suffer so much that her head nearly split apart. At that exact moment, a mysterious surge of energy suddenly appeared, wrapping around Bai Yun like invisible yet gentle arms. The intense pain instantly vanished as quickly as it had arrived. Bai Yun had yet to recover, cold sweat beating at the back of her neck. She murmured in a trembling voice, What in the world is going on?" At the same time, she realized that the innate ki within her body had suddenly increased greatly in an inexplicable way. She widened her eyes, staring at the Buddha statue that was still giving off a faint glow, her heart full of doubt. Clearly, this is only an ordinary piece of wood. Even though she comforted herself like that, the extreme confusion on her face was still plain to see, impossible to conceal. Romantic evening at sunset. On the wooden table, the sculpture of Shi Yu, seductive in posture and vivid in color, was finally completed. Finished. Tianhong stretched comfortably, satisfaction clear on his face after the long time he had devoted to his work. He looked out the window and saw several people carrying bags and bundles, hurrying somewhere while constantly urging one another, "Hurry up, move quickly." Tianhong even happened to hear their heavy sighs. "Good heavens, we only had a few peaceful days, and now something has happened again." He merely pouted slightly, guessing inwardly that it was probably some idle brats stirring up trouble again. Thinking this, he could not be bothered to care. Just let our divine Phoenix Empress freely show off her ability. A clacking sound rang out as Tianhong quickly fastened the latch and locked the door tight. After locking the door, he immediately cheered with delight. "Work is over, time to go home and hug my wife." He did as he said, immediately rushing off at top speed. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he charged straight into the house and called out loudly, "My wife." Yu, gentle and graceful, was holding a broom and sweeping leaves. Seeing Tianhong, she smiled softly and replied in a gentle voice, "Husband, you are back." Before she could say another word, Tianhong rushed over like a gust of wind and hugged her tightly. Before Yu could even react, her lips were gently claimed by him. That passionate kiss lasted as though it had no end. It was so sweet that even the sun high above seemed to blush with embarrassment. Only after a long while did Tianhong reluctantly leave Ziyu's soft lips. Both their cheeks were flushed, and Yu shyly turned away, asking in a tiny voice, "Husband, if you keep kissing me like this, will there come a day when you grow tired of it?" Tianhong immediately raised his hand to cup her cheek, his voice firm. "Tired of it? Are you joking? I only want to kiss you more, again and again, forever and still never enough." After saying that, he was about to move closer again and continue enjoying the softness of her lips. Yu hurriedly pushed him away lightly, her voice coquettish. "Come now, eat first. Tonight I will let you make up for it." Two walked into the house hand in hand, affectionate and intimate. Tianhong suddenly remembered something and asked, "Ah, right, where is Miss Bai? I was going to call her to eat with us earlier, but I did not see her." Yu replied, "I am not sure either, perhaps she went out for something." Hearing this, Tianhong's expression instantly became full of meaning. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Then that is perfect. While it is just the two of us, we can eat and—" "How hateful!" Yu hurriedly cut him off, her face bright red. "When we are eating, can you be a little more serious?" At this moment, an extremely sumptuous dinner was already laid out on the table. Every dish was still steaming hot, its fragrance spreading through the entire room. Tianhong looked at it and nearly drooled, his eyes lighting up brightly. "Wow, amazing. Tonight's dinner is truly so abundant." In contrast to her husband's excitement, Yu showed clear sadness. "Let us enjoy a few good meals while we can. Perhaps we will not have the chance in the future." Tianhong asked while eating, his mouth still full of food. "What is wrong? Why would we not?" Yu slowly voiced the worry in her heart. "Today at the private academy, I heard the teachers discussing that an extremely terrifying longevity realm aura is heading toward Phoenix capital city. It is very likely that Tianlong Darin has arrived." She was almost certain of that guess. Outside, at the border of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty in southern province, the stretches of connected cities were already packed with soldiers holding long spears and wearing iron helmets. On the road toward Phoenix capital city, Tianlong Darin did not conceal his aura at all. His terrifying pressure could be clearly felt from 1,000 miles away, like a great mountain pressing down on everyone, making the soldiers tremble in fear. On this trip, his first purpose was revenge, and his second was to establish the might of the Tianlong dynasty. He wanted the entire southern realm to know who the absolute powerhouse truly was. Yu's eyes gradually grew tense. She stated with certainty, if the only longevity Darin of southern province truly makes a move, Phoenix capital city may be flattened in the blink of an eye. Worry was plain on her face. Sensing his wife's unease, Tianhong picked up a golden, fragrant chicken drumstick for her, gently coaxing her as though comforting a child. He said cheerfully, "My wife, do not worry too much. Our Phoenix capital city has been through countless storms, and each time it passed through safely. The heavens must surely be protecting us, and this time will be the same." Continued speaking while holding Yu, his voice full of trust. "Besides, the Divine Phoenix Empress has performed so brilliantly lately. The heaven-shocking formation already possessed tremendous power, and now it has been reinforced with a completely new guardian army, so its strength is certainly no ordinary matter." Hearing her husband's trusting words of reassurance, Yu could not help blushing, secretly thinking in her heart, "Hateful, he only praised me a few times, yet my whole body already feels light and floating." Like Tianhong, Yu replied in a tiny voice while eating, "Husband, this time is different, that is a longevity Darin." As she spoke, Tianhong quickly picked up a plump sausage and stuffed it into her mouth, looking utterly doting. "Come now, my lady, don't worry any longer. I have always trusted our divine Phoenix Empress. Just eat in peace," Tianhong gently coaxed, giving Shi Yu a sense of security, gradually calming her troubled heart. The sweet words of the lovers echoed endlessly, stirring the whole sky. "Eat this, try a bit of that." The scene was so intimate the sun seemed to sulk and set, as if silently complaining that they were withholding affection, making the food less enjoyable. The sunset gradually faded, giving way to the deep night that fell over the land. The flickering candlelight, Shi Yu draped in a thin, misty robe, snuggled against Tianhong, her voice soft as honey. "My husband, tonight let me serve you." Tianhong remained composed on the cushion, one arm around her, responding gently. "My lady, don't overthink. Everything will be fine." Xi Yu's delicate face nuzzled into Tianhong's chest, like a little cat seeking its final heaven of peace. She thought silently, this marital life is so full of trials. The peaceful days never last long, first Uncle Wang lurking, then the old clans peering, and now the detestable Tianlong dynasty. Though she had just passed the divine tribulation, even awakening part of the memories of the illustrious Empress Hai-Ho, ultimately she was still a mortal body. If relying on the city formation to face an elder immortal of the Chengsheng Dao, the chances of winning were likely less than 30%. Thinking this, Shi Yu grew uneasy, but resolutely pushed it aside. Well, life and death are uncertain. First she must ensure her husband's safety. Thinking this, she acted immediately, her hand gently stroking Tianhong's face. Then she suddenly claimed his lips in a deep kiss, making the scene burn with intensity. The initiative stemmed from vague unease, as if missing this moment would mean no future chance. The passionate intimacy was so intense that even the moon goddess on the moon would blush and hide behind the curtain. And surely the sun was holding a sign saying 3 words. "You bastards." A few days later, the sky outside Phoenix capital suddenly darkened, as if someone had snuffed out all light. In the air, the shadow of the Tianlong elder appeared, radiating immense authority, freezing the atmosphere. At that moment, Tian Yu stood beneath the city wall, sensing the terrifying aura, his face immediately pale, stammering. This aura, Tian Wu swallowed hard, continuing anxiously. Such a terrifying killing intent, it must be the old Tianlong Taoist. Tian Yu nodded repeatedly, his face drained of all blood. The speed is terrifying. He arrived earlier than we anticipated. The citizens, seeing the sky and earth change color, panicked completely, abandoning their sandals and fleeing like a swarm of bees. Screams echoed everywhere. "About to die, the old demon has arrived. Run quickly." In another city, shrouded in dark atmosphere and heavy deathly aura, Wu Wang stood on the city wall, tilting his head to the sky and shouted loudly, "Wu Wang Pu." He laughed so gleefully his beard trembled. "Ha ha ha, it's here, the final main course has been served." At that moment, a mysterious shadow behind spoke flatteringly. "Once the divine Phoenix Empress falls, our Wu Wang Pu will flourish, legitimately seizing the throne of the divine Phoenix dynasty." The man continued in a chilling, gloomy tone. "Then we will fulfill the leader's great wish, turning the entire divine Phoenix dynasty into loyal followers of the Dark Lord." Hearing that, Wu Wang was even more pleased, slapping his blackened thigh. "Then, I shall be the greatest contributor." "Excellent, excellent." His mad laughter echoed across the air, chilling listeners' spines. In the divine Phoenix Palace, a eunuch rushed in frantically to report, "Your Majesty, the Tianlong Taoist has approached the outer city." Shi Yu, draped in her majestic phoenix robe, eyes calm and unwavering, decisively gave orders and strode forward full of authority. Behind her were Tianwu and Tianyu, expressions tense but radiating absolute loyalty. For them, tens of thousands of soldiers had formed precise formations, all ready for command. Xi Yu's gaze was sharp as a blade, her voice resounding. "The Tianlong Taoist seeks to massacre my people out of personal grudge. I would rather die than bow." Generals received the command, their morale soaring. "I march with you to confront the enemy." The Empress's heroic rally was like a spark in a powder keg. Instantly, tens of thousands of soldiers shouted in unison, "Fight, fight, fight." The sound echoed across heaven and earth, morale soaring to the clouds. Xi Yu channeled her energy, her voice growing icy. City formation. Her image now was both resolute and tragic, carrying the life of an entire dynasty on her shoulders. At the same time, above the city, a massive compass formation gradually appeared, radiating mysterious and terrifying light. In midair, the Tianlong elder hovered, murderous intent blazing, his aged face contorted with anger. He ground his teeth, speaking each word. "You dare kill my most beloved grandchild. Today I will bury your entire divine Phoenix dynasty with him." As he finished speaking, Tianlong elder's Jingtian earthquake power erupted violently. Coldly he declared, "None of you will survive. Kill." Immediately, the ground below shook violently, cracking into large fragments. Even the unfinished wooden statues in a craftsman's small house trembled. The sudden quake forced Tianhong, leisurely in his room, to pause. He frowned slightly, muttering, "What little devil is causing such a ruckus, disturbing people's sleep?" As he spoke, he tugged at a strand of his silver hair. Under the effect of an invisible force, the strand gently separated. Corner of his mouth curved into a strange smile, his hand flicking lightly, the hair instantly dissolving into pale golden light. Tianhong pondered, serious. Let's test the effectiveness of this small toy I just crafted on you. At the same time, on the Phoenix capital battlefield, the gray sky suddenly flashed a strange afterimage, charging straight at the dense black smoke where the Tianlong elder stood. The elder was startled, staring at the mysterious smoke in the air, completely unable to comprehend what had just appeared. His face changed continuously, unease rising involuntarily. What the hell is happening? As he finished, Tianlong elder transformed into a beam of light, rushing toward the abnormal area. Yet as he approached, an even more terrifying aura suddenly descended, forcing him to halt midair. His pupils shrank, teeth grinding. Fear surged in him. What is this power? Could there be a Chang Sheng Daoist even stronger than me hidden here? While he was still confused, a hoarse, lazy voice suddenly sounded overhead. If you had not come to Phoenix capital, perhaps you could have lived a few hundred more years. Tianlong elder flinched, raising his head to look at the surrounding black smoke, then shouted, "Who is playing tricks?" The mysterious voice seemed indifferent, continuing calmly, "But since you're here, I might as well send you off a bit early." The words were so light, yet the elder's face instantly turned pale. So fearful, Tianlong elder still tried to appear firm, trembling as he pointed forward, loudly demanding, "You, what exactly are you?" Yet before Tianlong elder could hear the answer, a beam of violet light descended from above, tearing through space and piercing his body. After a moment, he bowed his head and realized his stomach had been pierced long ago. Tianlong elder's eyes widened, blood spewing as he screamed in horror. How is this possible? But it did not stop. The terrifying beam continued to fling him backward, piercing several towering mountains like skewers. As the dust settled, Tianlong elder's battered form pinned against the cliff finally appeared before everyone. Before he could regain composure, a shocking aura appeared above. The newcomer was Tianhong. On the scarred face of Tianlong elder, astonishment flashed. "You are..." The scene abruptly reverted to many years earlier, when he sat alone in a secret chamber filled with ancient books. In the dim space, lit only by an oil lamp, Tianlong elder carefully read every word on a tattered scroll. Tianhong young master, mastering Tu Qi by day, encountering divine essence by night, 5 years cultivating Chang Sheng. While concentrating, a small paper tucked inside unexpectedly fell, startling him to glance aside. On the paper was a portrait of Tianhong, his face cold and eyes arrogant. Seeing the unmistakably familiar face before him, Tianlong elder could not believe it, stammering to ask, You are Tianhong young master, the 5-year Chang Sheng monster, Tianhong." As if hearing something amusing, Tianhong slightly smiled, glanced down at the elder flattened at his feet, then let out a meaningful "oh." Even with his face bruised and a hole in his stomach, Tianlong elder screamed in panic. "Impossible, after 10,000 years, you absolutely cannot still be alive." Completely unlike that panic, Tianhong merely smiled calmly and asked gently, "Oh, you know me." Before the overwhelming pressure, Tianlong elder immediately clasped his hands, his attitude almost servile. He spoke with a trembling voice. "I was once fortunate to see the records and portrait of young Master Tianhong in an ancient text over 10,000 years ago." Hearing this, Tianhong flicked his eyes thoughtfully. A memory slowly surfaced, and he quickly understood the reason. Surely it was caused by that meddlesome Baihio Tanyan again. Then he looked down at the old man below, his voice calm but chilling. "You really should not have set foot in Phoenix capital. Having arrived here, I reluctantly take your life." With a severely injured stomach, Tianlong elder clutched his wound, eyes bloodshot, roaring in anger. "Young Master Tianhong, I don't understand how you could survive 10,000 years. Even an immortal descending to the mortal realm couldn't live that long." Speaking of which, his voice echoed, as if cheering himself on, "But you want to kill me? I'm afraid you're not qualified for that yet." At the arrogant words, Tianhong only slightly furrowed his brows, a mocking smile curling his lips. "Oh really? Even an ant at the realm of longevity speaks so boldly." Finishing, he raised a finger to the sky. On the fingertip, a strange black energy sphere gradually condensed, surrounded by a ring of mysterious light. Tianhong smirked coldly. "I also want to see what tricks you have." Instantly, the energy sphere shot from his fingertip, soaring into the air, transforming into a gigantic, bizarre formation. Streams of silver light rained down from above, pressing directly onto the mountain below. Below, Tianlong elder had no time to react before the terrifying pressure crushed him, spitting blood. The ground beneath him immediately sank and cracked into fragments. Despite the horrifying pressure, he gritted his teeth, bracing himself. Watching that, Tianhong controlled the formation from above, unable to suppress a delighted laugh. Where's your trump card? I haven't even gone all out yet. Hearing the blatant provocation, Tianlong Elder suddenly laughed like a madman. Ha ha ha. Then let's see. No sooner had he spoken, a dark, spiritual energy rose around him, filled with eerie mouths that would make anyone shiver. In the blink of an eye, the dark spiritual energy rapidly deformed, turning into a gigantic octopus monster, grotesque and terrifying. The scene made Tianhong furrow his brows in astonishment. He thought to himself, this is the power of the Dark Realm, so the Tianlong dynasty is connected to that place. As the thought flickered, a massive shadow appeared in Tianhong's mind. He clicked his tongue in disgust, silently cursing. Another scheme from that Dark Realm Lord. Remembering his face from before, I still feel itchy-handed. Snapping out of the memory, he was slightly startled to see Tianlong Elder retracting all the disgusting tentacles around him. At this moment, his whole body was covered by a layer of eerie green light. Without another word, Tianlong Elder transformed into a green light and shot into the sky, clearly trying to escape. Back at the gate of Phoenix Capital, Ji Yu's group held their breath, waiting for Tianlong Elder to fall into the trap, but things did not go as planned. Just then, Tian Wu suddenly pointed to the distant sky, shouting, "Your Majesty, look." His action immediately drew the attention of Tian Yu and Ji Yu. Ji Yu frowned, looking up and muttering softly, "This is the secret technique connecting the Dark Realm." Hearing this, Hayat Shashang Ren standing beside her couldn't help but exclaim in alarm, "What is happening? The evil aura is so strong. What has occurred that someone dares to bring the forbidden power of the upper realm here?" Ji Yu said nothing, only raising her hand in front of her, heart tangled. Damn it, what calamity has occurred? But now, she absolutely could not act recklessly. Leaving the Imperial City formation, she wouldn't survive even one strike from Taoist Tianlong. The air thickened, tense to near freezing. A jade-colored light suddenly tore through the dense white mist. A sword plunged into the towering mountain before the girl. At the same time, in the blood-red sky, streams of pitch-black air began swelling into bizarre bulges. Sure enough, they swelled and then exploded in sequence, revealing countless sinister eyes inside. Not stopping there, from the largest eye, a bony, slimy arm slowly extended. Tens of thousands of other eyes shifted continuously like hunting prey, making the already dark sky even more oppressive. All beings in Phoenix Capital held their breath. Just minutes later, as the smoke cleared, a gigantic figure appeared towering before Tianhong. It was a dark envoy, body crimson, horns twisted like drills, long tongue like a giant python. Seeing that monster, Shi Yu's eyes widened, her beautiful face turning pale as paper in an instant. Tian Wu, standing in front of her, could not hide his ashen face. Tian Yu fared no better, as the grotesque creature struck suddenly, his expression immediately changing. On the ground, tens of thousands of Phoenix Capital citizens saw the sky occupied by countless red eyes, and all knelt crying and wailing, "Divine punishment. This is divine punishment. We are doomed." Amid the chaos, Tianlong Elder, who had previously wielded terrifying power, suddenly laughed arrogantly. He puffed out his chest, shouting with glee as if blessed by fate, "Ha ha ha, the supreme power from the upper realm has descended. Young Master Tianhong, even if you are a true immortal, today you must die here." But that joy did not last long. The dark envoy behind him merely twitched a finger and flicked. Tianlong Elder was sent flying like a ball, spinning in the air before crashing to the ground. The envoy said irritably, "Hey old dragon, do you know how much resources it cost me to descend to the mortal realm? You dare disturb the upper realm's budget over your pupil." Hearing this, Tianlong Elder turned pale, crawling to bow repeatedly, but all he got in return was the envoy's furious roar, "You're dead." Finishing, the dark envoy pointed his dagger-like finger at the elder's small figure. The arrogance of Tianlong Elder vanished. He collapsed, reporting shakily, "Sir, Tian is dead." Hearing the news, the dark envoy immediately erupted in anger. His rage shook the entire mountain. "What? How could he be dead?" He roared to the sky. "He was the dark child my subordinate planted in the mortal realm." A stream of crimson aura burst from his body, shaking the space. Under that terrible pressure, Shi Yu clenched her teeth, gathering every fiber of strength to remain standing. On the other side, Tianlong Elder, closest to him, clutched his chest, face distorted, crying as he spoke, "Sir, it was this one. He stopped me from avenging Tian." He pointed directly at Tianhong, adding a blatant slander, "He is at the immortal realm. I am no match for him." The dark envoy squinted at that direction, then growled with contempt, "A petty immortal, in my eyes no different than an ant. Die." Only then did Tianhong slightly smirk, a cold smile full of mockery. "Even your dark realm lord had to tail between his legs facing me, and you, a mere envoy, dare speak loudly." Hearing that shocking remark, the Dark Envoy and Tianlong Elder simultaneously fell into a strange silence. He could not believe what he had heard, immediately shouting, "How do you know of the existence of the great Dark Realm Lord?" Tianlong Elder was also stunned, mouth agape, mind numb from information beyond comprehension. Before anyone could process the truth, the Dark Envoy raised his hand high. In his palm, a blood-red energy sphere quickly condensed, growling continuously. "You dare disrespect the supreme upper realm, you seek your death." No sooner had he spoken, a destructive beam shot straight from the sphere. The violent light tore through the air at a terrifying speed, clearing everything in its path, leaving behind only a trail of glowing magma. Immediately after, an explosion shook the sky and earth, the light illuminating the gloomy sky. The energy sphere continued to release terrifying heat streams. Witnessing that, even though his body was shaken to the point of vomiting blood, Tianlong Elder still laughed excitedly. "Haha, unmatched divine might. A mere mortal immortal cannot be your opponent." Seeing the target seemingly annihilated, the Dark Envoy retracted the sphere, his grin stretching ear to ear, expression extremely triumphant. He stared intently at the thick smoke below. Seconds later, the smoke gradually cleared, revealing the scene below. When everything became clear, only a massive deep trench filled with boiling lava remained, with no sign of Tianhong. The Dark Envoy suddenly shouted in panic. Where did he go? No figure appeared, but at the end of the lava path, a blazing Yahello suddenly emerged. Right in the center of that light was a single strand of hair. Yes, just one strand. Fragile, seemingly able to fall with a touch, yet calmly withstood his lethal strike. Staring at that tiny hair, the Dark Envoy's jaw seemed to drop to his chest. He stammered, voice trembling as if facing a nightmare. This is merely a condensed magical body from a single strand of hair." Hearing this, Tianlong Laotou was so horrified his eyes nearly rolled back, and his whole body almost stumbled backward. He stammered for a long while before finally squeezing out a sound. "Ah." He understood what he had just faced. He was so shaken that he slumped to the ground, his mind in chaos as he muttered, I was actually suppressed by a single strand of hair." While he was still dazed by that cruel truth, that tiny strand of hair slowly descended into his palm. Tianlong Laotou stared at it, his face drained of blood. In his heart, he screamed. He had thought young Master Tianhong was at the true immortal realm, only to realize it was merely a Dharma body formed from a single strand of hair. He no longer paid any attention to the envoy above, who was trembling with rage. He cried out in panic, his voice filled with despair. "A single strand of hair is already this powerful. So what heaven-shaking and earth-shattering realm has his true body reached?" While Tianlong Laotou was still drowning in despair, the Dark Envoy also widened his eyes and examined the strand of hair closely. He calculated madly, because even his true body in the upper realm could not suppress a longevity Taoist with a single strand of hair. At the same time, in a small shop hidden deep in a corner of Fengjing City, Tianhong was sitting quietly in his room. He held the wooden statue he had just finished carving and sighed softly in helplessness. What a lapse. I thought one strand of hair would be enough to deal with that old longevity fellow. After saying that, he glanced to the side, a trace of displeasure flashing across his face. He had not expected those people from the upper realm to track him all the way down here. It seemed this venerable one had to personally clean up this pile of trash. As soon as his words fell, Tianhong vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a fleeting blur and a few scraps of wood scattered across the tabletop. The very next instant, he suddenly appeared before Tianlong Laotou, startling the old man so badly he jolted as if scorched by fire. High above, the Dark Envoy saw his arrogant back and stared until blue veins bulged. He roared in accusation, "You, who exactly are you? You even dare interfere in the affairs of the Dark Realm?" Hearing this, Tianhong merely tilted his eyes toward him, the corner of his lips curving into a smile of utter contempt. "Who this venerable one is, you are not qualified to know." He gave a faint cold laugh and continued calmly, as if discussing an ordinary matter. "As for that dark realm of yours, in this venerable one's eyes, it is nothing more than a pond for raising shrimp and minnows, yet you dare use it to threaten me." Those venomous words of mockery instantly ignited the Dark Envoy's fury. He gritted his teeth and forced out each word, "No matter who you are, if you have appeared in the lower realm, you absolutely cannot be your true body." That envoy stared fixedly at Tianhong's arrogant bearing, speaking loudly as if to reassure himself. "The limit of power the lower realm can withstand is only the early, heavenly, immortal stage. Everyone is the same. This seat may not necessarily win, but I absolutely will not lose to you." Hearing this, he burst into an amused laugh, then raised his voice and asked in return, "Is that so?" At that moment, a cold crimson light flashed in Tianhong's eyes, and a strange aura began spreading around him. He lifted his face toward the sky and let out a provocative roar. Then I want to see where your confidence comes from. A terrifying pressure instantly erupted, sweeping outward in every direction with he at its center. Tianlong Laoto had no time to resist, and was sent flying far away by that dreadful force. His beard and hair could not withstand the pressure, snapping off in clumps and leaving him only enough time to let out a miserable cry. In the blink of an eye, all his hair fell out, revealing a glossy bald head. Under the immense pressure, the robes on Tianlong Laoto's body were also torn into shreds. Right then, Tianhong suddenly raised the wooden statue in his hand, his eyes flashing with excitement he could barely hide. He smiled bewitchingly. "Leave the trash outside to me, and I will trouble you to watch the house." After saying that, he waved his hand and threw the statue straight into the air. "Go." In the blink of an eye, the wooden statue was enveloped by a strange light, then shot toward the center of Fengjing City. Immediately afterward, a dazzling halo appeared in the sky, like an artificial sun, sweeping away the gloomy atmosphere from before. In an instant, the entire Fengjing City was covered by a radiant golden barrier. Seeing that fantastical scene, the dark envoy could not help freezing in shock. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth, crying out in disbelief. This is... Even though Tianlong Laoto was in an extremely miserable state, he was no less horrified. He did not wait for the envoy to finish before hurriedly cutting in heaven and earth barrier. Before the two invaders stood Tianhong, proud and unyielding, a haughty smile on his lips. Behind he, the heaven-earth barrier radiated dazzling golden light. Yet the dark envoy laughed smugly instead. He glanced at he and roared, "Ha ha ha. Fool, you dare get distracted while fighting this seat, wasting strength to protect those ants of the lower realm." Not wanting to drag things out, that dark envoy decided to end the prelude. From the void, a blood-red spear appeared, so scorching hot it distorted the air. He raised his head high, his voice cold as if bestowing grace. "Consider yourself unlucky. This is the road to the Yahello springs that you chose yourself." As soon as the words fell, that envoy turned into a streak of black light and charged straight at Tianhong. The spear point tore through the wind, dragging along his mad laughter. "Crush you, insect. Haha." Ironically, the first target of that blazing red spear was Tianlong Laoto, who was blocking the way in front. The pressure from the immortal weapon pressed down like a mountain, turning his face pale as he stammered without forming a word. The poor old man only had time to scream in despair. The power of an immortal weapon. Instantly, a dazzling burst of light exploded, swallowing his aged body whole. Before the battle had even been decided, Tianlong Laoto had vanished beneath that destructive power. Right after that miserable cry ended, a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering explosion erupted, making the entire space tremble violently. Rolling smoke and dust covered everything. When the dust gradually settled, Dark Envoy's spear had unexpectedly stopped in midair, as if it had struck an invisible steel wall. But only a moment later, his blood-red eyes bulged wide, nearly popping from their sockets, revealing boundless terror. Amid the dispersing dust, a small figure gradually became clear. Tianhong's slender fingers calmly clamped down on the enormous spear point. The Dark Envoy cried out in shock. "No, impossible. What exactly is happening?" Opposite him, Tianhong had used only 2 fingers to stop that destructive attack. The corner of his lips lifted coldly, his voice unhurried as if giving a lesson. "This seat happens to be in the mood today, so I will teach you how the word knave is written." Without giving that envoy time to react, Tianhong lightly tapped the shaft of the spear. A crisp crack immediately rang out. Almost immediately afterward, the spear blade that had once been peerlessly hard began to split, then shattered into hundreds of small fragments that fell like crystal rain. Watching the long spear that had once been his mighty magic treasure turn into scrap, the Dark Envoy's mouth fell open and his eyes bulged in horror. Cold sweat poured down as he stammered, "My dark Shiyu halberd, how did it become like this?" Witnessing the treasured weapon he had poured his heart into be destroyed as easily as a toy, that man's spirit nearly collapsed. He roared in resentment, his pride crushed. "How can you ignore the rules of the lower realm and even break the restraints of the laws of heaven and earth?" Hearing this, Tianhong merely sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. "The laws of heaven and earth, they are nothing more than shackles meant for the weak." He swept his hand out with imposing spirit, his voice echoing, "As long as one's strength is great enough, so-called rules are nothing but cheap toys." At the same time, a miniature universe appeared in the air, countless stars glittering as they filled the sky. The Dark Envoy widened his eyes, his mouth hanging open, stunned, speechless by that magnificent yet terrifying sight. His voice trembled as he blurted, "What is this? This is..." But before he could finish speaking, Tianhong had already flicked his hand forward, his voice indifferent as if driving away some nuisance. "Crawl back to your dark pit." Immediately afterward, clusters of blazing golden light pierced straight through the Dark Envoy's gigantic body like arrows of the sun. Agony surged over him, leaving that man only enough time to scream in despair before he was devoured by the light. In his final moment, that man could only let out one long roar, filled with fury and unwillingness. After that heaven-shaking explosion, the smoke and dust quickly dispersed, and the sky gradually returned to its clear blue. Everything settled, a massive deep pit appeared in the ground, pitch black as if leading down into an endless abyss. Tianhong hovered in midair, silently looking at the result before him. From the void, a hoarse voice filled with venomous hatred rang out. "Who exactly are you? You can even casually break the rules of heaven and earth. My dark realm will never let you go." Faced with that distant threat, Tianhong only smiled calmly and answered softly. "This venerable one merely used a little immortal Dao power, yet you still dare mention revenge. You truly are a frog at the bottom of a well." As soon as he finished speaking, he gently flicked his hand, and the statue at the center of the barrier flew back. Time to rest, time to rest. Immediately afterward, Tianhong's figure gradually faded, leaving only a blurred shadow that merged into the smoke and dust before it had fully cleared. In the blink of an eye, he had left the battlefield outside Fengjing City and returned to the warm little room in his sundry's shop. As soon as he sat down, Tianhong immediately looked left and right, his sneaky manner no different from someone who had just done something shady. Only after making sure there was no one in the shop did he let out a relieved breath. "That was close. Fortunately, I handled it cleanly and did not expose my identity." At the same time, outside Fengjing City, all the people raised their heads and stared at the strangely clear blue sky. Everyone kept muttering, "Heavens and spirits above. Just now I really thought the end of the world had arrived." Amid the crowd still panicked from the terrifying shock, a man was helped to his feet by his wife, his voice trembling as he uttered, "How is it so calm now, as if nothing had happened?" In another corner, a man in green clothes lay sprawled on the ground, his face pale as banana leaves, ignoring the curious gazes around him, muttering to himself, what on earth had happened just now? The pressure was too overwhelming. It made him shiver all over. After the Jing-Tian Earth battle, his warm aura once again spread throughout Phoenix capital, the sky returning to its natural blue. Faced with this sudden upheaval, Shi Yu furrowed her brow, thinking to herself that clearly something was not normal. Contrary to her calmness, the two brothers Tian Yu and Tian Wu clung to each other, trembling like paper. After a long while, Tian Wu reluctantly regained composure, his face still pale as he muttered, feeling as if he would dissolve into smoke. His younger sister brushed her hair back, exclaiming, "How can the realm of immortality have such a terrifying level?" Which expert ultimately intervened? Hearing this, Shi Yu frowned further. Earlier, it was clearly someone from the dark world, a high-tier force. So who could possibly have killed that person? The aura of Tian Long Daoren had also completely vanished. It seemed the old man had really gone off to sell salt. Looking up at the clear sky above, Ji Yu's doubts thickened. Since the first ambush, all heavenly and mysterious assassins had disappeared without a trace. Afterwards, the 6 great fire saints invited by Ning Wang were also annihilated, and she began to piece together the incredible sequence of events. Those who spread terror before were now all gone, followed by news of the 6 sects being wiped out. Then being thrown a mysterious space ring filled with treasures. Recalling the object dropped from the sky onto her head, Chi Yu unconsciously gritted her teeth, struck by heaven. This time even the high-tier masters invited by Tian Longdao Ren were killed in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a thought flashed through her mind. Shi Yu stroked her chin slowly while reasoning, as if there was a mysterious force silently protecting Phoenix Capital, protecting her. Suddenly looking up at the blue sky, she wondered, could it be that the Imperial Court had uncovered the reincarnated identity of the dot, and sent a master down to guard? Not long after, at the outer city wall of Phoenix Capital, Chi Yu appeared at the site of the battle that had just occurred. Shouts of astonishment echoed behind her. Unable to believe these were the footprints of a passing deity. Facing the remaining overwhelming aura, she swallowed and tried to maintain her composure. On the city wall, a group of soldiers witnessing the scene could not help but exclaim, "Such power could alter the terrain. Never heard of before." Hearing this, Shi Yu's expression immediately darkened. She furrowed her brow slightly. The mortal world hides such immense power. From now on must act more cautiously. Thinking this, Shi Yu lightly tiptoed and flew straight toward the city wall. Upon landing, she smiled shyly, gesturing for the surrounding soldiers to disperse. All quickly bowed in salute and withdrew. Soon, only Zhe Jiu remained on the city wall, along with a tangle of anxious thoughts. With her current strength, she was far from capable of protecting this household. Unable to find a solution for a long time, she let out a heavy sigh, deciding to abandon it and let it be. At that moment, the handsome face of Tianhong appeared in her mind, making Shi Yu unable to contain her sweet joy. This time she could live peaceful days with her husband. He. Immersed in a gentle daydream, she suddenly remembered an important matter. Oh no, nearly forgot. It was time to cook for her husband. Thinking so, Shi Yu instantly became a streak of light racing toward the city, leaving behind a faint smoke and echoing calls to return quickly. That night, at the residence of Lord Wu, a roar of rage echoed from the distant pavilion. In the bedroom draped with silk curtains, a woman with a pale, trembling face pleaded, "Lord, forgive me. The maid did poorly. Please do not be angry." At the edge of the bed, Lord Wu sat silently, his expression dark. Seeing he did not react, she immediately knelt and prostrated, begging, "Lord, it was due to the maid's poor skill, causing your displeasure. Please give the maid another chance." Irritated to the point of a headache, Lord Wu rubbed his temples. As soon as he reacted, she rushed over joyfully, reaching toward Lord Wu's lower body, coaxing to help him regain pleasure. But as soon as the words dropped, his already gloomy expression turned pale, anger rising, veins on his forehead bulging. After a moment of restraint, he finally erupted, grabbing the face of the kneeling girl, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word. "Do not act on your own. Do you think I cannot lift my head?" She panicked and quickly apologized. "No, it is not that, Lord." But at this moment, Lord Wu no longer wanted to hear anything. Gritting his teeth, he ordered one word, "Leave." To save her life, she trembled and obeyed. In an instant, the figure fled from the room as if chased by a ghost, the door behind carefully closing without a sound. With only High Lord remaining in the room, Lord Wu finally let his anger burst forth, gritting his teeth, shouting in frustration, "Damn it, the cold aura just now was unbearable." All the pleasure he painstakingly built vanished. Nevertheless, the title of Lord Wu was not merely ornamental. Moments later, he forced himself to calm down, swallowing his humiliation, sitting cross-legged to regulate his breath. A thought flashed. This matter is absolutely not trivial. Must immediately inform the leader. Setting aside all personal emotions, Lord Wu entered meditation, forming hand seals with both hands, channeling spiritual energy to cast the Tianma transmission spell. At the same time, in a completely opposite place, a hand swung a bunch of keys, jingling cheerfully. The owner was none other than Tian Hong, bouncing along the road home, humming an aimless tune, "Oh, beautiful lady, oh, beautiful lady." Just as he reached the mansion gate, the familiar elegant figure of Shi Yu appeared, beautiful as a fairy, causing him to immediately call out, "My lady." Looking at his beloved, Shi Yu's eyes sparkled, her voice joyful, "Husband, you are back." Finishing her words, she did not hesitate, rushing straight into the sturdy embrace of Tian Hong, her small head nuzzling gently, her voice coaxing like a kitten, "Husband, I missed you so much, I could not bear it." Faced with the deadly sweet assault from his wife, Tian Hong, though showing a serious expression, blushed, responding, "You faint, I am back. Today's terrifying scene did not frighten you, my lady." She mischievously stuck out her tongue, "Do not underestimate me. I am an academy scholar. If I were afraid, those kids would have screamed." Then Shi Yu gently wrapped her arms around her husband's neck, whispering, even if trembling inside, must appear strong outside to boost their courage. Hearing her whisper, Tian Hong's heart melted, his affection deepened. He hurried forward, intending to give her a passionate kiss, but was stopped by her small hand. "My lady is the best. Tonight let this humble husband take good care of her." The sweet words made Shi Yu melt, embarrassed, lightly punching his chest while scolding playfully, "Annoying, we've been married so long yet still speak improperly." Though lightly struck, this kind of love for discipline only makes them more attracted, inseparable. They held hands entering the house, sweet like newly enamored lovers. The next morning, the couple set aside everything, enjoying a simple life together, hand in hand strolling the streets, shoulder to shoulder savoring street food, then traveling together everywhere, admiring picturesque scenery. Their small boat drifted slowly on the water, carrying deep and passionate affection, making even the sun above watch over them. Meanwhile, thousands of miles from Phoenix capital, an ancient city appeared amidst the clouds, white clouds drifting over curved rooftops, creating an unusually peaceful scene. Yet contrary to the tranquility, the ground below braced against the fierce storm, shaking the whole region. At the center of the whirlwind, massive ancient trees that several men could embrace were broken, spinning around the frail figures. Bai Yun, despite exerting full strength against the wind's destructive power, could not avoid a sharp wooden splinter sweeping across her face, leaving a deep red mark. The violent wind also tore her clothing. After a long period of gritting her teeth, her eyes lit up. The moment had arrived as her intent manifested. A golden lotus appeared on Bai Yun's forehead, shining brightly. She quickly cast her spell. In the blink of an eye, the lotus fell into her palm, law form of great freedom. Thousand hands Avalokiteshvara. Bai Yun lifted the lotus above her head, using it as the center, golden light erupting in all directions. Amid the storm, she shouted her manifestation. A colossal law form of Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva appeared, enveloping Bai Yun's small body. She immediately calmed her mind, focusing all her inner strength into the law form. Immediately, the ground below shook violently, Jingtian explosions erupting continuously from the whirlwind. Soon after, the fierce storm completely dissipated, leaving only the golden Avalokiteshvara law form floating in the air. Though her eyes remained closed, Bai Yun could clearly sense every movement around her. As the Guanyin Dharma image gradually faded, she spoke softly, her voice weary yet relieved. "It is over, the wind tribulation." After confirming that the tribulation wind had completely vanished, Bai Yun slowly stood up, a radiant smile appearing on her lips. Success. This was the first step into the divine tribulation realm. With the danger past, Bai Yun was so happy that she raised both hands high and laughed freely. The founding master once promised that as long as I survived the wind tribulation, he would let me follow him and work for him. Now I must set out to find him. Before her words had even finished, her figure had already turned into a streak of light, shooting into the sky and leaving behind a faint golden glow, and the deep pit beneath her feet. The forest that had just suffered such heavy devastation gradually regained its former silence. Not long after she left, two hazy figures suddenly appeared in midair. The two who had arrived were Wu Shi and King Lao. He swept his gaze over the devastated surroundings, then said in a low voice, "Someone just underwent the wind tribulation here." Hearing this, King Lao frowned, closed his eyes to sense for a moment, then replied, "Young master, Bai Yun's aura still lingers here." Wu Xi immediately raised his brow, a look of interest flashing in his eyes. "In that case, that woman successfully passed the wind tribulation." King Lao glanced over the scattered earth and stones beneath his feet, then answered thoughtfully, "Correct, that is very likely." Hearing the confirmation, Lord Wu Xi threw back his head and laughed with delight. "Ha ha ha, Bai Yun, oh Bai Yun, you hid yourself well. But in the end I still traced your trail." As soon as the words fell, the two immediately circulated their power, turned into two pale green streaks of light, and vanished in midair. Only Wu Zei's excited laughter echoed behind them. "We are going to find her." Meanwhile, Bai Yun had no idea that her whereabouts had been discovered. She was still flying leisurely through the air, admiring the mountains and rivers below while sighing inwardly. So this is the feeling of the divine tribulation realm. The speed is truly unbelievable. Fengjing City is already here. After flying around to her heart's content for a while, Bai Yun finally landed safely. Suddenly, she let out a huge sneeze, so loud that even she herself froze. Before long, Bai Yun was happily skipping along, blending into the bustling crowds of Fengjing City. She strolled down the familiar road and headed straight toward the little shop. As soon as she arrived, Bai Yun did not even bother knocking and simply pushed the door open. Seeing Tianhong intently carving wood inside, she immediately broke into a radiant smile and hurriedly cupped her hands in salute. Bai Yun greets the founding master. Hearing the familiar voice, he set down the unfinished item, turned back with a dry laugh, and reminded her, "Miss Bai seems to have forgotten my instructions again." Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, Bai Yun scratched her head, rubbing her hands together in embarrassment. After struggling with herself for a while, she finally spoke reluctantly, "Brother Lin." After only a moment, her embarrassment was overtaken by joy. Bai Yun immediately jumped up and excitedly showed off, "I succeeded in overcoming the tribulation." Hearing the news, Tianhong also laughed happily, waved for her to sit, and praised her repeatedly. "Excellent, very good." After saying that, Tianhong took out a miniature long spear from inside his robe. He spoke slowly, "I already said that once you succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, I would give you a gift." Immediately afterward, he tossed that small crimson object toward Bai Yun. It flew over at once and embedded itself in her chest, leaving her stunned for a moment. Looking at the light radiating from her chest, Bai Yun asked in a daze, "This is..." After thinking for a moment, an unbelievable answer surfaced in her mind, making her so excited that her eyes shone brightly. She blurted out, "This is an immortal weapon." Seeing Bai Yun so excited that she almost seemed ready to drool, Tianhong merely snapped his fingers arrogantly, a confident smile appearing on his lips. After receiving the legendary treasure, Bai Yun no longer cared about dignity. She immediately dropped to her knees, kowtowing again and again while thanking him nonstop. "Thank you, Founding." "No, thank you, Brother Lin, for your grace." As if suddenly remembering something, Bai Yun sprang up and said excitedly, "Brother Lin, did you not once say that after I broke through, you would assign me a task? Please give your orders." Hearing her question, Tianhong continued swiftly working on the piece of wood in his hand, and merely gave an indifferent command in passing. "Then make a trip to Tianlong Mountain and deal with all the experts of the Tianlong dynasty." Bai Yun accepted the mission and immediately cupped her hands, bowing respectfully. A mysterious aura spread from her body, turning into countless glittering butterflies that coiled around her. "Brother Lin, rest assured, Bai Yun will finish this swiftly." As soon as her words fell, the butterflies around her flapped their wings together, rushed out of the little shop, and formed a radiant river of butterflies flying straight toward Tianlong Mountain. That mountain was shaped like a dragon lowering its head, floating amid the layers of sky. In only a brief moment, Bai Yun had appeared right before the entrance to Tianlong Mountain. Gripping the immortal weapon Tian Hong had just bestowed, she and the swarm of butterflies charged straight into the mountain gate without the slightest hesitation. When the guards saw that the person arriving was only a slender girl, they immediately flew into rage, pointed at her and shouted, "Who comes here?" Seeing that she did not answer, they grew even noisier, daring to openly barge into Tianlong Mountain. "You want..." But before the words could be finished, a cold slash swept past, cutting off every unfinished sentence. Immediately afterward, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, tearing through space with an enraged roar. 12 tolls of the dragon frightening bell echoed everywhere, causing all the experts of Tianlong Mountain to immediately reveal themselves. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures rushed down from the Great Hall. One of them shouted loudly, "Who dares come to Tianlong Mountain to cause trouble? Do you want to die?" Facing the threat, Bai Yun only gave a faint sneer and replied, "My founding master ordered me to come here and sweep away the fighting strength of your Tianlong. Of all people, you had to provoke my founding master, so consider your Tianlong dynasty doomed by rotten luck." After hearing this, the Tianlong people burst into mocking laughter. "Ha ha ha, arrogant. A mere first-realm divine tribulation woman like you wants to wipe out my Tianlong Mountain." Before that man could finish speaking, just like the small fry before him, he was crushed on the spot by the giant hand of the Guanian Dharma image descending from the sky. The 2 companions beside him witnessed the scene, and were frightened out of their wits, hurriedly retreating. Looking at the miserable scene before her, Bai Yun merely scratched her cheek and tossed out a mocking remark. After standing frozen like stone for a while, the 2 remaining men finally came back to themselves, their faces already deathly pale. One of them asked tremblingly, his voice completely changed, "Is the thing in her hand an immortal weapon?" Seeing his fellow disciple vanish like morning mist, the bold man was so frightened his jaw almost dropped to the ground, and he stammered, "That heaven-shaking and earth-shattering move just now. Could it be the 1,000-year-lost supreme technique, the Great Compassion, 1,000-hand Guanian Dharma image?" Seeing that someone recognized it, Bai Yun, who was hovering on the immortal weapon, immediately grew excited, waved the weapon in her hand, and answered with a bright smile, "You have good eyes. Now then, please step onto the plate." As soon as the words fell, the Guanian Dharma image seemed to receive the order for a full assault. A colossal bodhisattva statue, shrouded in pale golden light and unmatched majesty, abruptly appeared before the Tianlong disciples, leaving them only enough time to stare wide-eyed and freeze in place. A single strike descended from the sky, and the terrifying power of the immortal weapon not only swept away the fighting strength before her, but also flattened several nearby mountains in passing. In the blink of an eye, the towering peaks let out rumbling sounds like a dirge from the depths of the earth, then collapsed one after another into ruins. After casually sending the small fry back to dust, Bai Yun sat leisurely on the immortal weapon and murmured softly, The founding master did not give any further instructions. But since I am already on the way, I might as well clean up Tianlong Imperial City too. Cleaning should be done from the inside out after all." At the same time, in Tianlong Imperial City, the sky was still blue. The golden sunlight poured down like honey, and the people were still immersed in the rhythm of daily life. Suddenly, a dazzling light tore across space, bringing with it an earth-shaking explosion, just like heaven had carelessly dropped an entire teapot into the mortal world. As for Bai Yun, the culprit behind that unexpected fireworks display, she had already ridden the immortal weapon and flown off without a trace. She leisurely smoothed her cloud-like hair, the corner of her lips curving with mischief. "The imperial clan is gone. From now on, this Tianlong nest can be left to those princes and nobles to fight and tear each other apart." At this point, Bai Yun suddenly stuck out her tongue playfully and thought inwardly, "But what does that have to do with this little fairy?" Meanwhile, at Tianhong's residence, the atmosphere was sweet and thick with romance. Day and night seemed to blend together, leaving only the intimate moments of the loving couple. So much affection that anyone watching would shake their head at the overwhelming sweetness. Everything began after Tianhong finished dealing with the old Tianlong Daoist, and Bai Yun also took on the task of cleaning up the remaining troubles. From then on, he and his wife comfortably enjoyed a life like immortals, diligently practicing the sport meant for 2 people day and night, without ever seeming to tire. The scene soon shifted to a dense forest, where lush green leaves covered the path. On the narrow trail, the graceful figure of Lu Lingyun gradually appeared. Only now, after a cross-continent journey that had lasted a full 2 years, had she overcome the difficult and dangerous road to reach the forest edge of Fengjing City. Lingyun raised her elegant hand to shield herself from the blazing sun, breathed out softly and sighed, "Fengjing City is here. I finally dragged myself all the way here." She suddenly froze, her hand unconsciously pressing against her heaving chest. Her thoughts were in turmoil. This the place where her first ancestor had set foot. Could she find him? And when they met, would he recognize this descendant who carried the same bloodline, or would he mistake her for a lost merchant? After thinking for a long while, Ling Yun ultimately chose to continue deeper into the forest. She walked forward calmly, unaware that in the distance, Wu Xi and old servant King were hiding behind the bushes, silently watching like two predators stalking their prey. His gaze was fixed on Ling Yun, a strange light flashing in his eyes, as though he were using some kind of probing cultivation technique. Under Wu Xi's gaze, the girl's body was covered in a layer of pale green spiritual energy, both pure and powerful. To him, this was clearly a gift from heaven, a rare masterpiece. Wu Xi unconsciously curled his lips into a sinister, chilling smile, then said softly to old servant King, "Look, I have just hooked a rare phoenix." Hearing this, King Lao smiled so deeply that his wrinkles creased, then immediately bent down in flattery. "Congratulations, young master." After speaking, the old man bowed his head respectfully, his tone full of fawning. "You have found another peerless beauty to bring into your harem." Wu Xi still wore that cunning look, laughing in a shrill voice. "King Lao, oh King Lao, who said Nanshan prefecture of the Xuantian domain was the most barren backwater of all. I think monstrous beauties here sprout like mushrooms after the rain." In his mind, the graceful figures of Shi Yu and Ling Yun appeared one after another, making him click his tongue in admiration. Before this, there had already been the divine Phoenix Empress, and now this green-clad beauty had appeared, still so young, yet already cultivated to the divine fire realm. The more Wu Xi thought about it, the more he felt his fate was far too perfect, and he could not help laughing aloud. "Ha ha ha, this young master's romantic fortune truly is not small." After speaking, his vile gaze swept over Ling Yun again, as though he were appraising a rare treasure, from her slender waist to the full figure in front. Then that gaze slid downward to her back, not concealing his base desire at all. He hurriedly raised his folding fan to cover the smile curving with delight. Inwardly, he felt smug in this world. Only conquering such exceptionally gifted proud daughters of heaven could make this young master excited to the extreme. Just then Ling Yun, who had been walking, suddenly stopped. In the depths of her eyes, a trace of icy killing intent flashed. Almost instantly, she turned around, her clear, but cold voice carrying heavy pressure as it rang out. "You sneaky little rats, get out here." Having been called out directly, Wu Xi not only did not panic, but walked out leisurely, a teasing smile hanging on his lips. "Little beauty, your perception is rather sharp." Looking at the frivolous appearance of the man before her, Ling Yun's face, which had been red with anger, suddenly turned a few degrees colder. She frowned, her eyes full of weariness and doubt. "Who are you? What are you trying to do?" Faced with her anger, Wu Xi merely gave a faint smile, his voice unbearably arrogant. "I see that your talent is quite good, so I have decided to grant you a heaven-sent opportunity." He revealed a smile he thought was charming, but the words he spoke were utterly despicable. "That is to become this young master's female slave." Hearing this, the fury in Ling Yun's heart instantly flared. She pointed straight at his face, gritting out each word. "What filthy rogue crawled out of some corner? Are you dreaming in broad daylight? Get out of my sight, or do not blame me for beating you until even your parents cannot recognize you." Faced with such a fierce reaction, Wu Xi merely pretended to sigh. Oh my, this young master originally did not want to lay a hand on a beauty. He raised a hand to his forehead and shook his head with regret. "Why must you force me like this? What if I accidentally hurt that delicate skin that looks as if it would break with a touch?" Right after that, Wu Xi's expression suddenly changed. His gaze swept over her from head to toe as if pricing a precious commodity, then he licked his lips lewdly. This young master would be heartbroken. Those words filled with evil intent instantly made Ling Yun's rage explode. She shouted, "Damn you," then quickly drew the jade flute in her hand. The moment the flute sounded, a phoenix condensed from emerald spiritual energy instantly took shape, carrying sky-high might as it charged straight toward the two men. The moment King Lao saw the illusion of the azure phoenix, his face changed in shock, and he cried out in panic, This is an 8th grade spell. Only a divine fire realm cultivator can cast an 8th grade spell." The old man stared at Wu Xi with wide eyes, his body trembling for some unknown reason, whether fear or excitement, as he stammered, "What kind of comprehension and fortune is this?" But contrary to the old servant's terror, Wu Xi laughed wildly. His face gradually twisted with excitement, and his mouth kept muttering, "This comprehension, this appearance, and even that stubborn character, it suits this young master's taste perfectly." After speaking, Wu Xi swung out a palm, directly meeting the azure phoenix charging toward him. While circulating his spiritual power, he declared loudly as though everything were already firmly in his grasp, "This young master must have you." The moment his words fell, two forces carrying immense pressure collided head-on. Immediately afterward, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion rang out. Because her cultivation was a level lower, Ling Yun could not withstand that terrifying pressure at all. She was sent flying, crashed hard to the ground, and let out a pained groan. Ling Yun's face immediately turned ashen, and a mouthful of fresh blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, enough to show that her internal injuries were extremely severe. Though her body hurt as if it were about to split apart, Ling Yun still trembled and tried to drag herself forward. An extreme horror surged within her heart, divine tribulation realm. She looked at Wu Shi with his lewd smile, her eyes filled with disbelief. He had reached the divine tribulation realm at such a young age. Knowing that victory was already firmly in his grasp, Wu Xi swept a calculating and wicked gaze over Ling Yun's entire body. She still lay there, using the last of her strength to prop half her body up. Blood continued seeping from the corner of her mouth, while the eyes with which she looked at him were full of hatred, as though she wanted to tear him apart. Ignoring that icy gaze, he narrowed his eyes with a smile and ordered the old servant King Lao take her away. This young master will have plenty of time to slowly teach her later. Standing behind him, King Lao revealed obvious unwillingness, but still bowed his head and replied, "Yes, young master." As soon as the words fell, the old man's aged yet large hands immediately reached toward Ling Yun, making the girl's face turn pale with terror. Though she was already badly injured, Ling Yun still used the last bit of strength she had left to retreat backward. Right then, a trace of resolve suddenly flashed through her gray eyes. She silently recalled the warning her ancestor had once given her. Tian Hong's tall and steady figure suddenly appeared in her mind, making Ling Yun freeze as she gritted her teeth in inner struggle. Before reaching the longevity realm, you must not use an immortal artifact casually. After a heart-wrenching struggle, she finally made up her mind. She could no longer care about that now. In the next instant, before the astonished eyes of Wu Shi and King Lao, Ling Yun suddenly shot into the air. That unusual scene made King Lao immediately stop his hand, standing frozen in place as he stared in shock. Realizing that a precious opportunity had appeared, she quickly clasped her hands together and formed a complex hand seal. Though her body was almost completely drained, Ling Yun still poured in all the spiritual power she had left and loudly activated the technique, Immortal Artifact, Zhang Taihuang Summon. The moment they heard the words Immortal Artifact, the faces of Wu Shi and King Lao changed at the same time. Both unconsciously took a step back, terrified to the extreme. Immediately afterward, a gigantic golden bell suddenly appeared before them, exuding an ancient and majestic aura as it enveloped Ling Yun's entire body. A deep bell chime shook heaven and earth. Her small figure was immediately hidden inside Zhang Taihuang's sturdy shell. Under the terrifying pressure from the aura it released, those two men could not hold out at all, and were blasted dozens of zhang away. The ground around Zhang Taihuang also split open, crisscrossed with countless cracks. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yun inside the bell immediately ordered, "Zhang Taihuang, take me away quickly." As soon as the words fell, Zhang Taihuang instantly transformed into a beam of golden light and shot into the sky according to its master's will. Lo, when the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, Wu Chei's figure appeared again. He suddenly revealed a crazed smile, his expression gloomy as if he were secretly brewing a terrifying scheme. Wu Xi tilted his face up to the sky, his mad eyes gleaming as he roared in excitement, "Immortal Artifact. This woman actually has an immortal artifact on her." As soon as he finished speaking, that man immediately turned to urge King Lao to give chase. "This young master wants to capture her, I must have her right now." In the next instant, the two of them turned into two streaks of light and shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they had already closed in behind the central Taihuang bell. Wu Xi's excited yet shameless voice rang through the mountains and forest. "Little beauty, do not even dream of escaping from my grasp. Hand over the immortal artifact, then obediently become this young master's female slave." Hearing those words, Ling Yun inside the bell could not hide her disgust. She looked back, cursing inwardly, "Heavens, how could I be unlucky enough to run into these two tyrannical plague gods?" Driven into a corner by the madman Wu Xi, Ling Yun's patience finally shattered. She suddenly whipped around, craned her neck, and shouted, "You perverted hooligan, you want me to be your female slave, not even in death." Yet that spirited resistance only made the other side even more excited. "Ha ha ha, beauty, before this young master, you do not even have the right to willingly go down and meet the king of hell." At that critical moment, Ling Yun suddenly felt a sharp, electric pain surge from her dantian. She bit her lip until it bled, forcing down a groan. "Ugh," she cried bitterly in her heart, "this is bad. My spiritual power is about to run dry." Ling Yun gathered the last of her strength and shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Thoughts churned rapidly in her mind. Should I gamble once and use the spatial power of the central Taihuang bell? But I still have not fully controlled it. If I fail, all my spiritual power will vanish like morning mist, and then I really will be a fish on the chopping block. She hurriedly glanced behind her and saw those two leech-like tails still clinging on without letting go. A reckless decision flashed through her mind, almost insane in its boldness. Forget it, there is no way back now. Only by risking everything is there a chance. Once the thought came, she acted on it. Ling Yun abruptly braked in midair. Her body spun continuously as both hands formed dazzlingly complex seals. Central Taihuang Bell, heed my command, 10,000-mile far escape. Though her body was already limp and on the verge of breaking apart, she still gritted her teeth and endured, pouring out all her strength to roar that final sentence. The moment her words fell, the Central Taihuang Bell immediately responded. From a tiny object, it expanded at an astonishing speed, radiating sacred light as it rushed straight upward, preparing to tear open space. Seeing this, Ling Yun's eyes lit up as though she had won the grand prize. She cheered excitedly in her heart. It worked. Without hesitating for even an instant, she raised her brows and urged herself on, time to run. At the decisive moment, King Lao's sly cackling suddenly rang out behind her, sending a chill down her spine. The joy in her eyes instantly turned into panic. Hee. With this old man here, girl, do not dream of escaping. As soon as his words fell, the old man's figure flashed and appeared right before Ling Yun, completely blocking her only path to survival. King Lao did not stop there. He suddenly raised his withered hand, aiming straight at the Central Taihuang Bell floating high above. A bolt of lightning struck the bell's body head-on, instantly leaving a clearly visible deep dent in the magical treasure. In the blink of an eye, the magical treasure that was gathering spiritual power let out a dry crack, then exploded into countless tiny fragments, glittering like crystal under the old man's terrifying might. Central Taihuang Bell could not withstand it either. It gave a miserable groan, reverted to its original form, and plummeted straight to the ground like a discarded lump of iron. When the Central Taihuang Bell lost its effect, Ling Yun's last trace of spiritual power was extinguished like an oil lamp running dry. Her body went limp, lost its lift, and began falling freely from the sky. Wu Shi, who had only been watching the show until now, immediately seized this rare opportunity. His eyes shone as brightly as searchlights, ready to play the hero saving the beauty with a smug expression. Beauty, do not be afraid. As he spoke, Wu Xi put on what he believed was his most enchanting smile, shouting loudly while stretching out his lecherous arm, intending to grab Ling Yun as she glared at him with hatred. But Ling Yun was hardly someone who would easily let him do whatever he wanted. Though her strength was exhausted, she still shouted for her magical treasure, Central Taihuang Bell. Immediately after, a desperate command burst out. Risk your life against that bastard for me. Following its master's will, the small Central Taihuang Bell immediately charged straight toward Wu Xi. It used its own sturdy immortal artifact body as a suicide weapon. Wu Xi was no ordinary person either, and immediately raised his hand to block the blow. The two sides collided violently, creating an earth-shaking explosion as thick smoke and flames swept across the entire space. The terrifying pressure from the blast caused the entire suburban forest of Black Rock Rong to tremble violently. Right then, from within the dense smoke and dust, a figure staggered out and plunged headfirst into a lush green bush. Looking at Ling Yun, wounded all over and lying motionless on the ground, Wu Xi gave a vile smile, his voice dripping with false sweetness. Darling, obediently submit to this young master, and perhaps you will suffer less. Even though she had fallen into a helpless situation, her spirit had not diminished. She gritted her teeth and replied, keep dreaming. Seeing that the beauty still looked disgusted, Wu Xi clutched his chest and sighed with feigned sorrow. Oh my, this young master also knows that force melons are not sweet and flowers picked in haste wither quickly, but using them temporarily to quench my thirst should still be fine. Watching his filthy hand slowly reach toward her, Ling Yun tried to drag her exhausted, trembling body backward. Her face was deathly pale as she cried out in panic, You sickly-faced demonic cultivator, what are you trying to do? Stop right there. Seeing the beauty before him looking both fragile and fatally alluring, Wu Qi grew even more excited. He nearly drooled, his mouth constantly spewing vile words. This young master's hand seems to have been pulled away by an invisible attraction from the beauty. Seeing his vulgar hand about to touch her chest, Ling Yun hurriedly curled up to dodge. She gritted her teeth as indignation surged in her heart. My spiritual power is exhausted. Can I only let others decide my fate? Is my maidenhood really going to end in this desolate place? Just as Wu Ji thought he was about to touch Ling Yun's scorching body, everything suddenly reversed completely. A surge of emerald light erupted without warning, sweeping Ling Yun away and making her vanish in midair. He stood frozen for a long while, his face blank as though his soul had left him, eyes fixed on his empty hand, his mind filled only with confusion. Realizing that the delicacy delivered right to his mouth had been snatched away by someone else, Wu Xi instantly flew into a rage. He snapped around and roared, "Which bastard dares ruin my fun?" The moment he turned, he was startled. Before his eyes in midair, Bai Yun was gently holding Ling Yun in her arms. She frowned, her voice cold as ice. Wu Xi, your nature truly remains unchanged even in death, spreading disaster wherever you go. Looking at his dazed appearance, Bai Yun's gaze grew even more contemptuous. She declared coldly, with me Bai Yun here today, do not even think of carrying out your filthy intentions. Contrary to her disgust, Wu Xi only froze for a moment before quickly calming down. He grinned widely and Bai Yun's name. Seeing two peerless beauties appear before his eyes, he suddenly held his forehead and burst into laughter like a madman. Ha ha ha, this young master's trip truly was not in vain. His face was full of roguishness as he pointed at the two of them and spoke. Bai Yun, this young master searched everywhere for you without success, yet unexpectedly, today you appeared before me on your own. The twisted excitement in his heart erupted violently. Around his body, a layer of deep crimson aura suddenly spread, thick with ambiguity. Wu Xi grinned obscenely, his voice extremely vile. Hee, this is bad. The fire inside this young master is surging fiercely. I can barely hold it back anymore. Bai Yun, today this young master has decided to take both of you back as cultivation cauldrons and practice the great dual cultivation art together. Hearing those shameless words, Bai Yun and Ling Yun both frowned, secretly cursing in their hearts. You shameless corpse demon. Today you can forget about achieving your goal. Wu Xi immediately charged forward, moving as fast as a wild gale. Still wearing that lustful expression, he roared with all his strength, accept your fate. His mouth still did not stop spewing obscenities. She belongs to this young master. Seeing that he still refused to change his old habits, Bai Yun could only circulate her spiritual power and unleash her family's inherited technique, Jade Maiden Concealing Veil. In the blink of an eye, her soft figure was covered by a dazzling golden radiance. The moment Wu Xi closed in, he immediately took Bai Yun's palm strike head-on and was sent flying backward like a cannonball. A sudden, intense pain made his face, which had been flushed with desire, instantly turn ashen green. He glared and shouted, "What the hell is this?" Immediately after, Wu Xi forced his feet into the ground to slow himself down, carving out a long trail of sparks. Only after a difficult struggle did he barely manage to stop. He still had not recovered from the shock, yet cold sweat had already beaded across his forehead. Wu Xi muttered, How is this possible? Unable to understand what had just happened, after pondering for a while, he stared fixedly at Bai Yun and realized in shock, you have broken through the wind tribulation. Immediately after, he covered his face and laughed like a madman. Ha ha ha. As expected of the Saintess of Jixia Academy, you truly are a monstrous genius rarely seen in 1,000 years. As he spoke, Wu Xi opened his fan to cover half his face, narrowing his eyes with a smug smile. Looking across this whole world, besides this young master, who else is worthy of you? Hearing those self-absorbed words shameless to the extreme, Bai Yun gave a contemptuous smile. She let out a soft, "Oh," her voice full of mockery. "Oh, and you think you are worthy." As soon as the words fell, she had already begun silently chanting an incantation. Meanwhile, Wu Xi noticed nothing at all and remained immersed in his own delusion. He laughed cheerfully and talked on without end. It is only a minor wind tribulation. Could it be that you have forgotten? This young master passed the fire tribulation long ago. After speaking, he glanced at Bai Yun, who was circulating her power in the distance, while his mouth continued pouring out hollow, honeyed words. Stop struggling in vain, obediently surrender and fall into my arms. The more Bai Yun listened, the more grating it became. In the end, she decisively pushed all that nonsense aside and focused all her mind on the spell. No need to say more, just prove it with strength. Seeing that the beauty paid him no attention, Wu Xi could only hug himself and sigh in boredom. Oh, how dull. The mocking smile on his face vanished instantly. He waved his hand to summon countless sharp swords, all pointing toward Bai Yun, the corner of his mouth lifting in ridicule. The future husband deserves a bit of punishment. Wu Xi shouted loudly, and immediately a series of swords obeyed his command, slicing through the air toward Bai Yun as she completed the final lines of her incantation. Just at that moment, she had finished channeling, her cherry lips softly moving forwards, Avalokitesvara magic statue. The spiritual energy falling from Bai Yun instantly converged, forming a colossal Avalokitesvara bodhisattva statue behind her. Pure radiance erupted from the magic statue, sweeping away all the scattered swords. Witnessing this surreal scene, Wu Qi's eyes widened in astonishment, unconsciously letting out a few sounds. Ha ha! King Lao stood beside him, seeing the terrifying power of the Avalokitesvara statue. His mouth gaped in horror. This is. Both stood frozen, their gazes fixed on the immense power emanating from the magic statue behind Bai Yun. At this moment, Wu Xi could no longer maintain a false calm. His face darkened, and then he laughed almost with amusement. The presence of this magic statue was indeed impressive. After speaking, he tiptoed and dashed toward Bai Yun like a lightning bolt. His body hovered in midair while summoning a giant crimson magic sword. Well then, let this young master be a bit more serious. A look of satisfaction flashed across Wu Xi's face, as if he also wanted to flaunt his magic sword. But before he could finish speaking, the Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva suddenly raised its giant hand straight forward, making him startle and cry out, "Oh!" Immediately after, a slender finger flicked his handsome face, instantly causing blood from his nose and mouth to spurt like a fountain. With just a simple flick, Wu Xi was sent flying miles away, hurtling like a misaligned shooting star. King Lao witnessed the entire incredible scene, eyes wide and mouth agape in shock, then shouted at the top of his lungs, "Young master." After speaking, he immediately turned into a streak of light, rushing toward where Wu Xi had just fallen, muttering self-reproach, "Damn it, I was too careless." As for Wu Xi, after that terrifying blow, he now sat amidst the scattered debris, coughing harshly, in pieces. He refused to accept it, roaring with rage. Damn it, at that moment King Lao rushed over like a whirlwind, hastily running to the young master's side, wrapping him in inquiry, "Young master, how do you feel?" However, at this moment, Wu Xi's ears seemed blocked. He heard nothing, his mind boiling with anger and doubt. How could this be? What the hell is happening? Wu Xi almost roared in his head. Even someone who has surpassed the 4 calamities of lightning might not be his match. Yet a girl who just surpassed one life is this strong. His fury erupted like a volcano, 2 clenched fists making noise, thinking madly over and over. Did this young master fail to defend against a single move from that wretched girl? Impossible. This must be a trick, certainly an illusion. Just as he trapped himself in the illusion, Bai Yun's sharp voice cut through everything. "Wu Xi, so this is all your skill amounts to." As soon as the words fell, the Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva behind her shone brilliantly, its compassionate gaze instantly turning fierce. Immediately after, Bai Yun slightly frowned, her cherry lips softly moving ancient magical formulas, the sound both mysterious and cold. Azure Dragon Formula, Divine Phoenix Formula, Golden Eagle Formula, Spell Release. The Avalokitesvara statue reacted instantly, thousands of arms transforming endlessly, moving densely to dazzle the eyes, each movement containing a terrifying killing intent. The Bodhisattva's compassionate face momentarily tainted with wrath like a war deity awakening from a long slumber. Facing that horrifying scene, Wu Xi's complexion turned even paler, mouth agape, jaw nearly dropping, fingers trembling as he pointed forward, shouting like a madman, "Impossible. How can she be so strong?" Not only him, King Lao behind was also stunned, his aged eyes now wide like bronze bells. Eyes glued to the illusion of the mighty Azure Dragon coiling, accompanied by a pair of phoenixes, one fiery red, the other golden like sunlight, swirling behind Bai Yun. Wu Xi's voice trembled to distortion. "Impossible. This cannot be real." Meanwhile, Bai Yun remained focused, finishing the final incantation, her gaze cold as ice, teeth gritting, vowing to crush the bones of that demon slayer to dust. As the final sound echoed, Bai Yun decisively raised her hand to the sky, shouting loudly, "Death spell." In an instant, the Azure Dragon and twin phoenixes transformed into 3 terrifying beams of light, screaming straight toward Wu Xi and King Lao at such speed that they couldn't react in time. Yet Wu Xi still tried to maintain his last shred of pride, hastily drawing his precious sword and roaring, "Do not underestimate this young master." He frantically swung his sword to form a dense sword formation, barely managing to block the attack of the Crimson Phoenix. Feeling that he had blocked the strike, Wu Xi's confidence surged again. He laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha, thought it was formidable. Turns out it's just a trivial trick." But his smile froze before fading. A golden blade of light appeared right in front of him, sharp as a knife. In the blink of an eye, the golden phoenix magic statue pierced through Wu Xi's chest, causing his body to flip backward. The pain tearing through his internal organs made him grit his teeth, channeling the remaining spiritual energy to resist, his mind filled with a bitter thought. Damn it, has this young master become so pathetic again? His body was hurled like a broken kite, falling straight to the ground with his backside up, pain searing to the bone. Before he could recover, the fierce Azure Dragon lunged forward, mouth wide as if to devour him on the spot. Wu Xi was so terrified that his face turned pale. All the young master's bravery vanished, leaving only a miserable scream, "Ah, King Lao, save me." Immediately, a withered but steady hand reached out, shooting a powerful stream of spiritual energy directly into the dragon's head. Then King Lao clenched his fist, retracting all the force. He stood in front of Wu Xi, his aged eyes narrowing slightly, coldly warning that not a single hair of the young master should be touched. Seeing this, Wu Xi couldn't help but worry, silently calculating with King Lao intervening. Today taking Wu Xi's life would not be easy. At this moment, Ling Yun nimbly stepped forward, clasping hands in greeting. "I am Ling Yun. Thank you for saving me. May I ask your esteemed name?" Bai Yun replied without taking her eyes off the enemy. "I am Bai Yun. The current situation does not allow distraction. We shall continue the conversation later." Suddenly Bai Yun paused, a look of extreme surprise on her face. "Wait, Ling Yun. She froze for a moment, such a coincidence, coming down the mountain this time and encountering someone related to the Grandmaster. Ling Yun, still hazy, not understanding what happened, asked again, "Sister, what's the matter?" On the other side, King Lao hurriedly bent down beside Wu Xi. "Young master, do not worry, let me tend your wounds," Wu Xi weakly whispered. King Lao. 2 lines of hot tears carrying humiliation and helplessness silently flowed down his once handsome, but now timid face in this calamity. Wu Xi not only lost to an unknown girl, but was utterly defeated, losing all dignity. Seeing Wu Xi's childlike weakness at having his candy snatched, King Lao was stunned, his face darkening, stammering, "Young master." Wu Xi gritted his teeth, eyes blazing with anger. The humiliation of today must not be exposed, absolutely not. In King Lao's heart, a heaviness settled. After this battle, the young master's Taoist mind would surely be severely affected. "I must handle it properly." Thinking this, he spoke with urgency. "I know what must be done." He struck his staff hard on the ground, causing an instant surge. "Rest assured, young master. With me here, those 2 shall not escape." Ling Yun began to feel uneasy, trying to speak up. "That was the evil man who earlier blocked my escape. Can sister defeat him?" Even Bai Yun shook her head, her face awkward, not daring to confirm that our opponent completely surpasses us in cultivation. "Old man is a Taoist immortal, and among the Taoist immortals, he ranks at the top." King Lao frowned, raising a hand across his shoulder, his hoarse voice carrying heavy authority. "Taste the power of my thunder god." As soon as he spoke, the sky suddenly darkened. A gigantic hand of purple-black lightning reached out from the clouds. Carrying destructive power, its brilliance shook the entire forest violently. At that moment, a pitch-black lightning bolt suddenly shot from the ground, like a greedy abyss swallowing the lightning hand. King Lao's eyes widened in shock. "Huh, that's that monstrosity again. Was it created by Bai Yun? A celestial weapon? Truly unbelievable. In half a day, I have encountered 2 celestial weapons." Bai Yun now exerted full strength, both hands gripping the spear tightly, bracing against Lao Cheng's attack. Both Wu Xi and the old man stood frozen, nearly flipping backward from the celestial weapon. Another celestial weapon. Could it be that celestial weapons are now as common as in the market? Spear in Bai Yun's hand blazed with a rare, fierce aura, its brilliant radiance drawing every gaze toward her. Ling Yun trembled, hardly daring to believe the scene before her. Could it be that she also possessed celestial energy? The black lake condensed by the celestial energy gradually shrank, and the colossal hand of lightning completely dissolved into nothingness. Bai Yun maintained her defensive stance, while everyone around her stood frozen, motionless as if turned to stone. Sweat rolled in large drops down her face from exertion. Is this truly the power of the 7-fold longevity realm? It's unbelievably terrifying. Yun Wu Xi, both jealous and furious, pointed at Bai Yun and shouted, "This cannot happen. Why do you also have celestial energy?" Before finishing his words, that man suddenly froze, startled by the thought that had just flashed in his mind. "Wait, something's wrong." An old tale was suddenly recalled by the prince with a suspicious tone. It was said that 10,000 years ago, Xianzan founded the Tacha sect, suppressing countless strong warriors across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In that year's secret chamber, he stored numerous treasures and powerful legacies. Before ascending, Xianzan left everything to the Tacha sect. Wu Xi speculated as he spoke, his gaze on Bai Yun as if looking at a living treasure. Could it be that you have found Lu Xianzan's secret chamber?" The girl maintained a calm demeanor, even showing a trace of provocation. "Oh, you think I would tell you?" Hearing this, the young master immediately grinned with a wickedness that provoked anger. "Humph, ha ha ha. I will find a way to make you confess yourself." Immediately after, he turned to order King Lao. "This concerns the celestial treasure, give it your all. Absolutely do not let them escape." King Lao bowed. The old servant understood. Then he roared, his eyes suddenly blazing as the spiritual energy in his body was pushed to the limit. His gaunt, emaciated body rapidly swelled, clothes tearing, muscles bulging like slabs of stone. Lightning coiled around him like electric serpents. The ground beneath cracked under the immense pressure. In an instant, the frail old man transformed into a muscular giant, exuding an aura of destruction. Feeling that oppressive aura, Bai Yun felt uneasy, cold sweat soaking her back. 7th layer of the longevity realm, indeed, terrifying to the extreme. King Lao inhaled deeply, then slowly exhaled a blast of scorching air. In a flash, his gigantic body vanished from its original spot, then appeared directly in front of Bai Yun, unleashing a fist with the force of 10,000 thunder strikes. The terrifying speed made Ling Yun's soul nearly leave her body. Fast, too fast. Bai Yun had no choice but to use her celestial energy to defend, creating a black mirror to counter the attack. The lightning power was reflected back, striking the ground and crushing a vast area. The saintess staggered, hands trembling as she gripped the spear, her breath labored, face smeared with mud. It hurts so much, my shoulders feel like they are about to detach. Bai Yun frowned slightly, silently cursing. Damn it, even with celestial energy, facing a half-celestial of the 7th longevity level is still too difficult. After devastating a large area, King Lao stood like a mountain, his voice full of disdain. To withstand a single strike from me in this state, your little lady deserves praise. That was all there was to it. Behind them, Wu Shi laughed with delight. Capture her alive. This young master wants to personally torment the wretched Bai Yun. Hearing this, the girl in front sighed lightly. She stared at the young master, her eyes full of anger, blurting out an obscene curse. Damn it, what should we do now? Ling Yun lightly touched Bai Yun's shoulder and whispered, Sister, quickly transfer your magic power to me. This is our last chance to escape. The saintess did not hesitate, immediately agreeing and sending all the spiritual energy from her body outward. Done. On the other side, the young girl also revealed her trump card. Tai Huang Bell, do your work. The ancient bell immediately expanded, enveloping the two inside while forming a solid barrier outside. Damn it, they intend to escape. At this moment, the master-servant pair finally realized their scheme. King Lao roared and immediately pursued. Do not even think of escaping. Wu Qi from behind also shouted. King Lao, do not let them get away. Ling Yun peeked out from the barrier, sticking out her tongue playfully. The old man lunged but only grasped empty air. Tai Huang Bell had transported the two through space, leaving no trace. The others could only watch helplessly furious while they departed, leaving taunting ladder behind. Ling Yun held Bai Yun tightly, chattering nonstop. Thank you, sister, for saving us. Sister, you are unbelievably cool. She smiled in response. It's fine. He and that man are sworn enemies. Of course we cannot let him succeed. Bai Yun's voice faltered slightly. Oh right, do you need? The innocent girl immediately asked. Sister, is something wrong? Saintess began silently considering. This younger sister is young but has entered the divine fire realm, protected by divine energy. Her potential makes her very suitable for joining the academy of our sect. But if she is invited now, it may feel forced. Better to observe for a few more days before deciding. Thinking this, she smiled, brightly, speaking gently. It's nothing. So what is your next plan? She continued, her voice tinged with concern. That Yun Wuxi is not easy to deal with. He will certainly not let you go easily. Hearing this, Ling Yun's expression darkened, her voice quieter. I don't know yet. Bai Yun suggested proactively. How about you follow me to Phoenix Capital? It's not far, and if we remain outside, Wu Si will eventually find us. The girl added anxiously. If he prepares better next time, we may not escape so easily. The other gently placed a hand on her shoulder, soothing her. It's okay. Bai Yun pulled her junior sister into her embrace, then pointed to the sky. If he and that old man dare to come, death will be their only outcome. Tai Huang Bell safely emerged from the spatial rift. Our ancestor could even kill high-ranking beings in the upper realm. A longevity Taoist is nothing. A single breath would send them flying. Elsewhere, Tianhong was carefully cleaning the walls when suddenly he heard a call. Brother Luan. Bai Yun smiled as she entered with Ling Yun. I'm back. At the sight of the person before her, the young girl froze, words stuck in her throat. Tears streamed down Ling Yun's face from emotion. Senior, I finally found you. Bai Yun was astonished, while Tianhong looked very pleased. Wait, Junior Luan, do you know each other? Could this be the legendary senior you have sought day and night? Ling Yun still sobbed in overwhelming joy. At that moment, a chair was leisurely pulled beside them. Now, didn't I initially tell you to take care of the Luan family properly? Why rush here now? His junior sister did not argue, immediately taking out a rolled-up scroll. For Ling Yun, nothing else seemed important. She only wanted to confirm one thing. Ignoring roundabout words, the young girl boldly asked directly, Senior, are you really the distant ancestor of our Luan family? Bai Yun stood beside her, eyes wide in surprise, wondering where the girl found this. Tianhong then displayed a sorrowful expression, genuinely mournful. Alas, I never expected Lin Jai still kept this painting of mine. He spoke in a way that made the innocent girl fully believe him, then nodded seriously. Yes, I am young master Tianhong. Lin Jai is the son of my 7th brother. The young man leaned back in his chair and slowly put away the portrait. Back then, when I ascended to the upper realm, my heart always ached for my homeland. By the time I returned, 7th brother had long since passed away. Tianhong's mind suddenly conjured the familiar figure of that disciple from back then. I left my nephew, Lin Ji, with the Lin family and passed all my cultivation experience onto him. I never thought he would treasure this object so dearly. His fingertips brushed lightly over the paper, faded by the years. Every stroke of ink in this painting held his deep affection. What a pity that after 1,000 years, everything had turned to dust and sand. He looked toward the ancestral altar inside the house, where wooden spirit tablets carved with the names of the deceased were arranged. Ling Yun's legs suddenly went weak, and her whole body unexpectedly collapsed to the floor. With tears brimming in her eyes, the little girl choked up and clasped her hands in reverence. Ancestors above, please bear witness, Ling Yun bows in gratitude. In this life Ling Yun still has family. Her kneel was too forceful, jarring the wounds on her body, and blood immediately seeped out, staining the hem of her gray robe red. Sudden pain struck Ling Yun, making her face turn pale as her body trembled slightly. Seeing this, Tianhong's expression changed at once, and he hurriedly asked, "You are injured. What exactly happened?" Bai Yun quickly spoke up on her behalf and began recounting everything in meticulous detail, leaving nothing out. Grandfather, our Ling Yun ran into the noble son of the princess of the extreme Dao Immortal Palace. As she spoke, she gestured wildly, describing it so vividly that anyone watching would want to hand her the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress on the spot. Tianhong beside her could only keep nodding like a puppet. When she reached the most dramatic part, she even grabbed her own throat to add a touch of sorrow. After finishing, Bai Yun gave a firm conclusion. That is exactly what happened. Tianhong sank into thought. In his memory, the mortal world was divided into 4 distinct regions. In the central continent back then, there had been 4 great palaces, Jixia Extreme Dao, Red Dust and World, but he was only familiar with Jixia. His hand unconsciously clenched. Those small fry back then were not even worthy of this sovereign's glance, yet now they dare step on others' heads and act so arrogantly. He muttered softly, letting out a few annoyed curses. Bai Yun was also startled when she heard this, and immediately sat down on the floor, covering her face with both hands in embarrassment. Jixia Academy truly is a useless lot. They had 10,000 years of peace, yet still let the extreme Dao Immortal Palace ride over their heads, truly making this ancestor lose face. Tianhong rubbed his chin, appearing thoughtful. Since they dared to injure you, this grudge... 2 pitiful young ladies immediately clasped each other's hands tightly, their shimmering eyes looking up at their ancestor, hope swelling in their hearts, as if they had found a mighty backer. Yet after pondering for a while, that mighty mountain calmly uttered a bone-chilling sentence. Then go take revenge yourselves. Bai Yun and Ling Yun froze for several seconds. All the expectations in their hearts shattered like bubbles. The 2 spoke in unison, letting out a bewildered sound of disbelief. Bai Yun hurriedly burst into tears, her voice bashful. "Master, beside that bastard is an old expert at the 7th layer of longevity." She gestured with her hand and continued, "We only have familiar immortal artifacts, and if we want to fight that old man evenly, we may have to wait another 10 years. Tianhong merely waved his hand and strolled over calmly. 10 years is too long. I will give you 2 things, and that will be enough. Ling Yun watched his every movement intently. The young woman Bai Yun also tilted her head to look, her face filled with curiosity. He stood between the 2 of them with an imposing bearing, raising both hands high as if bestowing grace, then called out loudly, "One dream passes 1,000 autumns." One of his hands immediately formed a seal, and a dazzling light flashed at his fingertips. What night is this night? But right after that, instead of transmitting a divine ability, Tianhong brought down a painful knuckle rap on each of their heads. That blow made both of them react in an extremely graceful manner. He stood still and waited a while longer, his gaze still resting on the 2 girls. In just a moment, both of them fell unconscious one after another. Ling Yin even planted her face straight into the ground. Without another word, he picked both of them up with his hands, then walked leisurely into the room covered by a cloth curtain. He passed along the familiar stone-paved path beneath the tiled eaves. After that, he gently placed the 2 girls on the bed. Then he crossed his arms and stood watching, proudly muttering, "This is the supreme immortal scripture created by the Demeng scripture master. With their current realm, 1 night in a dream is no different from 10 years of bitter cultivation." His gaze unintentionally swept over a few places that were somewhat exposed, because the 2 young ladies' sleeping positions. He said calmly, "Sleep well and comprehend your own opportunities." After that, he left the place and went to Hong Shi Yu woodcarving shop, a small toy store with its doors tightly shut. In Tianhong's room, Bai Yun was still sleeping soundly. Beside her, Ling Yun lay with her legs stretched out, looking very comfortable. A soft bed drew both of them deep into a state of relaxation. Suddenly, both of them trembled lightly, their faces creasing as if they were enduring something unpleasant. In Bai Yun's emerald green eyes, the haze gradually faded, replaced by visible shock. She hurriedly sprang up and stared fixedly at her hands. Then she stammered, half-step longevity. Beside her, Ling Yun could not hide her astonishment either. I have passed through the wind tribulation." The 2 stared blankly at each other, then asked at the same time, "Elder sister, younger sister, just how long has passed?" Just then Tianhong appeared at the doorway and spoke calmly. "Oh, you are both awake. You slept well for the night." Overwhelmed by surging emotion, the 2 immediately ran to him. "Brother Lin, what exactly is going on?" Her eyes shone with trust and admiration. I only slept once, so why does it feel as if I have cultivated for 10 whole years? Tianhong explained leisurely. Demeng thousand autumns, what night is this night? That is precisely the effect of the Da Meng heart scripture. Hearing this, Bai Yun immediately came up with a daring thought, her eyes lighting up. Since the Da Meng heart scripture is so miraculous, why not let us sleep one more time? She was so excited that even the space around her seemed dyed pink. In that case, would we not be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step and directly become longevity powerhouses? Smack. Tianhong showed no courtesy at all and flicked her forehead hard, making it throb with pain. He crossed his arms and said sternly, haste makes waste. Entering Da Meng will greatly affect the primordial spirit. If you continue, I fear divine souls will fall into disorder, and in the end you will become fools. Bai Yun immediately pouted and turned away, rubbing the bump on her forehead with one hand, her face full of regret. Tianhong reached into his robe pocket again. He rummaged for a moment, then took out a small wooden statue. Ling Yun, take this. Ling Yun obediently reached out and accepted the object. He looked at the item in her hand, her eyes full of doubt. This is, Tianhong answered calmly, a sword from the great river in the heavens, a scroll of poetry, a jar of wine, a long song, and a sword at the end of the sky. How much you two can comprehend will depend on your own fate. Shi Yun immediately cut in, his eyes brimming with admiration. Little sister, this is a great opportunity. It contains the supreme Dao charm left behind by Brother Lin. The young girl was so moved that she immediately knelt down and said respectfully, thank you, distant ancestor, for your grace. Tianhong hurriedly waved his hand, signaling for her to stand. Do not call me distant ancestor anymore. It sounds far too distant. From now on, just call me Brother Lin. After saying that, he leaned close to her ear and lowered his voice to warn her. One more thing, you must never let my wife know my true identity. Remember that. Then he returned to the main matter, his pensive gaze turning in one direction. In the painting, there is an old man and a young man. I suspect they are the two people you just mentioned. Profound look flashed across the young man's face, his voice light yet icy. Now you can go take revenge. Hearing this, the two girls immediately perked up and cracked their knuckles together as if warming up. Yes. As soon as the words fell, both of them turned into two streaks of light and shot out through the room door like lightning, leaving Tianhong standing there with a meaningful smile. At the same time, the Shenfeng Imperial Palace was bathed in brilliant golden sunlight. Two figures, one old and one young, leisurely walked up to the city gate. King Lao and Wu Qi strode forward with arrogant expressions. The guards quickly noticed the strangers and immediately raised their spears to block the way in a vigilant stance. Two spears crossed in front of them, and one man shouted loudly, the Imperial Palace is a forbidden place, no entry without business. Step back at once. But before his words had even ended, a spray of blood burst out. The unlucky soldier had not even understood what happened before he was struck down on the spot. King Lao respectfully raised his hand in invitation. Young master, please. Wu Qi fluttered his paper fan, his face satisfied. It has been 2 years since I tasted blood. The air truly feels much more pleasant. The two calmly stepped over the blood beneath their feet and leisurely entered the Imperial Palace, as if strolling through their own courtyard. Inside the brightly lit palace, every chamber was built with exquisite craftsmanship, yet everything was strangely silent. The sign for the cultivation room appeared clearly before their eyes. Inside the room, Ziyu was still focused on cultivation, sweat soaking her bare back. She was utterly concentrated, regulating the surging spiritual energy around her and guiding it along a steady, harmonious path. It would be difficult for even the slightest outside fluctuation to escape her senses. Ziyu suddenly opened her eyes, her brows tightly furrowed, her expression turning extremely grave. With a mere wave of her hand, the clothes on her body changed at once, and her innocent girlish appearance vanished completely in the blink of an eye. As she rushed outside, she took the chance to tie her glossy hair high. A figure flashed out of the room, so fast that the naked eye could barely keep up. Shi Yu hovered in midair, right above the palace gate, coldly observing the situation below. Her face darkened, anger clear in her voice. Who are you people to dare barge into the Imperial Palace without permission? Wu Xi nearly dropped his paper fan, his peach blossom eyes seeming dazed by her beauty. A beauty, truly and peerless beauty. A woman like this should only exist in the immortal realm, so how could she appear before me? She is truly beautiful to the extreme. He seemed to have wandered into a splendid dream, but he quickly regained his composure, adjusted his expression, and put on a solemn look. I am Wu Xi, and I have come here today to bring you good news. Ziyu quietly observed King Lao beside him, inwardly raising her guard. This old man was definitely not simple. She raised her brow slightly, her voice carrying a hint of mockery. Oh, then let me hear it. Wu Si said without hesitation, calm and composed. This young master has taken a liking to you. This is a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes, so I have decided to take you as my female slave. Hearing this, Shi Yu's beautiful face instantly darkened, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop. Her voice was icy, each word like a blade. You want to die. King Lao abruptly slammed his staff onto the ground, creating a thunderous boom. The entire imperial palace shook violently, and a simple movement from him was enough to cause a tremor like an earthquake. Yu could not help being horrified by that terrifying power. The old man spoke arrogantly. My young master values you and wants you as his female slave. That is your honor. Do not refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Ziyu's eyes grew even colder, and she swiftly made her judgment. A 7th level longevity expert. They are definitely not from southern continent. After that she replied coldly, I do not submit to those weaker than me. Ziyu slowly descended to the ground, her aura not losing to the other side in the slightest. With only you are not even worthy to carry my shoes. Wu Si not only did not get angry, he even let out a contemptuous laugh, as expected of the people from the barren southern continent. He spoke with open disdain. You are merely a divine phoenix empress, who has just passed the wind tribulation, yet you already dare be this arrogant. He fluttered his fan, his manner haughty and self-important. This young master will broaden your horizons. If I cannot take you down within a few moves, this young master will take you as my main wife. Knowing clearly that she had no chance of defeating that old monster in green, Shi Yu quickly calculated. Her only way was to provoke this shameless young master and force him to fight personally. Only by subduing him would she have a chance to escape. Thinking this, she immediately acted, deliberately giving the other side a sliver of hope. Fine, I will give you a chance. Standing high above, she declared proudly, if you can defeat me, I will become your female slave. But if you lose, leave southern continent immediately. When Wu Shi heard this, he was overjoyed as if he had obtained a treasure, and hurriedly replied, good, good, good. This young master agrees. He even raised the stakes himself. If this young master cannot subdue you within 3 moves, I will obediently leave. Without giving him time to say more, Ji Yu clenched her fists, her figure vanishing in a flash before charging straight toward that young master like a ghost. Wu Shi not only did not dodge, he instead laughed wildly. Excellent. The stronger you are, the more interesting this becomes. This young master is getting more and more excited. He swung his fist to meet her, his aura no less fierce. Only one thought remained in his mind: conquering an unyielding heavenly prodigy like her would be enough to prove his own dominance. Although the punch missed its target, the remaining force still caused a nearby structure to explode, turning it into ruins in the blink of an eye. King Lao stood to the side and watched, his expression still calm as if he were watching a play. Wu Shi proudly raised one finger, his voice filled with arrogance. One move. The corner of Ji Yu's curved slightly, and a cold smile gradually appeared. The moment that young master saw that smile, his heart suddenly jolted. Ji Yu merely raised her hand unhurriedly and pointed at the sky, and immediately, a terrifying pressure descended straight from above onto the heavenly Emperor Dharma idol. From beyond the 9th heaven, a colossal sacred phantom with features faintly resembling hers slowly descended. Wu Si, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, now looked as if his jaw was about to drop to the ground, his eyes wide as he stared at the woman before him. Even King Lao could no longer maintain his usual composure. Before that old body of his could react, his young master had already taken the full force of a blow from high above. He was sent flying like a torn ball, smashing hard into the ruins and sending dirt and stones scattering everywhere. Wu Shi struggled to crawl up amid the chaos, even sneezing because his face was covered in dust, his wretched appearance almost too unsightly to bear. But before he could steady himself, Ji Yu had already seized the initiative again, her clear voice ringing out. This is the second move now. Her figure vanished without a trace in an instant, no different from teleportation. In the very next moment, she had appeared right before that young master. Caught off guard by her sudden approach, Wu Si was so furious his face turned purple, and he roared like a wild beast, "Bitch, you really dare attack me? This young master has not even done anything to you yet. Today, I will let a bumpkin from the southern continent like you open your eyes to the power of the central continent's sacred land." He shouted loudly, one hand pointing straight at the sky. The space above was instantly torn open, and a divine sword as red as fire descended from the void, its proud momentum enough to make one dizzy. Kunwu sword, an 8th grade immortal artifact. Countless phantoms of the Kunwu sword appeared at the same time, like a loyal army surrounding its master. He shouted a command filled with madness. Thousands of cold, sharp sword tips immediately aimed straight at Shi Yu, forming a dense rain of swords, so dangerous it was almost impossible to imagine. Cold sweat seeped across her forehead, and true worry rose in her heart. An 8th grade magic treasure was already the peak of the lower realm, and every stream of sword ki was enough to severely injure a 1st realm divine tribulation powerhouse. A ray of light flashed in her hand, her mind rapidly turning through calculations. I can only risk it. Ziyu turned, pouring all her strength into her fist. She charged straight toward the opponent, determined to give him a blow he would never forget. Wuxi snorted coldly in contempt, both hands tightening around the sword hilt. Ziyu's attack was blocked by the solid divine sword. Both of them shook violently, then crashed heavily to the ground at the same time. Thick smoke and dust billowed up, forcing both of them to retreat from the center of the collision. Sweet metallic taste surged up her throat, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, her beautiful face instantly paling. I remember now in my previous life, from a mortal body, I once defied the heavens and ascended to the throne of Heavenly Emperor, sweeping across gods and demons, suppressing all races in the age of primordial chaos. Only that cursed demon lord made me taste defeat for the first time. Her hand gently wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, her eyes blazing with a will as hard as iron. This feeling, I absolutely do not want to experience it again. Wu Qi thought he had gained the upper hand and continued his relentless assault. He laughed lewdly and frivolously. My stubborn little wife, today I will show you the unbridgeable gap between us. In a moment, obediently submit to this young master. Ziyu was never someone easily intimidated, and she still had a trump card in hand. You are getting pleased with yourself too soon. From a yellow talisman, she drew out her own divine sword, then immediately made her move. Wuxi froze for a brief moment, but the arrogance on his face did not diminish at all. This woman dared clash head-on with his Kunwu sword. Every one of her defensive movements was extremely cautious, revealing not the slightest flaw. Wuxi attacked madly, yet still could not break through that defense. What the hell is this? What kind of magical artifact can withstand this young master's 8th grade divine sword? Ziyu smiled inwardly, fortunate to have the sect-suppressing treasure of the Ling Xuan Sacred Land, the Ling Xuan Sacred Sword. Although its grade was not equal to the Kunwu sword, it was more than enough to deal with this pampered young master. With a thunderous clang, the two sword blades collided violently, then immediately bounced apart. She shot straight into the air, her voice becoming majestic like that of an empress. Today, I will let you know what true sword Dao is. At the tip of her sword, a sphere of energy gradually condensed, drawing all the moisture in the air into a single point. Compressed to the extreme, that energy finally condensed into a tiny drop of water, clear as morning dew. Wuxi pointed at it and sneered in contempt. Ha ha ha, this is your sword Dao, child's play. She only replied calmly, this move is called dripping water. As for its power, you will know once you try it. From that seemingly harmless droplet, a terrifying force of water suddenly erupted, tearing space apart as it charged straight toward Wuxi. He stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with terror, almost unable to believe what he was seeing, even though that dreadful stream of water had already rushed before him. A beat later, he frantically used his old move again, summoning countless sword shadows around his body to block the attack. But the scene that happened next left everyone stunned. All his sword ki was instantly swallowed clean the moment it touched the stream of water, leaving not the slightest trace behind. No different from a whale swallowing tiny shrimp. Wuxi went deathly pale with fear, only one thought flashing through his mind. What? In the distance, King Lao also realized the situation was not good, his aged eyes fixed unblinkingly on the battle. Ziyu stood high above, her voice like she was giving a lesson. A single drop of water can turn into an ocean. What will you use to shake that entire ocean? Even so, Wuxi stubbornly used the remaining swords to build another layer of defense. But that very action only made the water spread even more easily. They became sharper than 10,000 blades, piercing through each stacked layer of sword kai before them. Wuxi barely managed to withstand the final blow, but he was already gravely wounded. He muttered in despair, I lost. How could this young master be defeated by a southern continent cultivator? That stream of water merely pushed forward lightly, yet his body was sent flying, punching through several city walls like a cannonball, utterly unable to resist. Ziyu slowly descended to the ground. She planted her hands on her waist and said coldly, you lost. Get out of my imperial city. Wuxi staggered to his feet, the precious Kunwu sword in his hand completely shattered. With no way left to deal with her, he resorted to despicable tricks. His face twisted until it was distorted, and he shouted, King Lao, seize that slut, cripple her cultivation for me. Today, this young master must take her back as a female slave and make her suffer humiliation to the very end. Ziyu grew even more disgusted, her gaze turning visibly colder. You dare go back on your word, shameless scum. He sneered, turning hostile as quickly as flipping a hand. A promise. Why would this young master need to keep faith with an ant like you? King Lao immediately stepped forward, the aura of the 7th layer of the longevity realm erupting, ready to strike at any moment. Young master, rest assured, this old servant will capture her alive and make her obediently serve you. The moment the old man's shout fell, the ground beneath his feet trembled and sank. A powerful soul seemed to have been awakened, surging up with that momentum. Inside the imperial palace, all the officials clearly felt this terrifying tremor. Quite a few people clung tightly to one another, trembling in fear. What is happening? The aura of the longevity realm. Could Daoist Tianlong have died? Tianhong still leaned calmly on the dragon throne, his indifferent gaze looking outside. Oh, so this is the King Lao Bai Yun once mentioned. He murmured softly. Those ants from the lower realm are causing trouble again. Forget it, Bai Yun can handle it herself. Ji Yu's enchanting figure unconsciously appeared in his mind. As long as he could live peacefully beside his wife, that was enough. In his hand right now, a talisman was glowing, looking exactly like Ji Yu's talisman. Bai Yun and Ling Yun had just arrived in time, only to see the imperial palace before them in chaos like a shattered marketplace. Bai Yun folded her arms before her chest and frowned as she recognized it. This is the aura of those two bastards. I did not expect them to dare charge straight into the Divine Phoenix Imperial Palace. She glanced at Jun Wuxi in his wretched state, then laughed mockingly. It seems the Divine Phoenix Empress is not someone easy to provoke, either. She could force King Lao to take action, and even beat Wuxi into such a miserable state. Without hesitating further, she turned to Ling Yun. Little sister, let us enter the Imperial Palace and take revenge. Ling Yun nodded and replied, Yes, Sister Bai. Below, Shi Yu was falling into an extremely disadvantageous situation. Damn it. She held her stomach, her expression clearly strained. In her current state, dealing with someone at the 7th level of the longevity realm was truly too difficult. If she continued to use stronger magical power, she feared it would affect higher. What should she do? At that moment, King Lao had already raised his hand and pointed straight at her. The old man still pretended to use a gentle voice to coax her. Divine Phoenix Empress, if you obediently become my young master's female slave, this old man will spare your life. Ziyu naturally could not accept it. Damn it. For my husband, for my child, I absolutely will not suffer this humiliation. Just then, a clear voice rang down from high above, echoing through the entire space. Wuxi, Sister Lin and I have come to find you for revenge. Ziyu turned her head to look back, and was immediately shocked to see Ling Yun and Bai Yun appear together. One smiled gently, while the other's eyes were full of provocation as she looked straight at the group opposite them. King Lao sensed that something was wrong, so he silently observed the situation. On the contrary, Wu Shi became even more excited because of his excessive narcissism. Oh, Bai Yun, and even the little Kingnong girl is here. You came at just the right time. This young master's romantic fortune today is truly not shallow. Ignoring that man, Bai Yun turned to Qi Yu and asked, Hey, are you Madame Feng Dong? Qi Yu felt guilty and did not dare look directly at her husband's two junior sisters. She hurriedly waved her sword wildly to deny it. I am the Divine Phoenix Empress. You have mistaken me for someone else. I am not, it is not me. Bai Yun did not expose her, merely smiling meaningfully, as though she had already understood everything. Ling Yun leaned close to her ear and asked softly, Sister Bai, do you know the Divine Phoenix Empress? She replied happily. She is Brother Lin's wife. We have known each other for 2 years. Ling Yun immediately froze after hearing that. That sister is sister-in-law Lin. Below, Qi Yu blushed with embarrassment, flailing her arms and legs wildly like a puppet. Hey, I already said it. You have mistaken me for someone else. Bai Yun immediately changed her tone, her momentum blazing. Cut those two thieves down. Junior sister beside her also answered excitedly at once, yes. Qi Yu immediately cooperated, releasing a massive spell formation, startling divinity formation, rise. The sky above was instantly covered by a mysterious spell formation. The surrounding crowd raised their heads, pointing and discussing endlessly. King Lao was horrified when he witnessed this scene. It is merely a small divine phoenix nation. How can it set up such a refined and powerful formation? The aura of that woman is almost touching the longevity realm. The three young and beautiful girls quickly surrounded the old man, each standing in a different direction, sealing off every path of retreat. King Lao's face turned ashen with fury. You three little brats dare attack this old man. You are truly seeking death. In his palm, a violent sphere of lightning power condensed, exuding terrifying might. The old man raised it high, letting bolts of lightning shoot in every direction. Today, this old man will make you understand that before the longevity realm, you are nothing but a swarm of ants. The emerald immediately shot straight into the white clouds. In the blink of an eye, the sky above the imperial palace turned from gray to pitch black, with thunderbolts striking down continuously. The people in the palace panicked, fleeing everywhere in terror. Seeking death, Ling Yun held the Taihuang bell, preparing to launch a surprise attack from behind. Lei Xinshi Yu also turned around, preparing to unleash a fatal sword strike. Bai Yun had already closed in before him, ready to deliver a finishing blow. King Lao became even more furious, and his voice completely lost its calm. Truly ignorant of your own strength, 3 enormous thunder dragons rose from the emerald, roaring before splitting off and charging in 3 directions. They charged straight at the 3 girls. Bai Yun coldly swung the immortal artifact in her hand. She waited until the thunder dragon charged right before her, then cleaved it in two with one strike, while she herself remained completely unharmed. Lingyan took a deep breath, placed the Taihuang bell before her, and blew hard. A violent sonic wave erupted, directly shattering the second thunder dragon. As for Xiyu, she lightly stroked the sword blade, using another spell to increase its power. Dragon commanding heavenly art. Golden dragon flew out from the sword, charging straight toward the final thunder dragon. The two colossal beasts collided fiercely, creating a sky-shaking explosion before both vanished in midair. King Lao's uneasy premonition finally turned into cruel reality, making the old man's spine go cold. Seeing Bai Yun still calm and unhurried, without the slightest panic, the old man immediately understood that the situation had gone beyond his control. Her jade-like hands lightly formed seals, and a pure white lotus appeared in the void. From the heart of the lotus, a majestic Dharma image of thousand-armed, thousand-eyed Guanyin appeared, brilliant radiance spreading everywhere, enveloping and protecting her. Thousand-hand Guanyin. Even Xiyu, who had experienced countless battles, could not help widening her eyes in shock. Heavens, this is the legendary supreme heavenly scripture of the upper realm. Why would a girl in this place have comprehended it? But that shocking sight was still not over. The girl continued to unleash moves that left everyone stunned. Fire dragon, ice dragon, thunder dragon, three-headed true dragon, manifest at once and help me suppress the enemy. Three divine dragons of three different attributes roared at the same time, their voices shaking heaven and earth. They coiled tightly around one another, transforming into a violently spinning drill that tore through the wind and charged straight toward King Lao. The old man hurriedly swung his staff, releasing a dense curtain of lightning in an attempt to stop the attack. But after the collision, his offensive immediately scattered like smoke and clouds. King Lao braced himself, one hand clutching the staff as if grasping his final hope, and roared, "You think such immature lightning can contend with this old man?" Just as he was still feeling smug, the Taihuang bell had already been silently waiting in a hidden corner, suddenly unleashing a decisive strike. East Emperor Bell, rise. King Lao was horrified, his entire body tensing like a porcupine raising its quills, hurriedly forming a thin energy barrier to try to withstand it. But immediately afterward, an even more majestic spirit beast suddenly appeared, circling around the ancient bell, making the old man's eyes bulge, as if they were about to fall out. Foe, Phoenix. Divine bird let out a resounding cry, its sound seeming to tear space itself apart. East Emperor Bell seemed to receive another surge of power, vibrating violently before releasing wave after wave of sound carrying astonishing destructive force. Unable to endure the pressure, King Lao spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his internal organs had been crushed. Amid his dizziness, he muttered, "Where exactly did they cultivate such terrifying incantations?" Though gravely injured, he still stubbornly issued a threat, "Little brats, you dare run wild to this extent. Once this old man truly gets angry, you will know the consequences. Your chance is gone, you long-winded old man." A freezing voice sounded right behind him as Xiyu suddenly appeared, leaving him no time to react. She poured all her mental art into the treasured sword and softly chanted, "Shocking God formation, activate. Heavenly Emperor Dharma image, mountain and river severance." Immediately, a brilliant radiance like the descending sun covered the entire imperial palace. From within the dense black clouds, a gigantic sword gradually became clear, surrounded by countless rays of sacred light. Xiyu raised her sword high, letting its tip lightly touch the illusory sword in the sky, forming a wondrous connection. "Sword, descend," she shouted, her whole body turning into a streak of light as she charged straight toward King Lao. The emerald on his staff only had time to flash with a faint gleam. "Stop being arrogant, you toad." But everything was already too late. A decisive sword strike, sharp, cold, and utterly merciless, slashed across his body. The green protective sphere instantly shattered like crystal, and his spiritual power dispersed completely along with it. King Lao stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the fragments falling into his hand, his expression dazed to a pitiful degree. Yu gave him no further chance and immediately shouted, "Bai Yun." Ling Yun instantly understood her meaning and, without the slightest hesitation, cooperated with her senior sister. A six-armed bodhisattva, each hand holding an immortal artifact, appeared with solemn majesty, ready to deliver the finishing blow. King Lao's face turned ashen like dead embers, his mouth only managing to move through a few broken, meaningless sounds. Immediately afterward, his body quickly dissolved into dust, swept cleanly away by the wind without leaving the slightest trace. Before the three of them, only a thin wisp of smoke remained, as though he had never existed in this world. Xiyu curled her lips slightly and coldly dropped a sentence, "Overestimating yourself." The gazes of all three immediately fell on the final target, the spoiled young master trembling like a branch in the wind. Wu Si frantically raised his hand to cover his face, screaming hoarsely as something was thrown straight at his head. For him, there was only a dazzling expanse of white. While cold sweat poured like rain down the face, he had always tried to make look handsome. The three female war gods stood there, their eyes burning with hatred as they stared coldly at him. Ling Yun was the first to speak, her voice filled with contempt and fury. A shrimp like you dares try to make us female slaves to serve you. Now prepare to pay the price. The young master was so frightened that his teeth clattered like a wooden fish, revealing an ugly, humiliating sight. He trembled and begged, "No, do not come over. Do not come any closer." Wu Xi turned to the one who looked the gentlest, his voice shaking. "Lady Bai Yun, you know my identity. If anything happens to me, not only you people, even that broken-down academy, will find it hard to escape disaster." He cried and shouted at the same time, "You, hurry and stop them. Do not let them do anything foolish." Bai Yun only answered coldly with an icy gaze, while a feeling of satisfaction rose in her heart. "Ridiculous now that we have Tianhong backing us. What does your extreme Dao Immortal Palace even amount to?" She pointed straight at his face, her voice resolute. "Wu Xi, let me tell you, even if you are the holy son of the extreme Dao Immortal Palace today, you still will not escape." Though he was already terrified to the extreme inside, he still forced himself to preserve the last scrap of dignity, and continued threatening them. "You had better think carefully. If you offend the extreme Dao Immortal Palace, none of you will meet a good end." Noisy. Shi Yu could not be bothered to listen any longer and immediately rushed forward, kicking him straight in the face and silencing him on the spot. Wu Xi's entire body was forced deep into the ground by the impact, leaving behind a human-shaped pit. His miserable cry rang out full of grievance. She stood leisurely before him and began humiliating him without restraint. "What is the extreme Dao Immortal Palace worth? Merely a swarm of ants, yet you dare look down on this emperor." In her heart, she had long since made her decision. There were countless lustful and vicious spoiled young masters like this in the lower realm. Given more time, no one in the entire lower realm would be qualified to become her opponent. Her jade foot stepped straight onto Wu Xi's face, grinding down again and again until he looked utterly wretched. Yet he still stubbornly roared, "You crazy woman, if you dare kill me, this entire Xuantian region will no longer have a place for you." Xi Yu's brows furrowed slightly, and the anger within her suddenly flared violently. She lifted her foot, preparing to continue teaching him a lesson, and said coldly, "Too noisy. Get lost." His kick was many times heavier than the previous one. Xi Yu repeatedly stomped on him, cursing without pause. "This is for being arrogant. This is for being lecherous. This is for daring to anger me, a wretched toad dreaming of eating swan meat. So ugly that looking at you insults the eyes." Bai Yun and Ling Yun huddled close together, sweat pouring from their fear as they watched the scene before them. Xi Yu continued kicking him again and again, her voice cold as she snapped, "Get lost. Disappear from my sight right now." The two girls' faces turned deathly pale, sweat streaming down as they cried out to the heavens in panic. They never expected the patriarch's wife to be this fierce. Where had her usual gentle, ladylike manner gone? A vivid image suddenly appeared in their minds. Xi Yu wearing a tight black leather outfit, holding a red leather whip, and smiling wickedly enough to chill the blood. And the main victim was Patriarch Tianhong, bound tightly, his mouth gagged, lying beneath her feet and left entirely at her mercy. Just thinking of that made Bai Yun shudder, and she hurriedly covered her face in horror. Could it be that she is usually this heavy-handed with the patriarch too? After hesitating for a while, Bai Yun peeked through her fingers, feeling somewhat guilty, then cautiously raised her hand to stop her. "Madam, that is enough. He has fainted. Please rest for a moment first." Right then, Wu Sai's soul suddenly shot out from his body, immediately drawing Xi Yu's attention. Quick as lightning, she reached out and seized the tiny soul by the neck. Wu Xi, in his soul state, was also squeezed into panic, his face turning pale green. Xi Yu took out a yellow talisman, her gaze as cold as a blade, and shouted, "Enough. It is still far from enough." One hand still gripped Wu Sai's soul tightly, while the other hand swept lightly as if delivering a verdict. He would send him down 18 layers of hell, never to be reborn. Finishing his words, he pressed the golden talisman firmly onto the center of that soul's forehead. Wu Xi barely managed a cry full of hatred. Immediately after, Shi Yu unleashed the soul eradication technique. His soul shattered instantly, turning into a brilliant stream of light like fireworks, beautiful yet chilling to behold. At this moment, Shi Yu finally turned his head, cold eyes sweeping backward, making Bai Yun and Ling Yun cling to each other, trembling in fear. But contrary to what the two expected, he stepped closer, bowing his head to express thanks. "Thank you." The sudden action startled them both. Shi Yu returned to his usual bright demeanor, smiling gently as he spoke. "Today, I truly thank both of you for your help." Bai Yun, still in shock, quickly waved her hand, saying the lady need not be so formal. "We also have our own grudge against Yun Wuxi." Ling Yun beside her was still dazed, stiff, quickly agreeing. Yes, your majesty, you are too courteous." Suddenly Ling Yun frowned, scratching her chin thoughtfully. "Wait, Bai Yun said the queen is the wife of the distant ancestor. Then how should I address her properly?" "Great ancestor." Distant ancestor, grand ancestor, high ancestor, previous ancestor. Oh, such a headache. Maybe just call her whatever is convenient. At that moment, Shi Yu widened his eyes, raising a finger as if suddenly remembering something important. He squinted and smiled, hands clasped together as if praying. But for some reason, that cuteness sent an invisible killing intent, making Bai Yun and Ling Yun break into cold sweat. My dear junior sisters, Shi Yu said softly, I have a slightly unreasonable request. I wonder if I should say it. Yun and Ling Yun looked at each other, both wanting to refuse but outwardly forced a reply. Please speak, no need to be shy. Hearing this, Shi Yu covered his mouth, whispering as if discussing an important matter. Please do not reveal my queen identity to my husband. I will explain to him at the right moment. Consider a debt I owe you both. Hearing that, Ling Yun immediately smiled, draping an arm over Bai Yun's shoulder and replied cheerfully, no problem, no problem. We will definitely keep it secret. Only Bai Yun frowned slightly, cold sweat forming, thinking the master does not want the senior sister to know his identity, while the senior sister also wants to hide it. These two are clearly pretending to be mortals to court each other. Strange tastes. Well, let them play as they wish, I won't get involved. Seeing they had agreed, Shi Yu happily squinted his eyes, bringing his fingertips together and said with a laugh, Hee, thank you both junior sisters. Since we are in the palace, let me treat you to a proper feast. Thinking of 3 people playing together in a bath full of soap bubbles, he smiled brightly. In my palace there is an excellent medicinal spring. You both must try it. Saying that, Shi Yu grabbed their hands, urging excitedly, let's go, let's go. I will lead you to bathe and relax. The invitation immediately intrigued Bai Yun and Ling Yun, who responded in unison. Soon after, Shi Yu walked between them, linking arms as they headed toward the palace. Seeing distant mountains shrouded in mist, he couldn't help but mutter, hurry up, still smelling of that bastard, really unpleasant. Time passed, Wu Sai's disgraceful episode faded into the past. In a picturesque valley, white clouds floated lazily, green grass stretched endlessly. This was the Ji Dao Immortal sect. The 2 guards at the main gate shouted at a silver-haired man approaching. Without the Supreme Lord's summons, please stop, Grand Elder. The silver-haired man clasped his hands, expression serious but urgent as he said, I have a matter of utmost urgency to report, please relay it. One guard, hands on hips, refused decisively. Grand Elder, the sect leader, is in seclusion at a crucial moment. No one may disturb him, please understand. Hearing this, Grand Elder Huang Shen immediately turned pale, exclaiming in fear, in seclusion? Then what should we do now? Hesitating, he clasped his hands and bowed. If that is the case, I shall take my leave first. When the sect leader emerges, please report on my behalf. The guard did not resist further. The Grand Elder is courteous. It is our duty. Sometime later, the Grand Elder rode a white crane over the high mountains touching the clouds. He thought, it seems the sect leader is about to break through to the true immortal realm, truly a great blessing for the sect. He frowned, eyes gazing afar, mind in turmoil. But the jade token of the Holy Sun Wu Shi suddenly shattered. Such a Jing Tian incident, how should it be handled? Suddenly the Grand Elder was struck, eyes wide as if recalling something. Right. Xianzun's treasure house has suffered an incident, and the sect leader's inner disciple Jiang Wang is also in Namzu. Thinking this, he immediately guided the white crane to fly straight toward the crimson sun on the horizon. He could let him scout first. At the same time, elsewhere in Namzhao, a massive wooden boat glided over mountain peaks. A young voice called out, Father, is it true that Xianzun's treasure has emerged this time? In a black robe with gold trim, a dignified figure stood hands on hips, replying decisively, This news is absolutely accurate. Xianzun's treasure surely lies somewhere in Namzu. This was Qin Jian, head of Xianzun sect of Jidao Immortal sect, senior disciple of the Supreme Jiang Wang. He frowned slightly, adding, This time many powerful forces have sensed the treasure's trail. Soon, Namzu may become a massive battlefield. To avoid unnecessary slaughter and hatred, the forces have decided to hold a grand competition, each side sending a top junior to vie for the chance. As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes, clasping hands behind his back, slowly stepping down with profound composure. Qin Feng, my son, you will represent the Jiangwang estate this time. Hearing this, Qin Feng was overjoyed, immediately clasping his hands, voice full of confidence. Father, rest assured, I will give my all, never disappoint you. Suddenly he looked curious, hiding behind Qin Jian to ask, what kind of person is Xianzun? Does his treasure really have such great allure? Qin Jian stroked his beard, slowly explaining, Xianzun, he is a rare existence, a demon for thousands of years difficult to encounter. He looked into the distance, voice deepening. 10,000 years ago, his elegance was unparalleled, dominating the mortal realm alone without rivals. Then he sighed lightly. To live in the same era as such a person is tragic. Though Xianzun once killed the ancestor of our Ji Dao Immortal sect, since cultivating, the one he respects most has always been him. Beside him, Qin Feng clasped his hands and bowed, full of determination. I must seize Lu Xianzun's legacy, to one day become a legendary figure like him. Just then Qin Jan squinted toward a towering mountain ahead. A golden talisman tore through the air straight at him. He immediately realized, speaking aloud, it is the signal talisman from the Grand Elder. In an instant, the Grand Elder in yellow appeared, standing majestically on the talisman, looking down at father and son Qin Jan respectfully clasping hands. His voice thundered, Jiang Wang, the holy Sun Yun Wuxi has met with misfortune in Namzu. Now that you have arrived, investigate thoroughly on behalf of your master what truly happened. Qin Jan kept his posture, but his face, already dignified, became fiercer, anger flaring. Even the junior disciple has trouble. Who dares touch the master's precious son? Immediately after, from the giant flying boat, his angry voice echoed across the sky. Qin Feng, go. Set aside the treasure matter. First investigate your junior uncle's situation thoroughly. Elsewhere, Bai Yun and Ling Yun were completely unaware of Qin Jan's wrath. The two had moved to the house of Tianhong and his wife. The couple maintained the image of the most ordinary pair, seemingly unrelated to the two beautiful immortal daughters. Thus, no one foolishly revealed their true identities. All four sat around the tea table, only Bai Yun Ling Yun stood stiffly, occasionally glancing at the couple. Under special guidance, the two diligently practiced the Great Freedom Guanyin technique and the Green Lotus Sword song to strengthen their abilities. On a high mountain, Bai Yun and Ling Yun hovered in midair, each focused on her practice. Tianhong stood there with blazing red horns, eyes blood-red and sinister, looking like a demon from hell. He boldly declared them his cleaners and assistants. Of course, to nurture them, Tianhong was not stingy. He frequently instructed their cultivation, causing much hardship, often tapping their heads like gongs. With Tianhong's meticulous guidance, their powers soared, quickly ascending to a completely new level. One evening, a crescent moon hung in the sky. Inside, Tianhong ate rice deliciously, while Ji Yu rested his chin on his hand, beginning a conversation. Beloved husband, she asked sweetly, eyes sparkling with curiosity. What do you think of our queen? Tianhong blushed, eyes squinting, while eating and picking up food, praising sincerely. Rumor says, the queen is a rare genius. She has entire enemy squads alone multiple times. Thanks to her guarding Phoenix capital, we live peacefully. I am truly grateful. Hearing this, Ji Yu was delighted, trembling slightly with emotion. Suddenly, she feigned shyness, bowing slightly to inquire. But I heard the queen is ruthless. Enemies who fall into her hands rarely fare well. A cold woman like that, do you like her? Tianhong waved his hand, acting as if it were normal, replying, kindness to enemies is cruelty to oneself. Honestly, I particularly admire the queen's decisive approach. Those words struck Ji Yu's heart like an arrow, making her happy, eyes squinting, heart soaring. Yet outwardly, he crossed his arms, chin raised, pretending to pout. Well, if you like that queen so much, go confess. Who knows, you might succeed, rising in rank to a prince under one above 10,000. Tianhong immediately stepped closer, wrapping an arm around him, speaking gently. My dear wife, no matter how excellent the queen is, she does not compare to even a fraction of you. Moreover, how could an ordinary man like me attract the queen's favor? Ji Yu responded coquettishly. Not necessarily. Perhaps the queen has a peculiar taste. Maybe she likes someone like you. If I were the queen, I would accept your confession and make you a prince. After saying this, his delicate legs brushed lightly against Tianhong's, seemingly casual but full of intention. His voice held a teasing edge. Husband, if I truly were the queen, what would you do? Teased to such an extent, Tianhong lifted Ji Yu's foot, face red, eyes squinting mischievously. Then I will give my all to help my wife become the sole queen of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. After saying that, he wrapped one arm around her waist and lifted Ji Yu's right hand with the other, asking softly, Right, wife, I also want to ask you something. If one day you discovered that your husband was actually an unrivaled powerhouse beneath the heavens, how would you feel? Ji Yu shifted her posture and held Tianhong even tighter, her face glowing with happiness. Of course I would be overjoyed beyond words. If my husband were the strongest man, he would protect me well, and then no one would dare bully his wife anymore. Though she said that aloud, in her heart she was thinking very sincerely, if my husband really were an invincible expert, why would I be bullied by those wicked people every day? Even if he is only an ordinary man, I still love him. In my past life, I lived for more than 100,000 years, yet I was never close to any man. Outside the window frame, the shadows of the two merged in a passionate kiss. Ji Yu secretly thought again in the past. She had even hated coming into contact with men. Yet somehow this ordinary man only at the foundation establishment realm had made her sink so deeply, wanting only to stay by his side forever. Time passed in silence. Far away, Qinjan's flying ship was crossing emerald mountains as beautiful as an immortal paradise. Qin Feng spoke and broke the silence. Father, where should we begin investigating little martial uncle's matter? Qinjan answered curtly. The person protecting little junior brother was a Taoist at the 7th level of longevity. He stood by the side of the ship, gazed into the distance, and gave an order. Just ask whether anyone in southern province has recently encountered a longevity level figure, and we will trace the scene from there. The young man beside him cupped his hands and replied, so that is it. Father, then let us quickly gather information. Sometime later, father and son arrived at the first location. Qinjan and Qin Feng stood on the roof of a building, looking down at the chaos below, where crowds were fighting fiercely, and smoke and dust billowed. Jiang Wang had originally intended to go to Tianlong Imperial City to gather information, but unexpectedly discovered a major upheaval. Ever since Tianlong Taoist vanished and the Tianlong 7th Chamber was wiped out, successive battles for territory had erupted, spreading across the Tianlong dynasty. Qinjan folded his arms before his chest, hiding both hands inside his wide sleeves, looked down, then raised his brows slightly and remarked, "It seems a mighty expert once came to southern province. Even Tianlong Taoist lost his life, so that person is very likely the murderer who killed your little martial uncle." Qin Feng, standing beside him, also stared intently at the chaos below, then speculated, "Father, right now countless forces are rushing here because of Lun Xianzun's treasure. Could little martial uncle have been harmed by them working together?" Qinjan immediately raised his hand in denial. "Impossible." He furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, and said decisively, "Those small fry do not have the courage to poke the hornet's nest known as our Supreme Dao Immortal Palace." Before long, Qinjan held a battle report in his hand and suddenly cried out in shock, "Fengjing City." The aura of the longevity realm appeared there twice. Once belonged to Tianlong Taoist, and the other remains unidentified. Immediately afterward, the flying ship set off again, streaking past overlapping mountain ranges. Qinjan ordered, "Go, we will take a look at Fengjing City." A small dynasty in southern province actually killed a 7th level longevity expert, and even has the 8th grade magic treasures King Lao and Purple Firmament Thunder. But at this moment, the two 8th grade magic treasures, the Purple Firmament Thunder Pearl and the Kunwu Divine Sword, had already fallen into someone else's hands. Elsewhere, Bai Yun and Ling Yun were happily holding the sword and the small blue orb, playing with them while laughing. 1,000 li away, another matter was unfolding in Fengjing City. Ling Yun stood upright, one hand clasped behind her back, riding her sword with heroic bearing through the sky, sweeping over mountain ranges and hilly lands. A moment later, she drew her sword, locked her gaze below, and shouted, "Heaven-slashing sword art!" A massive stream of orange energy instantly shot straight downward, striking the flank of a large rocky mountain. The blow caused the entire summit to explode into countless fragments, shattered earth, and stone spraying into the air. Looking at the masterpiece before her, Ling Yun held her sword in one hand and propped the other on her waist, her face filled with excitement. "I succeeded." Just then, Bai Yun suddenly appeared behind her, narrowing her eyes with a bright smile as she praised, "Sister Lin, congratulations on mastering the heaven-slashing sword art. It seems your green lotus sword intent has also reached the realm of proficiency." Hearing the praise, Ling Yun was so happy she could not stop smiling. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, "It is all thanks to the distant ancestors' careful guidance. If I had explored it on my own, who knows when I would have comprehended it." Suddenly, both of them sensed a blazing red light on the distant horizon, accompanied by a resounding explosion. Bai Yun and Ling Yun turned to look at the same time, suspicion immediately rising in their hearts. That is, on the flying ship, someone saw the two girls and cried out in surprise, "It is the Holy Maiden Bai Yun of Jixia Academy." When Qinjan recognized that green lotus sword intent, he immediately frowned and blurted out, "The Kunwu Divine Sword, that is little junior brother's magic treasure." In an instant, Bai Yun grabbed Ling Yun's hand and cried out in panic, "Sister Lin, run quickly. We are no match for them. Hurry to Hongshi Yu Wood Sculpture Shop." Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately pointed in the direction where the two had vanished and said anxiously, "Father, they ran. Let us hurry and chase them." Yet after Qinjan saw Bai Yun and Ling Yun so frightened that sweat streamed down their faces, he answered leisurely, "No need to rush. I want to see who exactly is standing behind them." Leaning against the flying ship, Qinjan was like a director arranging a play, his gaze following the golden streak of light fleeing in the distance. He smiled coldly and ordered, "Let the prey run first. Only then can we lure the big fish into showing itself." A moment later, Bai Yun and Ling Yun landed in a town, their manner relaxed as though they were out for a stroll, not at all like people who had just been pursued. Bai Yun rammed the door open with her shoulder, bursting into the room where Tianhong was deep in thought and creating, then called out loudly, "Brother Lin, Wu Xi's eldest senior brother, that man Jiang Wang, has come all the way here." The sudden shout startled Tianhong, and the carving knife in his hand slipped, causing the poor unfinished statue to lose its head. Yet Tianhong was not annoyed at all. Instead, he turned around, revealed a radiant smile, and asked, "Oh, someone has traveled from afar to offer up his life. Very good, this seat will grant his wish." At the same time, two men, as relaxed as if strolling through their own backyard, slowly followed the two girls inside. Qin Qinjan's son laughed mockingly, while Qinjan said in a cold voice, "Let us see how far you can still run." Unexpectedly, Bai Yun was not afraid at all. Instead, she stuck out her tongue and teased provocatively, "Who told you lackeys of Wuxi that we were running? Come catch us if you have the skill. I am standing right here waiting." That merciless taunt even left Tianhong sitting behind her stunned, finding it both funny and helpless. Beside her, Ling Yun refused to be outdone, lifting her chin with both hands on her hips, her voice full of challenge. "Come at us if you are so capable, Blay. This brat must only be good at talking, looking so green. What ability could he possibly have?" Tianhong could only shake his head, utterly speechless before his two mischievous disciples. Provoked, Qin Feng flushed red, clenched his fists, and ground his teeth as he prepared to curse, "You bastards." But Qin Zhan beside him had already raised a hand to stop him. Speaking with the tone of a superior, "Qin Feng, step back. Your little tricks are not even enough to scratch the holy maiden of Jixia Academy." Hearing this, Bai Yun folded her arms and gave a cold snort, her gaze contemptuous as if she were looking at insects. After lecturing his son, Qin Zhan clasped his hands behind his back, studied the three people before him, and said confidently, "Bai Yun, since you dare come here and not flee, it must be because the expert who killed King Lao is nearby. With that person backing you, you dare speak so loudly. Call him out to meet me." Tianhong, who had been standing there watching the excitement, raised his hand in confusion, his voice extremely natural. "Are you all looking for me for something?" As soon as he saw this, Qin Feng immediately pointed straight at him and laughed with utter contempt. "A mere foundation establishment, and like you dares speak to my father and me." As soon as the words fell, a golden hand as large as a tray descended from the sky and slapped him squarely across the face with a thunderous crack. Poor Qin Feng only had time to see heaven and earth spin before he spat out a mouthful of blood and toppled backward like a puppet with its strings cut. At the same time, an icy shout rang out, "Impudent." The sudden blow made Qin Zhan jolt in shock, his expression changing instantly. He immediately flew into a rage, pointing as he roared, "Which bastard dares sneak attack this king's son?" His eyes stared straight ahead, his voice filled with killing intent. "So you are the one behind everything." At this moment, Tianhong slowly stood up and stepped forward to block the two female disciples, who were still sticking out their tongues at the enemy. He planted his hands on his hips, his expression arrogant. "I hit him, so what?" He then said coldly, "Let alone you, even if Emperor Tianwu of the Immortal Imperial Dynasty stood here, this seat would still dare slap him." Those words seemed to pull ancient memories back into his mind. Back then, right in front of Emperor Tianwu, he had once cut off the head of that old man's arrogant son with a single sword strike. He had even calmly lifted the prince's severed head high for the emperor to see clearly. Yet in the end, that emperor and all his court officials could only lower their heads and salute, not daring to utter half a word as he turned and left. Emperor Tianwu at that time did not even dare say a single sentence, and even had to force a smile while seeing Tianhong off. 10,000 years ago, who knew how many ancient imperial dynasties had been flattened by Qianzun? Those memories remained as clear as if they had happened yesterday. Hearing those words arrogant to the extreme, cold sweat began to pour from Qin's forehead. He stammered, You are," then he muttered to himself again, "No, Emperor Tian, Wu was the emperor of the Immortal Imperial Dynasty from 10,000 years ago." His mind calculated frantically, trying to connect everything to confirm it for himself. Emperor Tian Wu excelled in both civil and martial matters, and was one of the most outstanding sovereigns of the Immortal Imperial Dynasty. Impossible, people from 10,000 years ago had either ascended to the immortal realm or long since turned to dust. That was the law of the world, and no one could escape it. Thinking he had understood, Qin Zhan furrowed his brows tightly and raised his withered hand as if he wanted to crush space, roaring furiously, "Your Excellency truly does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. You dare insult even Emperor Tian Wu. He was the beloved son of the Supreme Headmaster of the Supreme Tao Immortal Palace, the holy son of that sacred land. You killed him, so you and all your kin must pay in blood." Hearing this, Bai Yun merely folded her arms before her chest, curled her lips into a sneer, and countered with sharp words, "Oh la la Jiang Wang, oh Jiang Wang. This is the ancestral master Qianzun of our Jixia Academy. Seeing the venerable elder, yet you still do not quickly kneel and pay respects. you really are bold. Hearing the words venerable elder, Qin froze for a moment, then suddenly clapped and laughed loudly as if he had heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. Ha ha ha, Bai Yun, your acting skills truly are not bad. Do you really think this king is foolish enough to be frightened by these cheap tricks? After saying that, Qin narrowed his eyes at the two who still looked confident, his voice turning icy. Today, not one of you will leave this place. Just then, Qin Feng, with one side of his face swollen like a steamed bun, staggered to his feet behind him and cupped his hands. Father, do not kill that woman Bai Yun yet. When little martial uncle was alive, he always pursued her but never succeeded, so he must have had lingering regret in his heart. I want to capture her alive and offer her to the late little martial uncle to fulfill his wish, so he can rest peacefully in the underworld. But a completely different thought arose in his mind. It is such a waste that little martial uncle died. Why not let this nephew enjoy the beauty Bai Yun his uncle's place? On this side, Bai Yun calmly placed one hand on Tianhong's shoulder, pointed at herself with the other, and asked with a smile, Hey Jiang Wang, do you really dare make a move against my ancestral master? Suddenly, Qin erupted with blue-violet pressure like thunder and lightning enveloping his entire body, shouting with utter arrogance, If he is Xianzun, then I am Xianzun's father. Before his words had even fallen, a crimson surge of spiritual energy like a primordial beast suddenly erupted from Tianhong's body. It roared outward, in the blink of an eye, suppressed and devoured Qin's pressure. That terrifying power made Qin panic so badly that his legs went weak, and he directly collapsed to his knees on the ground. Qin Feng beside him was also frightened so badly that he jolted, hurriedly supporting his father, while crying out in alarm. Meanwhile, Tianhong only looked coldly at the father and son, his voice low and filled with killing intent. You truly are bold, daring to claim you are this seat's father. It seems you are about to learn what a festival is. Qin Feng's eyes were wide at this moment, his mouth hanging open, his soul as if flown away. Qin furrowed his brows tightly, feeling as if lightning had struck his head, and said tremblingly, You really are Lun Xianzun. Immediately afterward, father and son prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Qin Feng was no different from a puppet, both hands raised high, his face deathly pale, his mouth constantly muttering pleas for his life, his head striking the ground with heavy thuds. Bai Yun stood beside them with her arms folded in smug satisfaction, her voice as though she were lecturing them. Jiang Wang, Qin Feng, I already said this is my ancestral master, but you refused to believe it and thought we were acting. How about it? Now you are so scared you are about to wet your pants, right? Ling Yun stood beside them and only glanced lightly at Tianhong, unable to stop admiration from rising in her heart. She had not expected that after 10,000 years, the distant ancestors' prestige was still enough to scare these people until their souls nearly scattered. Just how terrifying had the distant ancestor been in Central Province back then? Qin fell to the ground, seeing the crimson demonic aura rising behind Tianhong. His trembling voice lowered, Lan Xianzun, please spare my life. Yet he only let out a cold chuckle, his eyes revealing displeasure. Spare your life? You must have heard the legends about me, right? Qin Feng, fearful, glanced at Qin, bowing his head, hurriedly spoke, I have heard of Xianzun since childhood. I have admired you, and I know the legends about you by heart. Hearing this, Tianhong raised his hand dyed in demonic red, smiled hauntingly, If you have heard the legends about me, you should know I never spare my enemies. Seeing the blazing red flames in his hand, Qin panicked, leaping up and letting out a terrified scream, sweat pouring down like a shower. In desperation, he turned and managed to throw a golden talisman. But at that very moment, the crimson monster extended its spiritual tentacle and wrapped him tightly, its power like hellfire devouring Qin's hand. Nevertheless, he still managed to release the talisman, which shot into the air and vanished as if it had never existed. In a room arranged like a miniature mountain with a winding clear stream, a disciple rushed in, voice breaking, Elder, it's not good. The one sitting on the lotus pedestal opened his eyes and coldly shouted, What has you panicking? The disciple trembled, holding out 2 blue tokens. Face pale, Jiang Wang's life token had cracked. Hearing this, the elder in meditation immediately widened his eyes. What? At the same time, he leapt from the lotus pedestal, catching a golden talisman that had just flown over, his mind filled with suspicion about the messenger talisman. After reading it, the elder's anger erupted violently, his hand clenched with a crackling sound. It was the Takashi Academy. Good, very good. Let them bear the vengeance of the extreme Dao Immortal sect. Truly ironic, Tianhong resolved Qin, with a single move, thwarting the elder's predictions, unaware that Jiang Wang had only just written the 4 characters Takashi Academy before being annihilated by Tianhong. From his dwelling atop the mountain, the elder rode a crane away, thinking Jiang Wang is after all of the immortal imperial bloodline. Perhaps I should pay a visit. Time flowed like water, night fell under the full moon. Tianhong sat shirtless fishing by the lake, looking leisurely like a hermit fisherman. Si Yu in a thin green silk gown sat beside him, softly calling her husband. Her jade legs gently swayed in the water, hesitating to find an opening. Finally she spoke. I have something I've kept hidden. Ji Yu placed her hand on her chest, cheeks flushed, shyly glancing at him. He won't be angry with me, right? Under the blooming cherry blossoms. Tianhong squinted, curiosity clear, my dear. What are you hiding from me? Si Yu stuck out her tongue, pointing at her face playfully, speaking vaguely. I cannot say now. When the time is right, I will tell you personally. Tianhong did not press further, just briefly glanced, his voice gentle. All right then. Hearing this, Chi Yu happily hugged his face, planting a loud kiss, pouting, you must promise, when the time comes, do not be angry, love me forever. At that moment Tianhong jerked his fishing rod, pulling a large fish from the water. Chi Yu joyfully raised the basket to catch it, thinking, it's not that I'm hiding from my husband, I only fear the truth will affect our feelings, I just want peaceful days with him. From behind, Tianhong gently embraced Chi Yu, the two leaning into each other, savoring the serene moment. She thought, wait, once the path to immortality succeeds, I will reveal my identity. Then, I can help him walk the path of husband-wife cultivation, be together forever. Chi Yu's mind filled with calculations, her thoughts soaring like 9 clouds, imagining herself with divine hands, assisting Tianhong in meditating cross-legged, imagining them transcending, shedding mortal forms, entering the realm of immortality. Only then could she rightfully use past life techniques to aid her husband. That thought expanded, painting 2 figures in golden robes, wandering the galaxy, dancing with swords among stars, confidence swelling in her. She, the Fire Empress, famed across the world, from mortal defiance to heaven, stepping onto the path of the Celestial Emperor, surely capable of elevating her husband to an immortal, even Celestial Emperor, yet anxiety struck, dampening all. If she revealed the truth, would their marital love remain intact? Tears rolled down her cheeks, her heart aching as if being crushed. Mortal life is fleeting as morning dew. How could she stand by and watch him leave and die helplessly? Tears fell silently, her heart lightened. Leaning against Tianhong's warm chest by the lake, she quietly resolved, before revealing her identity and the path to immortality, she just wanted to enjoy these simple days with her husband. Suddenly Tianhong gently plucked a blooming cherry branch, gently placing it on Shi Yu's bun, a small gesture filling her heart with happiness. Seeing his wife resting her head on his lap, content like a little cat, Tianhong softly spoke, voice deep and warm, I will love you forever. Even if seas dry and rocks erode, it will not change. A distant memory flooded his mind, images of Xianzun and the undefeated demon lord on the throne, surrounded by countless beauties of celestial maidens, blindfolded serving them. Countless exceptional men and women had admired, yet he never stirred, not even glancing. Yet now beside Xi Yu, seeing their reflection on the water, he realized only meeting this mortal wife made his heart stir. He could not help but love her deeply. Beneath the romantic cherry blossoms, he knew clearly the woman before him was the one he would protect with his life. Tianhong inhaled and smiled, the one in his heart seemed joyful. Even in thought, I know, I always knew. Afterwards, Ji Yu's green robe was left on the grass, on the lake, on the small raft, the two wrapped in intimacy. Their sandals neatly placed on the shore, white shoes beside brown boots, solid like a destined pair, never parting. The next morning dawn broke over Tiandang mountain range, the place suddenly bustling like a festival. Under the guidance of elders who had reached the pinnacle of immortality, groups of prodigies from all over arrived. Descendants of great families, core disciples of the Holy Land, heirs of the primeval divine insects, even princes of dynasties, all gathered, the sky filled with magnificent ships, lotus platforms soaring, people flying on swords with elegance, some occupying the mountain peak, arms crossed, looking down arrogantly, disciples of the Holy Land, ancient clan elites, nearly all present. On the mountain top, a peculiar clan wearing crowns stood defiantly, loudly proclaiming, it is said before ascending, Xianzun left a huge treasure in this mountain range, once sweeping across divine sects, primeval holy lands, ancient kingdoms, even the strong. On a nearby branch, a figure in purple robes laughed slyly, saying, if we seize Xianzun's inheritance, our cultivation will surely rise rapidly. Darn, an explosion cut across the conversation. Hai Tian, holding a trident, struck a rock to draw attention, staring at the crowd eyeing the treasure, voice grating, Xianzun's treasure is mine, who dares to touch it? Murmurs rose around. This is Hai Tian, descendant of the ancient Sea clan, 42 years old, having reached the 4th step of God Tribulation realm, fully awakened sea god bloodline. Sitting on his mount, the beautiful girl displayed her fair legs, teasing, "Hai Tian, your power is not bad, but we are not ordinary either." That is Hu Sansan fanning herself, glancing at the Sea Clan descendant, provoking, "Want to monopolize Xianzun's treasury. Let's see if you have the ability." Others immediately followed, creating a wave of attacks. Indeed, Hai Tian, do not be arrogant. Still wet behind the ears and claiming to be her father, tension like a drawn bowstring. Suddenly, an orange streak tore across the sky, gliding over the mountains and landing on the central peak. Bai Yun and Ling Yun appeared, startling all the powerful. "It is Bai Yun and Ling Yun," a loud shout. The two, in familiar attire, both beautiful and confident, stood close together, raising their eyes ahead, smiling brightly. "Interesting." Immediately, some nearby mocked, "Oh, Takashi Academy members have arrived. They might not have the strength to protect Xianzun's treasure." Bai Yun turned, leaning on Ling Yun, eyes scanning the crowd with lethal intent, beginning to count the powers of Clan Thunder Clan, Tai Su Immortal Sect, Dao Tian Divine Sect, Great Leaf Dynasty, Primeval Divine Mountains. "Oh, your people are all here. Unexpected that news of the Master's treasure leaked so fast." Lan Ling frowned, eyes cautious yet intrigued. Bai Yun clenched Ling Yun's hand, showing unity, continuing, "It seems the disorderly crowd planted quite a few spies into Takeya Academy." Bai Yun's face showed eagerness mixed with caution. "Be careful, this battle may be a bloodbath." At that moment, a girl with slender legs, graceful figure stepped forward, speaking, "The Takashi Academy has arrived, regarding Tiandang Mountain Range having Xianzun's treasury." She is a singing female of Tianzan Mountain, one of the 5 primeval divine mountains, standing on the back of a radiant phoenix, elbow on its head, voice affirming, "It appears true." At the same time, Hai Tian stood on a black cloud, trident pointing down, exuding killing intent. "Bai Yun, you are bold, not afraid to die." Hearing the threat, Bai Yun remained calm. A faint golden energy layer spread around her body, hands resting on her hips, loudly responded, "We are the successors of Xianzun. Why would we not dare to come? It should be you daring to gaze at the master's treasure of Takashi Academy." That resolute statement immediately stirred the crowd on the surrounding mountain peaks, the murmurs rising without end. "What, Bai Yun, the holy maiden of Xia Academy, has reached half of the immortality realm? Such a talent defies heaven." Amid the noisy atmosphere, Jin Xian, the 13th prince of Jin Kingdom from the Xuantian Valley, clasped his hands behind his back, frowned, and spoke to cut through everything. "No need for further debate. First find the Xianzun's dwelling. Then whoever claims the treasures, let them take it by ability." Xuantian Valley once had 5 ancient nations, but 10,000 years ago, 3 were wiped out by Xianzun. Therefore now only Jin Kingdom and Mu Kingdom remain. Hearing this, Hu Sansan of the Ancient Fire Clan, sitting atop a massive fan, also voiced agreement. "First find the Xianzun's dwelling and deal with the rest later. By ancient rules, the younger generation competes. Outsiders must not intervene." On this side, Bai Yun crossed her arms over her chest, closed her eyes for a moment, then suddenly spoke with confidence. "No need to search further. I know where the master's dwelling is. Just follow me." These words poured fuel on the fire, immediately exciting the crowd. "If you know the place, perfect, we saved the trouble of searching." Soon after, Bai Yun and Ling Yun dashed down the mountainside. In Bai Yun's mind, with her strength and Lian's, if they truly had to deal with this unruly crowd, it wouldn't necessarily be difficult. Before long, under a dense green forest, the two stopped in front of a stone door sealed with countless golden chains. Behind them, the noisy crowd gradually arrived. Bai Yun thought silently, "This secret realm requires God Tribulation realm power to activate. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited 2 years in Phoenix capital." Thinking so, she stepped forward, placing her hand on the golden talisman covered in characters on the stone door. At that moment, the ground shook violently. A 2-story house with red tile roofs slowly rose from deep within the earth. Then the red door automatically widened. A stream of orange energy like a hurricane swept outward, blowing the hair of the martial artists waiting in front. The crowd went wild, shouting in unison, "Haha, the dwelling opens, let's rush in." They jostled, pushed, and collided, eventually getting stuck at the door like a chaotic knot. Even Bai Yun and Ling Yun watched in sweat. Moments later, Bai Yun stepped forward excitedly, turning to Lian. "Let's go in." "Yes," Ling Yun replied immediately. Soon after, the two finally entered inside. Bai Yun squinted, stepping onto the floating stairs in the space glowing like the Milky Way, while Ling Yun quickly followed closely behind. The group proceeded down a long corridor, at the end appearing a grand and magnificent castle. Upon stepping in, they were instantly overwhelmed by countless treasures and artifacts scattered everywhere. No one could hide their greed. Some shouted excitedly, "This artifact is mine." "Oh my, isn't that the Ascension Marrow of Ancient Alchemy Valley, said to boost power with a single sip? And that is the supreme earthly treasure, Blood Bodhi." Blinded by greed, everyone wanted to seize everything. The chaotic scene resembled a broken marketplace, people clashing amidst smoke and fire, shouting "mine, mine," echoing everywhere. The wide courtyard quickly descended into a fierce battle, everyone armed to the teeth. Fighting, they shouted, "Anyone dares take from me, I will fight to the death." In another corner, Ling Yun calmly ate watermelon, frowning. "Bai, elder sister, should we join for fun?" Bai Yun casually spat a seed, replying, "Stay calm, eat and watch the drama first." Only when the other's scramble showed no signs of stopping did Bai Yun rise, leading Ling Yun down a spiral staircase. "Let's go, follow me. Xianzun's dwelling is vast. The treasures outside are just appetizers." Following the winding corridor, Bai Yun acted like a host, enthusiastically introducing the powerful immortal aura, heavenly-grade treasures, pure-blood immortal beasts, and immortal pills stored in the palace. Those are the real treasures. Saying so, she pointed to the air proudly. One could say in the past our master was the wealthiest in the lower realm. Who knows how much he gained from other powers? Bai Yun propped her chin, eyes forward, silently calculating. But her goal was not those immortal treasures. What she wanted was the center of the palace, where the key could be refined and control over all of it held. The two casually entered a hall, a talisman floating in the air at the entrance. Know that this entire immortal palace is essentially a universe-grade immortal artifact, on par with Zhang Taihuang. Whoever refines the key becomes the new master. All treasures inside fall into their hands. At that moment, like flies to honey, Hai Tian led a group of fierce attendants behind Bai Yun. He laughed, "Aha, just as I suspected, Bai Yun holds a secret unknown to us. That token must be the key to controlling the entire palace, right?" Yet before his smile could fade, his expression changed instantly, seeing Bai Yun glide gracefully toward the talisman. Immediately, Hai Tian roared, forming hand seals, creating a raging sea dragon storm, fiercely attacking straight on. "The immortal palace key is mine, Bai Yun, get lost." But before the strike could touch her robe, a cold sword light shattered the wave. Ling Yun stood in front, her voice cold, "Your opponent is me." Leaving those people to Ling Yun, Bai Yun continued straight toward the golden talisman. That scene drove Hai Tian insane. He gestured, the martial artists behind him immediately shouted like a chaotic chorus, "Bai Yun, your Ziha Academy has reached its decline. Hand over the key and we might spare your life. Hand over the key now." Not far away, several elderly with silver hair remained still like stone statues, looking detached. Yet inside, waves surged, regretting not breaking the rules to join the scramble. A universe-grade immortal artifact before their eyes, who could remain unmoved. Meanwhile, Hai Tian's followers kept shouting, "Bai Yun, hand over the key. Your Ziha Academy has declined, unworthy of Xianzun's legacy. Refuse and death is the only path." Facing the piercing shouts, Bai Yun only slightly frowned. Her eyes showed no fear, rather a provoking look. "Have the guts? Then come on, stop shouting there." Beside her, Ling Yun was no less, raising her sword forward. Her hair flew in the wind, voice cold. "Right, are you hunting dogs barking incessantly? Hands itchy? Step forward, defeat us and the key will come to you naturally." Publicly insulted by two beautiful girls, a crowned heterodox could not endure, roaring as he charged, courting defeat. Bai Yun only smiled coldly, both hands spreading, golden spiritual power quickly converging. "The one courting death is you." As she spoke, two giant golden hands appeared from the void. In an instant, a crisp pop sounded, like swatting a mosquito right before her. Then, the golden hand flicked. The crowned youth was sent flying like a misfired bullet, tracing a humiliating arc before vanishing behind the clouds. The martial artist below gaped, eyes wide as goose eggs. Good heavens, Ao Tian sect disciple survived the fire tribulation, only to be blown away by one strike. What kind of monster is Bai Yun? Seeing his comrades' defeat, Gusi of Tianzan Mountain acted immediately. She summoned a small white orb, shooting countless green water streams, mocking still. Bai Yun is only 26. I don't believe she is this strong." Facing the attack, Bai Yun only raised two slender fingers. Behind her, a giant golden goddess statue appeared. She smiled faintly, taking the strike. "This trick dared to show before me." Then the six-armed statue unleashed a flurry of attacks. Each strike, slap, and press followed like a rain of blows, easily crushing all of Guxi's magic. She only managed to spit blood, eyes rolled, collapsing like a broken puppet before Bai Yun. The surrounding crowd buzzed endlessly. Impossible, the holy maiden of Tianzan Mountain couldn't even block one strike. The girl in white stood, aura cold as a ghost emerging from the underworld. Her contemptuous gaze swept the crowd. "Such power dares compete for my master's treasures." Just then, Hai Tian rode a massive tidal wave, trident in hand, roaring, "Bai Yun, don't be smug, watch me." Bai Yun was unfazed. She drew a golden dragon seal, aura blazing, standing tall. Come then. Seeing the treasure, the crowd gasped. Hamtian's seal, isn't that Jiang Wang's sect treasure? How did it fall into Bai Yun's hands? And she has refined the grade 8 treasure. In that moment, Bai Yun recalled Tianhong giving her the Hamtian seal, heart swelling with joy. He had said, Yun, this is the Hamtian seal, Jiang Wang's grade 8 treasure, take it. Don't rely too much on immortal aura, it's bad for your cultivation. Returning to the present, she tightened the seal, pointing at Hai Tian, shouting, little thief. Without hesitation, she slammed the Hamtian seal into his face. A crisp crack sounded. Hai Tian's white tooth was knocked out, spinning in the air before falling into the crowd. Die for me. The brutal scene made all martial artists gape, shouting in shock. Good heavens, even mighty Hai Tian lost a tooth. How strong has Bai Yun become? 2 years ago she was only fire god realm, now terrifying. What trials did she encounter in these 2 years? Nearby, Huo-san saw the worsening situation, folding his fan decisively, saying, can't beat her one-on-one, everyone attack together. Behind, Jin Qian drew his sword, nodding in agreement. Right, act together. Seize the key, then decide. Seeing the opponents preparing to encircle, Bai Yun and Ling Yun backed against each other. Bai Yun said softly, Lion, playing cat and mouse is enough. Let's combine forces to sweep them. Ling Yun replied decisively, okay, by elder sister. Then Bai Yun shouted, body immediately transforming into 3 heads and 6 arms. Both hands cast magic, one holding the Hamtian seal, the other raising the glowing spear high. The spear shot straight at Hai Tian, who immediately blocked with his trident. 2 forces collided, causing an explosion shaking heaven earth. Nearby, Ling Yun faced Huo-san and a scythe-wielding martial artist alone, looking like death incarnate. He shouted infernal sword technique. A giant golden sword descended from the sky, striking at the martial artist. He panicked, raised his weapon to block, shouting, what the hell? But in an instant his sword shattered like glass. He and nearby fighters were shaken to vomit blood, screaming impossible. In the sky, 3 elder immortals observed the battle. One stroked his beard, remarking, thought only Bai Yun was a demon, but the girl with her is no less formidable. Suddenly, a group of 5 lunged together, intending to trap Ling Yun, clearly aiming to kill her on the spot. Kill it. Ling Yun only lightly flexed, holding her sword and leaping, gracefully avoiding the encirclement. The ground where she stood exploded, stones scattering, dust filling the air. At that moment, a swordsman suddenly appeared before her, wearing a wicked smile. Let me show you the taste of pain, die. Ling Yun snorted coldly, her face clearly showing displeasure. She immediately drew a small golden bell-shaped artifact. In an instant, the artifact radiated sunlight-like brilliance, firing a beam of Jin Guang straight at the opponent. He barely squinted, frantically trying to evade. At this moment, behind Ling Yun hovered a massive sword, while before her stood a dazzling golden bell. The sight made countless people cry out in horror, the Taihuang bell. It was the immortal artifact of immortal venerable Taihuang, the founding ancestor of the Taigyu immortal sect 10,000 years ago. Why was it in the hands of a little girl, and why had it completely acknowledged her as its master? At the same time, the martial artist from earlier had already fallen face first to the ground, blood seeping from both eye sockets. He trembled and groaned, cough, my eyes, I cannot see anything anymore. The scene made an old elder with white hair and beard tremble with rage as he roared, the sect protecting immortal artifact of my Taizhu immortal sect, the Taihuang bell, was stolen by immortal venerable in those days. The injured martial artist looked grim and muttered, heavens, his eyes were actually crippled by his own sect's immortal artifact. What humiliation could be greater than this? On this side, Bai Yun wielded a spear in one hand and activated the heaven-shaking seal with the other, sweeping through the encirclement. Some were knocked down, some curled up trembling on the ground, and some had swords piercing straight through their backs. At that moment, Ling Yun continued to swing her sword, cooperating with the Taihuang bell to blast back wave after wave of people rushing in to surround them. Suddenly, 2 figures descended from midair and shouted loudly, hand over the Taihuang bell. We must help the Taizhu immortal sect reclaim its treasure. Seeing the elders descend one after another and form an encirclement, Bai Yun immediately questioned them. Seniors, what are you planning to do? The rules have made it clear, elders are not allowed to interfere. She pressed her back against Ling Yun in anger and shouted, are you planning to throw away all shame and openly break the rules? One Taizhu immortal sect elder looked dignified on the surface, but his words were utterly shameless. We are elders, our words carry the weight of 1,000 gold. How could we break the rules? It is only that this little girl dared steal the Taihuang bell, our sect protecting immortal artifact, a crime worthy of 10,000 deaths. Inwardly, the old man calculated that if he could seize this treasure back, he would both wash away 1,000 years of shame and render a great service. Thinking of this, he shouted even more aggressively, today, this old man will act on behalf of heaven and destroy this little thief. The other elders also chimed in, using numbers to pressure the few. Exactly, we have deep ties with the Taikyu Immortal sect. This little girl stole their sect-protecting immortal artifact. So today we must step forward and demand justice. Those brazen words disgusted Bai Yun to the extreme. She took out a golden treasure, held it tightly in her hand, and sneered, "Oh, so it turns out to be some ancient matter from who knows how long ago. Your ancestor, Immortal Venerable Tai Huang, was less skilled than others and was defeated by my distant ancestor, Immortal Venerable, and that should have been the end of it. Who would have thought his descendants would be even more shameless, unable to accept defeat and resorting to petty extortion?" Hearing this, the Taikyu Immortal sect elder flushed red with anger, pointed straight at Bai Yun, and shouted, "Little girl, curb that sharp tongue of yours. It was clearly your ancestral Immortal Venerable who struck first and robbed us. Today this old man must demand justice on behalf of my patriarch Immortal Venerable Tai Huang." At the same time, vicious killing intent arose in the minds of the elders. Who would have thought this little girl was actually a descendant of Immortal Venerable? Then all the more reason she could not be allowed to live. They had to wipe out that person's descendants and wash away the Taikyu Immortal sect's 10,000-year humiliation. Yes, they had to demand justice. Pressed speechless by those hypocritical words, Ling Yun glared, and her little mouth immediately struck back. "If you want to rob us, then come at us. Why talk so much? You really are a pack of sanctimonious old frauds." Bai Yun, standing beside her, no longer bothered arguing and said calmly, "Little sister, no need to waste words on them. Just fight." The longevity elders at this moment were no different from a pack of hungry beasts stalking prey, forcing the two girls into danger. One of them shouted, "Bai Yun, if you know what is good for you, surrender quickly and hand over the immortal artifact." Hearing this, not only was she unafraid, she scolded them back. "You people truly are a shameless bunch. You have lived your whole lives in vain." Ling Yun immediately echoed her, giggling, "Big sister Bai, please do not insult dogs like that." Those words were no different from pouring oil onto a fire. The Taikyu Immortal sect elder turned purple with rage, swung his fist, and shouted, "Insolent! You little girls dare insult us. Today you can forget about leaving this immortal estate." Bai Yun was just as furious, frowning as she questioned them. The rules were established jointly by all the forces. By openly violating them like this, you clearly do not put my Jixia Academy in your eyes. Right then, the Taikyu Immortal sect elder suddenly leaped up and launched a sneak attack at Bai Yun's back, shouting, "Jixia Academy is no longer the #1 sacred land it was 10,000 years ago. If not for that divine tree supporting it, that place would have declined long ago. Do not use that hollow reputation to scare this old man. Hurry and hand over the Taihuang bell and the immortal estate key." Just as the old man's thunderous strike came down, Bai Yun swiftly created a golden sphere of fear of light to envelop her body. She did not forget to shout back, "You old man may not fear Jixia Academy, but you should at least show respect to my patriarch, Immortal Venerable. 10,000 years ago, he was a living legend who swept across the lower realm with one hand." However, greed had made the Taikyu Immortal sect elder reckless. He laughed contemptuously. "Your Immortal Venerable ascended 10,000 years ago. Perhaps his bones have already rotted in the upper realm by now. Do not use ancient names to frighten us. If you have the ability, call him down here to fight." Hearing that, Bai Yun suddenly narrowed her eyes and revealed a smile full of hidden meaning. Her gaze brimmed with confidence. "I truly cannot invite my patriarch down to the lower realm, but asking for a portrait of him is as easy as turning my hand." Those words left the elders stunned, their minds filled with question marks. The Taikyu Immortal sect elder put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly, his voice full of mockery. "Oh, my holy maiden of Jixia Academy, have you been frightened, stupid? Are you planning to use a portrait of Immortal Venerable to threaten us? Immortal Venerable is indeed invincible, but if you think a mere painting can frighten us, then you are dreaming in broad daylight." Bai Yun only smiled mysteriously. "Then you will regret what you just said." After saying that, the girl narrowed her eyes, cupped her fists, then turned to Ling Yun, her tone solemn like a host on a grand stage. "Sister Ling, please invite the portrait of our patriarch, Immortal Venerable, to appear." Immediately Ling Yun took an ancient scroll from inside her robe and shouted, "Come out." She waved her hand and threw the scroll straight into midair. The scroll slowly unfurled in the sky, and Tianhong's portrait appeared amid a brilliant golden radiance. Seeing this, the elders laughed even louder in mockery. "Haha, what is this? Why have we still not been suppressed? You cannot keep acting anymore, can you, little girls?" But in the very next instant, an unimaginable change occurred. Tianhong stepped out from the painting, his bearing calm and carefree. Behind him were dozens of blazing fireballs, illuminating the entire space. He strode through the void like a god descending to the world, his robes fluttering, with a dazzling army of fireballs behind him. At the same time, a terrifying pressure like Mount Tai came crashing down, forcing all the elders to collapse to their knees at once, their legs going weak. They trembled as they raised their heads to look at the figure hovering high above. their minds blank. What in the world was happening? Immortal Venerable had ascended 10,000 years ago. How could he step out from a painting? Why did we no longer have the slightest strength to resist? Tianhong glanced down lightly, his eyes blood-red. His cold voice rang out. Which one of you said just now that I was the thief who stole the Taihuang bell? After hearing this, the Taixu Immortal Sect elder turned deathly pale, his entire body trembling as he stammered, It was me, On the other side, Bai Yun and Ling Yun stared blankly at Tianhong in the air, their eyes shining brightly as their mouths kept sighing in admiration. Patriarch, distant ancestor. So unbelievably cool. That elder had already hurriedly kowtowed repeatedly to the ground, his panicked voice distorted. Immortal Venerable. This junior had eyes, but failed to see. I spoke rashly and offended you. Please spare my life. Tianhong casually held a fireball in his hand and looked down at the crowd as though watching a diversion. Did you not say I was a thief? That I stole the Taihuang bell from Immortal Venerable Taihuang? Is he even worthy of making me steal from him? Whatever I want, I only need to reach out and seize it. Knowing there was no longer any path to survival, the old elder raised both hands toward the sky and cried out in despair, Immortal Venerable, spare my life. Immortal Venerable, spare my life. Before the words had finished, the old man's body vanished in an instant, leaving only a white skeleton with its mouth stretched wide like a silent scream. Nearby, Huo Shan and Gu Shi were also gradually swallowed by the flames. They screamed in despair, I do not want to die. I still have my whole future ahead of me. I do not want to lose my life here. A moment later, only 3 people remained in the vast mountain region. Tianhong, Bai Yun, and Ling Yun were all safely protected inside a golden sphere of light. When the firestorm dispersed, Bai Yun held a small stick and poked at the red ashes on the ground, sighing nonstop. Patriarch truly lives up to his reputation. He really is an existence powerful enough to suppress the world. Beside her, Ling Yun was no less excited, her eyes narrowing as she raised her fist high. Big sister Bai, we must cultivate diligently, and one day we will reach a realm like our distant ancestors. Immediately afterward, cold sweat suddenly broke out on her when she heard Bai Yun yugging a treasure chest and smiling sweetly. Sister Ling, once I finish refining this immortal estate key, we will return to Fengjing City. When that time comes, take whatever you like, no need to be polite. Just then, Yu Dong of the Ancient Academy and another elder finally appeared at a leisurely pace, because they had to stop by Fengjing City to pay respects to his parents. The 2 of them arrived late. As soon as they reached the outside of the treasury entrance, both sensed that Jing Tian aura and immediately froze in suspicion. This pressure is truly terrifying. This is already at the level of a true immortal. Thinking of this, the 2 immediately turned and ran for their lives away from the treasury area as if avoiding disaster. Their mouths still muttered in amazement. Donger, it seems arriving 1 step late was actually our good fortune, letting us avoid a great calamity. Who would have thought Immortal Venerable left such a terrifying trump card inside the immortal estate? Hurry and go. What treasury is there to care about now? Time passed silently, and no one knew how many years had gone by. In a small town nestled within a remote valley, in a place so distant that even birds would tire from flying there, Tianhong was sitting by the window. With one hand, he carefully carved a wooden statue, muttering, those people from Central Continent really are not simple. 10,000 years ago, I was still too merciful toward them. Thinking of his beautiful wife, Li Siyu, his face flushed faintly, and he thought to himself, the fights of those youngsters are not worth getting involved in. Staying with my wife is what matters most. Tianhong lifted the newly completed statue of the goddess to admire it, pondering after the statue of Nuwa, I will continue carving the 3 pure ones Luo Ho, Yang Liu Hongjun, and finally Pangu. If I can carve Pangu, my comprehension of the immortal path will be considered to have reached great completion. Ever since finding the path back to the immortal Tao, each time he completed a statue of a mythological figure, his realm of comprehension advanced another step. He carefully placed the statue of Nuwa on the high shelf. At the same time, the whole of Central Continent fell into great chaos. The city lords turned pale, blankly asking one another what exactly had happened. On the yin-yang map, a martial artist discovered in horror that the life tablets of numerous genius disciples and elders from major forces who had entered Central Continent had all shattered. Peak longevity experts, even within super forces, were figures of very high status. Not to mention those heavenly prodigies were all future seedlings, pillars of their sex. Yet now all of them had died, violently shaking the entire Central Continent. Among them were also the crowned foreign race members Huo Shan, Hai Tian, Gu Shi, and Jin Xian. Inside a vast grand hall, the sound of arguing rang out without end. What? A great figure asked in horror. Your side was wiped out too. Another person slammed the table and said angrily, of course no one else survived. Only Bai Yun, the young woman from Jixia Academy, is still alive. Hearing this, the people around them immediately snorted coldly, their faces filled with fury. So it turned out everything had been orchestrated by Jixia Academy. In the end, everyone reached the same conclusion. Outside, a storm rolled in, thunder and lightning tearing across the sky. Inside the Great Hall, shouts full of killing intent rang out. Destroy Jixia Academy, go there together and demand justice. The scene shifted to Jixia Academy, the foremost sacred land founded by Xianzun 10,000 years ago. Beneath the shade of an ancient tree, a youth named Wu Hao, a descendant of Wu Wang Manor in the Divine Phoenix Kingdom, was immersed in cultivation. A few years ago, Wu Hao's grandfather had bought him a wooden statue of the great sage equal to heaven right outside Tianhongsha. As the years passed, the lives of grandfather and grandson remained as peaceful as still water, until Wu Hao entered the marrow cleansing stage, and the eldest madam of the Wu family brought people over to seize the family property. In the fight to protect his grandson, his grandfather was gravely injured. He carried Wu Hao into the depths of the forest, but the enemies kept hunting them and refused to let them go. In the end, during their escape, no one arrived in time to save them, and Wu Hao's grandfather lost his life. At that very moment, an elder of Jixia Academy happened to pass through the mountains and discovered the Tao resonance hidden within the wooden statue. He immediately accepted Wu Hao as his disciple. From then on, Wu Hao joined Jixia Academy. Because of his adorable appearance, he was doted on wholeheartedly by his senior sisters, leaving him able only to call helplessly senior sisters. A year ago, by chance, he sensed a mysterious opportunity hidden within the statue of the great sage equal to heaven. Thanks to that, he comprehended the fighting immortal scripture and heaven and earth manifestation. Not only that, he also awakened the supreme bone, causing his talent to soar tremendously. Wu Hao joyfully hugged the statue tightly in his arms. Brother Monkey, thank you for helping me break through to the profound hollow realm. Suddenly, from the sky above, a terrifying pressure descended, so heavy it seemed to want to crush his body. Wu Hao was startled and immediately took a defensive stance, a distinct sense of unease rising in his heart. A heaven-shaking thunderclap exploded, and a massive bolt of lightning struck straight down into the ground, causing the rocks and earth around it to crack apart and tremble violently. Elsewhere, Shi Yu, who was bathing, also faintly sensed that terrifying aura. She frowned slightly and asked what was happening, her purple eyes gazing into the distance. Behind her, Tianhong blushed as he secretly looked at his wife's flawless figure. Seeing her notice, he hurriedly waved his hand, trying to appear calm. It's nothing, dear wife, just a few insects causing trouble. Hearing this, Shi Yu instantly turned back in surprise. Both embarrassed and angry, she casually threw the basin straight at him along with a divine ability and snapped, "No peeking." On the other side, Wu Hao raised his head to look at the sky and saw countless streams of sword ki converging in one direction. It turned out the elders were hurriedly flying off to investigate the situation. The Grand Elder frowned with worry. This is a true immortal descending. Perhaps the methods left behind by the ancestor killed their people, so they came to demand an explanation. The second elder gritted his teeth, his voice filled with anger. I wonder how Yenner is now. Those hateful bastards, when the ancestor was still alive, every one of them hid with their heads tucked in. Now they dare to casually humiliate our Jixia Academy. Scene shifted to Bai Yun, who was now leisurely stepping into a clear stream, happily preparing to bathe. Ling Yun had also finished preparing and was testing how cold the water was before stepping into the stream with her. The two soaked comfortably, enjoying the cool, crystal-clear water. Suddenly, above the clouds, enormous beams of light flashed, accompanied by furious roars that resounded through heaven and earth. Jixia Academy deserves to die. A strange half-human, half-monster creature tore through the clouds and charged out, roaring loudly, "Hand over Bai Yun, hand over the treasure." The second elder cried out in horror, "This is the Xianzun of heavenly venerable mountain." Suddenly, the stream beside them churned violently, surging up in great waves. The elders immediately turned their heads to look. From the middle of the whirlpool, a soft arm slowly reached out. A seductive figure stepped out of the water, leaving everyone stunned. It was the true immortal of the Heavenly Medicine Clan, an ancient great clan. Two Xianzun appeared in the air, their auras vast and boundless, layers of black ki surging and spreading around their bodies. Right after that, a small pool of water spiraled into a vortex, and a resentful voice rang out, "My Tian'er died in the immortal mansion of Lun Xianzun. Today, every person in Jixia Academy must die." Kuang Lang emerged from the water, killing intent rising all over him. He roared, gripping a trident as he charged forward, dragging a massive water pillar with destructive power straight toward the elders. Fortunately, the three elders joined forces in time and barely blocked the attack. They looked in panic at the water swirling through the sky. Wu Hao's face turned deathly pale, and only one despairing thought echoed in his mind, "It's over, this time it is truly over." But just as life and death hung by a thread, the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled violently. An ancient voice, majestic as rolling thunder, echoed through the entire space with fury. What petty thieves dare come to Jixia Academy and act so wildly? The one who had spoken was the Academy's immortal tree ancestor, the divine ancient tree personally planted by Qianzun 10,000 years ago. The great tree roared in fury, and the ground instantly split open. Countless enormous roots surged up from beneath the earth, rolling like the tentacles of an ancient being. One of those roots carried a might like a roaring sacred river, then shot straight toward Kuang Lang. That true immortal's expression changed instantly, his body going rigid as he faced the great tree's terrifying counterattack. He hurriedly swung his trident, raising a dense curtain of seawater to resist, but it was all as useless as a drop in the ocean. The sharp root was not hindered at all and pierced straight through his body. After taking down Kuang Lang, the immortal tree disdainfully flung his body aside, as lightly as brushing away a speck of dust. Witnessing this, Wu Hao was so overjoyed he nearly went mad, jumping like a child given candy. A true immortal is dead, we are saved. Long live the immortal tree ancestor, long, long live. The remaining two true immortals turned pale, so frightened their souls almost flew out of their bodies. Both trembled as they cried out in alarm. Heavens, Kuang Lang Xianzun was actually defeated by that old tree in a single strike. As expected of the immortal tree left behind by Xianzun, after living for 10,000 years, it has only grown stronger. When they saw those surging roots begin to move again, the two of them instantly jolted, their entire bodies trembling. One of them shouted in panic, "Mountain Venerable, retreat at once. That tree spirit is about to strike again." As soon as the words fell, the two figures turned into two streaks of black shadow, dragging a whole mass of dark clouds as they fled for their lives. In the blink of an eye, both disappeared without a trace. Wu Hao watched them go and laughed with delight. "Ha!" They all ran like scared dogs. The elders landed one after another, all bowing before the immortal tree, as they said respectfully, "We thank Lord Immortal Tree for taking action and saving Jixia Academy from this great calamity." The immortal tree did not answer, only raised its head to look at the sky with sorrowful eyes steeped in memories. It murmured softly, "Master, it has been 10,000 years, and this old servant misses you so much it hurts. You granted me life, and I also promised to spend my whole life protecting Jixia Academy. But now this old servant's life is almost exhausted, and in the future, the Academy will have no one left to shelter it." After speaking, the immortal tree gently extended a small root and lightly stroked Wu Hao's head. Its voice was filled with tenderness. "When I die, I will no longer be able to continue protecting the Academy. You must immediately activate the Fire Seed Plan." He could not help but pinch Wu Hao's cheek lightly, his eyes full of hope that a few fire strains had survived so the future of the Academy could be restored. All the elders bowed deeply to the ground, responding in unison, "We will follow the Great One's orders." Celestial Elder continued giving instructions, immediately sending word to Bai Yun to absolutely not return, to hide the Master's treasure carefully, for she and that treasure were the last hope for the revival of the Takha Academy. The Elder Group leader took the order seriously and quickly dispersed. The scene shifted to the Divine Phoenix capital, where grand structures stretched like a magnificent painting. Ling Yun and Bai Yun held hands, walking and laughing happily. The two approached Tian Hong, who was lying in the sun leisurely. Bowing, we pay respects to the ancestor. Greetings to the distant ancestor. He smiled, gently lowered the cloth covering his eyes, praising well done. Bai Yun breathed a sigh of relief, releasing some pressure. Luckily, before the ancestor left, he had left a divine seal in the painting, otherwise the two would have been in danger. Tian Hong remained calm as usual, listening and sipping tea leisurely. Recalling Jing Tian's earth-shaking scene at that time, the two girls could only stare in awe. The ancestor used only one divine seal to wield the invincible power of a true immortal. If his true form had appeared, how much more terrifying it would have been. Ling Yun could not hide her curiosity and asked ancestor, "What realm have you currently reached?" Tian Hong stroked his chin, pretending to ponder. "Realm? Perhaps the realm people call lawless and meditation-free, without rule or constraint. Simply put, he is a carefree being. Even the rules of heaven and earth must yield." After speaking, he grinned mischievously, accompanied by a familiar wink, causing all his previous domineering aura to vanish instantly. Two girls hugged each other, eyes shining like headlights with excitement, stammering, "Isn't this the pinnacle of power, the ultimate of cultivation?" Tian Hong fell silent, his gaze following his reflection in the teacup, softly saying, "Ultimate? No, not yet at present. The ancestor still lacks one step. If the immortal and demon merge, only then could he transcend the three realms, overturn heaven and earth, and reform the world." Bai Yun smiled brightly, unable to close her mouth, hastily pouring tea for him. However, her way of pouring was peculiar, water hitting the cup but not stopping, sighing as she poured, "The rules of heaven and earth cannot affect her. No wonder the distant ancestor can use his true form in the mortal realm. He smiled gently, encouraging, keep cultivating diligently. Perhaps you can reach my realm one day. The two instantly rejoiced, holding hands tightly, eyes full of determination. We will not let the ancestor and distant ancestor down. Tianhong nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly remembering something, he said, Yun Ni, show me the ginseng you obtained from the immortal mansion. Warm golden sunlight filtered through the clouds, making the scene more poetic. Yun obediently began searching in her garment. After a while she exclaimed, Ah, found it. Grasping the stem with one hand, she pulled sharply. Ginseng was pulled out suddenly, crying out in pain before immediately transforming into a small old man, completely naked, wearing a roguish smile. Little miss, you finally released me. Bai Yun showed disgust, pushing him away. The old ginseng man crossed his arms, puffed his chest, laughing heartily. The Xianzun who sealed me for 10,000 years can finally see the sunlight again. The immortal ginseng squinted cunningly, speaking in a croaky voice, Little miss, if you release me, I will grant you a great opportunity, allowing you to be my maid. And he turned to Ling Yun, grinning slyly, winking, sending chills down her spine. The little miss over there suits me as well, maybe I'll take both of you. Just drink my bathwater, you will remain eternally young, serving me for life. He puckered his lips to steal a kiss. Ling Yun recoiled 10 meters, shouting, Get away immediately. She was so disgusted she wanted to vomit. Bai Yun did not hold back, adding, This old ginseng is perverse, drinking his bathwater to stay young, ridiculous. Suddenly a familiar cold voice rang in the ear, startling the immortal ginseng, terrified. How dare you act insolently before me? It seems not destroying your spirit 10,000 years ago was my mistake. Instantly the immortal ginseng returned to a proper form, clothes and hair tidy, flipping his expression swiftly. He hugged Tianhong's legs, wailing pitifully, Master, 10,000 years have passed. I missed you so much. I thought you had forgotten me. Tianhong just laughed derisively, lightly scolding, fake and lively. Then he squeezed his face, making him break out in cold sweat. Tianhong's face lowered, delivering a strong strike, shouting, I am here. The immortal ginseng was beaten to a twisted face, crying out in pain, Oh! Then came a punishment no one could bear to watch. As he used spiritual power on his buttocks, countless strange shapes forming, questioning, if he still dares to tease my servant, all would die, understand. Ling Yun and Bai Yun heard the repeated slaps, faces pale, hearts filled with pity. The immortal ginseng was beaten flat, lying sprawled on the ground, begging miserably, Ah, spare me. Tianhong just snapped his fingers, instantly stripping off the makeup, returning him to a normal ginseng form. He smiled lightly, thinking, earlier he looked somewhat disgusting. In this form he could trick the lady into thinking he is just an ordinary ginseng. In the afternoon at the private residence, Shi Yu sat leisurely on the steps, waiting for her husband to return. Tianhong stepped through the gate, speaking tenderly, Wife. He smiled playfully, wanting a small surprise. Guess what Waifu brought back for you? Ji Yu tilted her head, eyes innocent and curious, asking, What is it? I cannot guess. He looked excited, immediately showing the item. Look at this. She propped her chinking for a moment, then said, It looks like a ginseng root anyway. Tianhong laughed, looking pleased, nodding, That's right. Ziyu frowned slightly, worriedly asking, Husband, why did you buy ginseng? Our family is not wealthy. He cheerfully explained, Ginseng soup can help maintain youth. If wife uses it, you will be even more beautiful. So he bought it. Hearing this, Ziyu's eyes turned red, tears streaming. You are no longer beautiful. No wonder today I saw a gray hair. Have you grown old? Tianhong panicked, shaking his head repeatedly. Absolutely not. He hurriedly explained, In my heart, wife, you are always the most beautiful, unmatched. Hearing this, her face blushed from shyness, giggling, unaccustomed to her husband. Ziyu gently nudged his side, coaxingly. All right, I will eat. I also want to remain beautiful so husband will admire me endlessly. The two looked at each other full of affection, but each carried a thought. One determined not to let the wife know this is the 10,000-year immortal ginseng, or she would be frightened. The other secretly laughing, Husband is silly in the palace. He drinks century-old ginseng tea daily. But he has the heart I cannot refuse, gladly accepting. Suddenly, Yu noticed something unusual. Wait, this is ginseng aura. She brought the ginseng root to her nose, sniffed again. Yes, it is, if not, nearly missing a Jingtian treasure. She looked at the ginseng in her hands, heart stirred. This is 10,000-year sealed ginseng, a rare treasure in the mortal realm, not only prolonging youth but shortening breakthrough to the longevity realm. Her husband truly found a great opportunity. Seeing her dazed, Tianhong anxiously asked, Wife, what's wrong? She shook her head quickly. No, nothing. Husband gave me such a precious gift, deeply moved. Yu smiled, a pure lotus-like smile, then reached out coaxingly, wanting a hug. Tianhong did not hesitate, immediately lifting her up. All right, Yu nestled into her husband's arms, silently promising, Husband, Soon I will give you 100,000-year ginseng, so you can establish immortality. Night gradually fell, swallowing the last rays of sunset. Under the flickering oil lamp, two shadows intertwined like cypress, creating a hazy scene, or rather a domestic chase. His naughty head only knew to tease. A sulky voice sounded, accompanied by strong resistance. The small wooden house shook with each tremor from the young couple's midnight play. Tianhong, with enduring strength, held the delicate wrists of his wife, pressing above her head. Wife, you smell so sweet, let me nibble a bit. Tianhong spoke evenly, see you struggling in the wooden tub, pouting, responding, why did you tease me first? I am on a righteous mission for revenge. She lunged, biting a pretty mark on his shoulder. Aha, wife, spare me. Tianhong felt a shock, face pouting like a child losing candy. Do not abuse me. He rubbed his shoulder while scolding. Wait, why do you like biting? Are you lucky? The next day, in another space, beyond the Phoenix City deity, deep within the Forbidden Palace, a graceful figure sat silently in meditation amid the void. It was Shi Yu, entering a critical stage of cultivation, her demeanor solemn like a bodhisattva. Around her shimmered a protective barrier, faintly revealing the precious ginseng gifted by Tianhong. Spiritual energy surged, gradually forming a mystical yin-yang seal, yet the sky suddenly roared violently. Meteors blazed like infernal fireballs, crashing down like a terrifying rain of flames. The pressure intensified, cracking the ground below and heating it like glowing coals. Fortunately, Shi Yu's protective barrier held firm, shielding her from the falling boulders. At that moment, a great roar rose from the earth. A massive earth dragon broke through, crushing the falling meteors. After a while, Lei Xing Shi Yu slowly opened her eyes, a satisfied smile forming on her lips. Incredible, this aged ginseng was truly worth it, helping her overcome the fire tribulation with ease. Her gaze grew resolute. Alright, if she starts, she will see it through. Thinking this, she gathered her energy. The barrier around her expanded, lifting her into the air, hovering mid-air. On the cloud layer, the first streaks of lightning flashed, signaling the wrath of the heavenly palace. In an instant, countless colossal lightning bolts became writhing electric serpents, tearing the sky and crashing down. The thunderclaps resounded as if to crush all creation, striking Shi Yu simultaneously. He quickly formed a hand seal and shouted, "Lightning art, heaven's thunder protects my body." The protective barrier dissolved. Her bare but steadfast body absorbed the full fury of the lightning. Xiyu gritted her teeth, enduring. The thunder grew denser, its power more terrifying with each moment. She poured out all her cultivation, letting out a roar that shook heaven and earth. A dazzling Jin Guang descended from above. A golden dragon manifested, carrying the aura of the great Tao, piercing through heaven and earth before soaring into the sky. The previously devastated land began slowly repairing itself. Xiyu collapsed to the ground like a ragdoll, exhausted. The rain began to fall. The third lightning tribulation had passed, yet the power of the millennia-old ginseng had not fully dissipated. Though her body was broken and drained, her will remained unshaken. Then one more time. At that exact moment, the ground beneath her suddenly gave way. Water surged in from somewhere, rising quickly, engulfing Shi Yu and dragging her down a deep abyss. Yet below, an unusually serene scene appeared. She saw herself standing in heaven and earth, smiling happily beside two children in cradles. Her gentle voice rang out, "Husband, look, the children are so adorable. Try to say, who do they resemble more?" Suddenly, a ghostly mocking voice echoed. Of course they must resemble me." The figure appearing was none other than the demon lord descending. Han smiled coldly, a chilling grin that made one shiver. "So long, Empress," he. "Long time no see." Yu froze, trembling all over as she recognized the familiar face before her. Husband. He was truly the demon lord. He curled his lips in a sneer, his gaze icy as ice. "Oh, only now do you realize?" "Indeed, a bit slow." Xiyu felt completely shattered. She collapsed to the ground, unable to believe the cruel truth. How could this be? Impossible. Why is he the demon lord? The one she loved most? Why is he the one who once killed her? Her voice broke in pain and bitterness, echoing across the space. Xiyu sobbed, asking, "Why did you deceive me?" Tianhong, or rather the demon lord, laughed coldly. As if you were so innocent. "Haven't you also deceived me, central heavenly emperor of fire?" She froze, her mind spinning as if about to explode, then collapsed. That's right, how could she blame him? Hadn't she also hidden her true identity from him? What should she do now? Tianhong waved his hand and the black, demonic energy immediately swirled around him. "Empress, he who once blocked me from ruling the three realms. Now it's time you pay with your life." Xiyu choked on her words, pain swelling in her heart. Must our marital bond truly reach a point of endless death? He conjured a sharp weapon, lips curling with coldness. "Let's see what you can do." Xiyu felt her heart constricted. Why? Why is he the demon lord? Why has fate mocked her so cruelly? Tianhong acted without hesitation. From today, our ties are severed. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. If not you dead, then it must be me perishing. Yu slowly stood, body unsteady as if about to fall. If not him, then it must be me. He was truly merciless. Tears soaked her sleeves. Happy memories surged back, slowly appearing like an old film. Yet harsh reality had shattered everything like a broken mirror, with no way back. Fine, if that is what he wants, then our ties are severed. Tianhong summoned his staff. During the previous Immortal Demon War, he had been too merciful not to kill her, giving her a chance to reincarnate. At the same time, Yu called forth her sword. Its cold intent spread instantly. She decisively wiped her tears. Then this battle will put an end to everything. They immediately clashed, fighting fiercely. Shockwaves collided in mid-air, emitting sparks like fireworks. The clash of sword and staff rang harshly. Yu closed her eyes, swinging a sword full of power. He stepped back to block, then immediately countered with the staff. She quickly leaned back to dodge, just escaping the deadly strike. Seeing an opening, Yu concentrated her force, thrusting at his vital point while shouting loudly. At that moment, she glimpsed Tianhong's fleeting, troubled expression. By some inexplicable instinct, Yu hesitated. She couldn't bring herself to strike that man. Tianhong immediately seized the opportunity, striking her away to widen the distance. So quickly, and you're already weakened? He laughed scornfully, his voice full of sarcasm. This is nothing like my eternal nemesis. Where is Yu, my invincible in the world? Immediately after, he swung the staff, unleashing a devastating blow to end the battle. Yu hurriedly stepped back and luckily avoided it. The aftershock cracked the ground, erupting violently. One misstep, and she would have been shredded. Tianhong curled his lips, his voice dripping with contempt. I have two offspring with a worthless creature like you, truly the greatest humiliation. He aimed his staff at the cradle. Today I will kill you and those two children. In this three realms, only I shall reign supreme. Yu cried out in panic. No, absolutely must not harm my children. She rushed forward uncontrollably, using her body and sword to block the attack. She gritted her teeth in fury. He was truly heartless, yet he wanted to kill our children. Speaking, she hastily erected a barrier to protect the cradle. Yu was furious to the extreme, determined that she could never forgive him. With those words, she poured out all her strength, her figure turning into a streak of light as she shot straight ahead like a life-taking arrow. Violent lightning erupted all over her body, killing intent surging wildly upward. The sharp sword in his hand did not hesitate at all, thrusting straight toward Tianhong. A layer of black ki also instantly covered his body like a shield. Just as the sword tip was about to touch him, that layer of black ki suddenly vanished. His body completely lost every layer of protection. In that very instant, Yu clearly saw Tianhong's gentle, heart-stirring face, and she was immediately shaken into a daze. But everything was already too late. The blade had pierced through his body. The king hurriedly turned back to look, only to see Tianhong standing motionless, the black ki around him completely gone. Yu cried out in agony, Why did you not dodge? As she spoke, she rushed over and caught his body as it slowly fell. Tianhong tremblingly raised his hand and lightly touched her cheek. Only when you kill me with your own hands, only then can I repay my vengeance, break my inner demon, and transcend the three realms. His gaze remained gentle, filled with love. Yu felt as though her entire world had collapsed. She burst into sobs. You fool, you truly are a bastard. A tear rolled down his cheek. He whispered, I have no other way, my wife. No matter what identity you bear, I still love you. If I can successfully reincarnate, we husband and wife will renew our bond. After saying that, his arm fell limply, and his eyes also closed. Yu froze for a moment, then cried out in despair, no. She hugged his body tightly, crying until she was almost mad. Husband, wake up. I will not allow you to leave me. I absolutely will not allow it. Her sorrowful cries echoed through the entire space. Her tears had nearly run dry. She whispered softly by his ear, I am sorry. I should not have doubted your love. Husband, no matter how long I must wait, I will definitely find your reincarnation. After the burial, she built him a small grave and placed the two weapons beside it as tokens. Yu wiped away her tears, stood up, and said, If I cannot find you, I will never transcend. Suddenly, the entire space collapsed. Yu woke from the dream in shock, tears still clinging to her cheeks. I just killed the person I love most with my own hands. Her whole body trembled with fear, thank goodness. It was all only an illusion of the heart tribulation. Otherwise, if it had truly been like that. Yu reached out and touched the jade pendant at her abdomen, forcing herself to calm down. She sighed, the illusion of the heart tribulation is indeed terrifying. It digs out the deepest fear in a person's heart. As she spoke, she wiped her tears, looking both pitiful and somewhat amusing. Who would have thought my husband would be turned into the mortal enemy, the demon lord? This is truly an unbelievably melodramatic script. She stood up, walked outside, and told herself, calm down, Yu. My husband is only a frail scholar. How could he possibly be the demon lord? No matter how I think about it, it makes no sense. How could someone like the demon lord, Wang Zi, possibly love an ordinary woman like me? Du put her hands on her hips, pouted in annoyance, then walked toward the lakeshore. The fresh air and cool mist gradually soothed her heart. She stretched comfortably, only one step away from entering the longevity realm. This speed is truly unbelievably fast. She took off her clothes and stepped into the lake, but the longing in her heart suddenly surged with fierce intensity. This is bad. I suddenly miss my husband too much. I need to hurry back and find him. As Shiyu surfaced from the water, she thought, after I bathe clean, I will go back and hug my husband immediately. She smiled with anticipation. I will not let my husband leave me by even half a step. I must quickly become stronger, then take him with me to ascend. The scene shifted, the setting suddenly changing to the Wu Wang manor, where the air also carried a faint aura of nobility. Servants stood neatly in 2 rows, respectfully waiting to welcome an important figure. From high above, a figure slowly descended, his bearing like an immortal arriving in the mortal world. The servants immediately bowed in unison, respectfully welcoming the young master. Wudong lightly landed on the ground, and the astonishing pressure around him slowly withdrew. The steward hurried out to greet him, his voice unable to hide its emotion. Young master, you have finally returned. From inside the manor, Wu Wang laughed heartily and hurried out. Ha ha ha, has my donger returned? Grandfather is truly overjoyed. The youth immediately bowed in salute. Greetings, grandfather. Congratulations on breaking through to the 4th step of the divine tribulation. Wu Wang laughed aloud and nodded in satisfaction. Good, very good. But what importance does the divine tribulation realm have compared to my precious grandson's return? Wudong then turned to his parents and continued to salute respectfully. Greetings, father, mother. His father nodded slightly, his eyes full of approval. Donger, you did well. You passed the wind tribulation at just over 20, truly worthy of being my son. Just then, a luxurious carriage approached from afar. A clear, resonant voice rang out, has my good grandson returned? Wu Wang leisurely stepped down from the carriage, placing his foot on the back of a subordinate, who had bent down to serve as a step. His face was radiant. Your maternal grandfather has also come to visit you. Wudong cupped his hands and said respectfully, greetings, maternal grandfather. His mother smiled gently. All right, why is everyone still standing out here? Let us go inside before continuing. Wu Wang wrapped an arm around his grandson's shoulders and laughed as he pulled him into the manor. Yes, yes, hurry inside. Prepare a feast. Hurry and prepare a feast. The reunion scene was so lively that it seemed somewhat exaggerated. Before long, the servants continuously brought up lavish dishes, filling the entire table. Rare mountain and sea delicacies had been prepared with great care, their fragrance spreading everywhere. The whole family gathered to eat, drink, talk, and laugh merrily. Ambition flashed in Wudong's eyes as he skillfully poured wine for his maternal grandfather and probed, I heard that the Divine Phoenix Empress has broken through to the Divine Tribulation realm. Is that so? And she even personally cut down Yinju Karen, an old monster at the 2nd stage of Divine Tribulation. Is that true? Wu Wang calmly raised his hand, signaling him to stay calm. You and that girl are around the same age, and from childhood you were also nurtured in places like the Central Province Ancient Academy, so your aptitude is truly extraordinary. Passing the wind tribulation at this age is already a matter that shocks the heavens. The old man stroked his beard and continued slowly, but Shiyu is in the southern province, a place with barren spiritual energy and scarce resources, yet she still reached that realm. Thinking about it truly makes one wary. Wu Wang, seated beside him, frowned slightly, his eyes revealing suspicion. Donger, why did you bring up the Empress today? Could it be that you have some other plan? Hearing this, Wudong's gaze became deep and unreadable. He lightly swirled the wine cup in his hand, his voice full of implication, without resources backing her. Passing the wind tribulation at this age is, in my view, almost impossible. Lowered his voice, looking mysterious. Perhaps the Divine Phoenix Empress has encountered some mysterious inheritance. As soon as Wu Wang heard this, he understood the meaning and his gaze also turned profound. He looked at Wu Dong. What Donger means is, before the words were finished, Wu Wang waved his hand and cut him off. No, the old man's voice turned stern. Although our 4 great princely manors are not overly bound by imperial commands, we are still subjects of the Divine Phoenix dynasty. The old man suddenly remembered Shiyu's dignified bearing and sharp gaze. He warned in a deep voice, you must absolutely not harbor any intention of harming Her Majesty the Empress. Seeing his grandfather so serious, Wudong immediately laughed it off, and the mysterious look from earlier also vanished. Grandfather, what kind of person do you take me for? How would Donger dare bear ill will toward the Empress? He hurriedly explained, it is just that Donger and the Empress are around the same age, and we are both geniuses. Perhaps grandfather and maternal grandfather could enter the palace and seek her hand in marriage for me. After hearing this, Wu Wang was briefly surprised, then burst into loud laughter. Well, brother Wu Wang, it seems our donger has truly grown up. It is indeed time for him to think about starting a family. Wu Wang happily set down his chopsticks and nodded in approval. Our donger is the #1 true disciple of the ancient academy, and with 2 great royal manners backing him, he is indeed a worthy match for the divine Phoenix Empress. He burst into hearty laughter. Haha, this idea truly is not bad. The Empress and our donger are truly a golden boy and jade girl. After saying that, he immediately raised his cup and put an arm around Yu Wang's shoulder. We cannot delay any longer. Brother Yu Wang, tomorrow we will go straight into the Imperial Palace to ask for the marriage. Yu Wang also responded cheerfully, raising his cup in return. Good, then it is settled. Haha, today truly brings double happiness to our door. Drink. At the same time, Wudong also raised his cup and drained it, his heart overflowing with joy. Grandfather and maternal grandfather have worked hard for me. Elsewhere, in the rear courtyard of the Lin residence, Tianhong and Shi Yu were performing a loving sword dance together. Each step she took was as light as a flower petal, her figure soft and graceful, swaying like a passing breeze. The two moved in perfect harmony down to each breath, every motion blending like a dragon soaring with a phoenix dancing. Tianhong gently embraced her slender waist, and the two seemed to sink into their own world, filled with happiness. When Shi Yu leaned back, he immediately bent down to support that soft body. In midair, rose petals drifted down from nowhere, creating a scene so romantic it could intoxicate the heart. But that sweet atmosphere was suddenly broken by a crisp crack. Tianhong's waist seemed unable to endure such excessive romance, and his face turned pale. Shi Yu asked worriedly, "Husband, what happened to you?" Seeing him clutch his waist with a pained grimace, she grew even more flustered, her voice trembling. "Why does your waist hurt again? Have we been a little too active lately?" Hearing this, Tianhong, who was trembling and nearly falling, suddenly jolted. His pride surged, and he immediately straightened his body, saying stiffly, I can still do it. As for the truth, perhaps only the heavens knew." Night fell silent, and inside the room, only the dim candlelight remained, while the bed curtains had been drawn shut. Lai Xinji wore a thin, light garment, her gaze toward Tianhong gentle as water. At this moment, Tianhong had only a towel loosely wrapped around his waist, his firm physique appearing beneath the candlelight. "Wife." He was somewhat surprised by her unusual initiative today. Looking at her, he asked in a doubtful voice, "Wife, what is wrong with you today? Why are you suddenly so passionate?" Ziyu moved close beside him and whispered softly, "Nothing. It is just that today I missed you especially." After saying that, she playfully pinched his cheek and murmured softly, "My husband is so handsome. How could he possibly be that demon lord? That man would not even be worthy of carrying your shoes." Thinking of this, Shi Yu suddenly placed a kiss on his lips. Faced with this sudden action, Tianhong did not avoid her, but instead wrapped his arms tightly around her waist. Seeing him like this, she acted coquettishly and asked in a sweet voice, "Then do you still want more?" Facing that situation, Tianhong barely needed to think and immediately nodded in agreement. The two remained entwined with each other like that, immersed in sweet emotions that belonged only to them. A long night passed in that intimacy, until dawn slowly began to break. At this moment, Tianhong held Ji Yu from behind, while she gently leaned in his embrace and said softly, "Husband, promise me, no matter what happens in the future, you must not leave me." Tianhong tightened his arms around her and answered with certainty, "I promise your husband will never leave you, and will definitely always stay by your side." Beyond the curtains, the candlelight flickered, reflecting the entwined silhouettes of the two of them, and painting a warm scene brimming with love. The sun had risen high. Before the Imperial Palace gate, a clear voice suddenly rang out. "Wu Wang and Yu Wang have come to pay respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Hurry and report it." Another soldier immediately shouted loudly, "Wu Wang and Yu Wang have arrived. Quickly, hurry and pass on the message." Luxurious horse carriages advanced one after another. The escort party behind them gave off a terrifying, gloomy killing intent, making even the guards unable to stop themselves from shuddering. These two meners truly hid their strength too deeply, bringing 3 divine tribulation realm powerhouses wherever they went. Wu Wang secretly calculated, the divine Phoenix Empress has a tough temperament, daring to go to war with the Tianlong dynasty. Just because she refused a marriage alliance, she truly cannot be underestimated. But this time, with Lord Shen, the ancient academy, and Dong are backing us, she should know her place. In the imperial study, Shi Yu was focused on reviewing memorials when Tian Yu entered to report, "Your Majesty, Wu Wang and Yu Wang have suddenly come to request an audience." She replied calmly, "Tian Yu, with my guidance and resources supporting you, you have now also stepped into the divine fire realm. Your talent is truly not bad." Then she frowned slightly, suspicion rising in her heart. These 4 great kings of different surnames have not attended court for more than 20 years, so why have they all come today? Tian Yu replied. This subject is also unsure. They came very suddenly, without sending any word beforehand. Yu fell into thought. Her heart inevitably stirred. They even brought an entire group of divine tribulation realm powerhouses. So all these years, these people have been secretly hiding such terrifying strength. Such a terrifying force exists right beside me. What exactly do they want to do? Her expression gradually turned solemn. She no longer had the mind to continue reading the memorials, her hand loosening as the scroll fell onto the desk. Summon them. Yes, Tianyu bowed her head and accepted the order. She quickly withdrew and raised her voice to transmit the decree. Her Majesty commands Wu Wang and Yu Wang to enter the hall for an audience. After being granted permission, the two princes walked in leisurely. These subjects pay respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Ji Yu propped up her chin, her phoenix eyes sweeping coldly over the two of them as faint killing intent spread. Rise, grant them seats. She did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Why have you two ministers come to find me today? Wang smiled, his expression gentle. Your Majesty, this subject's grandson Wu Dong has just returned today from the ancient academy, so this subject specially brought him to pay respects to Your Majesty. Oh, is that so? She raised an eyebrow. Then let him come in. At that moment, the person being mentioned was already standing and waiting outside the door. That man walked in leisurely, his aura blazing, without the slightest restraint. This subject Wu Dong greets the Divine Phoenix Empress. That attitude immediately displeased Shi Yu. Relying on your status as a disciple of the ancient academy, you do not even wish to perform the proper rites when meeting me. Although waves had already risen in her heart, she still keenly noticed something unusual about that young man. 3 innate eyes and a familiar aura as well. Could he be the reincarnation of some immortal from the upper realm? While she was still thinking, Wu Wang proudly continued, Your Majesty, this king's grandson Wu Dong crossed the wind tribulation before the age of 30. He is a brilliant disciple of the ancient academy in the central continent and also a rare innate genius. His gaze clearly revealed his intention. These subjects believe Donger and Your Majesty are a match ordained by heaven, so today we have come especially to propose marriage. However, Ji Yu immediately poured cold water over them. I have no intention of marrying, so there is no need for you to waste your effort. The refusal was so decisive that all three of them froze at once. In that instant, the figure of her beloved appeared in her mind again. Yet another self-righteous fool indulging in wishful thinking. In this world, apart from my husband, no one is worthy of me. Wu Dong immediately presented his reasoning. Your Majesty, the Divine Phoenix dynasty has gone through many upheavals, and its vitality has been severely damaged. I am the foremost true disciple of the ancient academy, and also have Wu Wang Manor and Yu Wang Manor as support. If we form a marriage alliance, Divine Phoenix will surely revive. However, she was not shaken at all, and instead, the look she gave him became even firmer. Seeing this, Wu Wang immediately increased the pressure, his powerful aura spreading out with a hint of threat. Your Majesty, before coming here, these subjects brought complete sincerity, and we hope Your Majesty will not disappoint this old subject. Wu Dong, standing beside him, also raised an eyebrow, his heart filled with dissatisfaction. I have already lowered myself and given you a chance to climb high, yet you are still putting on airs. At this moment, Ji Yu finally spoke leisurely, her voice clear but full of implication. Wu Wang, you said you came to seek marriage for your grandson, but Wu Dong is not your biological grandson, so whose descendant are you really trying to arrange a marriage for? Ji Yu's smile sharpened, her tone tinged with mockery and pleasure. The three were startled. Wu Wang's eyes widened, unable to believe his ears, stammering, Sir, what did you just say? Ji Yu rested her hands on the table, calmly saying, King Wu, your daughter Wu Feng and her brother Wu Feng have some interesting matters. Haven't you ever told Wu Wang? King Wu had known this all along. Hearing it now, he felt uneasy. Under Wu Wang's sharp, suspicious gaze, he panicked and refuted. She is lying. He jumped up excitedly, pointing at Shi Yu and roaring, That is impossible. Does Your Majesty want to divide the relations between our houses? Shi Yu ignored him, leisurely observing her lashes, her expression full of boredom. Amid the tense atmosphere, she suddenly stood, walked slowly, then clicked her tongue like a judge passing sentence. Too noisy. She calmly said, I do not joke. 1 drop of blood will show truth from falsehood. No need for endless argument. The seemingly casual words struck like thunder. King Wu's face turned from white to green, cold sweat poured down, he froze, mind tangled in knots. Seeing this, Wu Dong grew even angrier, roaring so loud that even Wu Wang flinched. just a drop of blood for acceptance. Your Majesty, do not spread false words here to divide the Wu and Wu Wang households. This plan will not succeed. Saying this, he unhesitatingly bit his finger, and blood immediately dripped out. Xi Yu had already anticipated the result, too lazy to even turn her head, merely reminded, Wu Wang, your turn. At this, King Wu's face turned pale as a ghost, heart racing but trying to stay calm as he saw Wu Wang slowly rise. Xi Yu turned a page of her book. Seeing the old man hesitate, she taunted, your grandson isn't afraid. Could it be that King Wu would lose to a junior? Provoked, Wu Wang immediately fell into the trap. Without hesitation, he exerted force to draw a drop of blood from his fingertip, his voice firm, very well. Gold truly fears no fire. King Wu could only bow his head silently, mind in chaos seeking escape in despair. By then, both Wu Dong and Wu Wang had already let blood into the jade cup. Ji Yu kept her eyes on the page, yet every disturbance in the hall was under control. The air was suffocatingly tense. The truth about to be revealed made her lips curl slightly with cold irony. The two drops of blood not only refused to merge, but violently repelled each other, forming a strange blotchy streak. The evidence was clear, impossible to refute her words. King Wu's face turned pale. Wu Wang ground his teeth, eyes like fire. As for Wu Dong, who had been so aggressive earlier, he now could only stare in horror, not merging at all. Ji Yu heard the result matched the data. A fleeting look of satisfaction crossed her eyes, thinking, indeed, nothing is wrong. How could Wu Wang swallow this humiliation? He waved his sleeve forcefully, roaring like a wounded beast. King Wu, you old scoundrel, today I will tear you apart. King Wu panicked, waving his hands, stammering, brother Wu Wang, please calm down. Although Dong is not your blood, you raised the boy yourself. Years of bonds, how can they be discarded? Those words did nothing to soothe, only fueled Wu Wang's fury. Humiliation and betrayal were unbearable. He immediately lunged, swinging his fist, causing King Wu to shield his face, unable to dodge in time. I spit on you. Today I kill you first, then deal with your wanton daughter. At that moment, a figure dashed past like lightning. It was Wu Dong. Without hesitation, he launched a powerful strike at Wu Wang. The old man, completely unprepared against the attack of someone he once loved, was immediately sent flying. Staggering, mouth bleeding, he stammered, You dare strike me. Knowing the truth, Wu Dong immediately turned. He snapped his fingers. Cold gaze, bloodline no longer matters. What grandson? I am no longer part of your Wu family. Don't touch my grandfather. He continued coldly, out of past respect, I spare you this once. Go. King Wu hurriedly stood, looking at Wu Dong with satisfaction. Excellent grandfather. Amid the chaos, only Ji Yu sat calmly sipping tea, enjoying the scene as if watching a play. Wu Wang staggered outside, mad louder echoing, insolent. Good, very good, from today, the Wu and Wu family ties are severed. Saying this, he turned and left. Ji Yu squinted with a smile, leisurely waving her hand, go at ease, no need to see off. Hearing her tone, Wu Dong, turning away, suddenly paused. He looked back, eyes full of hatred. All this is because of a vicious woman like you. You ruined the relations between our houses, leaving me orphaned. King Wu added through the fire, insolent, dare to divide us. Kill her for me. Tian Yu immediately leaped out, blocking Shi Yu, drawing his sword and shouting in caution, bold. Do you dare rebel? But Shi Yu did not concern herself. She lightly patted Tian Yu's shoulder, calmly saying, step back. Just a few insignificant pests, I will handle them myself. With that, she channeled divine energy. In her palm, a glowing orb gradually formed, radiating formidable pressure. Having just broken through a new realm, she decided to test you. The two turned pale at her words, eyes filled with horror. Half the immortality realm. Impossible. How long has it been, and you have already broken through? Standing beside Tian Yu's eyes shone with admiration. She clasped her hands, repeatedly cheering, Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your realm has indeed advanced at astonishing speed. A radiant golden dragon, condensed from pure divine energy, roared in the hall, along with Chi Yu's commanding voice. The Wu family rebels worthy of execution. The sound caught the attention of Wu Wang and his still present subordinates. Seeing the mighty dragon, his heart shook. The queen has grown this strong. The call repeated rapidly. Xi Yu and Tian Yu coordinated seamlessly. The Wu family rebels, worthy of execution. Queen's divine power, long live 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. Though already fearful, King Wu still relied on numbers over strength. Not realizing danger approached, he said stiffly, Divine Phoenix Queen, even if you are strong, we still have 4 guardian deities stationed. Want to join forces to destroy the Wu family? You are dreaming in broad daylight. In a distant corner of the Wu ancestral hall, a few strangers silently observed, whispering, this divine phoenix queen really causes trouble. That little demoness is indeed a calamity beauty, even more beautiful than my youth. Perhaps her face should be destroyed, so she does not endanger Phoenix capital. In a private residence, Tianhong propped his chin, looking into the distance, sighing in frustration. Why does this queen always like to stir trouble, teasing everyone everywhere? Every time she creates a big stir, Tianhong's gaze grew cold, a thought passing through his mind. Perhaps I should find a way to destroy her beauty. Then no one will disturb the peace of Phoenix capital. But immediately after, a vision of himself standing proudly to protect the small, weak Shi Yu. Before countless villains appeared in his mind. Without his silent protection, she would have long been eyed by many men. Thinking this, he couldn't help but grin. My wife has a husband like me, truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Back in the hall, Shi Yu rested her hands on her hips, boldly facing 4 evil guardian deities. She smiled mockingly, glancing at King Wu and Wu Dong. 4 worthless men together are only a larger pile of uselessness. What's there to fear? Hearing this, Wudong immediately changed expression, face fierce. Not noticing the disparity in strength, he said scornfully, "A small emperor of South Continent dares to be arrogant here." Suddenly, a piercing shout rang from the hall door, cutting him off. Consort Wu appeared. "You insolent servant, dare tarnish my daughter's reputation." See you, King Wu and Wudong all turned in shock. Consort Wu did not fear the queen's status, pointing directly at Shi Yu and scolding, "You lowly servant, about to die and still boasting here. Serving my grandson, you are not even qualified." Her anger nearly overwhelmed reason. In that instant, Shi Yu's gaze froze like ice. Without another word, she acted. Countless golden lightning bolts descended from the void upon Consort Wu. Insolence. Consort Wu screamed in pain, while King Wu and Wudong hurriedly dodged aside. She was struck by lightning, scorched, clothes torn, lying motionless on the ground. The other 2 cried out in fear, "Madam, grandmother." Wudong and King Wu were filled with rage, gritting their teeth. "You dare." Si Yu paid no attention, instead smiling brightly at them. King Wu, red with fury, roared, "Insolent woman, I will definitely kill you." From his body, a foul black demonic energy suddenly erupted violently, blowing off the hall's roof. The surrounding air immediately turned dark and eerie, enveloped in thick black smoke. King Wu's eyes blazed red, fixed on Ji Yu. She lightly touched her nose, sensing the demonic aura, then said coldly, "So the Wu household serves the demons. Good, all the more reason to eradicate them." Blinded by hatred, he formed a hand seal, condensing a massive demonic energy sphere, then shouted, "Insolent woman, die for me, die for me." As soon as he finished, the black demonic energy shot straight at Shi Yu, but she remained in place, calmly facing it, unshaken. Her hand was suddenly enveloped in blazing golden electricity. She snorted coldly, full of arrogance. Immediately after, Shi Yu pushed out a massive lightning sphere with both hands, directly confronting the attack. Her voice rang with confidence, "Relying on you alone, really overestimating yourself." Wu Dong was instantly knocked far back, his body shaking violently. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing that, Wu Dong froze, blurted out, "Grandfather." He immediately turned, shouting at the 4 hesitant God Tribulation followers, "What are you standing there for? Act quickly." Instantly, Wu Dong and the 4 others charged together, combining their attacks. "She is too strong, act together." Ji Yu still calmly welcomed the coordinated strike. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly into a cold smile, truly ignorant of life and death. Finishing her words, she swung the lightning sword in her hand, Tianlong slash. Wu Dong immediately sensed danger, his face changed, sweat pouring, shouted, "It's not good, retreat quickly." It was all too late. In an instant, a massive sword aura sliced across, directly crushing the group. The cries of pain quickly fell silent. Wu Dong was lucky to avoid the vital spot, only being thrown a few meters, his body shaking violently, groaning in pain. Realizing the situation, Wu Dong shouted, "Dong we can't match her, run quickly." But at this moment, Wu Dong, full of wounds, lying on the ground, hadn't yet risen when a pair of long legs appeared before him. A cold voice sounded, trying to run. The speaker was Shi Yu. She looked down at him, voice cold as ice. "Without my permission, even if you sprout wings, you won't escape." Though chilled to the bone, Wudong strained to shout, "I am a true disciple of the ancient library. How dare you touch me?" In response, she delivered an unrestrained kick. Her foot stomped his back, the force making Wudong spew blood violently. Her cold voice extinguished all his illusions. "Just an ancient library disciple praised so much. What is there I dare not touch?" Wudong's appearance was pitiful, body covered in wounds like a defeated stray dog. Rage surged, he shouted in despair, "I will not accept this. Wudong, a proud shine of heaven, the brightest star, how could I fall in this backwater? I will not accept it." At that moment, the third eye on his forehead suddenly glowed bright red, blood strands stretching across. Looking terrifying, he mustered his last strength, head thrown back, shouting, "I will not accept this." A burst of radiance exploded, enveloping Wudong's body and lifting him straight into the sky, leaving Shi Yu below momentarily stunned. Above, he stared with all 3 eyes, the one on his forehead shining like a small sun. Ancient memories surged back, he murmured, "I remember now. I am the 3rd-generation disciple of Jian sect, 3-eyed immortal emperor famed across the world, reborn here after falling in the great war between immortals and demons." Below, Shi Yu looked up, silently observing the illusory soul of the immortal emperor from the past gradually forming behind Wudong. She slightly lifted her lips, a contemptuous smile as if looking at naive juniors. So it was just a reincarnated disciple of Jian sect. No wonder it looked somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Wudong's third eye blazed with dazzling light. He widened his eyes in shock, loudly casting divine power, heavenly eye divine connection, dream seal. Instantly, a giant eye appeared in midair. From it, a blinding beam shot down, enveloping all of Shi Yu. Then countless strands of purple-pink spiritual energy, soft like silk but sharp as celestial blades, poured from the eye before Wudong, crazily charging toward her. In a blink, Shi Yu's body was torn into countless pieces, swept into a swirling energy vortex. Seeing this, Wudong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking good. But soon after, he saw the vortex condense into a purple star floating in the air. Without hesitation, Wudong immediately pulled on the divine envoy's hand, urgently shouting, "Grandfather, run quickly. This strike won't hold that witch long." Sure enough, before the purple star was cut in half by an invisible sword light, a streak of purple shot into the sky and vanished. From the shattered star, Shi Yu casually stepped out, her feet lightly touching the ground. All traces of binding magic had completely disappeared. She slightly frowned, turning to her subordinates behind, ordering coldly, "Tianyu, lead the Heavenly Book Army. Destroy Wudong's mansion for me." Hearing the command, Tianyu immediately clasped hands, eyes sharp, showing obedience. Time passed swiftly. Overnight, by morning when the sun rose high, a vast group of people and cavalry filled the streets. The soldiers' loudspeakers echoed everywhere. Wudong's mansion rebels, heinous crimes. The queen commands, annihilate 9 clans, warn the world. The traitors must die. Crowds on both sides gathered, noisy and clamorous, shouting together, "Kill, wipe them out." Among the crowd were 2 cloaked figures, Wudong and the divine envoy. Seeing his clan executed, Wudong agitated to rush out, but the envoy held him back, whispering Dong-er. He draped his arm over Wudong, pulling him into a back alley, gently advising. Outside, the crowd still shouted, "Filthy traitors, die, die." Elsewhere, far from the city's chaos in the outskirts of Phoenix capital, a towering mountain appeared beneath the blue sky. Suddenly, an explosion, the mountain peak shattered, red energy scattered everywhere, rocks crumbling. 4 bright stars flashed amid the smoke and dust. As the dust cleared, a man with his upper body bare, glowing red like fire appeared, gritting his teeth, "Li Hai Xiu." In extreme fury, Wudong roared, "Wudong and you are sworn enemies." Suddenly, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. The divine envoy, eyes deep red, had appeared, calmly calling Dong-er. The call startled Wudong to turn, rage still burning in his eyes. Moments later, as his aura stabilized, the envoy spoke gravely, "Return to the library first. Seize the opportunity to create conflict between the library and that Queen Divine Phoenix." Wudong regained his usual composure, clasped hands and bowed, "Grandfather, or should you come with me?" But the envoy still stood on the mountain peak, eyes looking afar without turning. "I have another plan. A man must know when to advance and when to retreat." Suddenly, his expression became fierce, eyes flashing cruelty. "Next time we meet will be the day of Divine Phoenix's annihilation." Hearing this, Wudong nodded, his body turning into a streak of orange light, soaring into the sky, leaving a word, "Grandfather, take care, Dong-er first." When his figure vanished, behind the envoy, a massive purple monster silently appeared. He turned to look, face showing no fear, rather a hint of delight. "Envoy, the sect master has approved my request." The envoy placed a hand on the divine envoy's shoulder, smiling in reply. "The sect master respects your loyalty. Complete the task well. The sect master will help you take revenge personally." Receiving the approval from the dark god, the divine envoy immediately revealed a mad expression, laughing with malice. "Thank you, sect master." Time passed quietly. That night in Lianzi Ping, the full moon hung high, gentle light covering the red wooden house, the lake reflecting a cool green hue. Inside the room, Tianhong lay face down, shirtless on the bed, enjoying Shi Yu's foot massage. He softly called, "Wife." And he propped his chin, eyes distant, beginning to chat. That Queen Divine Phoenix is strange indeed. All day either suppressing chaos or on the way to suppress chaos. There is always commotion like a broken market. Tell me, does she not know governance at all? Ji Yu was standing on his back, and upon hearing this, she narrowed her eyes slightly, her brows drawing together. As for Tianhong, because the massage felt far too comfortable, he unconsciously let out a soft groan. That very reaction made her even more displeased. At once, she put more strength into it, and pressed her heel hard down on Tianhong's spine. He was struck by sharp pain, his face turning pale, his limbs curling in as he cried out, "Ah!" Tianhong awkwardly crawled up, one hand clutching his back and rubbing it again and again, his breathing growing ragged as well. Suddenly, Shi Yu hugged him tightly from behind, pressing herself against his back, wrapping her arms over his shoulders, and saying coquettishly, "You are not allowed to speak ill of Her Majesty the Queen. Without the Queen's protection, how could we have such a peaceful life? Otherwise, this country would have perished long ago." Hearing this, though his back still ached, Tianhong hurriedly admitted his mistake. I was wrong. My wife is absolutely right. I will work hard at business and pay more taxes to contribute to the queen. After hearing this, Yu smiled until her eyes curved and praised him. You really are my good husband. After that, strange sounds rang out again inside the little house. The whole house also trembled slightly with each rhythm, continuing all the way until morning, mixed with a voice that sounded like a lament. Again. Before long, a new day arrived. A man in a long robe, its hem fluttering in the wind, sat on a mountaintop, his gaze directed toward the ancient academy. Suddenly, a massive golden array appeared in the sky, followed by a spatial rift being torn open. The man frowned slightly. Someone has descended from the upper realm. In midair, a dazzling burst of light suddenly exploded, accompanied by a resounding noise. A girl dressed in green stepped out from the spatial rift. Seeing this, the man immediately shot to his feet and asked aloud, "Who are you?" Wudong frowned, cold sweat breaking out, his face full of vigilance. In his heart he secretly thought, damn it, could this be an immortal sent by the divine phoenix queen to hunt me down? If an immortal truly makes a move, then there is only death. Meanwhile, the girl blushed and held her cheeks, saying shyly, "Eldest senior brother, I am Ziling. I am the disciple newly accepted by Immortal Emperor Jinting, and also your little junior sister." Behind her, the spatial rift gradually closed. Ziling bowed, stuck out her tongue in a cute manner, then continued, "Eldest senior brother, you are the foremost third-generation disciple of our immortal sect. Everyone up there has wanted to meet you for a long time." Hearing this, Wudong was stunned. "You are teacher's disciple?" That man plopped down onto the boulder, while Ziling stood beside him and chattered nonstop. "I really am your own little junior sister, eldest senior brother." When she mentioned her master, her eyes shone brightly with admiration, and she said cheerfully, "The moment you awakened your immortal consciousness, teacher immediately sensed it." After that, like a fan meeting her idol, she took out a cosmos pouch and spoke while gesturing animatedly. "Master specifically sent me down to the lower realm to check on your situation, and to bring this to you while I was at it." Wudong gradually believed her and lowered his guard somewhat, sitting with one leg propped on the boulder as he asked, "But how were you able to break through the restrictive laws and descend to the lower realm?" Ziling's eyes lit up, and she happily pointed to both sides as she explained, "This tiny little law, to a heavenly immortal, is..." Suddenly she stopped, said no more, and immediately hooked her arm around Wudong's shoulder, her tone changing so quickly it was unbelievable, her expression like a young maiden stirred by love. "I am very useless, only cultivating to the void immortal realm at 20 years old. That is why Master sent me down here to handle matters, and also to relieve my boredom along the way." Hearing this, Wudong frowned, his expression as if he could not believe it, and muttered, 20 years old, void immortal, tisk he is scared, junior sister is far too modest. But in his heart he was screaming, is this little girl not just showing off in disguise? Yet Ziling suddenly knelt on the ground, putting on a resentful look as she traced random lines in the dirt with her finger, her voice full of grievance. "In your previous life, senior brother had already far surpassed me, and you mocked me all day too." This sentence immediately struck Wudong right in his pride. That man rubbed Ziling's head, narrowed his eyes with a smile, and softened his voice to coax her. Come now. What did junior sister bring me? Take it out quickly and let me see." Only then did Ziling let it go. She turned and took out the cosmos pouch, her gaze instantly becoming sharp. Of course, the treasures senior brother left behind in the upper realm before. After saying that, she dragged out an item and shouted excitedly, "Shine for me, my great treasure." Wudong gripped the iron spear tightly in his hand, both shocked and delighted. This is... Gripping the spear tightly in one hand, he summoned a blazing crimson flame with the other, struck it straight against the spearhead, and shouted, "Old partner." After that, Wudong swung the spear through several forms to regain the familiar feel of the weapon that had once stayed by his side. Nearby, Ziling bounced around cheering, as enthusiastic as a cheerleader. After finishing a few moves, Wudong stopped, reached out to gently stroke the spearhead, and said with a smile in a low voice, "I never thought there would come a day when we would meet again." Then he raised the spear high, pointed its sharp tip toward his own body, and let it slowly merge into him. Once that was done, Wudong turned to look at Ziling and said, "Junior sister, can you help senior brother with something?" Ziling immediately blushed shyly, lifted a hand to cover her mouth, and answered without the slightest hesitation, "Eldest senior brother, just say it. Even if I must climb a mountain of blades or cross a sea of fire, I will not refuse." Wudong clenched his fist until it trembled, his voice filled with hatred. "There is an extremely vicious demoness. She destroyed senior brother's entire clan, and she and I cannot live beneath the same sky." Hearing this, Ziling trembled slightly, then her whole body suddenly shook violently as if she had gone mad. She sobbed and raged, "Is the lower realm so chaotic that such a cruel demon exists?" Immediately after, she smiled brightly as if nothing had happened, patted her chest, and promised, "Senior brother, rest assured. She is only a filthy ant from the lower realm. Junior sister will definitely help you wipe out that demon nest and avenge you." Hearing that, Wudong revealed a sinister smile. Secretly delighted that his honey trap had succeeded, he said softly, "Thank you, junior sister." Looking at the golden mark in his palm that was surging with sky-piercing red-killing intent, he said through gritted teeth, "I have a divine artifact in hand, and I have little junior sister of the void immortal realm helping me. Divine Phoenix Empress, this time you are dead for sure." Without the slightest warning, Ziling grabbed Wudong by the wrist and dragged him away like lightning, her clear voice ringing out, "Let us go, senior brother." In the blink of an eye, poor Wudong was dragged high into the sky, feeling as if his whole body was about to fall apart, his hair standing on end as though he had just been struck by lightning. His entire body shot forward like an arrow out of control. The wind blasted straight into his mouth, forcing it wide open, tears and snot streaming down his face as he howled into the wind. "Slow down a little, junior sister." Ziling turned her head back, her cheeks flushed, her sparkling eyes blinking, her voice sweet as honey. "Senior brother, the wind is too strong. I cannot hear what you are saying clearly." Down below, two old farmers transplanting rice seedlings heard the commotion and raised their heads. They saw only a streak of golden light tearing across the sky, accompanied by Wudong's long, miserable scream echoing through the air. At the same time, in Phoenix capital city where Tianhong's family lived, everything remained peaceful. The gentle river wound quietly, and rows of closely packed houses hung with red lanterns formed a warm and tranquil scene. Amid that scene, Tianhong lay sprawled lazily across the window ledge with a look of utter boredom. In his hand he idly held a wood-carving knife, eyes half closed, brows faintly furrowed, as if wondering what he should eat tonight. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, Ziyu wore a magnificent purple and white phoenix robe, a golden light crown upon her head, her entire body exuding a majestic royal aura. In another corner, Ling Yun was panting heavily, training with all her might using a rope, the other end of which was tied to a strange object. Beside her, Baiyun, with bulging muscles, was straining to lift two enormous stone weights, each one larger than her slender body. The two female cultivators in Linza suddenly let go, and a heaven-shaking boom rang out. The heavy stone weights crashed down, cracking the marble floor like a spider web. Baiyun dusted off her hands, her expression smug. "As expected of a treasure bestowed by Taiyuan Immortal Manor, my cultivation is soaring like a kite in the wind. As for this threshold, the longevity realm, I fear I can reach it with a mere flick of my finger." Suddenly, both Bai Yun and Ling Yun shuddered at the same time. A chill ran down their spines, turning their faces deathly pale, their hands trembling without realizing it. What kind of aura was this, so cold that it seemed ready to freeze even the soul? The two looked at each other, eyes wide, mouths agape, and blurted out in unison, "Something is wrong. Something extremely terrifying is about to descend." At the same time, waves of black ki surged in like a black tide, enveloping all of Phoenix capital city. Immediately, a sphere of golden light erupted dazzlingly, transforming into a massive defensive dome that covered the entire city. Across its surface, countless ancient and mysterious runes flowed. Amid the pitch-black clouds, a bolt of red-purple lightning tribulation as thick as a pillar crashed straight down, striking the dome and unleashing an explosion that shook heaven and earth. The startling spirit formation was broken. Yet Tianhong still lay stretched out on the window ledge, sleeping like the dead, his steady snores ringing out despite the earth-shattering chaos outside. In stark contrast, Ziyu had long since sensed the anomaly. She cried out in shock, "This is the aura of an immortal. Heavens, why would an immortal attack this place?" The divine Phoenix Empress, she stood in the center of the great hall and looked up at the purple-red lightning tribulation, then suddenly heard a curse echoing from the sky. "Ziyu, you rotten whore." Within the dense black clouds, directly beneath the lightning tribulation, the figures of a man and a woman gradually appeared. They roared with hatred, "Since you destroyed Wu Wang Manor, today I will bury the entire Phoenix capital city with my clan." Ziyu's face darkened, her phoenix brows tightly knitted. She lightly lifted the hem of her skirt, gazed coldly up at the sky, and thought to herself, as expected, "It is that Wudong." Memory flashed before her. In a red wooden house, the atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. The old man standing beside Wudong's father shouted furiously, "You damned bastard. You dare dream of destroying a city. You truly do not put Wu Wang Manor in your eyes." Back in the present, beneath the pitch-black sky as new bolts of lightning tribulation were about to descend, Ziling had already opened her mouth and roared. With one hand on her waist and the other pointing straight down, she shouted arrogantly, "You lower realm insects are truly bold. daring to offend my eldest senior brother. Her eyes burned with anger, her voice thick with killing intent. Today, this immortal fairy will flatten this place so my eldest senior brother can vent his anger. The moment she saw Ziling, Yu's face turned deathly pale, her lips trembling. This aura, it truly was an immortal. Suddenly, from high above, a gigantic flaming meteor as large as a small mountain tore through the clouds and plunged straight toward Phoenix capital city. Yu clenched both hands so tightly that her nails dug deep into her flesh, her teeth grinding loudly. A sense of helplessness surged in her heart. She had calculated 1,000 times, thought 10,000 times, yet she had never expected Wu Dong to be able to bring an immortal down from the upper realm. Damn it, he truly deserved death. On the ground, the people fled in panic. Cries for help rang out everywhere. Save me. The meteor is falling. I do not want to die. I have not even taken a wife yet. In the blink of an eye, Yu's inner world seemed to collapse. Amid the dark chaos, her face sank. She lifted her skirt and slowly knelt on the icy tiles. Helplessness and unwillingness clogged her heart. If only I had a little more time. If I could pursue the Tao of longevity and recover the divine powers of my previous life, killing a petty immortal above my level would be as easy as taking something from my own pocket. Yu buried her face in her palms, her shoulders trembling as she burst into sobs. Husband, perhaps this time you and I truly must be separated by life and death. The blazing meteor pierced through the black clouds and hurtled straight toward Ziling, its terrifying heat seeming ready to burn the surrounding air itself. She threw back her head and laughed madly. Her once sparkling eyes had become twisted like her shattered heart, filled with frenzy. She screamed, "Die, all of you, die for me, you insects." All of a sudden, from a small house hidden deep within Phoenix capital city, a lazy yet irritated voice rang out, drowning out the chaos. "You damn bastards, why do you all love coming here to disturb my sleep?" Immediately afterward, in the sky above Phoenix capital city, a brilliant golden talisman suddenly appeared. It expanded at an astonishing speed, golden light spreading 10,000 zhang and illuminating a corner of the sky, accompanied by a majestic shout, "Since you seek death, this seat will grant it to you." The shocking turn of events made Yu's heart leap. She immediately raised her head, her phoenix eyes widening, her cherry lips parting, her face full of disbelief. The shield formed by the golden talisman released a dazzling beam of light that struck directly into the center of the meteor. Boom. A heaven-shaking, earth-shaking explosion rang out. The gigantic meteor shattered into countless pieces, its raging flames instantly extinguished, leaving only black smoke drifting in midair. Watching the harmless fragments fall in the distance, the people in the city were all stunned. Wait, what just happened? The fireball disappeared. Could our city also have an immortal guarding it? Yu narrowed her eyes and raised a hand to shield herself from the dazzling light. Countless doubts surging in her heart. An immortal. There is actually an immortal in Phoenix capital city. She was still kneeling outside the Imperial Palace's main hall, but her thoughts had already begun to turn. Suddenly, she seemed to understand. No wonder Daoist Tianlong and that dark force vanished so inexplicably. So Phoenix capital city has a mighty expert living in seclusion. Could it be that this immortal had grown tired of the struggles of the upper realm, so he descended to the lower realm to hide away and live a carefree life? Yu frowned, then suddenly smiled brightly like a spring blossom. Ha ha ha, life truly blooms. My Phoenix capital city is indeed a blessed land of perfect feng shui. At the same time in Lin's, Bai Yun and Ling Yun seemed completely detached from the life and death disaster, not caring in the slightest. The two sat leisurely atop a large rock, eating watermelon while crunching popcorn. Bai Yun looked up at the sky and said calmly, "Humph, this aura is definitely Master's. That immortal is truly unlucky. Of all people to provoke, she just had to kick the hornet's nest that is Master." Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and a bold thought flashed through her mind. Hey, maybe the ancient academy will be dragged into this as well. Who knows, if Master gets in the mood, he might even allow me to go flatten that place. Now that would be fun. After saying that, she turned to look at Ling Yun. At that moment, Ling Yun had clasped her hands before her chest, her expression devout, her mouth murmuring, "Blessings be born from the immeasurable heavenly venerable Amitabha. Simi de Q Erji Wu de Jiao Jia." Bai Yun broke out in cold sweat and looked at her junior sister with deep suspicion. "You, what are you doing?" Ling Yun blinked, still maintaining her solemn expression as she answered, "I am observing. A moment of silence for that unlucky immortal. She is truly pitiful. May she not be foolish enough to offend our distant ancestor again in her next life." Hearing that, Bai Yun revealed a sly smile, raised one hand, silently gathered strength, then smack. A crisp sound rang out as her palm landed squarely on Ling Yun's butt, making her jump and shout, "Ouch, Mom." She jumped back, face flushed like fire, clutching her hips, stammering, "Sister Bai, what are you doing hitting me there?" Bai Yun clasped one hand behind her back, pointed the other at Sister Miu, winked mischievously, Miu Miu, you're too naughty, but I like it. After speaking, she lightly twitched her fingers as if recalling a teasing laugh, couldn't hold back, it had elasticity. Ling Yun felt goosebumps, her face reddening. Immediately she raised her hands to counterattack, rushed forward shouting, yes, indeed a beauty, watch this move from me. Ling Yun's small hands squeezed them into a soft mass, scattering the pink hearts. Bai Yun's turn, face flushed, hastily clasping her chest, stepped back shouting, Miu Miu, you're too lustful, daring to hit me secretly. Soon, warm sounds of pursuit echoed through the courtyard. Miu wouldn't suffer a loss. Be good, sister. Let me hit you once more. Ah, it itches, it itches. In the sky, Ziling sweated like taking a bath, mouth agape, stammering, how can this be? Beside her, Wu Dong felt dizzy, the world seemed upside down. He couldn't believe Ziling's Jing Tian technique was so easily countered. Why in Namchao, such a remote place, would a terrifying immortal appear? Ziling, terrified, gripped Wu Dong's sleeve like clinging for life, voice trembling, senior brother, this immortal is too strong, even the tip of my nose is shaking. Tears brimmed. She whispered, we must run. This place shocked Wu Dong. He couldn't believe it. Even little Miu wasn't his match. Without hesitation, Ziling turned, used all her strength to push Wu Dong back, shouted, run quickly. Yet Wu Dong remained like a stone statue, face grim. Soon he realized the situation, shook his head, then together with Ziling became two beams of light, dashing away. But after a short flight, they immediately descended. In front of them, a figure sat leisurely on a chair, blocking the way. Flames of hell swirled around him. Tianhong crossed his legs, propped his chin with one hand, cold lazy gaze sweeping over them, asked briefly, where are you going? Immense pressure made Wu Dong and Ziling's souls fly, heads dizzy. Suddenly Wu Dong fled behind Ziling, trembling, Miu, save me. Tianhong's eyes sharpened, aura spreading, you two, you dare come here. Despite turning pale with fear, Ziling summoned courage, puffed her chest, cleared her throat, shouted tightly, a mortal descending from heaven dares block my way. Hearing this, Tianhong slightly raised an eyebrow, sat upright. Oh, you are from the higher realm. Ziling clasped her hands, pointed afar, indeed I am Ziling, the direct disciple of Jinting Immortal Emperor, belonging to the higher immortal sect. She loudly warned, if you know what's good, step aside, don't obstruct me. Tianhong laughed heartily, haha Jinting. He looked directly at her, tone full of contempt. Even the elder Hongtian patriarch of Yuntiao Palace wouldn't dare breathe heavily before me. He stared, visibly intrigued at finding new entertainment, jeering loudly. A junior with a runny nose like you dares to threaten me. Ziling's eyes widened in horror, nearly paralyzed. How could you, a mortal, know the patriarch's name? Images of mighty immortals with divine weapons flashed through her mind. She stammered, he is one of the pinnacle beings of the three realms. Before she could finish, Tianhong frowned, irritation clear, coldly urged, continue. The words froze Ziling, sweat streaming, throat choked, not knowing what more to say. Moments later, her eyes flared with madness, smiled faintly. If you know my patriarch, do you still dare insult me? Regaining composure, Ziling clenched her fists, shouted, aren't you afraid my patriarch will be angered and make your soul never obey? Hearing this, Tianhong laughed heartily, face full of delight. Then his eyes lit up, a small flame ignited in his palm. He pressed his lips, slowly said, let me tell you a secret. Back then, if old Hong Tian hadn't fled, he would have turned to ashes in my hands by now. Hearing the patriarch insulted, Ziling trembled with anger, shouted, insolent, in the three realms, aside from that demonic lord, who dares speak so arrogantly. She pointed at Tianhong, voice full of sharpness, daring to insult my patriarch, no matter who you are, you will die horribly. Just as the words left her mouth, a pair of eyes glinted with strange red light filled with killing intent. Tianhong slowly leaned forward, movements chilling, then pressed his lips. Oh, demonic lord. A chill of cold intent flashed in his eyes, accompanied by a scoffing hum. Almost immediately, a blood-red grand formation slowly appeared, covering the sky and ground around them. Seeing the Jingtian earth-shaking scene, Ziling panicked, stammered, what are you doing? Now she realized she had provoked a terrifying existence. Hastily pleaded, trembling, senior brother, what should we do? Wu Dong froze, sweating like a bath, mind singularly focused. The dumbest in the world should have knelt and begged. Yet little Miu chose to provoke the great demon lord. When the blood-red formation fully formed, the immense pressure was suffocating. Tianhong lazily waved his hand. A golden energy strand shot out like an invisible rope, pulling Ziling toward him. He only screamed, body sucked away, falling straight into his waiting hand. Tianhong gripped her neck, voice icy as ice. You not only want to kill my woman but also dare insult me. His grip made Ziling tremble, face pale. If you don't die today, heaven has no eyes, earth no refuge. Ziling panicked utterly, tears streaming, eyes bloodshot, finally realizing the terrifying truth. You are not an immortal, you are a demon lord. Tianhong, eyes blazing red like death, laughed nearly chillingly, slowly said, "It seems in my absence, your drunken immortal sect has raised a useless creature ignorant of heaven earth." In the distance, Wudong's face turned pale, a warm stream soaked his clothes, he fell into extreme panic, wondering, is he really the demon lord? How can this be? Amid the floating blood-red formation, Wudong stood dazed, questioning what to believe. In this forsaken Namchao, in a small phoenix city of a minor kingdom, he had the honor to witness the legendary demon lord. He only dared stand at a distance, watching Mew being choked like a chick, not daring a word, thinking this hit rate is lower than even ascending to the immortal lord of eternity. Wudong took a deep breath to calm himself, face green as banana leaf, mind racing to understand why his fate was so cursed. Ziling, equally panicked, lost control, a pale yellow fluid ran down her slender legs, dripping to the ground. She curled up, tears and snot streaming, despair enveloping her. "I went and cursed a demon lord, oh my rotten mouth." Seeing Tianhong still leisurely seated, one hand choking Ziling, the other raised holding a tiny pink-purple energy orb, he smiled, tone mockingly gentle. "If you have another life as a human, remember to use your brain more, and importantly, be polite to others." Withdrawing the words, he flicked the orb toward Ziling's head. She panicked, mouth open to beg, hope briefly flickered, but before she could say mercy, the orb activated. From inside, countless spiritual force sparks shot out like hungry vultures tearing at Ziling's body. In a blink, a large part of her chest evaporated, revealing white bones. Soon after the horrifying scene concluded, only the upper skeleton remained, still in a supplicating pose. Witnessing all, Wudong held his head, terrified, whispering meaningless sounds. Face pale, body shrinking like a pinhead, trembling, stammering, Don't kill me." He turned and fled, using all his strength, body darting like an arrow, desperately escaping the man with the eerie purple aura. Tianhong merely propped his chin, watching, no intention to pursue, indifferently remarked, "A troublesome ant." Later, in the courtyard under the blue sky and white clouds, Bai Yun, pinned to the ground by Ling Yun, suddenly heard a voice from above, "Bai Yun, Ling Yun." The two were still struggling, one hand gripping the other seizing the collar, when they both suddenly looked up. Ling Yun had barely processed what was happening when she heard Tianhong order the other's head to be brought back. Obeying the order, the two who had been fighting like roosters froze, then simultaneously jumped up, scratching their heads and laughing as if the scuffle had never happened. "Ahaha," obeying distant ancestor. Both responded in unison, then turned to glare at each other with fiery eyes, sticking out their tongues provocatively. In their hearts, they vowed to settle the score after finishing this task. No sooner had they spoken than they both flicked their toes, transforming into streaks of light that shot straight toward the golden formation in the sky. In an instant, Wudong clearly felt two terrifying streams of spiritual power closing in from behind. Bai Yun and Ling Yun appeared simultaneously, directly blocking his retreat. Wudong's face turned pale, dark circles around his eyes from fear, looking like he had just seen a ghost. He shouted, brandishing the last card to threaten Bai Yun, "You dare block me? Aren't you afraid of the ancient library's wrath?" Bai Yun immediately summoned two small yin-yang formations floating on either side, sneering and shaking her head. "His head is about to fall, and he still dares to threaten me with the ancient library." Saying this, she surged forward like a whirlwind, loudly shouting, "Wudong, leave your worthless life here." The third eye on Wudong's forehead flared brightly. He roared angrily, "You think you can beat me with just that? You must be dreaming." Immediately after, he unleashed a blazing orange spiritual force directly at Bai Yun, but she instantly raised her yin-yang shield, easily stopping the attack. Bai Yun frowned slightly, her eyes flashing with sharp coldness. "Just a low-level transcendent, and he can still repel part of my power." Feeling a bit humiliated, she formed a hand seal, chanting loudly, with dragon foot techniques. Instantly, a row of golden ancient characters appeared behind Bai Yun, her aura erupting and soaring. She coldly declared, "You have forced me to use my true power. Prepare to face a tragic end." Opposite her, Wudong would not be outdone. He reached into the void and pulled out a long spear blazing like fire. He coldly looked at Bai Yun, then swung the spear in a crescent, full of provocation. "Dare to act against me, you will surely regret it." Holding the fiery spear, his whole body blazed like a fireball, charging toward Bai Yun and roaring, "Die." Faced with such a fierce attack, Bai Yun merely glanced indifferently, not taking it seriously. "Oh, so you also have immortal aura. I underestimated you." Finishing her words, she summoned a magical treasure, a golden lotus hovering before her. Bai Yun shouted, "Manifest, Dharma statue." At that moment, behind Bai Yun, a gigantic golden lotus goddess statue appeared. With sharp eyes, the goddess raised the blazing spear and charged powerfully. The two spears collided violently, sparks of immortal power flying like fireworks. Blinding explosion erupted like a star in midair. The tremendous pressure spread downward, shaking the mountain below, cracking it open. Wudong was flung by the recoil like a lifeless object, falling straight down the mountain. The violent impact shattered the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. He struggled to crawl up, wiping the blood from his mouth, looking up at the sky in disbelief. Just a short time and this girl is already this strong. His gaze swept over the golden lotus goddess, and when he saw the floating golden bell in the distance, he immediately exclaimed in terror, "It even has immortal aura." Ling Yun stood behind, hands clasped behind her back, calmly controlling the golden bell, and cheerfully said, "Sister Bai, it seems you cannot handle him alone. Let me help you a hand." Bai Yun nodded without hesitation. "All right, sister, we'll combine our efforts, smash him, then return to serve the mission." The two simultaneously activated their lightness skills, converging at the same point in just a few steps. Ling Yun raised her hands to form a lotus seal, loudly commanding, "Begin." The golden bell immediately expanded, while the blazing spear of the lotus goddess struck the ground with full force. Wu Dong looked up, seeing countless massive sound waves pressing down. He had no time to dodge or counterattack before he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back, veins bulging, blood even dripping from all three eyes. Gathering his last strength, Wu Dong roared, crossing his legs midair, spear pointing straight up in a counterattack. "I am Wu Dong, the immortal reincarnate, with unparalleled talent, tasked to illuminate martial law. How can I die in this wilderness?" But immediately, a column of pure white energy from the center of the sound waves descended, easily piercing his weak defenses. Wu Dong's eyes widened. He looked up at the golden light swallowing him, only managing to stammer, "Impossible." Instantly, the mountain forest was flattened by the light. After a long while, the dust slowly settled. On the barren mountaintop appeared a massive crater, with a scorched figure at the center. Seeing the result, Baiyun clutched her head, crying out, "This is serious, this is really serious." Distant ancestor instructed to bring the head back. Nearby, Ling Yun covered her face, sighing, "Yes, what now? We will surely be scolded by the distant ancestor." Bai Yun grabbed the spear, tucking her legs ready to retreat. "Ah, right, I just remembered an urgent matter. You go report first, I'll come after." Ling Yun panicked and rushed after her, pinning Bai Yun by the collar and growling, "You won't escape. Didn't we say share blessings and share misfortune?" Saying that, she held Bai Yun tightly, and the two flew straight back to Phoenix capital, chattering constantly, "Come face the punishment." The two argued as they flew, "Let go, no," causing chaos across the sky. After a while, the wooden door creaked open. Bai Yun and Ling Yun peeked in, smiling at Tianhong sawing wood. "Respectful greetings, master, distant ancestor. We have dealt with Wu Dong." Tianhong paused, showing no surprise, just turned and asked with interest, "Oh, where's his head?" Hearing this, the two looked at each other awkwardly, shoving responsibility. "Yes, distant ancestor, our combined attack was too powerful, a little excessive, so he turned to ashes." Bai Yun quickly displayed the spear, cheerfully showing, "But master, look, this is the supreme immortal aura we obtained from him." Tianhong raised his hand to draw the spear into his palm, observed for a moment, then asked, "Oh, this belongs to Wu Dong." Bai Yun rested her chin and explained, "Yes, he is the top direct disciple of the ancient library in central China, distant ancestor." Tianhong twirled the spear on his fingertip like a toy, calmly commenting, "It's just a projection of an immortal treasure, not worth much." Saying that, he tossed it back to Bai Yun, "Take it and use it." She caught it eagerly, her joy evident, while Ling Yun stood beside, tilting her head to examine it carefully. Tianhong turned back to continue sawing wood, casually saying, "If you can simultaneously wield 6 immortal treasures, your strength will increase greatly." Hearing this, both Bai Yun and Ling Yun broke out in a cold sweat. A while later, Ling Yun also raised her hand to assist Bai Yun, who enthusiastically replied, "Thank you, master." Suddenly, Tianhong crushed the log in his hands, his expression turning cold as he murmured, "Ancient library, very well, daring to target my wife, then destroy." With matters concluded, the two girls quickly withdrew. Before leaving, they heard Tianhong instruct, "Go train, enter the path of longevity soon." Both waved in reply, "Yes, master. Yes, distant ancestor." Once they were gone, Tianhong peeked out the door, glancing around as if fearing being discovered. He paced back and forth, chin in hand, pondering. To destroy the ancient library from thousands of miles away, cultivation at heavenly immortal level is still insufficient. Must borrow some demonic force, strike quickly to avoid detection. After thinking, he clapped once and made a decision. Then he tapped his fingers on his forehead, creating a small golden formation with 6 radiating chains. In an instant, a purple spatial rift appeared in the sky, rapidly spreading like a spiderweb. Tianhong stood beside the rift, lightly flicking it, a joyful smile at the corner of his mouth. Boom. Right after that, a heaven-shaking explosion rang out on the opposite side, white smoke billowing high into the air. Once it was done, Tianhong withdrew the formation, walking away as he said, "The matter is settled, time to clock out." But before long, he frowned again, his face clearly showing displeasure. "That bunch from the Chan immortal sect." He snorted coldly, "Just you wait. Once I send my wife safely back to the upper realm, I will deal with all of you." Few incense sticks earlier, inside a sect with ancient architecture and elegant blue-tiled roofs, a servant with a deathly pale face rushed in panic and shouted, "Great Elder, disaster has struck." The Great Elder was meditating on the yin-yang platform, and when he heard this, he opened his eyes, his brows furrowing. Wudong's life tablet shattered. His voice turned cold. "So what if Wudong is dead? What is there to fear? Why are you panicking?" Though he said that, the fury in his heart had already erupted. The Great Elder's eyes were bloodshot, killing intent surging around him. Wudong is dead. Who dared to make a move? He gritted his teeth, swearing to track this to the end and eradicate every root. As his rage burned higher, he suddenly sensed something wrong and hurriedly raised his head to look at the sky. A dazzling pink formation appeared, and in the center of it was Tianhong's face, sticking out his tongue in mockery. He panicked and stammered, "This is..." Before he could finish speaking, the formation had transformed into a giant pink hand, descending from above like the heavens collapsing, striking straight at the entire estate. An explosion that shook heaven and earth rang out, the tremor spreading deep underground. A terrifying shockwave swept away everything around it. Only when the smoke and dust gradually settled did the sky turn clear again. Yet the once lush and picturesque estate had become a gigantic pit, black smoke billowing upward, every trace of it gone. Across the other regions of the central continent, strange changes also began to stir between heaven and earth. Purple light flashed blindingly, and torrential rain poured down like a waterfall. An eminent monk holding a broom, prayer beads around his neck, stood in the rain, his gaze filled with shock. He had never seen demonic energy so dense that it could be felt so clearly. What earth-shaking calamity had happened? Elsewhere, a man stood on the hilt of a giant sword, raising his head to look at the purple sky full of thunder and lightning, unable to stop himself from cursing. What trouble did those people from the ancient academy stir up this time, to draw even a demonic tribulation here? I must warn my disciples to do fewer good deeds in the future, lest they invite disaster upon themselves. In an ancient study, a scholarly man held a writing brush, but his eyes were fixed on the window where lightning raged wildly. That man muttered in doubt, "Why has this tyrannical energy that breaks the laws appeared here? Could the Zhuantian domain be about to face a great calamity?" At another estate, a beautiful young girl rushed in, her voice urgent. "Hurry, open the great sect protecting formation, activate all defensive formations, prepare the offerings, bring out all the elders' treasures at once." In contrast to the chaos outside, the Tao Heaven Divine Palace was strangely quiet. Inside the secret chamber, there was only the faint flicker of candlelight, while an elder still sat motionless in meditation. He slowly picked up a turtle shell and cast coins onto the ground, trying to divine an omen. The upper realm, what calamity has happened there? The moment he saw the result of the divination, his expression changed at once, his whole body trembling. This was an extremely ominous hexagram, heralding the approach of a world-destroying catastrophe. Space shifted to another place. In an ancient tribe, the sky still rumbled with purple thunder, heavy rain pouring down over gigantic skeletons. Inside the main tent, Lai Ming Xianzun sat on a stone chair, his voice low. The ancient academy has 3 true immortals guarding it. He frowned and thought. Even for a powerhouse descending from the upper realm, it would be difficult to possess the power to destroy everything in the blink of an eye like that. A moment later, he stood up and walked out of the tent, his voice drowning out even the thunder. "All members of the Lai clan, heed my command. If you meet any stranger, you must be humble and must never cause trouble. I will personally ascend to the upper realm to investigate." While the whole world was shaken, Tianhong, the culprit behind everything, remained calm as if nothing had happened. He sat by the window, knife in hand, focused on carving wood, looking no different from an old artisan absorbed in creation. Outside, heaven and earth were in chaos, yet he still poured all his attention into the work before him. From the wooden statue, golden light gradually radiated outward. Not long after, a peerlessly beautiful goddess statue was complete. Tianhong could not help bursting into laughter. "Haha, it truly is a masterpiece." He stood up, hands on his hips, as he admired the result, his heart extremely excited. "It seems I have taken another step forward on the path of cultivation." Thinking of this, Tianhong spread both arms wide. Immediately beneath his feet, a vortex of yellow sand appeared, white smoke swirling up in dense clouds. Amid the spinning ring of sand, 3 small statues in the likeness of 3 graceful girls slowly rose from the ground. Looking at the 3 works only the size of a palm, Tianhong propped up his chin and nodded in praise. "Not bad, not bad. I even comprehended Lady Nua's technique of turning earth into people and scattering beans into soldiers." He secretly calculated, once my immortal path reaches completion, when I go looking for trouble in the future, there will be no need to summon those cumbersome demon soldiers and demon generals anymore. With just a wave of the hand, an entire army would appear at once. In Tianhong's mind, a scene surfaced of him waving his hand as ranks of yellow sand cavalry charged like a storm along a road he had created himself. Just thinking about it made him excited. He crossed his arms and laughed loudly, directly scattering beans into soldiers, summoning hundreds of millions of majestic immortal soldiers and divine generals. Utterly awesome. After being smug for a while, he looked down again at the rectangular piece of wood still lying on the table, along with the carving tools. Tianhong scratched his chin in thought, who should I carve next? In an instant, a string of online literature masterpieces flashed through Tianhong's mind, such as Shrouding the Heavens, Doluo Continent, Battle Through the Heavens, and a record of a mortal's journey to immortality. A cosmic-level dilemma made him sink into contemplation. Before transmigrating, I had binged countless cultivation and mythological novels. Tianhong furrowed his brows, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his thoughtful appearance no different from a philosopher solving the problem of life. He tried hard to recall the appearance of a classic female character. The image of a lonely girl standing on a mountain peak, her dress fluttering in the fierce wind, appeared clearly. Tianhong snapped his fingers with a click. Ah, it is her. I found her. Not for becoming an immortal, only to wait in the mortal world for him to return. A woman of peerless talent and beauty, unmatched through ancient and modern times. Tianhong immediately grew excited, picked up the carving knife, and looked firmly at the piece of wood. It is her, the ruthless great empress, the supreme woman devoted to her true self, facing the entire world alone, eternally indestructible. He closed his eyes, and a small orb suddenly appeared on his forehead, radiating brilliant golden light. In his mind, the scene from years ago surfaced once more. A girl wearing a mask, dressed in ancient Greek-style clothing trimmed with gold, had defeated him with only one sword strike. The golden mask still could not hide her eyes, both icy sharp and filled with profound sorrow. Tianhong held the golden orb in his palm, gazing at it intently as he sighed inwardly. Without this powerful primordial origin, I fear that becoming an immortal would still be far beyond reach for this true body. My demonic path has already reached its limit. Immediately after, two figures of Tianhong appeared, one golden and one purple-black, intertwining like the number 69. He murmured, "Now I comprehend the myriad laws of the immortal path, and when immortal and demon become one, I will transcend the three realms and attain true eternal indestructibility." Time passed as swiftly as a shuttle. The Tianlong dynasty fell into great chaos. Daoi's Tianlong had perished, flames soared into the sky, and the entire city was submerged in a crimson sea of fire. In the middle of the great hall, a man knelt collapsed on the red carpet, staring in despair at the three corpses of young girls hanging from the beam. The dynasty had completely perished. From then on, the world fell into war, with powers carving up territories everywhere. At the same time, in another land, 1/3 of the Tianlong dynasty's territory had become the evil god nation. The sky here was dyed an eerie red, and even the moonlight had turned blood red. A group of disciples in purple cloaks knelt at the foot of the tall tower, shouting in unison as they respectfully worshipped the man in the red cloak standing at the top. He raised his face to the sky, spread both arms wide, and roared, "Lord Evil God." Suddenly, a call rang out from below, interrupting the ritual. Two disciples hurried over, leaned close to a strange skull pasted with a yellow talisman, and whispered their report. After hearing it, the man in red called, the divine envoy instantly flew into a rage. Blue veins bulged across his forehead like tangled tree roots. He roared fiercely, "What Donger is dead?" The blood in his body seemed to boil, purple-black energy erupting and spreading throughout the space. He screamed madly like a beast driven into a corner. "It must be that vile woman, the divine Phoenix Empress. I must kill her, I must make her pay." Seeing him so furious that he had lost control, the disciples below hurriedly kowtowed and tried to dissuade him. "Divine Envoy, please calm your anger. Divine Envoy, please calm your anger." But at this moment, the Divine Envoy had completely lost his self-control. He stood before the monster statue, his crimson eyes blazing with killing intent, and roared, "I cannot wait any longer." He gritted his teeth and hissed out every word, "That vile woman, you must die." As soon as he finished speaking, the divine envoy charged straight toward the statue. His rage had surpassed all limits, and he wanted her dead immediately. "This old man will stake everything." He reached out and touched the yellow talisman covered in strange patterns. In that instant, the stone statue's mouth opened wide, spewing out a foul icy gust like something from hell, blowing his cloak into the air. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped inside alone. Following the spiral passage covered in protruding blood vessels, he advanced deep underground. Only when he reached a vast space, where a gigantic demonic statue was sealed with yellow talismans, did the divine envoy stop. He tore open his palm and poured a stream of pink-purple energy into it. He revealed a ghastly smile. A memory from several days ago suddenly surfaced in his mind, when a purple monster had said this was the reward bestowed by the evil god. The monster had once pointed at the demonic statue. statue, and said that as long as he poured his thought power into it, he would be able to behold the great evil god. At that moment, the divine envoy exerted his strength with both hands, and suddenly recalled that promise in his mind: as long as he offered his soul as a sacrifice, he would gain unparalleled power. He clenched his teeth, poured out all the energy in his body, his eyes bulging wide, blood vessels standing out as he roared, "Please come." Immediately after, he dropped to his knees, raised his face, and howled, "Great evil god, descend upon us." In an instant, countless crimson eyes appeared on the dark red tentacles covering the cave walls, all staring fixedly at him at once. He kowtowed again and again, shouting in a trembling voice, "This believer pays respects to the great evil god." He raised his head and stared blankly at those eyes, then heard a voice echo in his mind, "Insignificant worm, offer up your soul and become my servant." The eye at the center resembled a snake's eye, yet countless pupils spun within it, releasing a cold hissing voice, "I shall grant you unparalleled power." Hearing this, the divine envoy spread his arms wide and swore loudly, "I offer everything to you, and in this life I vow to be your servant. Please grant me strength." His face twisted, blue veins bulging across it, then he burst into mad laughter as he heard the evil god reply, "Haha, very good." Immediately after, streams of blood poured from the demon statue and coiled tightly around his body. He threw back his head and howled amid pain and a strange pleasure. His body convulsed violently, his bones cracking as if being crushed and rebuilt at the same time. His left hand transformed into a sharp claw, and a black horn grew from his eye socket. In the end, he was completely distorted into a monster, his jaws filled with razor-sharp fangs, 5 black horns growing from his forehead, his hands as pointed as a fiend's. He lowered his head, then 2 beams of red light suddenly burst from his back, forming a pair of eerie fallen wings. He roared, "Ji-yu," his claws scraped down against the stone floor, sending sparks flying. "You damned bitch, your end has come." A moment later, atop the tower outside, a beam of red light shot straight into the sky, twisting into an incomparably terrifying vortex of energy. The disciples below stared with their mouths agape and cried out in panic, "The evil god, could the great evil god have truly descended?" In midair, the red monster with fallen wings appeared and let out an ear-piercing screech. But soon, he regained his composure and muttered, "I cannot get worked up. Tianlong Daoist Dong error, and even that immortal Dong are invited. All of them must suffer a miserable end. I need to become even stronger. I must unleash one certain kill strike." He stretched his hand full of sharp claws toward the disciples crowded below, his warped voice no longer seeming human. "My believers, offer up everything you possess." As soon as the words fell, a horrifying scene unfolded at once. The life force of the fanatical disciples was drained dry in the blink of an eye, their bodies rapidly shriveling until only wrinkled layers of skin remained, like forgotten scraps of rag. Hovering above the deformed skull, that greedy divine envoy devoured the energy he had just seized. But immediately after, he roared in frustration, "Still not enough. This is barely anything." His jagged teeth bared, he reassured himself in a hoarse voice, "I need more, far more. But this king must be patient, for patience is the quality of a great villain." His clawed hand closed, gathering all the energy into a dazzling sphere. He gave a sinister laugh and muttered, "Just you wait. Once this old man cultivates further and reaches an invincible realm, I will personally come to find you." Meanwhile, in another space, everything was completely the opposite. The sky was as clear and blue as jade, golden sunlight shining everywhere. A magnificent spirit boat, surrounded by a golden radiance, slowly glided along the winding river like something from a painting. On the deck, 2 transcendent-looking Taoists were conversing. One looked down at the scenery below and sighed in admiration. "This is the legendary southern continent." The dragon race man standing beside him clasped his hands behind his back, shook his head, and sighed, "The spiritual energy in this desolate backwater is pitifully thin. Anyone seeking the Tao of immortality here would have no hope even after cultivating for several more lifetimes, unless they encountered a great opportunity." He curled his lip and continued, "If not for pursuing that little girl Bai Yun, this old man would not want to stay in this place for even a moment." A middle-aged man with catfish whiskers, standing nearby, spoke up, "Brothers, may I ask whether that little wretch Bai Yun has already left the southern continent?" From inside the cabin, a dignified voice rang out, "Rest assured, our 23 sects have joined forces, and we have even sent longevity Taoists to hunt her down. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we will find her." His voice turned cold, filled with confidence. "Even if that woman flees to the ends of the earth, she cannot escape our inescapable net." Just then, a figure descended from the central continent flying ship onto the deck as fast as the wind. That martial artist knelt on one knee before the dragon race man and offered up a scroll with both hands. The elder had barely opened it when his expression changed at once. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. The faster he read, the more sweat poured from him. Then he suddenly cried out, "Heavens above, an immortal has descended to the mortal world." Hearing this, the man with the catfish whiskers snorted coldly in disdain. "It is only an immortal. What is there to be so shocked about. He curled his lips and continued, which one of your sects does not have a few immortals guarding it? What is so terrifying about a hidden cultivator in the southern continent? Another martial artist stroked his glossy hair, his gaze sharp, and upon thinking of Ji, he clicked his tongue. But it must be said, that Divine Phoenix Empress truly is a rare genius. At only 20, she has already reached the divine tribulation stage, and in a place as poor in spiritual energy as the southern continent, she truly cannot be underestimated. He curled his lips, his voice full of mockery. With such talent and fortune, she would have more than enough ability to enter our Tao Heaven Divine Palace. That arrogant attitude, as if he looked down on everyone, immediately angered the elder of the Taikyu Immortal sect. The silver-haired elder pointed straight at him and shouted, your Tao Heaven Divine Palace is far too overbearing. Our Taikyu Immortal sect has also taken a liking to this young lady. Immediately after, another person in the room sprang up, fighting no less fiercely. Do not even think of snatching her from my Yuhua Immortal sect. And so, no one was willing to yield. A group of elders with illustrious reputations actually lunged into grabbing collars and pulling beards, arguing noisily like people in a marketplace. Our sect wants her too, so does ours. The dragon race man looked at the chaos before him, dust and smoke billowing everywhere, sweat pouring down his body. He raised both hands and tried to mediate. Everyone, you all elders of great factions with noble reputations. If this gets out, what face will you have left? The group temporarily stopped, but their hands still refused to let go of one another, and they all turned to press him at once. Then tell us, what would be fair? Forced into a corner, the dragon race man frowned and stroked his beard in deep thought. In his mind appeared the image of Ji sitting on the dragon bed with her chin propped in her hand. A moment later he suggested, how about this, we all go to Phoenix Capital together, and whichever sect the Divine Phoenix Empress chooses will depend on each side's own ability. As soon as the suggestion was made, everyone's eyes lit up at once. Reasonable, good, let it be decided that way. No one objected. After agreeing on the plan, the entire group circulated their magical power together, shouted loudly, then accelerated and flew off, their momentum blazing as they charged straight toward Phoenix Capital. At the same time, in another place, night had already fallen. In the sky, a gigantic blue bolt of lightning tore through space and descended upon the tranquil lake. At the center of the lake, a radiant golden energy sphere was glowing. Inside the sphere, Bai Yun and Ling Yun sat cross-legged, their backs against each other, eyes closed as they cultivated. Streams of golden spiritual power coiled around the two of them like gentle pythons. Bai Yun remained deep in a meditative state. By contrast, Ling Yun frowned slightly, clearly a little uncomfortable from absorbing the blue lightning. Just then, Bai Yun spread both arms wide. Behind her, a gigantic green lotus slowly bloomed, releasing a gentle light. After that, Bai Yun gently flew into the air. Her two arms transformed into 6 soft arms, moving in rhythm with the lotus petals. The final heavenly lightning descended, ran along her body, then vanished. Bai Yun hovered in midair, her eyes still closed. She raised a hand and gently stroked her hair fluttering in the wind. A moment later, she opened her eyes and clearly felt the powerful magical energy surging throughout her body. Bai Yun revealed a radiant smile. Her gaze fell on her own hands, and it was obvious that everything had undergone a transformation. Ling Yun immediately flew over, her face full of joy. Sister Bai, congratulations on officially stepping into the longevity realm. From now on, looking across the entire lower world, you have enough strength to become the overlord of a region. Hearing this, Bai Yun playfully reached out and poked Ling Yun's belly. The sudden poke startled her, and both her cheeks flushed bright red. Bai Yun pressed her cheek against Ling Yun's belly, narrowed her eyes, and said, now you have also passed the lightning tribulation. Once you step into the longevity realm, the two of us can advance side by side and roam the world unhindered. Hearing that, Ling Yun felt both shy and amused. She nestled closer to Bai Yun and said in a sulky voice, I hate you, you lecherous woman. You are not even a man. I will not advance side by side with you. Bai Yun burst out laughing and stuck out her tongue to tease her. Tsk. So my good little sister is pining for a man. Shame, shame. Ling Yun's face flushed crimson, so embarrassed that her mouth fell open and she could not say a word. Then he immediately dashed after Bai Yun across the water, raising his hand to strike, cunning as ever, daring to mock her, curious to see how she would handle him. Just like that, one ran ahead, the other chased, their clear laughter echoing continuously, stirring the tranquil lake, to see if he could catch her. Suddenly, a gigantic magical ship tore through the wind across the night sky, instantly drawing both their gazes. Ling Yun raised a hand to shield her eyes, marveling. It was the first time she had seen a magical weapon shaped like such a large ship. But quickly, her expression turned serious, eyes scrutinizing where they had come from. Bai Yun also immediately furrowed her brows, her sharp gaze fixed on the ship, full of vigilance. It was a magical ship from Jiangsu. Hearing this, Ling Yun was utterly astonished, turning her head to look back. Why had they come all the way here? Bai Yun let her bare feet lightly touch the azure water, carefully reasoning. When we fought over the Patriarch's secret treasures, disciples from the major sects were all killed. These people likely came to track me down. She watched the ship glide across the lake toward the distance, then continued. It seemed they had not yet abandoned their intent regarding the Patriarch's collection. Ling Yun worriedly held Bai Yun's hand, eyes following the magical ship. Bai sister, what should we do now? Without hesitation, Bai Yun grabbed her hand, pulling her away like fleeing from a ghost, while sealing all their auras. They were as numerous as ants. The two of us couldn't handle them. Her gaze turned icy, immediately deciding to retreat first. Yet, as both dashed across the lake, they noticed the other ship was heading the same way. Bai Yun slightly frowned, puzzled. Why were they following this direction? If the target isn't us, then it can only be. At that instant, as if in a simultaneous clash, Bai Yun and Ling Yun looked at each other, horrified, exclaiming the subordinate queen. Bai Yun suddenly stopped, causing Ling Yun to almost tumble. She turned her head, eyes wide in confusion. Sister, what are you doing? Bai Yun stood firm, taking a defensive stance, her eyes resolute on the approaching magical ship. No, the queen is the future consort of the Patriarch's family. They cannot take her away. After speaking, she glanced at Ling Yun, voice resolute. You stay here to hold them off. I will quickly go to the death quarters to inform the Patriarch. Ling Yun, sweating from worry, saw Bai Yun's determined eyes, and could only nod. Sister, be careful. Without another word, she shot forward like an arrow. Left alone, Bai Yun raised her hand. A gigantic golden magic formation appeared. Her clothes immediately transformed into familiar battle armor, the golden formation enveloping her entire body. As the formation erupted, she lifted her head and shouted, Old men, let's see what skills you truly have. On the flower ship, 3 beams of red light shot up into the sky. A contemptuous voice resounded. Ignorant juniors dare to block our path. A woman wearing a tall hat, silk veil covering half her face, hands clasped behind her back, blinked and looked. Isn't that Bai Yun? The other elders immediately brightened, laughing loudly in excitement. What? Ha ha ha, couldn't find her anywhere. Today she walks right to us. Standing on the flower ship, they looked down at Bai Yun's small figure and sneered. The fish we've been chasing for so long comes to our door willingly. Good. Today she goes but does not return. Immediately, 4 beams of red light shot from the ship down, landing on the ground, encircling Bai Yun. An old man sneered, Bai Yun, it seems the unlucky ones always meet us. Hand over Xianzun's collection obediently, and we might consider giving you a full death. Yet Bai Yun erupted with a killing aura, her gaze unwavering. She smiled coldly, fearing the unlucky ones today are you. Those who fall will not be me, but you elders. Hearing this, an old man behind her trembled in anger, pointing and shouting, Arrogant girl, you killed the sacred child of King Tian Mountain. This grudge cannot be forgiven. The man in blue, anger blazing, blocked 2 elders from another sect, loudly questioning Bai Yun. You think having the inheritance from Cheyenne Mansion grants eternal glory? Open your eyes. In front of you stand 23 senior immortals. Bai Yun turned her head, face calm without hesitation, instead showing a provocative expression. Who is your old man? Don't think living a little longer gives you the right to look down on us juniors. If you dare, come solo, see if your old man can beat me. Calculating strategy, divide and conquer, she silently thought. This hot-tempered elder of King Tian Mountain, if provoked alone, might survive. If they unite, surely she would die. Sure enough, the elder King Lao Tianshan fell into the trap, roaring and unleashing countless spells like blades cutting space, shouting all back, no one may touch this girl. I will personally eliminate her. At that moment, a pair of gigantic blue wings appeared behind him. Seeing the energy phoenix circling above, the Long clan members cried out in horror. This is the technique of King Tian God, truly renowned. Elder King Lao Tianshan waved his hand, directing the divine bird straight at Bai Yun. Someone in the crowd hurriedly shouted, Hey, take care, don't damage the collection. Bai Yun's lotus foot lightly touched the water, ripples spreading perfectly, centering on her. Her lips curled arrogantly, eyes sharp, waiting for the opponent to strike. Suddenly a sharp aura like an invisible arrow tore through the space, gliding past the screaming blue phoenix, its speed shocking the elders into stillness. Immediately after, Bai Yun soared into the sky, moving fluidly like a dancer, then unleashed a powerful spinning kick. Landing on the water, her eyes gleamed with demonic red. The proud phoenix was pierced through the chest, leaving a hole of fury. Facing such immense pressure, 3 elders, pale-faced, felt utmost doubt. The immortal realm. Has this girl entered a divine tribulation? The Long clan elder clenched his dragon head ornament, frowning. I see, it is the legacy of Xianzun. Bai Yun lazily spread her fingers, voice mocking towards Elder King Lao Tianshan. Hey old man, is that all your skill? With just this you aim to kill me? Her words fueled his anger. He gritted his teeth, eyes red as blood. Roaring, he darted across the water. He could not lose, girl. Prepare to die. Squinting, he appeared right before Bai Yun, armored hand raised, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Yet Bai Yun stood still, her eyes flashing red, left hand slowly raised, preparing to counterattack. Then, instead of direct confrontation, she suddenly swung her hand to slap Elder King Lao Tianshan's face. The Jing Tian slap sent him flying like a cannonball, a front tooth spattering, tracing a beautiful parabola through the air. The remaining Long Clan elders were utterly stunned, cold sweat dripping, thinking only one thought, my god, what kind of monster is this girl? Bai Yun did not stop, she lifted her knee, delivering a thunderous strike to Elder King Lao Tianshan's abdomen, shouting the powerful skill, Supreme Annihilation Kick. The poor old man barely managed a miserable groan. Immediately, a slap with terrifying force struck his face. Bai Yun proudly shouted, righteous killing fist. The hit skewed his jaw, blood spurted along with a tooth. Yet still unrelenting, Bai Yun continued to launch relentless punches, each accompanied by a scream piercing to the bone, futile, futile, futile. Each shout followed by a heavy punch, turning his dignified face into a swollen, purple mess. He could only whimper for help. Witnessing this, the Long Clan members broke into cold sweat, fear coursing through them. One trembling spoke, it seems she hasn't used her full strength yet and already destroyed Elder King Lao Tianshan's ultimate skill. If so, we are no match. Seeing Elder King Lao Tianshan lying motionless like a dead fish at Bai Yun's feet, the Long Clan elder could no longer sit still. He waved his hand, shouting, stop, how dare you strike a senior like that? His eyes full of rage pointing at Bai Yun, ordering all to advance and teach this lawless girl a lesson. Seeing them charge in unison, Bai Yun quickly retreated to keep her distance. She gritted her teeth, sweat dripping from her forehead, thinking it's over. This old man is so furious, planning to gang up. At that moment, a light figure descended behind her from the air. Ling Yun appeared, softly calling sister. Bai Yun turned, surprised. Ling Yun, why have you returned? Ling Yun looked slightly embarrassed, pouting and shaking her head. Yuan Zuo had instructed them to clean up this mess completely. Hearing this, Bai Yun's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that our true identity is that of professional janitors? Immediately after, a comical scene unfolded. The two beauties crouched down, hugging their knees, turning their backs to the enemies, murmuring gloomily, no wonder Master and Yuan Zuo have been nourishing us lately. Turns out it was to prepare us for this task. But the feeling only lasted briefly. Soon both of their eyes lit up and they sprang to their feet, exuding overwhelming aura. They declared in unison, the old men have no time to play with you anymore. We're here to clean up the trash. Hearing this, the elder of the Dragon Clan turned pale with anger, roaring, do you even know what you're saying? Bai Yun didn't respond, merely raised her hand straight to the sky. Colossal magical treasure immediately appeared, radiating destructive pressure. The Hamtian seal hovered above the elder, pressing down like a collapsing mountain. The elders quickly combined their strength to form a yin-yang fish screen, struggling to defend while shouting, quickly stop it. Everyone immediately poured all their magical power into defense. Yet one who was out of position and couldn't dodge was instantly charred black by the Hamtian seal. The Dragon Clan elder broke out in cold sweat, exclaiming in horror, that is Jiang Wang's Hamtian seal, the head of the Extreme Dao Immortal Palace. He really died at the hands of Taixu Academy. Bai Yun spread her hands like blooming flowers, smiling brightly. That man was laden with crimes, died tragically. Do you want me to recount it? Meanwhile, the Hamtian seal continued to press down. Despite the elder's full effort to resist, the pressure intensified. One shouted in panic, all of you strike together, shatter the seal and deal with the two girls. The Hamtian seal clearly could not withstand the combined attack of over 20 Immortality Realm cultivators. Cracks appeared on its surface, golden light continuously gushing out. Bai Yun immediately realized the situation was dire. She focused all her power, gritting her teeth. Damn, over 20 Immortality Realm elders attacking together. We probably cannot resist. In contrast, Ling Yun remained unusually calm. She slipped her hand into her robe, cheerfully reassured, sister, don't worry, Yuan Zuo gave me something that can clean up this mess in an instant. Hearing this, Bai Yun, still controlling the Hamtian seal, glanced over teasingly, your magic pouch can even hide that. Ling Yun's face blushed. She lightly tapped her sister and frowned. At a time like this, you're still joking. Then Ling Yun produced a wooden Sun Wukong statue, loudly declaring, I have a mass damage weapon, choose your own way to die. Yet the threat failed to exert any pressure. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The elders looked at each other and then burst into insane laughter. The Dragon Clan elder pointed at her, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, little girl, are you scared silly? Using a child's toy to threaten us. Ling Yun remained completely unfazed. She channeled golden intent into the statue, calmly saying, I just want to see how you old men act at the end. She tossed the statue into the sky, confidently shouting, witness this. Immortal technique, be in formation soldiers. Ling Yun raised her hands high, smiling radiantly. Immortal General Great Sage, please assist in battle. Immediately the Sun Wukong statue blazed with dazzling golden light. Then it exploded in midair. In the blink of an eye, a giant rui staff descended from the sky, striking directly at the elder's protective barrier. The people still panicked and unready when a colossal figure, engulfed in flames and clad in golden armor, stood next to them. Seeing this, the elders screamed. The rural group froze, eyes wide, stammering, that this is Great Sage Sun Wukong. The immortal general Great Sage glared down at the tiny figures below, snorting coldly with contempt. The imposing figure held the Rui staff, standing before Bai Yun and Ling Yun. Dragon Clan elder broke out in a sweat, mind in chaos. What the hell is happening? Why does that monkey carry the aura of a true immortal? At this point, the barrier had shattered, and the elders gathered together. One could not hide his doubt, exclaiming, why was the law of the realm so easily broken? Suddenly, the great sage's eyes gleamed. He raised his commanding voice. I follow the order of the Supreme. Send you on your way. Murderous aura surged violently. The elders panicked, turning to flee, shouting, run quickly. The immortal general Great Sage took a deep breath, then spewed a massive flow of lava, thundering directly toward them. The sea of fire engulfed everything. The immortality realm cultivators could only stare in horror, then vanished completely in the flames. The scene of destruction made Bai Yun and Lin pale, sweat streaming. Ling Yun trembled, pointing at the sea of fire. Bai sister, I'm not seeing things right. All the immortality realm cultivators were wiped out. She turned, eyes full of confusion. A wooden statue carved by Yuan Zuo in just 3 breaths. How does it possess power beyond a true immortal? Bai Yun placed her hand on her chest, shaking her head repeatedly. The master's realm is beyond our imagination. I feel like I'm dreaming. Suddenly Ling Yun's eyes flickered, growing unusually sharp. Ling Yun mischievously slapped Bai Yun's rear. Pop! The crisp sound made Bai Yun jump, clutching her rear with tears, angrily asking, what are you doing? Ling Yun covered mouth, giggling, sticking out her tongue. Hey, you felt pain. Proves we're not dreaming. Hearing this, Bai Yun fumed, rushing to grab Ling Yun, shouting, alright, dare to hit sister. Let's see how I handle you. Ling Yun quickly raised her hand to defend, cleverly changing the topic. Sister, stop messing around. Let's first check out that magic ship. After a while, the two finally stopped. Both flew onto the giant magic ship hovering in midair. Ling Yun, landing on the deck, excitedly touched everything, happily commenting, all ancient treasures, truly valuable. Bai Yun nodded in agreement. These are all famed divine artifacts in Central Continent, faster than ordinary immortals. She took out a golden silk pouch, sighing regretfully. Unfortunately, the crafting method is lost. In this world, probably only this one remains. Then the two flew to the bow of the ship. Bai Yun took out the universe pouch, channeled golden magic to cover it, then opened her hands. Instantly, the giant ship shrank and flew straight into the pouch. Afterward, Bai Yun turned and flew off, saying, let's return to serve master. Ling Yun obediently replied, yes. At the same time, in Central Continent, where immortals gathered, 2 disciples flew to report that the token of the immortality realm cultivators arriving in South Continent had all shattered. The long-bearded immortal asked in surprise, who could have acted to kill 22 immortality realm cultivators in the blink of an eye? Others immediately buzzed with chatter. Even a true immortal would struggle with this. Investigation is needed. But some opposed, such great risk, who dares go? At that moment, a commanding voice echoed down from the high mountain. Seal the news. Full defensive effort. In a remote town. Ling Yun leaned to the window, loudly calling Master Yuan Zuo, we're back. Seeing the two staring at him, Tianhong turned, confused, asking, what's with that expression? The two of them immediately brightened, saying excitedly, we suddenly feel deep reverence, boundless admiration and absolute faith in your greatness. Tianhong waved his hand as if he did not care, then asked calmly, have all those pieces of trash been cleaned up? Ling Yun hurriedly lifted the wooden statue and said respectfully, distant ancestor, this is your golden body. But Tianhong did not take it. He merely flicked it lightly and said calmly, little one, keep it and use it yourself. I have left the mental arts of the 72 divine abilities inside. Once you comprehend them, you can transform endlessly and roam freely in all directions. As soon as the words fell, Ling Yun's eyes narrowed with joy, while Bai Yun beside her could only blurt out, heavens and ghosts above. Ling Yun hurriedly cherished the treasure and carefully tucked it into her inner robe, her smile radiant as if she had just picked up gold. This disciple thanks distant ancestor for your boundless grace. Beside her, Bai Yun glanced sideways, her eyes full of suspicion when she saw Ling Yun receive such an unbelievable treasure so easily. She muttered, can immortal arts really be gifted so simply? After that, she cupped her hands in salute, bowed solemnly, and reported, Grandmaster Longevity Daoist Mon Man and the others must have come here to covet your treasure. At present, they have all been dealt with cleanly by us. Hearing this, Ling Yun also put away her cheerfulness, her expression turning serious. She turned to listen as Bai Yun requested. This disciple respectfully asks to bring the treasure you left behind back to Jixia Academy. With these resources, the sect will surely rise again. I humbly ask for your permission. Tianhong swept his gaze over them and pondered for a long while, as if considering something. The space inside the wooden house was utterly silent. A moment later, Tianhong's voice rang out, brief and decisive, "Go early and return early." Standing outside the window, Bai Yun immediately replied, "As you command." Suddenly, Tianhong waved his hand and gave another instruction, "Let Ling Yun go with you. It is better for sisters to have each other. On a long road, having someone for company is good too." Hearing this, Bai Yun was so happy that her eyes narrowed. She leaned by the window and waved, "Yun understands. I will definitely return quickly." Suddenly, Tianhong casually tossed a glowing golden object toward Ling Yun, startling her. Right after that, a small wooden statue also flew over, lightly touched Bai Yun's chest, then bounced away. In the blink of an eye, the two statues were retrieved by Tianhong again. A stream of golden energy poured out from them and gathered in his palm. His voice lowered slightly. "There are still quite a few people in Central Province whom you two cannot handle right now." After saying that, he truly threw the two strengthened statues to Bai Yun and Ling Yun, then explained, "I have remade them into protective immortal artifacts. Activate them when you encounter danger, but remember, each one can only be used once." Ling Yun obediently lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and cupped her hands in reply. Bai Yun was clearly happier, pressing her hands into the shape of a heart. Her eyes narrowed in a smile. The two said in unison, "Thank you, Grandmaster. Thank you, distant ancestor." Not long after, the two girls left Tianhong's residence. On the street, Bai Yun linked arms with Ling Yun, beaming as she bragged, "See, following Grandmaster means never lacking fine treasures." Ling Yun also nodded happily and replied a little shyly, "That's right. In the past, I was always being hunted down, living in fear every day. Now I feel like I could travel across all four seas of Southern Province without fearing anyone." But at this moment, in a place as crimson as blood, even the lightning in the sky carried a strange red hue, crashing down without end. Outside a cave shaped like a giant beast's head, someone knelt and shouted, reporting to the branch master. A subordinate in grayish-blue robes knelt before the stone throne, reporting in a trembling voice, "By your order, the cultists below have discovered an extremely in-earth cavern." Hearing this, the Lord Angel, who had now transformed into a monster, propped up his chin and chuckled softly, "Very good." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished from the throne at once, leaving the subordinate frozen in place. Right after that, he had appeared at the entrance of the cave, where layers of white bones were piled inside. The branch master stared intently at the cave mouth that was exhaling a pitch-black, icy current of yin energy, then remarked, "This earth cavern actually contains such abundant, heavenly yin-killing energy." He bared his sharp teeth and revealed a deeply satisfied smile. "Ah, this is enough for this king to break through to the Devil Crystal realm." As soon as the words fell, the branch master instantly turned into a streak of black shadow and rushed straight into the cave. His body swept forward with incredible speed like a giant bat in the narrow passage, passing through countless piled skeletons and flying deep inside without stopping. A long while later, the branch master finally landed in a vast open space deep within the cave. Standing there, he opened his mouth and took a deep breath, swallowing the crimson remnant souls drifting in the air into his body, then threw back his head and roared in delight. "This thing is indeed greatly nourishing." Suddenly, his gaze stopped at the center of the cave. There was a giant stone pillar there, its base surrounded by smaller stones. A blazing golden talisman was pasted on the pillar's surface. He narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "This is a seal left by Jianzun from the ancient era." While scratching his chin, he calculated, "It has already been nearly 10,000 years. It seems the seal is about to expire and can no longer hold, which is why such a large amount of yin energy is leaking out." The branch master did not hurry over. Instead, he crouched down and used one hand to draw in the streams of yin energy on the ground, muttering, "I wonder what is being imprisoned inside the seal." His hand continued absorbing the crimson energy as he propped up his chin and laughed sinisterly. The enemy of an enemy is indeed a friend. After weighing it for a while, he no longer hesitated. The branch master placed his sharp-clawed hand on the golden talisman and growled, "Seal release." Immediately, thousands upon tens of thousands of resentful souls screamed at once and surged out in torrents. They rose like a storm of resentment, swirling around his body before shooting toward the top of the cave and spilling outside. A crimson pillar of light shot straight into the sky from the cave entrance, accompanied by mournful wails that shook the space. The pillar of light pierced through the purple clouds, gathering lightning. Within it, countless evil spirits took shape and roared madly, "Hate, we hate Jianzun to the marrow of our bones. Hate him to the heavens." Looking into the center of the pillar of light, the branch master froze, a guess flashing through his mind. Are these the resentments of demons from the ancient era? This number is truly terrifying. If I can subdue them, my strength will surely soar. Thinking of this, he revealed a calculating smile, and a perfect plan gradually formed in his mind. Perhaps I will become invincible in this world. Right after that, the branch master flew into the air, faced the wailing, resentful spirits, and asked loudly, "O departed souls, do you hate Jianzun?" As if they had found their own kind, the skulls screamed even more fiercely, "Hate, we hate Xianzun. We hate that we cannot tear him into 100 pieces." Seeing that they had taken the bait, the branch master moved closer and offered his condition. "As long as you are willing to be loyal to me and become believers of the evil god, I will help you take revenge." As soon as he finished speaking, the resentful spirits surged over at once. One with the largest head roared, "Revenge, yes, revenge. As long as we can scatter his soul and spirit, we are willing to become believers of the evil god." The branch master laughed smugly and pointed toward a hazy town at the foot of the mountain. "Go. The believers of the evil god cult are there. Find the bodies you crave and seize them to be reborn." Immediately, the resentful spirits turned into a red-gray whirlwind, screaming as they rushed down toward the town. They entered the bodies of the living and quickly turned into human-shaped demons, then laughed madly, "Kaka, we have come back to life." As for the branch master, he hovered in midair, spreading both arms and laughing loudly. "This is truly fortune bestowed by heaven. My combat strength has increased tenfold." In the distance, a giant magic boat was gliding across the sky, flying over ranges of snow-white mountains. Bai Yun thought to herself that she had not expected to be away from Jixia Academy for so long, and that she could finally return to see her master and fellow disciples. She leaned happily against the railing of the magic boat, her hair fluttering lightly in the wind, her eyes turned toward the distance with anticipation. Suddenly, behind her, a figure stealthily approached like a cat stalking its prey, but Bai Yun had no idea. The man in purple suddenly wrapped his arms around her from behind, his teasing voice unbearably cheesy. "My dear, who are you thinking of?" Bai Yun was startled and cried out, "Ah!" She immediately used all her strength to push him away, her face full of disgust, detestable. She hurriedly hugged herself tightly, her eyes already brimming with tears as she demanded, "Who are you? How did you sneak onto my boat?" That man still looked completely shameless, stroking his chin as he continued teasing. "I saw that your beauty was far too captivating, so I could not help chasing after you." He put on a lustful expression and reached out as if to grab her. "With such a fine match before us, why not follow this young master back to his estate?" Bai Yun kept retreating, cold sweat pouring out. "No, do not come closer." Suddenly her gaze paused for an instant. Bai Yun stared fixedly at the earring in his hand, and suspicion suddenly flashed through her heart. "This is..." Right after that, she rushed over, angrily jabbed her finger straight into his chest and shouted, "You little lecker, how dare you tease your elder sister?" That sudden action made the man's face turn pale. Ling Yun still kept her male appearance, pouting in grievance as she said, "What is this, Sister Bai? How did you recognize me so quickly?" Bai Yun tilted her head in curiosity, reached out to touch Ling Yun's flat chest, then asked, "No breasts, so how did you manage to turn into a man so well?" Hearing this, Ling Yun immediately grew excited, spreading her arms as she boasted, Just now I comprehended one of our distant ancestors' 72 divine abilities, the yin-yang transformation. That is why I became like this." After speaking, she reached out and lifted Bai Yun's chin, making her senior sister daze for a brief moment. Ling Yun leaned closer, continuing to pretend to be a charming libertine as she teased, "How about it, little beauty? This time we can advance side by side. This young master will certainly treat you very well." Unexpectedly, Bai Yun reached downward and struck with an extremely swift move, making Ling Yun grunt. Sudden strike made Ling Yun cry out miserably in pain, "Ouch." Still in male form, Ling Yun, flushed bright red, clutched the vital spot tightly with both hands, then turned around and shouted, "Sister, what are you doing?" Bai Yun propped up her chin and calmly replied, "The upper part of you has indeed changed, but it seems the lower part has not transformed yet. In that case, how could we advance side by side?" Hearing that, Ling Yun immediately changed back into a woman, hugging her chest as she said shyly, "Hateful, I have not fully mastered it yet." Bai Yun narrowed her eyes and smiled, her expression full of teasing. "What a pity. Then we can try once you have completed the transformation." Those words made Ling Yun so angry her face turned red. She turned and ran into the cabin, shouting as she fled, You are so mean. I am not playing with you anymore." Time passed quietly and the journey continued. The spirit boat glided through the sky, while below, endless ranges of snow-white mountains stretched on and on. After crossing the final mountain range, the boat entered the lush green lands of the central continent. Looking at the scene before her, Bai Yun immediately brightened, her eyes shining. "We are back. This is the central continent." She placed a hand on her chest, and a golden mark gradually appeared on her forehead, while she thought to herself, "I should send word ahead first." At the same time, in Jixia Academy, where buildings stood atop mountain peaks, half hidden amid the mist, a man with sharp eyes also had an identical golden mark appear on his forehead. He thought to himself, Bai Yun is about to return. His gaze seemed to pierce across thousands of miles, seeing Bai Yun standing at the bow of the ship. His heart was both shocked and delighted, because she had even brought back Jianzun's treasure. At the same time, the other elders also sensed it, including Palace Master Jing Tian Lai Yan Immortal, Han Yi Immortal, and Bai Tian Immortal. Ju Dao Immortal and Hong Hu Immortal also had the same thought. If they obtained this treasure, Jixia Academy would finally have a chance to give birth to another Qianzun. A moment later, somewhere within Jixia Academy, the majestic three-story Hanyi Palace stood towering, exuding a gloomy presence among the jagged mountains. Inside the icy hall, Hanyi Immortal sat cross-legged on a high platform, quietly listening to the disciple kneeling below. "Report, Master. What orders do you have for this disciple?" He slowly opened his green eyes, revealing a tear-marked tattoo full of sinister energy beneath them. A cold voice rang out, "Bai Yun is about to return." He waved his hand and gave a direct order, "Secretly send people out, deal with her, and bring Xianzun's treasure back here." That order shocked the other man. His cupped fists tightened, and that disciple frowned, his probing gaze filled with treachery. "Master, why must we do this?" Han Yi Immortal looked toward the withered tree beside him, where the last yellow leaves fell with the wind, then slowly said, "Lord Immortal Tree is about to exhaust his strength. Once that day truly comes, the vultures outside will surely join forces to tear us apart." Suddenly, that man spread his arms wide as if to embrace heaven and earth, displaying an unshakable resolve. "Jixia Academy's fate is already destined to decline, but your master is different. I refuse to be buried with this collapsing academy." That man no longer concealed it, bluntly revealing his rebellious scheme. "As long as I seize the treasure, I will immediately take you all far away from this place. Sooner or later, your master will cultivate into an immortal, and when that time comes, I will lead you to establish a sect and dominate a region." Hearing this, that disciple immediately withdrew his stunned expression. His face turned solemn, and he answered loudly, "This disciple understands. I will do it at once." Meanwhile, the spirit boat carrying Bai Yun and her entourage drifted gently over the water, finally arriving at the dock. On the island, several hazy figures were already standing there waiting. As soon as she saw the familiar gate of Jixia Academy, Bai Yun was overjoyed, standing by the side of the boat as she carefree hummed a cheerful tune. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Junior sister Bai Yun," startling her so badly that her soul almost flew away. She looked down in surprise. "Senior brother came to welcome me." Recognizing the familiar voice, Bai Yun did not hesitate, her body as light as a swallow as she descended. When she clearly saw the person before her, she immediately cupped her hands in greeting. "Ah, so it is senior brother Lang Chan. Thank you for coming to welcome me in person." The dark waves had already risen in her heart. Until now, I and Uncle Master Han Yi's faction have always kept out of each other's way. So why did that old man send Lang Chan, this thick-faced, black-hearted fellow, to welcome me? Sure enough, Lang Chan was no good person. That man sneered, not hiding his ill intent as he said bluntly, "Junior sister must have had a tiring journey. Master's ancestor's treasure must be quite heavy. Why not hand it to senior brother for safekeeping so it will not be lost?" Hearing those honeyed lies, Bai Yun's expression immediately darkened. Her voice was as cold as steel. "I would not dare trouble senior brother with such a minor matter. I will personally hand it to the palace master." Seeing that she was not easy to deal with, that man immediately lost patience and roared an order. "If I tell you to hand it over, then hand it over. Why are you still dragging this out?" The fat man standing beside him also planted his hands on his hips and loudly echoed him. "Hear that? What he said is right." Just as the atmosphere grew taut as a bowstring, a clear voice suddenly rang out from behind Sister Bai. "It seems this senior brother does not look much like he came to welcome anyone." With a whoosh, a streak of light tore through the wind from the spirit boat and shot downward. Ling Yun landed lightly beside Bai Yun, dusted off her hands, then said mockingly, "No matter how I look at it, he seems more like he came to rob you." The senior brother beside him immediately stepped forward, his gaze fierce as he said with a cold smile, "So what if we did? What can you two little girls do to us? Hurry up and obediently hand over master's ancestor's treasure." After Bai Yun heard this, she only frowned, her gaze as if she were looking at an idiot. "On what basis?" Lang Chan threw back his head and laughed loudly with conceit. "On what basis? Ha ha ha. On the basis that we are longevity Taoists, while you are just two little girls whose wings have not fully grown." "Oh," Bai Yun drew out the word, her mocking tone seeping deep into the bones. In the next instant, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Boom, a golden pillar of light shot straight from her body into the sky, tearing apart the clouds. Jingtian pressure immediately descended, making space seem to freeze. Lang Chan's group turned deathly pale, cold sweat pouring out, while Bai Yun merely smiled faintly. The longevity realm, is that so impressive? Lang Chan trembled, unable to believe his own eyes. No, impossible. A few years ago you were still only at the Divine Fire realm. How could this be? He had not even finished speaking when there was a snap. Bai Yun flicked her finger, and a tiny ray of light instantly shot out. The fat man beside Lang Chan had no time to react, only managing to shout, "Danger, too fast." Piaft, a beam of light pierced through his chest. His body immediately disintegrated, vanishing like mist beneath the sunlight. Only a white skeleton remained, then it too quickly shattered into ash. Space sank into a terrifying silence, and the two remaining men trembled like leaves. Though Lang Chan was scared out of his wits, he still forced himself to roar, "Bai Yun, you'd attack a fellow disciple. This crime." Noisy, Bai Yun cut him off coldly. She glanced at him as if looking at some with no road left to retreat. "Do you think you still have a chance to go back?" A gigantic golden box appeared from the void, radiant jinguang spreading everywhere, its heavy pressure like the sky collapsing. The great seal before them began to slowly descend. Lang Chan howled in panic. "This is Jiang Wang's heaven-containing seal. How is this possible?" The other man had already fallen to his knees on the ground, crying as he begged, "Junior sister, spare me, please spare me." But with a boom, the heaven-containing seal descended. The ground exploded, shockwaves swept across, and violent winds howled. When the dust cleared, no one was left alive, only a deep scorched pit remained. At some unknown point, Ling Yun had put on a pair of black sunglasses, her hands in her pockets as she asked solemnly, "Sister, who exactly wants to kill you?" Bai Yun turned toward her, pondered for a moment, then said, "Lang Chan knew my whereabouts, and even dared to come seize the treasure. Han Yi Uncle Master must be behind this." She squinted, her voice suddenly cold. "That old man wants to betray Taka Academy." Ling Yun immediately put her hands on her hips, pouting angrily. "Taka Academy was founded by our distant ancestor, yet such corruption still exists." The wind blew across the ruined battlefield. The two figures stood silently, eyes no longer playful. Seeing the girl's cute expression, Bai Yun couldn't help but reach out and poke her cheek, teasing, "So what do we do now? Dare we return?" The girl glanced at her, then grabbed Bai Yun's hand and pulled him toward the magic vessel, decisively saying, "Tacha Academy is our origin. Even if it is a dragon marsh tiger lair, or mountain of blades and sea of fire, it is still home. We must return." At the same time at Hanya Palace, night was falling silently. A terrified underling crawled in, his voice trembling as he shouted, "Master Elder." He knelt low on the ground, trembling as he reported, the command token of Master Lang Zhen has been broken." Han Yi, the Immortal, was meditating, his expression suddenly darkening, coldly replying, "I know, step back." As soon as the underling left, his eyes immediately sharpened like knives. He ground his teeth, killing intent thickly spreading, each word chilling. "Bai Yun, you dare kill my disciple. This grudge must be avenged." With that, countless huge, sharp ice blocks shot from his body. In an instant, the entire palace was covered in layers of cold ice, reflecting the master's ultimate rage. A moment later, at Tak Academy, the vast land was shrouded in thick mist. When Bai Yun's magic vessel appeared, the disciples guarding the square immediately stirred, shouting in unison, "Magic vessel, it is the magic vessel." The leading female disciple immediately spoke sternly, "There is an honored guest. Quickly report." The two beside her immediately turned into streams of light, flying straight toward the main hall. As news of Bai Yun's return spread, almost immediately, two figures appeared in the sky. Everyone was more shocked upon recognizing Hong Hu Immortal and the Palace Master. Many whispered, who could make the Palace Master personally welcome them? Palace Master Jing Tian smiled gently, speaking softly, "Yuner, you have returned." Bai Yun stepped down from the magic vessel, clasped his hands in salute. "Disciple greets the Palace Master." And he turned to Hong Hu Immortal, continuing the salute, "Disciple greets Master." Hong Hu Immortal stepped closer, gently stroking his head, voice betraying pride. "Well done, little Yuner, you have entered the immortality realm." Hearing this, the people around were stunned, as if struck by lightning. The saintess had entered the immortality realm, yet she was not even 30. Immediately, all disciples present clasped hands and bowed their heads, shouting together, "Congratulations to the saintess for entering the immortality realm." In the crowd, a young boy looked at Bai Yun with reverence, clenching his hands tightly. In his heart, he resolved that he would one day become as powerful as that senior sister. At this moment, Palace Master Jing Tian sighed lightly, face slightly sad. "It is a pity Tacha Academy may no longer have the strength to protect you. Otherwise, with your talent, you might truly be able to restore the glory of our ancestor." Hong Hu Immortal patted him on the shoulder, softly saying, "Enter the main hall first. The other disciples are waiting." Then the three of them flew toward the central hall, where a massive ancient tree stood. Immortal Kodian smiled and greeted upon seeing Bai Yun. Oh, little Bai Yun has returned. But Han Yi Immortal beside him only snorted coldly, eyes full of hatred. Bai Yun clasped hands to salute the elders in turn, then knelt on one knee before the palace master. Palace master, disciple was fortunate to complete the mission. This is the treasure left by our ancestor, hoping it can help the academy survive the calamity and restore its prestige. Please accept it. After speaking, he presented an ancient command token. Yet Jing Tian only glanced at it and shook his head. No need. This is what you risked your life to obtain. Keep it. Later, my master and I will find a way to get you out of the mystic heaven realm. Hearing this, Bai Yun was stunned, voice trembling. Palace master, why is that? At this moment, Han Yi Immortal interjected, voice sharp, isn't it because you have killed too many elders and disciples of super forces in the Immortal Mansion? He roared in anger. Wait until the day Master Xian Shu passes away. That will be the day Tacha Academy is destroyed. The more he spoke, the more his disgust for Bai Yun showed. He looked straight at the palace master without hiding. Just for one Bai Yun, to risk all of Tacha Academy, is it worth it? In my opinion, hand over the troublemaker and use the ancestors' treasure to appease them. Only then will our academy have a chance to survive the current calamity. Honghu Immortal frowned, voice deepening as he shouted, Han Yi, such shamelessness, yet you speak of integrity. As a senior, afraid of death so much that you want to sacrifice a junior who contributed to the sect. Han Yi gritted his teeth, pointing at him in rebuttal. Honghu, this disaster was caused by your disciple. Why should we all bear it? At this moment, Palace Master Jing Tian spoke, voice majestic, across the hall. Yun'er, competing for the ancestors' treasure for Tacha Academy is a great merit. Those greedy for treasure were killed. That is their own fault. What does it have to do with her? He paused, eyes firm. Even if I risk my old life and this legacy, I will never allow her to suffer even a single strand of hair. Han Yi did not expect Jing Tian to protect her so much, face shifting between pale and dark, ultimately remaining silent. Just then, Immortal Ju Dao, another elder, slowly spoke, causing Bai Yun to glance. Palace Master, is it worth involving the academy for just Bai Yun? I also agree with Han Yi, junior brother. As soon as he finished, Lei Yin Immortal beside him laughed loudly, a thunderous sound shaking the hall. He spread his arms, voice bold and decisive. What mistake has Bai Yun made? They were all eyeing the ancestors' treasure, clearly came to kill. What else is there to say when they were killed in retaliation? He turned to Bai Yun, admiration evident. Well done in killing. This only proves our Bai Yun is stronger than them. Han Yi snorted coldly, continuing, forget the matters in the Immortal Mansion for now. But what about Wu Xi, the saint of Extreme Dao Academy? Because of her, the two great holy lands are sworn enemies. Clearly her personal grudge. Saying this, he turned to Bai Tian Immortal for support. Bai Tian Junior sister, do you agree? Yet from start to finish, Bai Tian Immortal remained silent like a statue, giving no reply. Just as the tense atmosphere reached a peak, a clear voice rang from the hall's entrance. Sister Bai risked herself to seize the treasure for you, yet you treat her like this. Ling Yun appeared, cheeks puffed in anger. That old man is bullying her too much. Han Yi Immortal flew into a rage, hair standing on end, shouting, the elder is discussing great matters. Who dares interrupt? But completely opposite, Ling Yun was not afraid, puffing out her chest, answering, it's your aunt. Bai Yun stood beside her, only able to smile helplessly and affectionately. Without holding back, Ling Yun continued pointing at Han Yi, scolding him, especially emphasizing that his old mouth only knew to spew blood at others. Humiliated in front of so many by an unknown, Han Yi was furious, roaring in threat. Who are you to interfere with Tacha Academy? Do you not want to keep your small life? Ling Yun's expression instantly turned icy. Her eyes blazed with sharp anger, as if wanting to crush the daring old man. Without further argument, she directly took out an object. A deep, resonant sound rang out. The Supreme Emperor Bell was placed on the ground. Instantly, it expanded at an astonishing rate, growing from a small item into a mini tower, radiating waves of dazzling golden light. An ancient aura, majestic and heavy as the ocean, swept down, enveloping all of Tacha Academy. The invisible pressure made everyone feel as if carrying Mount Tai on their shoulders. The elders turned pale, eyes wide, all exclaiming in shock, Supreme Emperor Bell. At that moment, the ancient tree shook violently, its roots tearing from the ground. It was agitated to the extreme, voice echoing across the space. The master's descendant has arrived. Master, though this old servant may never meet you again, seeing your descendant today, I would die without regret. Immediately after, the ancient tree loudly proclaimed, Tacha Academy welcomes the second saintess. All disciples pay respects. As soon as he finished speaking, all the elders clasped their hands and bowed deeply with respect. Disciples of Zizhia Academy, greetings to the descendant of Xianzan, the second saintess. The situation reversed in the blink of an eye. Old Immortal Ju Dao, who had just joined in causing trouble, now panicked like a chicken caught in a snare. He glanced around, then quickly joined the group, bowing submissively to the descendant of Xianzun, the second saintess. Seeing this, Han Yi Immortal gritted his teeth in fury, able only to hiss in anger, "You." Bai Yun immediately spoke, her voice serious, questioning directly, "Elder Han Yi, why have you not bowed yet?" But the old man was clearly not one to bow easily. Not only did he refuse to bow, he secretly gathered his energy to prepare an attack, speaking with disdain, "A little girl still sucking milk dares to demand I kneel." As soon as the words fell, he struck immediately, 36 Heavenly Steel Misfortune Immortal Arts. A massive wave of cold energy shot out, crushing his own stone chair. Immediately after, he unleashed hundreds of talismans, shouting loudly, "Vital energy fully unleashed." The great tree was instantly surrounded by countless charms chains tightening around it. It roared in anger, thrashing wildly at the intrusion. Both sides struggled fiercely, the terrifying pressure spreading in all directions. Manghua Immortal could no longer restrain himself, pointing at Han Yi and shouting, "Han Yi, traitor, today I will take your life." Yet Han Yi remained unmoved, laughing arrogantly. He spread his arms, and a massive whirl appeared in the sky, then scornfully said, "Just you dare try to kill me. Today, none of you will leave alive." Just as the situation reached a critical point, a deep voice suddenly rang from above Han Yi, "Well done." From the center of the whirl, a figure gradually emerged, then descended directly into the main hall of Ziqi Academy. Upon appearing, a dark and evil aura immediately filled the space, sending chills down everyone's spines. Sect Master Feng King Tian and Honghu Immortal immediately moved to block in front of the two girls. The master trembled with fear, saying, "That is Shengsu Xianzun of the Tai Su Immortal sect." The situation had completely spiraled out of control. Sect Master Feng King Tian spoke gravely, "Quickly form a formation to protect the two saintesses." Immediately, the remaining three elders simultaneously formed hand seals. A golden formation appeared, creating a solid dome around Ling Yun and Bai Yun. At this moment, Jiu Dao Immortal hurried over to Han Yi Immortal, flattering him, "Brother, we are of the same family. You must protect me." Han Yi laughed oddly, of course." Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief, cautiously asking, "Then what shall we do next?" "I will follow your lead." Han Yi smirked with pleasure. "Xianzun has acted, we can just watch the play." That old tree seal was a great contribution. Once Xianzun takes the treasure, surely he will reward us with a few fine artifacts. At that moment, the sky tore open another huge rift. Another commanding voice echoed down, "Feng King Tian, relying on your meager strength to set up a celestial formation, you can barely withstand one true immortal." The arrogant voice continued, "Hand over the two girls obediently, and I will give you a death with no remains." Lei Yan Immortal immediately turned pale, shouting in panic, "It's Jin Guang Xianzun of Extreme Dao Immortal Palace." Nearby, the sealed great tree thrashed violently, shouting curses non-stop, "You insolent brats, dare to cause trouble in Ziqi Academy, don't fear death or burial." Sheng Shu Xianzun forced a fake smile, "Elder Tree, please do not get excited. This formation cannot be broken for now, but it is enough for us to take the person away." Honghu Immortal turned, tense, speaking to the two girls, "Yuner Linger, quickly leave here. We will." He had barely finished speaking when he froze, eyes wide in astonishment, stammering, "Bubu, what are the two of you doing?" Amid the chaos, like a circus collapsing, the elders paled, searching for a way to survive. Yet right in the storm's center, Bai Yun calmly bit an apple watching the show, while Ling Yun yawned, pouting, "Just two little barking dogs and you old men are scared stiff." Han Yi Immortal on the opposing side roared angrily, "You ignorant brats, dying and still daring to insult Xianzun." But his words were like wind in the ear. Ling Yun continued munching the apple, completely ignoring him. In the sky, Jin Guang Xianzun commanded coldly, "This broken immortal formation won't last long. Go directly and capture them." Sheng Shu Xianzun stroked his beard, pleased, "Fine, I will break the formation. You capture the two girls and empty the treasure of Luan Xianzun." But the two girls would not let them succeed. Ling Yun immediately stepped forward, shouting, "Stop." Jin Guang Xianzun froze briefly, then said coldly, "Little girl, scared of death. You killed my descendant Wu Xi. I not only want the treasure, but also your lives." Hearing this, Ling Yun laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, this young lady afraid of you." She snorted and continued, "I just want to say one thing." Then she took a deep breath, chest expanding. Tai Huangzhong beside her also leaned forward, ready to cooperate. The elders were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Only Bai Yun, smiling, covering her ears tightly. In the next moment, Ling Yun struck the giant bell. Tai Huangzhong immediately became a megaphone amplifying the sound, while she shouted like thunder, "You worthless little brats. If you want to take my life and Bai sisters, come out, stop hiding like timid turtles." The terrifying sound shook the entire space. Even the two Xianzun above were startled. She still didn't stop, continuing to shout, "The treasure of Xianzun is in our hands, come out all of you for me." As soon as she finished calling, successive earth-shattering explosions rang out. In an instant, a blazing figure appeared in the sky of the hall like the descending sun. That man was Lai Huo Xianzun of the Fire Clan. At that moment, the clear sky suddenly darkened, black clouds swirled, lightning intertwined like a spiderweb. Then another figure appeared. It was Hai Wang Xianzun. Behind him massive water pillars rose, representing the vast power of the ocean. Both descended together, standing behind Ling Yun and Bai Yun. The four Xianzun gathered, their presence overwhelming, encircling the two girls in the center. Just looking showed the situation heavily favored one side. Sect Master Feng King Tian saw this, struck like by lightning, face pale, shouting in panic. "We're done, truly done, this time it's really over." In contrast, Ling Yun seemed extremely interested. She fondled the small statue in her hands, smiling. "Oh, all here already. Then this little girl will see you off to the heavens." Hai Wang Xianzun laughed arrogantly, eyes cold as knives. "Haha, this brat scared to madness." Ling Yun didn't argue, tossing the statue into the sky, then shouted, "Yuanzuo Xianzun above, help me exterminate the disrespectful pests." As soon as the statue left her hand, Hai Wang Xianzun and Lai Huo Xianzun simultaneously felt a terrifying pressure descend. The force made all four Xianzun pale, eyes fixed on the small statue. In an instant, blinding golden light erupted. Amid the smoky haze, a man appeared holding a wine gourd in one hand and a long sword in the other, demeanor arrogantly extreme. He tilted his head back, drinking it all in one gulp. Then he casually threw the wine gourd forward while lightly swinging the long sword, stance ready for battle. "Please enjoy the fine wine, then proceed safely." Wine gourd flew straight at Jin Guang Xianzun. The old man angrily swatted it away, laughing contemptuously. "Himph, just a wooden statue and you dare act up." Saying this, Jin Guangzun rushed forward, unleashing a Jingtian strike. The giant golden hand swept down with fierce wind, sending surrounding rocks flying into a dusty cloud. Yuan Zuo calmly raised his sword to block, lamenting, "What a waste of fine wine." Immediately after, he swung his sword. The speed was so fast that only a faint streak of light remained. Facing the two incoming attacks, Yuan Zuo's body floated lightly into the air. He formed a hand seal with both hands, voice deep and resonant, "Soldiers unseen, yellow river waters descend from above." His gaze suddenly turned terrifyingly sharp. No longer casual, rapid currents reached the sea, never to return. The long sword in his hand swung straight into the sky. Boom! An explosion shook heaven and earth, tearing the sky apart, countless lightning bolts striking down. From that water crack, a gigantic sword slowly materialized, lightning coiling around its blade, exuding a terrifying aura, as if could crush heaven and earth. The people near Jinguang Xianzun went pale with fear, almost in unison exclaiming, "This is bad." At some unknown moment, the distant ancestor had acquired an additional wine gourd. He calmly issued a command, "Great lower sword intent." In an instant, the giant's sword descended. Explosions rang out repeatedly, the ground cracked open, and the four Xianzun were instantly reduced to dust, leaving no trace behind. Only at this moment did Immortal Han Yi and Immortal Ju Dao seem to awaken from the nightmare they had just witnessed. Immortal Han Yi stammered, his back icy cold, "Boy, what just happened?" Only the two girls remained calm as usual. Bai Yun smiled gently, stepped beside the sect leader Feng King Tian, and said, "Sect leader, everything is settled. Now we just need to handle the remaining rebels." He had not yet recovered, eyes wide, stammering, all right." Immortal Ju Dao was so terrified that his heart seemed about to leap from his chest. At that moment, sensing the imminent danger, Ziling remained silent. She immediately turned, exerting all her strength to push Wudong backward. The incident surrounding the Xianzun treasure and the death of the four great immortals quickly spread throughout central China like a violent storm. Tai Su Immortal Sect, Ultimate Dao Immortal Palace, Fire Clan, and Sea Clan all hastily convened emergency meetings. After intense debate, they bitterly acknowledged the heavy losses and decided it was best to retreat temporarily, strictly avoiding entanglement with Tacha Academy. At Tacha Academy, Bai Yunin and Ling Yun stood before the magical ship. Bai Yun clasped her hands in a formal salute, reporting to the sect leader and master, "Thanks to the blessings of our distant ancestor, we have secured the inheritance. You can now use it to break through to true immortals, and the Academy's restoration to glory is no longer far off." At this point, Bai Yun paused briefly, then continued, "Currently, your humble disciple and sisterling still have an urgent matter to attend to in Phoenix capital, so we must take our leave." Two girls nimbly boarded the magical ship, waving and chattering cheerfully at the two elders below as they departed. Soon after, the magical ship trembled slightly and shot forward like a streak of white light, quickly vanishing from the academy sky. Upon returning to Tianhong's side, Bai Yun immediately reported respectfully, "Master, distant ancestor, the mission has been completed. All major forces have suffered heavy blows and will certainly not dare act rashly in the near future." Tianhong had transformed into an old fisherman, smiled with satisfaction, deftly pulled up a plump carp. He remained calm, having already created a perfect clone to guard the shop in his stead. Tossing the fish into the basket, Tianhong waved his hand, saying, "Well done, you two may go wherever you like for fun. Being late today is no problem, perhaps it's best no return at all." Bai Yun and Ling Yun immediately understood, answering in unison yes, their eyes shining with joy. Once Tianhong disappeared behind the willows, the two girls glanced at each other and laughed knowingly, as if they had just devised a clever plan. As for Tianhong, he arrived at his doorstep. Before he could step inside, he cheerfully called out, "Darling." At that moment, Shi Yu was hanging clothes, using the opportunity to wipe sweat from her forehead. Seeing her husband unusually cheerful, she asked curiously, "What is it that makes you so happy?" Just seeing Shi Yu, Tianhong's mood changed, as if the world revolved solely around her. He lifted her effortlessly, smiling brightly. "There's nothing major, I just feel that from now on we can truly live peaceful days." Hearing that, though accustomed to his intimacy, Shi Yu blushed and softly replied, "Really? I feel the same way." Tianhong gently set her down, his voice deepening to celebrate such a wonderful day. "Let us go inside." Saying this, he held her hand and stepped inside, closing the door behind them. Outside, sunlight still bathed the world, while inside the small room, a warm, private atmosphere gradually spread, seemingly separated from the world outside. Why not open the window to let others learn from this experience? Time passed quietly. The sun looked like a tired middle-aged man, leaning on a large sign that read, "3 years have passed." Bond between Tianhong and his wife grew deeper and more passionate, so strong that they wished to cling to each other like glue, never parting. They were like newlyweds, entwined every minute, unwilling to let go even a step. Tianhong played the zither, and Shi Yu danced gently along. At night, they began matters that needed no explanation for anyone to understand. During the day they played together, chasing each other across the fields blanketed in snow. At night, clothes would be scattered everywhere. Life passed peacefully and sweetly, yet with flashes of passion. One day, after an intense moment of intimacy, Shi Yu rested her head on Tianhong's firm chest, shyly calling, "My husband." He tilted his head slightly, asking curiously, "What is it? Why do you whisper like that?" Her small hands lightly caressed his chest, her long legs swaying in the air, creating an irresistible elegance. She whispered, "The matter I asked you to investigate about my missing relatives has yielded a clue yesterday. Someone saw them in Nye City. I need to go verify." Tianhong did not hesitate, replying immediately, "Very well, then we will go together." But Shi Yu shook her head immediately. She sprang up, her voice resolute, "No, the house still needs tending, and so does your shop. It is our main source of income." Though unwilling to part, she continued sadly, "If we both go, the shop closes. Do we live on the northwest wind?" Hearing this, Tianhong could only nod. He lifted her chin gently, instructing softly, "Then go early and return early. Bring them back as quickly as possible." But in his heart, he planned something else, later reminding Bai Yun and Ling Yun to secretly protect my wife, so she would feel safe. Thinking of that, he brightened, grasping her hand enthusiastically. "I will work diligently at home, earn a lot of money, and buy you a bigger house." Shi Yu felt her heart fill with happiness. She rose on tiptoe, gently kissed his forehead, and spoke softly, "You are so good. I will surely return soon." Tianhong leaned close to her ear, whispering suggestively, "Since you have to go so far, shall we do it once more to ease the longing?" She did not hesitate, placing her hand on his chest, responding decisively, "All right." Thus, another passionate night began. This time, the fire of passion was so intense it seemed ready to engulf the entire roof. The heavens above shuddered at Tianhong's remarkable stamina. A few days later, Shi Yu boarded a carriage, officially setting off. Tianhong stood under the eaves, waving loudly, "Farewell, beloved wife." Shi Yu lingered, leaning out the carriage window to look at him one last time. When the carriage was just a small dot at the end of the road, he turned to look at the empty space where the two disciples were in hiding, his voice deep, instructing, "You two must protect my wife well. Do not reveal your identities, understand?" Obediently, distant ancestor. Two clear voices rang out in unison, filled with determination. A gust of wind blew through, sending Tianhong's long hair flying. He turned and stepped into the house, while in the distance, two beautiful figures silently followed the carriage's trail. Upon returning to the imperial palace, Shi Yu removed her casual clothes and donned a bright red dragon robe. Her imperial aura immediately appeared, preparing to seclude herself to break through the longevity realm. Looking at her close subordinates, she commanded, "The nation's affairs are temporarily entrusted to you two." Tian Wu and Tian Yu immediately clasped their hands and bowed. "We obey." Congratulations to your majesty on stepping into the longevity realm, ascending from mortal to saint. On a nearby tiled roof, 2 female disciples watched in silence. Ling Yun sighed softly in admiration. I fear the patriarch would never imagine even in his dreams that his beloved wife is doing all she can to break through to longevity realm. Sister Bai, I truly want to see with my own eyes the day the 2 of them finally lay their cards on the table. I wonder how interesting their expressions will be then. Ayun smiled meaningfully, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. I am also looking forward to seeing that scene. In the study, Shi Yu silently pondered, if I can break through to the longevity realm this time, I will make everything clear to my husband. Thinking of this, she unconsciously smiled, her heart filled with anticipation. When that time comes, I can also help him raise his realm quickly. A mortal's lifespan is far too short. Only when both of us become immortals can we stay together forever. Suddenly, she froze as if she had remembered something. Ah, and our child too. Her gaze unconsciously lowered to her belly, which was still as flat and quiet as before. Shi Yu propped up her chin and sighed softly in helplessness. My dear child, you have been in mother's belly for 3 years, yet there is still no movement at all. When exactly will you finally come out? At the same time, in a distant place called the Heavenly Yin-Killing Cavern, eerie bird cries echoed without end. The sky was gloomy, deathly energy covered everything, as if sunlight had forgotten this place. Deep inside a dark, damp cave, strange light flickered ceaselessly, drawing in countless streams of dark energy from the surroundings. In the center of the cave, a gigantic mountain had been piled up from countless skulls and corpses, rising almost to the ceiling. Twisted, deformed faces with crooked eyes and mouths all roared in excitement. 10,000 years have already passed, Xianzun. From the mass of slimy flesh, countless monsters crawled out, roaring savagely. We have not yet been able to take revenge on you, but this time we will destroy everything you left behind in the lower realm. At that very moment, with a thunderous boom, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, cracking the ground apart. From the fissure, a strange light erupted violently. A new monster manifested, its pressure completely overwhelming the surrounding lesser demons. All the demonic creatures immediately bowed low, trembling as they shouted greetings, Branchmaster. The Branchmaster raised his head, laughed arrogantly, then said, everyone, there is no need to worry. Wait until I first flatten Phoenix City and unify the southern continent. After that, I will lead all of you into the central continent and sweep away everything that Xianzun once left behind. Sharp teeth showed in his cruel smile. He roared, we are the most loyal believers of the great evil god. In the future, we will surely ascend to the upper realm and personally seek revenge on Xianzun. Standing atop the mountain of bones, he was no different from the Lord of Hell. The demonic masses below immediately went mad, shouting in unison, we obey the evil Branchmaster. May the great evil Branchmaster bestow his grace. Looking at the demons below, he laughed even more smugly. Over 100 demonic masses at the first and second levels of the longevity realm. With this force, no power in the world can stand against us alone. The subordinates roared again, respectfully awaiting the great evil god's command. Immediately after, a strange statue suddenly appeared in the Branchmaster's hand. When he raised the statue high, the sky above was instantly covered by a gigantic, slimy mass of flesh. A gigantic eye with golden pupils opened, staring down at him. A deep voice echoed, I am very satisfied. In such a short time, you have cultivated into a demonic immortal. Very good. That voice continued to echo, from now on, you are this true body's cult master in the lower realm. I will grant you 2 gifts. Billowing streams of black energy surged over, and a demonic sword gradually took shape. Take it, lead your subordinates, and bring glory to the evil god cult. The Branchmaster grasped the sword, sensing an unprecedented surge of power, excited to the extreme. Shouts like crashing waves immediately rang out all around. Power, power. With the demonic sword added to him, he was like a tiger given wings. The huge fleshy wings behind him spread wide, and crazed laughter rang through the entire cave. Ha ha. Demonic masses were also swept in fanaticism, ready to charge into the bloody battle to come. Branchmaster raised the sword high and roared fiercely. Dong Feng father can finally avenge you too. Clenching the sword hilt tightly, he loudly commanded, demonic masses, heed my order. Follow this cult master, kill them all. The demonic masses immediately seethed, all raising their weapons high, their fanatical gazes fixed on their leader. Terrifying streams of black energy kept rising from the heavenly yin-killing cavern, twisting the surrounding space, as if it were being warped. Meanwhile, in a completely opposite place, at Tianhong's small toy shop, he still knew nothing of the undercurrent approaching. He was happily selling goods, holding a Pikachu wooden statue as he asked a little boy, do you like it, little one? As soon as the boy saw the item, his eyes shone brightly, and he hurriedly tugged at his mother's sleeve. Mom, I want this one. Just then, a figure rushed in as if being chased by something, gasping for breath as he stammered, Boss. Tianhong still propped up his chin, looking calm as if nothing had happened, merely raising his brow and glancing over. That attitude of the sky falling not being his concern yet made people furious. The boy's face was deathly pale as he cried out in panic, "Boss, something terrible has happened." Yet Tianhong seemed utterly unconcerned. His idle gaze swept over the somewhat familiar face before him, and he thought to himself, "Looks like an old customer." Seeing him still so calm, the boy could only try to explain more clearly. "Sir, over 100 blinks ago, I once bought one of your wooden statues." Tianhong drew out his voice as if recalling something from a very distant past, then snapped his fingers. I remember. A rare honored customer who returns once in 100 years. Speak, what has made you as flustered as a chicken caught in its own feathers, kid?" The boy glanced around, then leaned closer, lowering his voice as if afraid others might hear. "You truly do not know, sir." Tianhong frowned in confusion. "Why do you say that?" "That wooden statue." The boy became even more mysterious, lowering his voice further. "There is a great mystery hidden inside it." Tianhong merely allowed an artful "oh," signaling him to continue. It boosted his cultivation like a step onto the clouds, making him the strongest among his peers at Zixi Academy. Tianhong replied casually, his voice light as if praising the fine weather. The boy spoke faster and faster, his mouth chattering like a sewing machine, moving from one topic to another. Tianhong just nodded along, good, right. Seeing the boy so excited, he also felt a spark of amusement, thinking quietly that he and this kid seemed to share some fate. Plus, entering Zixi Academy, he was technically a distant junior. After a moment, he asked, "Can a single statue be so formidable? Such good news, why does your face look like at a funeral?" The boy sighed, "This story is long. It must start from 3,000 years ago." After speaking, he plopped into a chair. Tianhong somehow produced a slice of bright red watermelon and sat down, looking like someone ready to hear a story. The boy began to tell his tragic epic. Not long ago, on the way down the mountain for practice, he saved a young woman. They traveled together for a time and gradually developed feelings. Tianhong bit the watermelon, nodding as if he understood. But after learning the statue's secret, she took advantage of his lapse to steal it. He searched everywhere and discovered she belonged to a powerful force called Xuanhuang Domain, sent to investigate the secret that made him grow so rapidly. The boy rested his chin on his hand, his expression grave as if discussing serious matters. The mood quickly shifted from humorous to somber. Far away, demonic energy still surged, a storm quietly forming. But Tianhong immediately interrupted the mood, laughing teasingly. Saved a beauty and already dreaming of marriage and children, right? He knew this script well. The teasing hit the boy's heart, turning his face crimson. The boy hurriedly waved his hands. No, this isn't the time to talk about that." In a blink, his expression grew serious. He pulled a pouch from his chest, his voice lowering. "Master, you should leave. Those people are likely on their way." He placed the silver pouch on the table with a clunk. "Here is 10,000 taels of silver. Take it for now. When I have more, I will give you more." Seeing the pouch, Tianhong's eyes lit up. He pretended to be polite, but his hands were faster than thought, snatching the pouch in a flash. As he stuffed the silver away, he waved it off. "It's fine, just let them come." The boy didn't understand, rushing after him anxiously. "Why, master? They are very strong. If you stay, it would be courting disaster." Tianhong briefly pictured Lei Qingji Yu, then replied calmly as if natural, "Of course I'm not staying. My wife is visiting relatives. I must wait at home for her return." Knowing further persuasion was useless, the boy resolutely sat on the ground in protest. "Fine, if the master isn't going, then I won't go either." He stubbornly declared, "I have received your favor, so let me use my life to protect you." Seeing him wriggle about, Tianhong thought this kid really was fated to meet him. Both carry the supreme bone, and both had tragic childhoods. "Fine, just a little guidance." He sighed, his voice full of emotion. "Kid, we really are fated." Saying this, he casually took another statue from the shelf. He tossed it to the boy, saying, "Then I will give you an extra chance. To protect me, you must first become stronger." The boy took the statue, staring blankly. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, lifting him and pulling him into another space. Before him stood a colossal statue full of majesty, startling him to shout, "Da Meng Tian Q." But before he could sink into the dreamscape, a heavy strike like heaven's wrath smashed onto his head. Tianhong shouted helplessly, "Wake up! What time do you think it is?" After the blow, the boy immediately fell over, sleeping like the dead. "Sleep well. When you wake, you will transform your body." Tianhong leisurely locked the shop door, muttering, "Fated with this kid, his talent is rare, just like mine back then. Maybe I'll cultivate him as cleaner number 3. Thinking this, he turned the key and left leisurely. Yet, that very night, blinding light suddenly burst from the shop, startling passersby. Feeling the change in his body, the boy shouted in shock, I actually surpassed the thunder tribulation in a dream, and comprehended grass scripture sword technique and primordial immortal scripture." The The next morning, a passerby still shaken warned, "Master, you should report to the authorities. Last night there seemed to be a burglary in the shop." Understanding what happened, Tianhong smiled. "Thanks for the reminder, that's just the new boy who started working. Sorry for troubling everyone. I'll discipline him later." Entering the shop, he asked, "Already awake so soon?" The boy, seeing Tianhong, reflexively he intended to call master, but the words froze on his lips. He immediately changed to a respectful tone. Junior was blind and did not recognize the senior as a peerless expert. "Thank you for granting the chance to rebuild." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot in front of Tianhong like lightning, repeatedly bowing like a pecking chicken, giving him goosebumps. He insisted, "There is nothing to repay but this body." Tianhong looked at him helplessly, thinking he might have taken on a foolish disciple. He immediately lifted the boy by the collar, speaking coldly, "Stand straight. You are my junior. Guiding you is only proper." Hearing this, the boy froze, stammering, "Senior, who exactly are you?" At that moment, a hero's aura burst from Tianhong, dazzlingly bright, forcing the boy to shield his eyes, exclaiming, "Oh." He slowly asked, "Have you ever heard the title Qianzun?" In Vo Hao's imagination, Xianzun must be an old man with silver hair and beard. His face full of admiration, he spoke non-stop. "How could I not know? He is the founding master of Zijia Academy, the strongest existence in Zhuangtian domain history, dominating countless ages, unmatched in his time." The old master's demeanor was the lifelong goal the junior wished to pursue. Praised like this, Tianhong felt thrilled, thinking flattery feels good. Vo Hao still naively asked, "Could it be you are also from Zijia Academy?" He pretended to be profound, stroking his chin. "Ahem, I am Xianzun, and Xianzun is also me." Tianhong's whole body immediately radiated divine light. "So bright," Vo Hao exclaimed in astonishment. But a second later, he pouted in rebuttal. "Impossible, the founding master ascended to the upper realms thousands of years ago, don't trick me. Plus, you have no beard." Hearing this absurd reason, Tianhong was both angry and helpless, shouting, "Huh, isn't that so?" Without another word, he struck Vo Hao's head, scolding, "Ascended and cannot visit home. You little fool, I even thought you were a gem." The boy held his head, rubbing the swollen spot, still asking in doubt, "Are you telling the truth?" Tianhong snorted, replying smugly, "Exactly." Only then did Vo Hao start thinking. Right, a senior with such amazing powers granting him great opportunity could not be a fraud. Hearing this, Tianhong felt even more pleased, his face clearly arrogant. Immediately after, Vo Hao knelt respectfully, head bowed, loudly saying, "Humble disciple of Zijia Academy. Vo Hao pays respects to the founding master." Tianhong waved his hand, pretending indifference. "Fine, fine. From now on, you are my cleaner number 3. Follow me and you will eat well." Hearing this, Vo Hao jumped up, beaming, replying loudly, "Yes, Vo Hao will serve as the founding master's cleaner." But then he suddenly realized something, scratching his head, asking, "Why number 3? Tianhong looked at him helplessly, striking again, this time planting his head into the floor. He explained sternly, "Because there is also number 1 and number 2, you fool." After the strike caused a nosebleed, Vo Hao muttered, "Ah, I see. Cleaners number 1 and 2 are lucky to follow the founding master so early." After handling this, Tianhong waved, saying, "Fine, go do your work first. I will call when needed." He immediately clasped hands, replying respectfully, "Yes, founding master." Vo Hao's eyes suddenly gleamed sharply. He gave a thumb up, smiling meaningfully. "Free now. I will go avenge first." Hearing this, Tianhong didn't bother replying, kicking him straight out the door, adding irritably, "Disappear. Handle that small matter yourself." Back in the old family building, Vo Hao thought, "My branch belongs to the Wu Wang family, and my grandfather was once the strongest expert of the Vo lineage." A blaze of fury erupted within him, his hands clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned pale. He felt utterly unwilling. The second mistress of the Lord's house, coveting his supreme bones, ruthlessly killed his grandfather and forced his parents to death. Had it not been for the timely rescue by the lower academy that year, he would have long turned to a pile of bones. When he opened his eyes again, the martial god within had completely changed. He of the present was no longer the boy of the past. At that moment, a ferocious henchman charged out, shouting at the child, "How dare you set foot here? Get lost at once." He roared instantly, his voice full of rage. "This is my home. Why should I leave?" At that instant, an overwhelming aura burst from him. The sheer pressure alone sent the henchman flying several meters. Only then did the henchman realize the person before him was no ordinary. His face went pale, body stiffened. He scrambled to his feet and shouted, trembling, "Who are you?" He glared, each word chilling, "I am Vo Hao. Today I return to reclaim justice for the entire Wu Wang mansion." The henchman, seemingly awakened, panicked and ran back into the mansion, shouting loudly, "Uncle, uncle, old man." Inside the mansion, in a luxurious room, the horrified henchman yelled with all his strength, come out, come out." Inside, a drunken figure refused to rise, still clutching a wine jar. Disturbed, he went berserk, kicking the door open and shouting, "I am drinking, who dares disturb me? Want to die?" Then the henchman recalled, since the day the old man was cuckolded by his wife, discovering that the son was not his own flesh and blood. He had become this grotesque state. Stammering, he reported, "Uncle has left, saying he seeks you." The drunken man had to lean on the door to stay upright, his face flushed, body swaying continuously. He seemed to remember nothing and asked the third young master. "This house has no third young master." After regaining some composure, he staggered outside, barely able to walk, glancing at the henchman beside him. "Ah, right, the poor boy, the entire family dead, and even the wretched daughter of Wuwang Mansion took the supreme bones." He squinted in drunkenness and asked, "Still alive? Go, let me see what my grandson looks like." Outside, he still stood proudly at the mansion entrance, arms crossed facing the drunken man staggering out. The man blinked repeatedly, had to steady his head due to dizziness, then gaped in astonishment at Vo Hao. He stammered, luckily still alive, facing Vo Hao. The man wrapped in a sea of blazing fire like a war god was pale-faced. From above, he cast a contemptuous look, his voice booming like thunder. "Of course he is still alive, living so long only to disappoint me." As he finished speaking, he roared, "Uncle, face me, today I come personally to reclaim justice." At the same time, his hand clenched. A terrifying aura erupted, spreading in all directions. Hearing this, the elder uncle held his belly and laughed uproariously as if hearing the funniest thing in the world. His laughter prompted the two followers behind to join in mockingly. He pointed at Vo Hao, his voice full of ridicule. "With such little skill, a brat like you dares to challenge me." Inside his mind, rage surged violently, as mother said. "I am the eldest of Wuwang Mansion of the highest rank, yet cuckolded by my wife. The son is another's child. Moreover, your branch shall not survive." Thinking this, he clenched his arm. A dense dark aura erupted from his body, eyes blazing red. He gritted his teeth, once sparing a life. Today he will weed out the roots himself. Power surged around his body, lifting him into the air. The two henchmen below cheered loudly, "Lord, kill that cursed son prodigy." He did not hesitate, darting forward like a cannonball, his left arm extended like a steel clamp aimed at Vo Hao's throat, ready to crush it instantly. However, Vo Hao was completely different now, no longer frail as in the man's memory. His body moved with the grace of a falling leaf, barely shifting to evade the lightning-fast strike. At that moment, his 5 fists had silently coiled beforehand, seizing the opportunity, striking directly into the man's abdomen. The man had no time to comprehend, only felt his stomach cave in. Then his entire body was hurled violently, flying like a kite cut from its string. Just a single reckless strike from Vo Hao, yet as he hit the ground, he could not help but spit a mouthful of fresh blood. The two henchmen beside him were pale, trembling like drying branches, hiding behind a stone, stammering, "Are you all right?" He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, eyes full of disbelief. How could this be? The old man is supposed to be a peak divine martialist. How could a mere strike do this? Unwilling, he forced himself up, yet his body, worn over the years, was like a tiny shrimp to Vo Hao, unworthy of attention. In an instant, Vo Hao silently appeared before him, his speed leaving only a streak of light, the man frozen in terror. Knowing he was no match, he could only strain his neck and shout, "What do you intend? Dare to kill my elder uncle?" He roared furiously, the sound tearing through the air. "After all, he is my elder uncle. I will leave him a single life. His cultivation I must destroy." As soon as the words were out, he raised his fist, ready to strike a mortal blow. The man panicked, pleading, "No, no, I am truly your elder uncle." The life and death moment. With Vo Hao's fist just 1 cm from the top of his head, a commanding voice rang out from afar, "Stop." Vo Hao froze for a moment. Figure swept in like the wind, standing firmly before the elder uncle. Vo Hao immediately became alert, stepping back a few paces to maintain distance. The two henchmen, seeing the figure, rejoiced as if seeing a lifesaver, hastily kneeling, paying respects to Wu Wang. The elder uncle was about to speak, father, son, but was immediately signaled silent by Wu Wang. The old man turned to Vo Hao with a radiant smile. "Hao, you are still alive. Your grandfather is very happy. What happened between me and your family was merely a misunderstanding, all caused by those below. Let us forgive today." He showed deep concern, reaching out carefully. "Your returning is good. From now on, you are the heir of Wu Wang Mansion." Yet in his heart, Wu Wang quietly calculated like a fox. Dang Nai has reached peak divine fire but was still easily defeated by him. How could such a young boy be so strong? Wu family in crisis. Only with him as support can the foundation remain. Unfortunately, Vo Hao was not easily provoked. The fire of rage within him blazed ever fiercer. He clenched his fists until the knuckles whitened. "Enough of your hypocritical words. When my bones were cut, why did you not intervene?" The old man shook his head and sighed, as if about to recount a tragic story. That year, but Vo Hao had lost patience. He shouted, "Stop wasting words. I will not kill you. But today the cultivation of you and your father must be nullified. Wu Wang did not expect him to be so defiant, could not hold back and roared, insolent, dare to speak to the grandfather of the prime as such. The old man, enraged, spiritual power bursting. If you persist in delusion, do not blame me for having no familial sentiment. Then, a massive column of spiritual power shot straight into the sky, like an explosive blast piercing the clouds. The aura of Jing Tian shook the earth. For hundreds of meters, citizens in the city were drawn, astonished. So this is Wu Wang Mansion. What could have happened to make Wu Wang intervene personally? Numerous onlookers marveled. Wow, that is peak divine calamity. Just one step away from immortal martial realm, truly worthy of Wu Wang. Returning to the battlefield, Wu Wang immediately poured all spiritual power into a single fist. Power surged violently, his body charged like a feral beast. He unleashed a move Jingtian, shaking the earth, false heaven hand. The henchmen below, seeing this, cheered excitedly. Father even unleashed full power of false heaven hand. This is the secret technique of Wu Wang Mansion. How dare we witness it? Yet, before the overwhelming force approached, Wu Hao remained astonishingly calm. He silently watched Wu Wang, showing no panic. Wu Wang's spiritual force shook heaven and earth violently, but Wu Hao did not delay. He quickly deployed his cultivation, a mighty aura enveloping his body. Then Wu Wang swung the longsword directly at Wu Hao. The henchmen witnessing this realized the use of the ultimate skill, stunned, shouting divine calamity. Third step. Across from him, Wu Wang was so shocked he felt dizzy, unable to believe what he saw, stammering, You have surpassed thunder calamity. Facing the authority capable of destroying heaven and earth, Wu Hao remained composed, executing techniques, Sky Order Sword Technique, Supreme Sword Method. Instantly, a spectral ancient sword appeared in his hand. Eyes sharp as a hawk locking the target, Wu Hao swung decisively, effortlessly dispelling Wu Wang's attack like tearing paper and surged forward. No one could stop his advance. Right before his eyes, Wu Hao closed in on the great uncle, the distance so close they nearly collided, causing him to flinch in panic. At this moment, his face smeared with tears and snot, his whole body trembling, he begged desperately, Father, save me. But now Wu Wang had collapsed in a distant corner, barely able to sustain himself, let alone save him. Wu Hao raised his fist, his voice cold as ice. I already said, I will not kill my uncle. Seeing Wu Hao about to strike, the great uncle panicked completely, turned and ran, shouting at his subordinates to block him. But none dared risk their lives, only staring at him with contempt before fleeing. Just a second later, a piercing scream of agony tore through the air, spreading across the entire area. At the same time, outside Phoenix Capital, a sudden flash of golden light appeared in the sky. From within the spatial magic array, 3 microships of strange appearance gradually materialized. An excited voice exclaimed, Finally arrived, this is the place, Phoenix Capital. A proud girl of the Tianhu clan spoke, her voice full of resentment. This news was dug up by our Tianhu clan. You dare to compete, shameless. Beside her, an old man of the Jianlong clan roared angrily. What makes you so great? Just relying on some beauty to deceive a child for information, you shameless lot. Hearing this, the Tianhu clan member ground her teeth in anger. The Jianlong elder did not back down, continuing to taunt. Like cat and dog, the two sides were ready to clash. At that moment, another elder of the Lingshu Xian sect stepped between them. You two stop arguing. There must be more than one wooden statue. He waved his hand and continued, The task is to find the statue quickly, let's go. Below the capital, people passed through the streets like flowing water. The sharp eyes of the Tianhu girl suddenly spotted a child happily holding up a wooden superhero statue. She immediately exclaimed with joy, There it is, that wooden statue. Seeing the statue in the child's hands, all 3 lit up, shouting in unison, Wooden statue. Tianhu clan member could no longer contain herself, rushing forward to snatch the statue from the boy and shouted, Give it here. A group of strangers appeared from nowhere, brazenly taking the toy. The boy cried bitterly, demanding it back from Father Man. His mother hurriedly hugged him, soothing and repeatedly telling him to stop crying. On this side, the Tianhu member took out a talisman and set it on fire. Immediately after, she pressed the talisman onto the superhero statue. As if sensing something, she cried out excitedly, Yes, it's this one. This wooden statue is exactly like the great sage equaling heaven. The Jianlong elder quickly grabbed the statue, holding it in front of the mother and child, and shouted threateningly, Where did you buy this? Speak quickly. The boy trembled in fear, stammering, Hongshi Yu wooden statue shop. With the answer, the 3 did not hesitate, sprinting toward Tianhong's shop, shouting, Quick, hurry, move fast. Meanwhile, inside the Divine Phoenix Palace, a stream of incredibly strong spiritual power shot straight into the sky, creating a violent shockwave. Within the dazzling Jingguang column, Xi Yu's figure gradually became clear. Brothers Tian Yu and Tian Wu bowed respectfully in unison, shouting, Congratulations, Your Majesty. on entering the path of immortality. From afar, Ling Yun and Bai Yun saw this and were overjoyed. Ling Yun smiled brightly. Excellent, she has finally broken through. Our mission is complete. Ji Yu's figure slowly descended. Beneath her, spiritual power condensed into a layer, softly lowering her. Ji Yu's aura had completely changed, radiating a golden, ethereal light, majestic and pure. Ji Yu smiled slightly and waved her hand casually. Instantly, a set of splendid red robes appeared, covering her. Her stern face radiated imperial authority, intimidating all who dared look directly. Bai Yun felt a surge of awe, whispering, "The royal aura my sect matriarch exudes is stronger than all the human emperors in central continent." Ling Yun was equally stunned, murmuring, "Indeed, I even feel like kneeling in reverence. Could this be the legendary sovereign aura?" Yu turned, calmly ordering Tian Yu and Tian Wu step back. Both replied in unison, "Yes." Then she leisurely stepped deeper into the palace. Looking at the sparkling light in her palm, she thought happily, "It's been a long time since I saw my husband. I really missed him. Now that I have grasped the path of immortality, it's time to reveal my true identity to him." Resolving this, Yu stepped outside in high spirits, murmuring, "Now to the shop to find my husband. I must give him a surprise." At this moment, the three seekers of the wooden statue appeared in front of Tianhong's shop. The Tianhu girl lowered her voice. "This is the place." As she stepped inside, the Tianhu member immediately caught Vo Hao's gaze. He was also startled, letting out a soft cry. He instantly recognized him, blurted out, "Isn't this kid Vo Hao?" Vo Hao jumped up angrily, pointing at her to expose her. "It's you. You colluded with that little girl to steal my great sage statue." Jan Long Elder observed Vo Hao from head to toe, then exclaimed in shock, "This kid is only 11, yet has already surpassed the Thunder Tribulation." The beautiful Tianhu girl was startled, narrowing her eyes as if sensing something unusual. She murmured doubtfully, "Wait, this kid was just at the Shenhua stage. How did his cultivation increase so fast?" Then, as if struck by lightning, she suddenly brightened, her face radiant with excitement. She pointed her feather fan at Vo Hao, her voice sharp, "I know. Surely it's the inheritance of some ancient great power. My judgment is never wrong. Look at that wooden statue." Immediately, more than 10 eyes as big as headlights turned toward Tian Hong, who was still diligently carving the wood. He lazily lifted his head, looking bewildered as if noticing the intruders for the first time. The three immediately scanned Tian Hong from head to toe like scanners. One sneered, "Just a mortal at bamboo foundation stage, so low I don't even care what level he's on." The frogs at the bottom of the well, unaware of the wider world, began shouting as if no one else existed. "Whoever he is, the statue is enough. Immortal cultivators like us, do we have to fear a mere shrimp?" Zhan Long Elder stroked his beard, eyes calculating, muttering the saying of the strong, "Whoever holds the jade is guilty. We will take it and share." Suddenly, a malicious thought flared. He growled excitedly, "Or destroy Phoenix capital, gods and ghosts unaware." The two allies from Tianhu and Lingshu Xiansek brightened, nodding repeatedly, their smiles full of hidden intent. Zhan Long Elder jabbed his chin at Vo Hao, commanding imperiously, "Hey kid, bring all your wooden statues here. Today I feel like buying them all." The beautiful Tianhu woman was even greedier, fanning herself and adding, "Also tell me where you found these statues. If not, death will be your only choice." Vo Hao could not contain himself. His spiritual power surged, his voice threatening, "You bastards, try touching me and see." Unexpectedly, Tian Hong remained calm as if nothing happened. He casually tapped Vo Hao on the head with a wooden stick and said, "Calm down, kid. Don't panic." He smiled with satisfaction, cracking his knuckles. "Wow, are these guys in such a rush to reincarnate? Haven't seen my wife in a long time. Feeling a bit restless, then I'll deal with them," he murmured, thinking how to handle them memorably. At that moment, a pressure as heavy as 10,000 Mount Tai descended suddenly, accompanied by blinding Jin Guang. A voice, furious yet noble, echoed across the space. "How dare you threaten him? Have you lost your minds?" The three intruders felt the terrifying power, immediately cowering, on high alert. The Tianhu woman screamed, "Heaven and earth, this is the immortality stage. How can a remote place harbor an immortal level expert?" Tianhong froze, slowly tilting his head, murmuring in confusion, This voice sounds familiar. Seems like my wife." He still could not understand why his wife suddenly radiated overwhelming authority, even reaching the immortality stage. Thinking of this, his mind immediately went blank. Despite being terrified to the point of losing control, the Jan Long Elder still strained to shout, "Whoever she is, just kill her and be done." As soon as the words fell, a halo suddenly flashed with light. Xiyu entered with twin swords in hand, her bearing elegant and refined. The moment she crossed the threshold, the air inside the shop seemed to freeze solid. Invisible pressure, heavy as a mountain, instantly bore down on the three bandits, making their faces turn pale with terror. The celestial fox woman trembled and stammered, "Heavens, sovereign imperial pressure, terrifyingly powerful." Wu Hao stared wide-eyed and slack-jawed, lightly nudging Tianhong with his elbow as he asked, Grandmaster, Grandmaster, who is she? How is she so formidable? Tianhong was still dazed, and two words slipped unconsciously from his mouth. My wife. He started in shock as a thought flashed through his mind. Is it really her? Damn it, have I grown so old that even my eyes have gone bad? He sank into deep thought, and an unrivaled figure unconsciously surfaced in his memories. In that instant, he seemed to see once more the peerless bearing of Empress Z from the Immortal realm years ago, along with the imperial pressure strong enough to suppress the nine heavens. Ji Yu's gaze accidentally met Tianhong's in midair. On the surface, she still forced herself to maintain a cold and composed expression, but her back was already soaked with sweat. Ji Yu thought in panic, oh no, that entrance just now seemed a little too much. Could she have frightened her husband out of his wits? Was his heart now tangled in turmoil? This was bad, the script had completely gone off track. On the other side, after thinking for a while, Tianhong suddenly jolted as if remembering something important. Ah, he finally remembered. His wife had once said she had a secret to tell him, so this was her secret. He awkwardly raised a hand to scratch his cheek and muttered to himself, so my wife also likes playing Ask Luna. Poor Shi Yu had no idea that it was not only her, even her own husband was hiding a heaven-shaking secret. She was so anxious her stomach twisted, not knowing what he was thinking, or whether he would distance himself from her because of this. Thinking of this, she felt even more uncomfortable and began blaming herself. Had she been too impulsive? But no matter what, this was something they would have to face sooner or later. After that, Tianhong's thoughts became much simpler. He nearly drooled as he inwardly sighed that his wife looked truly irresistible in this outfit. She dared hide this from him for so long. How should he tease her tonight to feel satisfied? Wu Hao looked at Grandmaster in confusion and could not help quietly reminding him, Grandmaster, your drool. He had no idea that Tianhong's mind was filled with scenes that would make one blush. The three pitiful bandits exchanged glances, watching this married couple's eye contact that reeked of family drama, while cold sweat poured down them like a bath. Speechless, they could only stand frozen in place. The celestial fox woman was the first to lose patience, roaring angrily as if to tear the atmosphere apart. Hey, are you done acting yet? Can't you see this old lady is still standing here? Only then did Shi Yu suddenly remember her original purpose. Her face instantly turned icy cold, and killing intent surged to the heavens. You truly have some nerve, daring to touch my people. Choose for yourselves how you want to die. The cultivator from the Spirit Void Immortal sect could not help laughing in contempt. Junior, even if your aura surpasses ordinary people, you have only just stepped into the longevity realm. Before peak longevity experts like us, what gives you the right to act so arrogantly? Shi Yu immediately erupted with an emperor's aura, suppressing everything. Because I am Shi Yu, Queen of the Divine Phoenix. You even dared touch my man, you truly must be tired of living. On this side, Tianhong was so moved his eyes shimmered with tears. He thought to himself, for 10,000 years I have always been alone, facing powerful enemies from every direction with nothing but desperate slaughter. This is the first time I have felt what it is like to be protected by someone else. Wu Hao stood beside him and watched from start to finish without understanding a thing, his face seeming to fill with question marks. He was drooling a moment ago, and now he is crying. He raised his thumb while praising her non-stop. My wife suddenly became so domineering. This really feels amazing. I just don't know if she can defeat all of them. Wu Hao also blankly raised his thumb along with Grandmaster, though he had no idea why he was doing it. The celestial fox woman sneered with malicious coldness. Young people truly do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. You have only broken through a little and already become arrogant and complacent. No wonder you entered the longevity realm yet still do not understand the word humility. You have never tasted despair, have you? Suddenly that woman clapped several times. Immediately after, countless dark figures draped in mysterious cloaks appeared behind them at the same time. The moment these people showed themselves, the situation tilted completely to one side. Wu Hao glanced over and froze, stammering, nine longevity lords. Faced with this scene, Tianhong clenched his fists and silently calculated. Looks like he still had to help his wife discreetly. He could not let his esteemed wife lose face right on her home ground. Two young women hiding behind the door looked at the scene inside and could not help marveling. Ling Yun whispered softly, "Wow, Sister Bai, Her Majesty protecting her husband really looks too cool. I feel like I'm about to fall for that side of her." Unexpectedly, Bai Yun lightly patted Ling Yun, leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Goodness, can a girl also develop feelings for another girl? Don't worry, when you are in danger, your big sister will protect you like that too." She never expected to be teased like this, and Ling Yun instantly flushed red, flung her hand away, and cried out, "Hateful." Bai Yun merely stuck out her tongue mischievously in response. Just then, Si Yu's dignified voice rang out from inside, instantly pulling both their attention back. Only 9 small fries. Come at me together." The celestial fox woman was so furious that the fan in her hand transformed into a giant fire fan. Then that woman shouted loudly, "A wildly arrogant little wretch like you, having us act is already giving you plenty of face. This old lady alone is enough to send you off." As soon as the words fell, that woman immediately unleashed Flame Shadow Sword, striking straight toward Shi Yu. Burning sword shadows condensed into a colossal fire dragon, roaring as it tore through the wind and charged forward. Wu Hao, who was standing nearby, was also affected, and had to use all his strength just to keep from being blown away by the fierce gust. He gritted his teeth and sighed in awe. This move is too powerful. Looking at the situation before him, tense as a drawn bowstring, Tian Hong thought to himself, using a killing move the moment that old demoness attacks. This old witch is really courting death. Looks like it would be better for this true body to act after all. But Shi Yu had already acted first. She swiftly drew a circular magic formation, and a dignified golden dragon coiled around the array before transforming into a solid shield. The celestial fox woman's technique rushed over but could not shake anything at all. Shi Yu's golden dragon immediately swung its tail and tightly coiled around the fire dragon's head, causing its body to crack apart piece by piece. In the blink of an eye, the celestial fox woman's fire dragon had been completely devoured by Shi Yu's golden dragon, leaving nothing behind. That tyrannical momentum made the enemies shudder. The battle had reached an extreme level of tension, yet Tian Hong was so distracted that he drooled, because his mind had sunk into thoughts not suitable to speak aloud. It turned out that he was imagining intimate moments with Shi Yu. The intoxicated expression on his face had exposed everything. In his mind there also appeared an image of Shi Yu in a charming posture, her misty, infatuated eyes gazing at him, fair hands, her long slender fingers trembling faintly, along with a side profile beautiful enough to mesmerize, and expressions difficult to describe in words. All those images left Tian Hong completely immersed, drooling while smiling to himself like a man who had lost his soul. Meanwhile, when the enemies witnessed the scene just now, they were shocked until their mouths hung open. The man from the Spirit Void Immortal sect stammered, What kind of spell is this? To actually break even the supreme inheritance of the Celestial Fox clan." Even Tian Hong could not help being shocked, thinking to himself, was that an immortal art just now? My wife has only just stepped into the longevity realm, yet she can already use immortal arts. He folded his arms, revealing a deeply satisfied smile. Who would have thought that secluding myself in the lower realm for fun would let me marry a human emperor as my wife? This feeling is truly a little hard to describe. At this moment, after shattering the opponent's technique, Shi Yu said confidently to the celestial fox woman, "I already let you strike first." Her gaze became piercingly cold, and golden flames continued to envelop her entire body. "Now it is my turn." The celestial fox woman could not believe her eyes, hurriedly retreating in vigilance as that woman asked, "How could you break my sword technique?" But before that woman could steady herself, Shi Yu had already closed in and thrown a punch. With just that single punch, the celestial fox woman was sent flying like a bullet, so fast that only a streak of red light remained. That woman's body continued flying outward, crashing hard into the shop wall and shattering it. A thunderous boom instantly erupted. Looking at the enormous hole before him, Tian Hong roared angrily as if struck in a sore spot, "You prodigal woman, that is my shop." Shi Yu turned around and immediately put on the face of a tragic actress. Her large round eyes blinked with tears, her expression wrung to the extreme, as if saying, "I truly did not mean to." Looking at the huge hole that looked no different from a city gate, Ling Yun and Bai Yun both widened their eyes in admiration. Good heavens, Grandmaster's wife is truly unbelievably cool. Without immortal energy supporting me, I fear even I would find it difficult to face a 9th level longevity man alone. Bai Yun stroked her chin, pretending to fall into deep thought as she guessed, or perhaps Grandmaster has been secretly giving her some special nourishment. Elsewhere, Wu Hao was sweating like rain, his face pale, clearly frightened out of his wits by what had just happened. "Grandmaster's wife, what on earth did you just do?" The Spirit Void Immortal sect cultivator was so furious his face turned bright red, veins bulging as he roared, "Hey, you are looking down on the enemy too much. and you even held back against such inexperienced juniors. Who would have thought that little Chi Yu had hidden her skills and was this abnormally strong? The old man from the War Dragon clan immediately seized the chance to mock him. Humph, I thought your Celestial Fox clan was so impressive, but it turns out you are nothing but an empty barrel making noise. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, revealing the miserable figure of that fox woman. That woman's entire body was plastered against the shattered door behind her. Damn it, this old lady was only careless for a moment just now. That woman staggered to her feet, wiping the blood at the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, eyes filled with fury as that woman gritted her teeth and growled, "You forced me. Today, this old lady will make you pay the price." No sooner had she spoken than the fox demon gathered all her strength, transforming into a beam of light hurtling toward Chi Yu, her eyes red with rage as if wanting to tear her apart into pieces. Facing this madness, Chi Yu immediately withdrew her playful expression, her gaze turning serious. She merely raised a hand, and a glowing golden orb appeared in her palm. In that instant, a terrifying pressure, like 10,000 Mount Tai weighing down, crushed the fox demon. The ground beneath her cracked like a spider's web. She spat blood, rolled her eyes, and died without even a final word. Immediately after, the two fox demon minions saw their master perish and panicked, rushing forward, shouting anxiously, "Boss." They looked up at Chi Yu, their eyes wary yet filled with hatred, as if their master had just died. Seeing this, Chi Yu curled her lips in a mocking smile, her voice full of provocation. "Oh, already lying still just like that?" One minion could not contain his anger, turning to shout at his comrades, "What are you waiting for? Charge, capture this girl." Yet the call was met only with indifferent cuffs and sidelong glances from the elders of other clans. The minion trembled with rage. The elder of the Jianlong clan immediately disclaimed all connection. "This is the grudge of your Tianhu clan, nothing to do with us." Nearby, members of the Lingsu Immortal sect chuckled with satisfaction. "Haha, fewer of the Tianhu clan die, fewer competitors for the wooden statue. Isn't that perfect?" Two minions were shocked at how quickly the alliance turned, grinding their teeth, cursing helplessly. "Cursed, you are truly cursed." Ziyu glanced at the two pretending to be calm behind her, calculating silently. If all 9 joined, she would surely lose. Luckily, these elders were arrogant and disliked each other, just enough to break them one by one. With no retreat, the two minions had to act on their own. One growled, and then both split to two sides, forming a pincer around her. One shouted, "Wind-cleaving blade." Immediately, a sharp aura of blade intent lanced toward her with lethal intent. The other would not be outdone. Unleashing his family technique, devouring soul worms, countless pitch-black worms poured from the gourd on his back, buzzing toward Chi Yu like a flood. The elder of the Jianlong clan frowned, muttering, "The Tianhu clan actually cultivates such vile things. Devouring soul worms consume cultivators' souls, absolutely not easy to deal with." Nearby, Vo Hao worried for Chi Yu's safety, quickly turning to ask Tianhong, "Master, should we intervene?" But Tianhong merely waved calmly, his heart full of confidence in his beloved. "No rush. My wife remains composed, surely she has a plan." When the two minions simultaneously attacked from both sides, Yu lightly raised her hand, forming a protective energy around her body. Then she shouted, "Divine Punishment Lightning Technique." A luminous orb of lightning, the size of a watermelon, appeared before her, crackling with devastating electrical power. Without hesitation, Yu pushed the orb forward. A pillar of golden light tore through space, striking one fox demon. In a single move, the souls of both minions vanished completely, leaving no trace. Yet the orb remained, hovering midair, continuously flashing bolts that sent chills down the spine. Two girls observing the battle broke into cold sweats. Isn't that the 8th grade spiritual treasure, Little Thunder Pearl, of King Lao? How could its power in the hands of the matriarch be far greater than normal? Ling Yun propped her chin, sighing. Clearly, the gap between us and the matriarch is like fireflies compared to the blazing sun. Soon after, Ling Yun and Bai Yun descended from above, their clear voices calling, "Sister, we've come to help." Ziyu smiled and replied, "Good girls, why have you run here?" The Lingsu Immortal sect, seeing reinforcements, trembled, breaking into sweat. They stammered, "Two little girls as well. One full longevity realm, one half. Good heavens, are longevity realm disciples so common these days?" Bai Yun mischievously stuck out her tongue at Chi Yu. "Sister being bullied. How could we stand by? Of course we must see injustice and draw our swords to help." Yet in Xie Yu's eyes, these elders were like tiny shrimp. She spoke confidently, "Bai sister, Ling sister, both of you hold one for me. The remaining 4 tiny shrimp I will handle." Ling Yun immediately donned armored gloves, excitedly replying, "Obey." Bai Yun also gripped her staff tightly, her eyes sharp, "No problem." As soon as she spoke, she dashed forward, lightning fast, her staff flashing powerful bolts. Ling Yun followed closely, delivering an uppercut from below, leaving the enemy defenseless. The two figures streaked through the sky like blazing shooting stars. Ji Yu looked up at their forms. Once she was sure they had the advantage, she turned back to face those surrounding her. 4 elder seniors, no need to ask, I'll see you off. Remaining elder of the Tianhu clan led the charge, shouting, if you wish to die, I'll grant it. Explode to death. As he and the Lingshu Immortal sect members attacked where she had stood, a pillar of light suddenly shot up, lifting her into the air, leaving them stunned. A failed strike only fueled their rage, chasing and screaming, dare to anger me, you will die a gruesome death. Just as the Tianhu clan elder neared Xi Yu, she suddenly spun around. A golden aura spread, enveloping her body. The elder touched the energy field and panicked, trying to withdraw but failed. He screamed, what sorcery is this? Why can't I pull back? In an instant, the orb expanded, creating a tremendous suction that pulled the remaining 4 in. The blinding light threw them into panic, screaming desperately, what is happening? From afar, Tianhong crossed his arms, his heart shaken. Though not equal to Yu Yu's level, this is clearly a spatial domain. Even I could barely master it with the Hongmeng Primordial Pearl and Great Fortune. Wife, what kind of demon is she really? He secretly broke out in a cold sweat, muttering. The Lingshu Immortal sect cultivator struggled to pull his arm free, but it was futile. Sweat poured like rain, panicking. What wicked art is this? What have you done? Ji Yu formed a hand seal, her gaze icy, declaring boldly, dare to insult my husband. I will make you die without closing your eyes. She shouted, perish. Immediately, the energy orb exploded. Its power shook the earth, crushing the 4 elders into dust in an instant. Engulfed by the orb, the Tianhu clan elder regretted to the extreme, wanting to cry for help, but it was too late. The explosion occurred too quickly, erasing him from the world. Everything gradually settled, the space returned to silence. Xi Yu finally exhaled lightly. She then flew cheerfully toward the 2 girls, asking, have you finished dealing with them? The remaining minion had been trapped by Ling Yun in the Taihuang Bell. He kept bowing, desperately pleading for his life. Seeing the situation resolved, Ling Yun gently tapped the Taihuang Bell. A strange sound echoed, and the minion inside was annihilated in an instant, his end so tragic there was no escape. She happily gave a thumbs up, replying succinctly, done. Before long, all 3 landed on the ground. Now, Ji Yu had to face the most awkward matter. She anxiously stammered, husband. Her mind was in turmoil. It's over, truly over. Did I scare him away just now? I hid from him for so long, now my identity is revealed. Will he be angry, ashamed, unwilling to face me? Am I too reckless? Tianhong and Xi Yu stood facing each other, silent in the wind. He crossed his arms, his face showing clear sulking. In contrast, Xi Yu sweated profusely, not daring to look him in the eye. Suddenly, Tianhong stepped forward, startling her. He repeatedly pointed at Xi Yu's forehead, scolding, hey wife, you really are too destructive. He waved his hand toward the ruined land behind them, continuing to scold, this is our family legacy. You've ruined it like this. How will I feed you later? Eat bran. Xi Yu hugged her head, feeling guilty like a child who made a mistake. She slowly raised her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Tianhong. However, the young man still showed no concession, his anger unabated, making her want to cry. Then Xi Yu laughed, speaking cheerfully and directly, husband, you were afraid I'd be embarrassed, so you made an excuse to yield, right? Stung by her words, Tianhong pinched her cheek angrily, scolding and coddling at once, yet she dared to laugh, hiding such a big matter from him. Xi Yu giggled, nuzzling his shoulder coquettishly. Sorry, husband. From now on I will take care of you. You only need to stay home as a handsome man, fully devoted to serving me. Facing this clever wife, Tianhong had to accept. He softened, embracing Elko. She spoke, the husband making money outside is not easy. From now on surrender yourself to your wife's care, but don't complain that your husband is useless. Hearing this, Xi Yu smiled brightly, confidently patting her chest. Rest assured, I will spend freely. Tianhong smiled faintly, touching her nose lightly. Alright, it's been a long time since seeing my wife. Tonight I will serve her until she's satisfied. This action made Xi Yu blush in embarrassment. How annoying, there are others here too. Bai Yun and Ling Yun were eating gossip, startled when called by name. Tianhong tilted his head, his lips filled with disdain as he looked at the 2. Is that so? Did you hear anything? The 2 girls understood. One pretended to be deaf, the other blind, and answered in unison. Didn't see anything, no one heard anything at all. Vu Hao obediently shrank into a corner, meekly reporting, I'm just a child, don't understand anything at all. The kids were well behaved. Tianhong happily held Xi Yu's hand and ran off. Let's go, wife, you must be hungry after fighting. Today I will personally cook a lavish meal. She was both surprised and delighted, asking again, you even know how to cook? He turned his head, his eyes bright with excitement, boasting, normally my wife takes care of me. I have no chance to show off. Today I must perform for her. Behind them, Bai Yun and Ling Yun scampered along, excitedly raising their hands. Husband, we want to help too. Let us share a meal. Immediately Vu Hao refused to be outdone, dragging along a mournful song, his empty stomach needing to be filled with food. The chase between Tianhong and Shi Yu turned the entire street into a lively stage, the crowd gaping in astonishment. Oh my, is that the queen of the shop? Unbelievable. Turns out to be the imperial consort. At that moment, a man resembling an official, holding a megaphone, shouted loudly, "Everyone, disperse, do not gather and obstruct official duties." He walked along shouting, "Order from above, starting tomorrow this place will be restored." Then a decisive command echoed, all responded in unison, the sound resonating across the area. One by one, the bowls and plates on the table were cleaned, shining like mirrors. Cleaning tools were not cheap, and it was Vu Hao's multi-purpose tongue. He enthusiastically washed the dishes with his mouth, exclaiming in delight, "Delicious, truly superb." Then he turned to the two uninvited guests, Bai Yun and Ling Yun, who had eaten successfully, their bellies full as if ready to give birth to 8. Ling Yun scratched his head, laughing, praising endlessly, "Master Feng Dong, your skills are incredible, never tasted such delicacies in a lifetime." Bai Yun would not be outdone, giving enthusiastic praise, unexpected to taste Master Feng Dong's skills, missed many wonderful things in past life. At that moment, a voice cold as ice rang out, freezing them both, "Finished eating yet?" Tianhong's face darkened, exuding a dark aura, glancing at them, "Don't stand here in the way, Master Feng Dong wants to reminisce with his wife." Hearing this, the three stood at attention, saluting in a military manner, responding in unison, "Yes, we respectfully leave, you two feel free to interact." Immediately the three ran off as fast as they could from the residence. Inside the room, only the couple remained. Shi Yu could not help it, hugging Tianhong's shoulder, her face red, asking, "Husband, where did you learn such superb cooking skills?" She smiled seductively, leaning close, whispering, "Even more formidable than my host." Morning at Lan residence. Ji Yu was sleeping soundly when Tianhong nudged her face. She cooed, "Husband," her eyes sparkling with tears, looking pitiful. "What are you doing?" Tianhong still closed his eyes, resolutely not looking, then suddenly questioned, "Wife, which kingdom are you the queen of?" His scrutinizing face passed over her. "How could you hide it from your husband so long?" Ji Yu fumbled her 2 index fingers, pouting as she explained, "It is our Phoenix divine dynasty." Tianhong's face turned pale, slamming the table and standing up. "Ah, you are that crazy woman." Under Shi Yu's sharp gaze, he just scratched his cheek, quickly fixing it. "Ah, I mean the mysterious queen of the Phoenix Divine." Tianhong sweat poured, lips tightly pressed, silently thinking, "Oh heavens, I usually call the Phoenix Queen useless. Never expected it to hit me, conveniently also insulting my wife." Thinking of this, he just wanted to punch himself unconscious. Wait a moment. Tianhong remembered at Shi Yu being knocked to the bone before, realizing no wonder giving resources to the Phoenix Queen wife before caused a big fuss. Turns out it was his own fault. Shi Yu quietly peeked from behind his shoulder, cautiously asking, "Husband, is it all right?" Tianhong forced a smile, his distorted expression hiding it. "No, it's nothing, for I feel relieved not having to toil for money anymore." He leaned on her, tone sincere, "From now on I will rely on my wife to support me." Shi Yu smiled broadly, happily replying, "All right, husband has supported me long, now it's time to care for you." Her heart full of bliss, unexpected that her husband accepted so easily. Next, she must quickly design a set of exercises suitable for his weak body, helping him become an immortal to always be by her side. Thinking this, Shi Yu blushed, hugging Tianhong's face, softly saying, "Husband, we haven't consummated for a few days." He leaned close, whispering an insinuation, or Tianhong understood, needing no more words, lifting Shi Yu like a princess, bringing her immense joy. "Let's go, for I also think so." And what had to happen happened. The two intertwined on the bed until Shi Yu kicked off her shoes. Time passed, the sun set, the moon rose. In the small room, the air remained filled with passion and sweetness, making one blush. In the following days, Tianhong decided to close the small shop. Ziyu spent 3 days in the afternoon handling official matters. At night, when Duke Lan slept, she racked her brain, designing a personal cultivation plan for him. Day after day, life repeated along a familiar trajectory. A new day began in the bustling capital. In the clear blue sky, a dark purple cloud slowly approached. Tai Hai Shiyu sensed the strange phenomenon and immediately sprang up in tension. Ling Yun and Bai Yun, strolling through the market, also froze, looking up. Tianhong, busy with his work, noticed the sky gradually turning an eerie purple. From the dense black clouds, a chilling, horrifying voice echoed across Fuangking City. "The sect leader has finally returned." The purple clouds quickly form a giant demonic face, its deep black eyes emitting a cold murderous aura. He roared, "Shiyu, you wretch, you will pay for the deaths of Dongyai, Fang Er, and the entire Wuwang mansion." The purple clouds crazily brandished fangs and claws, as if wanting to tear the city's protective barrier apart. "Today, those who owe blood will repay with blood." Beneath the eaves, 2 people trembled, looking up and stammering, how is this possible? Among all the Uras, there are hundreds of Truong Sin realm powers. Ko Tianwu hid behind a pillar, cold sweat pouring down, voice trembling. There is also an extremely terrifying evil aura. Could it be a demonic immortal descending to the mortal realm? Shi Yu felt troubled, eyes wary, thinking, too frightening. Even if I could face 8 Truong Sin realm experts alone, I could not withstand the encirclement of hundreds. She widened her eyes, lips slightly parted, as if recalling something. That's right, if the hidden immortal in the Imperial City intervenes, there is still a glimmer of hope. Si Yu slowly clenched her hands in front of her chest, but would he risk acting for Fuang King City? Despite inner doubts, she stepped forward resolutely, voice booming with authority, "Gods, depart from here at once." As Xi Yu advanced alone, she shouted, "If delayed, I will exert full power to defend." In the sky, the purple clouds thickened, a demonic aura enveloping all. Outside the courtyard, a figure walked in slowly, immediately drawing all eyes. Xi Yu said firmly, "Sisters, I ask you a favor. Take my husband away, quickly escape. I will risk my life to hold them back." Yet the room fell into absolute silence. Bai Yun and Ling Yun sat still, looking toward Tian Hong. He smiled softly but firmly. "Wife espouses, we must be united." Tian Hong stepped forward, encircling her neck, forcing her to look at him, continuing, "How could I leave you behind to flee? I wish to stay with you." Bai Yun and Ling Yun unconsciously added, "We wish to stay as well." Xi Yu exhaled lightly, worry evident on her face. "Who?" She looked directly at Tian Hong, finally deciding, "Very well. As husband and wife we share life and death, though no chance of victory. If the hidden immortal intervenes, plus the 3 of us, hope may increase slightly." Hong Tian clenched her hand. "Wife, you are right. We live and die together, facing all together." Outside the city, the wind began howling violently. The dark purple sky descended, turning the area into a deadly zone. Si Yu stepped onto the city wall, ordering the guards, "Leave this place immediately." Obeying, all soldiers removed their helmets, knelt, voices choked. "It is not that we fear death, but our bodies could not help. Thank you, Your Majesty." She did not respond, silently looking up at the sky. Among the swirling clouds, demonic faces gradually appeared. The presence of Jing Tian. Could it be the demon realm plotting to shake the mortal world? Soon, the faces were drawn together by an invisible force, spinning into a giant vortex, forming a single massive face, covering the sky. Its red eyes emitted a demonic laugh chilling to the bone. Ji Yu was stunned at the sight. Is this the mysterious demonic immortal? Why does it feel so familiar? He, young and inexperienced, held his head and screamed under Tian Hong's judgmental gaze, "Mother, this head cannot bear it." Even Bai Yun sensed the danger, murmuring, "This aura, even an ordinary immortal might not withstand." Yet she tilted her head at Tian Hong, thinking, "The master is here, why worry? But if he acts, will our identities be exposed?" Bai Yun smiled slyly at the thought. "That will be interesting." Meanwhile, Tian Hong laughed in anger, face darkening, aura surging. "This is the aura of that demonic god. This demonic immortal must be the little demon he raised. Whether from the demon realm or not, daring to touch my wife is suicide." The giant face lowered toward the city, roaring angrily, "Chi Yu, 3 years apart, I did not expect you have broken through to Truong Sin realm." Hearing his call, Chi Yu loudly demanded, "Who are you? We bear no grudge." He squinted, face twisted from above, cold voice, "Between us, a blood feud. Pay for all Wu Wang mansion." Chi Yu, realizing something, uncertainly spoke, "Are you Wu Wang?" She clenched both fists, eyes cold, full of vigilance. "Why have you gone mad?" The demonic face showed shamelessness, replying with a growl, "So what if I went mad, as long as I can kill you?" Xi Yu slightly curled her lips, a cold smile, voice full of sarcasm, "Truly a pathetic puppet, selling your soul for power to the upper demon world." He struck at a sore spot, opened his mouth and roared, "How did you know?" Xi Yu, confident of victory, loudly affirmed, "I know more than you think." The giant demonic voice opened its mouth, like a mobile gate to hell. Countless ghost soldiers poured out like a tide. He laughed savagely, hoarse as metal grinding, then shouted, about to die and still arrogant. From the demon cloud layer, a horned lizard demon slowly appeared. Its obscene laughter echoed wildly. "I, the mighty sect leader, along with 100 Truong Sin ghost troops and 100,000 starving demons, will crush you to ashes. No burial even in 9 springs. Do not hope for an easy death." This made Shi Yu frown, worry showing. She immediately turned, voice full of concern, "Husband, if a chaotic battle erupts, do not charge first. I will deploy the Jing Shen formation to protect you." Tian Hong smiled broadly as if strolling, holding up a familiar V sign, his calm expression reassuring her, "Wife, do not panic. These demons are scary, but I am sure the immortal will appear at the perfect moment to save you." Yet Shi Yu could not calm her heart. Eyes downcast, she murmured, "I hope so." Silently, she prepared a backup plan. Even if heaven falls, I must ensure her husband's safety. Elsewhere, Bai Yun and Ling Yun were astonishingly calm, giggling, "Our master acts so theatrically." theatrically, pretending weakness before the master's wife. Yet the sect leader above roared, neck strained like a street crier, "Listen, false sect elders, flatten Fuang King City first, then annihilate the Shen Fuang nation." Immediately, a ball demon emerged from the clouds, excitedly responding. He called himself Destruction Demon Lord. Old Daz Xianzun sealed us for 10,000 years. Today I will kill to my heart's content. Kill, kill, kill. Continue. Then a blood-red demon growled fiercely, "I have long craved human flesh, starving to death here." The purple clouds descended slowly with thick demonic aura, nearly swallowing the entire city. "I also wish to destroy that cursed lower academy." Yu stared, sweat streaming, heart shaken. That Xianzun is indeed a Jingtian powerhouse, sealing hundreds of demons alone, truly unparalleled. Afterwards, Tianhong gradually understood after hearing the demon's roars. This is the consequence of his actions 10,000 years ago. Truly fated enemies. If he does not crush them this time, it will not end well. From the dense black clouds, a figure lurked, each mournful sound echoing like a soul call. "You accept death. Do not hope that hidden immortal saves you. Against my army of apocalypse, his appearance will only lead to salt selling." The sect leader led a pack of demons, mouths open, tongues long and grotesque, resembling a pack of hungry tigers stalking prey. Yu looked up, cold sweat running down her spine, internally groaning, "I am doomed." Could not sense any aura from the immortal. Has he truly abandoned us? She anxiously glanced at Ling Yun behind, mind racing. Relying only on herself and Bai Yun, it is impossible to face them. Yu was so troubled she wanted to tear her hair out, internally screaming, "What to do? How to save my husband?" Suddenly, a cold yet commanding voice echoed through the space. "I only wished for a normal life with my wife in peace, yet you keep causing trouble repeatedly." Tianhong clasped his hands behind his back, stepped out slowly, voice cold. Truly a group that knows neither heaven nor earth. Yu had just turned back, and when she saw him, she was so worried her voice trembled. "Husband, what is wrong with you? Trying to put on a brave front now will not help at all." On the contrary, he was unbelievably calm. He walked to her side and smiled gently. "Wife, just now you risked your life 3 times to shield your husband. Your husband is truly moved." He paused for a moment, then continued. "Then today, let your husband protect his wife for once." As soon as the words fell, Tianhong's expression suddenly changed. Golden aura erupted around him, and terrifying might spread in every direction. Good. Jinguang covered his entire body, and his figure slowly rose into the air, standing alone and proud against the enemy's vast army. When the helmsman saw that scene, he was so shocked his mouth fell open. That is, even Yu had not expected her husband to do this. "Husband, Tianhong looked back, gave a confident smile, and softly reassured her. "Just wait for your husband to deal with this trash, then your husband will explain." With that, his figure slowly advanced into the encirclement of purple-black demonic clouds, his aura soaring to the heavens, just like a lone god charging straight into a tiger's den. Yu turned blankly, her gaze pleading as she looked at Bai Yun and Ling Yun. "My husband." But the 2 girls looked guilty and hurriedly pretended they had heard nothing. She pointed ahead, her face twisted, then asked again. "That immortal?" Bai Yun finally could not hold back and giggled. "This is what people call, if you are not one family, you will not enter the same door." Ling Yun also stuck out her tongue adorably and added, "Her Majesty the Queen and our distant ancestor simply both enjoy pretending to be ordinary people and playing happy family." After hearing that, Yu was utterly speechless, as if a whole flock of crows had flown over her head, perfectly expressing her tangled mood at that moment. Immediately after, the anger in her heart erupted violently. She was so furious she shouted loudly, "You too, so you knew everything, and still hid it from me all this time." She folded her arms before her chest, glanced down coldly from above, and asked, "What exactly is your relationship with my husband?" Hearing this, Bai Yun panicked and hurriedly waved her hands again and again. Do not misunderstand. Xianzun is the ancestral master of my sect. We are only errand runners for him." As for Ling Yun, she could only scratch her head and laugh awkwardly. Wu Hao, who had been practically invisible until now, finally had a chance to speak. "I am only an errand runner too." Back to Tianhong's situation, when the demonic creatures in the clouds saw him fly up alone, they shouted loudly, "Something is charging over here." The helmsman narrowed his eyes and observed for a while, then said contemptuously, "It seems to be only a human." Hearing that, the demonic creatures immediately burst into mocking laughter. "The aura around this guy is weak as a slug. He must have been scared mad by us, and came up here on his own to offer his life." Suddenly, a demon rubbed its chin, looking thoughtful. "Not right, he looks a little familiar." Another demonic creature shaped like an octopus could not be bothered to care, sticking out its long tongue as it charged straight ahead. "I am starving. I will swallow him alive first to grind my teeth." Immediately after, it opened a mouth deep and dark like a bottomless cave and rushed straight toward Tianhong. A glint of Jin Guang flashed in his eyes, and the aura around his entire body erupted violently. In an instant, a blazing seal like a miniature sun appeared right in front of the octopus demon. The next second, Jin Guang exploded, easily crushing that demon into countless pieces. Witnessing that scene, the helmsman froze on the spot, panic clearly showing on his face. Although the remaining demonic creatures had vaguely guessed his identity, they still had not realized the danger before them and continued discussing noisily. Jianzun. It is that old dog thief Jianzun. The instant they heard that name, countless blood-red demonic creatures surged out from the clouds and charged madly toward Tianhong. Enemies meet on a narrow road. 10,000 years I want revenge, brothers. Tear Jianzun apart together. Down below, Yu looked up, still unable to believe it in her heart. Her husband was actually the peerless monster Qianzun, the man who had swept across the lower realm and ascended 10,000 years ago. But as soon as she thought of that noble identity, her face flushed red with happiness. She had thought her husband was only an ordinary man, yet who would have expected him to be the legendary Jianzun, with aptitude far surpassing even goddess Z. As expected, her husband was anything but ordinary. It seemed she was even more moved now. Heavens, disaster was right before her eyes, yet she was still thinking about consummating the marriage with her husband. Was that not a little strange? Xiyu hurriedly shook her head to clear her mind, inwardly thinking that this matter was truly strange. Why could her husband's true body descend to the lower realm without being bound by the rules of heaven and earth? Could it be that he had already reached the immortal Lord realm? She looked up again, and a doubt rose in her heart. But why had she never heard of this person during the great immortal demon war back then? Down below, everyone began to gather around and tease Xiyu. Ancestral Grand Mistress, what is wrong with you? The great battle is about to break out, yet you are still dazed. Exactly, great grandmother. Wu Hao innocently asked one sentence that instantly made her face turn bright red. Is something wrong with great ancestral Grand Mistress? Xiyu was so furious she nearly steamed, and she loudly corrected him. You are forbidden to call me that. I am not that old. You can call me Elderster Senior. Do you understand? Wu Hao looked at her blankly, completely unable to understand what was going on. After that, Bai Yun and Ling Yun immediately understood and answered in unison. Yes, elder sister. Only then did Xiyu smile in satisfaction. That sounds acceptable. Back to the battle in the sky, Tianhong looked at the demonic creatures surrounding him like a swarm of flies, his voice sinking with oppressive might. 10,000 years ago, even when you were demon venerables, your realms above even the longevity realm, this venerable still sealed you all away. He gave a confident smile, not taking them seriously at all. Now you are only a bunch of trash borrowing corpses to return souls. What do you think you can do to me? Hearing this, the helmsman glanced aside and secretly signaled the demonic creatures. Tianhong gave them no chance at all. He raised his hand and pointed to the sky, summoning a radiant golden demonic array covered in complex talismans. Peerless Sword Art, Sword 23. The moment the helmsman saw it, his soul nearly fled in fright, cold sweat pouring out as he hurriedly shouted, "Run quickly." But everything was already too late, as golden chains shot out wildly from within the demonic array. They bound each demonic creature suspended in midair, and not a single one could escape. Seizing that opportunity, Tianhong waved his hand, drawing two intersecting slashes across the sky, as if he wanted to tear space itself apart. Xiyu looked up, so shocked her mouth fell open when she saw the purple cloud covering the sky cut to pieces. This is a sword strike that can overturn time and space. Even immortals in the heavens might not be able to do this. Her eyes widened, and cold sweat silently trickled down. Could her husband truly be Xianzun, who had ascended, and in just a short 10,000 years, cultivated to the immortal Lord realm? After only a few slashes, the purple mist had completely vanished. The helmsman stood alone in the clear sky, looking as wretched as a chicken plucked clean of its feathers. That man's face was deathly pale, his teeth grinding, sweat pouring like rain, as he asked himself in despair, damn it, how can he be this strong? Why would an existence of this level appear in the lower realm? At that exact moment, the instant he raised his head, he saw Tianhong's cold, devil-like face pressed right before his eyes. He screamed in terror, what do you want to do? An icy purple light flashed in Tianhong's eyes. He curled his lips into a faint smile, his voice full of mockery. This venerable should be the one asking you that. Since you had the fortune to step onto the demonic path, you should have cultivated in peace. Your strength is insufficient, yet you still dared to run out and cause chaos. Hearing this, the helmsman's eyes immediately darted toward the golden chains floating behind him. He hurriedly retreated, trying to argue. The people of the Saiyu family wiped out my entire clan. What is wrong with this cult master taking her life? But how could his speed compare to those chains of death? Without the slightest warning, they pierced straight through his chest. A miserable cry rang out, as if tearing space apart. Ah! Seeing that terrifying scene, even Shiyu's group could not help shuddering. chills running down their spines. This was clearly demonic art. She pursed her lips slightly, a trace of dissatisfaction rising in her heart, inwardly blaming her husband for learning such heretical demonic methods. After this, she absolutely had to hold a family tribunal to examine him sternly. She absolutely could not let him fall into the demonic path, lest it affect his kind nature. Opposite them, Tianhong seemed not to care at all, still using the chains of resentment to torment that helmsman. You dared harbor filthy thoughts toward my wife. Even in your mind, it is not allowed. His despairing scream rang out again, once more tearing through space. Ah! Suddenly, from deep within his chest, a thick stream of black energy and dozens of blood-red eyes surged out at the same time. His spiteful and frenzied voice rang out. Jianzan, do not be so quick to feel proud. This cult master has not lost yet. The evil energy quickly gathered, gradually turning into a bizarre sphere like some shapeless creature. It opened a huge mouth like a black hole, seemingly wanting to devour the helmsman's soul whole. That frenzied believer spoke his final offering. I, your most loyal believer, offer all my blood and soul, respectfully inviting the great evil god to descend upon the lower realm and destroy the world. In the very next instant, the evil god monster transformed into countless enormous tentacles, twisting wildly in midair. At its center was a cluster of crimson eyes stuck tightly together, horrifying like a giant mass of frog eggs. As soon as it took shape, it aggressively launched terrifying tentacles at the city below. Fortunately, a massive golden shield appeared in time, blocking the attack. Ai Yun was drenched in sweat, pouring all his strength, muscles taut to maintain the shield, with only one thought in his mind, truly terrifying. Vo Hao standing beside him fared no better, concentrating all his spirit on the spell in his hands, secretly awed. A great demon from the upper realm has truly descended. The Yu alone maintained 2 layers of defense, still feeling the mountain-like pressure. Just a spark of divine thought created such a Jing Tian anomaly, proving the summoned demon holds high status in the demon realm. Could her husband withstand it? Thinking this, she could not help but shout toward Tianhong. Husband, this 3-headed one has considerable origins in the upper realm. Can you really handle it? Contrary to her worry, he calmly dodged each strike of the dark god, moving lightly as if gliding among a sea of serpents. He was even amused, loudly replying as if dismissing the monster. Rest assured, wife, wait a bit longer. I will catch it for you to vent your anger. Hearing the firm assurance from Duke Lan Jun, Shi Yu immediately set aside her worry. She became excited, enthusiastically shouting, "Then quickly catch it for me. I must fight it. The demon aura makes me uncomfortable." Tianhong's face immediately shifted from pale to green, inwardly alarmed. He thought, heaven and earth, I am the leader of the demon realm, yet my wife hates demons so much. If one day my true identity is exposed, would she beat me like that demon? But never mind, pleasing the wife is the ultimate truth. Making her happy is most important. Despite inner turbulence, he did not let her down, loudly replying, "Rest assured, wife, wait a bit longer, I will catch it for you to vent." Saying so, Tianhong slightly frowned, his cold eyes sweeping over the disgusting frog nest in the air, silently noting a debt. When free, he must return to the demon realm to investigate, to see which blind fool dared anger his wife. This crime cannot be ignored. At this moment, the soul of the yak boss flew beside the dark god, respectfully bowing. The dark god immediately swung its tentacles, continuing to attack Tianhong, its voice rumbling. "Tiny ant of the lower realm, daring to harm my subordinate." Immediately after, an invisible, terrifying suction force appeared, drawing all surrounding objects toward the center of the black egg mass. In an instant, both Tianhong and the monster disappeared from the air. Inside the dark god space, Tianhong's pale head slowly emerged amidst thick black aura. Yak boss laughed gleefully. "Haha, this is the dark god lord's demonic space, you are doomed." He flew around the dark god, proud like a dog beside its master, boasting that only immense faith power could achieve such a feat. The dark god sat leisurely on a chair formed from demonic energy, observing Tianhong with interest. "Oh, you are indeed a celestial." It stroked its invisible beard, leaning its horrifying face closer to inspect, then sneered, "Even if you are a celestial, once you step into my domain, you must obey." Tianhong remained unshaken, merely smiling faintly at it. A petty demon of the underworld dares come to the celestial domain to cause trouble. Are you not afraid of the celestials striking from above? Hearing this, the dark god laughed loudly, placing its hands on its hips. "Haha, celestials. In the great battle of immortals and demons tens of thousands of years ago, our demon realm won decisively. Even the famous Empress Huohai was struck down by the demon lord. What are mere mortals?" Only then did Tianhong smile darkly, full of mockery. "Little Tata, your courage is remarkable. You dare even attempt to kill me." Hearing the familiar title sent chills down its spine. The dark god seemed struck by lightning, screaming furiously, "Who are you?" "Only my master, and the demon lord may call me that." The yak boss beside it immediately chimed in, pointing at him. You're finished, daring to anger the master, seeking death. At that moment, Tianhong transformed, his aura becoming darkly sinister and supremely majestic. A deep purple halo appeared behind him, surrounded by crackling black lightning. Pure demonic energy and overwhelming presence radiated, shaking the space. He clasped his hands behind his back, voice cold. Blind fool, not recognizing me after only a few decades. Beneath him, a swirling black demonic energy slowly appeared. He said coldly, "Your foolish master teaches nothing. Have him slap himself 100,000 times, then bow 100,000 times to the 4 directions in repentance. And you, 10 times worse." Witnessing this, the monster immediately shrank, stammering incoherently. Ah, this demonic energy. Its face drained of blood, the prior majesty collapsed, reduced to a small, pet-like creature, tears streaming, kneeling. Demon Lord. The petty demon claimed blindness, failing to recognize him. The yak boss beside it froze, mouth agape at the dark god, frantically slapping himself, regretting so deeply he wished to lose all teeth. Tianhong's face turned cold, eyes darkly gazing at it. "Consider today as if you never met me. Should any news of me leak to the mortal realm, you know the consequences." The dark god kowtowed repeatedly, trembling, swearing, "Little Tata will remain silent, Demon Lord, rest assured." He slightly frowned, purple eyes glancing at the petrified yak boss beside him. "The dark god dared touch my wife. You know what to do." Continued kowtowing, shaking like a reed. "Understood, understood. Dare touch the demon queen. Crush bones to ashes is not enough. Must push into endless blood prison for eternal suffering." The yak boss, hearing this, panicked. "Dark god, I risked my life for you." Tianhong did not bother listening further, merely waved his hand. Instantly the yak boss flew away like a kite cut from its string, vanishing without a trace. He lifted his foot, smiling coldly, looking down at the dark god from above. "Also in the demon realm, someone has incurred my wife's anger, causing her prejudice against the entire demon world. You will investigate quietly and report back to me." Dark God thought the demon lord was about to punish the guilty. Its eyes immediately lit up, replying respectfully, "As you command. I will handle him." Tianhong sighed inwardly after finishing matters. He tilted, glancing at it, lowering his voice. "Ah, also my wife has a small matter to find someone. Later, cooperate properly. Understood." The dark god hurriedly followed behind, respectfully replying, "I will fully cooperate with the demon queen." Then, both passed through a spatial gate, returning to the city. Tianhong had restored his usual appearance, joyfully running to Shi Yu. "It's done." Everyone immediately embraced, shouting with joy, "We won." When news of the victory spread across the city, people erupted in cheers. "We survived again. Long live the queen. Long live the immortals." A while later, the dark god had been beaten by Shi Yu until swollen like a pig's head, curling into a small ball, weakly enduring. She was still angry, about to kick again, but Bai Yun and Ling Yun quickly restrained her. Tianhong looked at the scene, speechless. "Wife, have you vented enough? After all, this comes from the upper realm. Let it go to avoid future trouble." Only then did Shi Yu stop pouting and shouting, "Enough, leave. Never let me see you again." The dark god felt pardoned, raising its hand, "I obey," then disappeared in an instant. Having dealt with the dark god, she turned, hands on her hips, addressing Tianhong, "Well done, you are truly clever. Daring to hide from me, pretending to be mortal, making me a fool. At home I will settle the score." But he calmed her with just one move. He embraced her, smiling coquettishly. "Wife, no violence, people are watching. At home, I will explain everything." Unexpectedly, the others understood perfectly. Bai Yun immediately raised his hand, loudly attracting attention. "Ah, we have urgent matters. The danger is gone. Let's get to work." Vo Hao still looked puzzled, scratching his head. "Do we have something to do?" Instantly Bai Yun yanked him by the ear. Ling Yun quickly grabbed his father, muttering as they went, "Of course, and very urgent. Move quickly." Ji Yu watched the funny yet embarrassing scene. Her face unexpectedly flushed. She smiled happily. "My husband Xianzun, you hid from me so long." Tianhong pretended to be angry, replying immediately, "Yes. Didn't you also hide something important from me, O Queen Divine Phoenix?" Hearing this, Shi Yu not only did not get angry but hugged him tightly, voice full of joy. "Whoever you are always my best husband." Tianhong blushed, tightening his arms around her, smiling. "Same here." Immediately after, he suddenly lifted Shi Yu, making her gasp softly. "Ah, what are you doing?" He gazed at her with infinite tenderness, voice soft. "Queen, I hid my identity from you. This sin is not small. This time returning, I leave punishment to you." Shi Yu playfully touched the tip of his nose, smiling. "You said that yourself. I've thought of many ways. Can you endure them?" Moments later, they transformed into a beam of light, shooting into the sky. Only one sentence echoed, "I take all, let's go now." The others had not left completely, standing at a distance, smiling. Only Vo Hao looked pitiable, still small. Ling Yun covered his eyes, and he asked blankly, "What are we looking at?"